Originally just an F-class cultivation failure. When bullied to near death by the school tyrant, I unexpectedly awakened the Bandit System. Starting off with a beginner's gift package, 10 consecutive draws instantly skyrocketed my cultivation level, soaring from Iron Rank Tier 3 to Iron Rank Tier 9, promptly beating the school bully till he wet his pants. My system's core philosophy is simply one word: plunder. Touch high-value items to exchange for lottery points. Plunder others' attributes, skills, and even talents. Absorb spiritual energy to skyrocket your cultivation. Consume marrow-cleansing fruits to defy fate and change your destiny. My elder sister was insulted, so I boldly took action, even encountering my childhood sweetheart, a gifted girl. As I gazed at the enemy's BMW, worth 50,000 exchange points, the system notification rang out once more. The next target for plunder has been locked in. Chapter 1, Awakening the Bandit System. Jinzhou City, Yonghong High School. The small grove on the west side of the playground. Chen Shusheng was held up by Wu Qi's two lackeys, his face covered in bruises and blood. Chen Shusheng, wasn't it just that we were a bit short on cash and borrowed some money from you? Was it really necessary to report us to the teacher? I'm a genius with D-level cultivation aptitude. With the unified exam in 3 months and the college entrance exam in a year, the principal is counting on me to boost the school's admission rates. Wu Qi wiped the blood from his fist, staring at Chen Shusheng with a mocking grin. You think they'd expel me for a worthless F-level aptitude like you? Chen Shusheng lowered his head, silent, his eyes brimming with resentment. 100 years ago, spiritual energy resurged, and monstrous beasts invaded Earth, hunting humans. In just 1 year, the population plummeted from billions to less than 1 billion, leaving humanity on the brink of extinction. Until the first group of spirit warriors emerged. With their formidable combat power, they repelled the invasion of alien beasts, marking the beginning of a global martial era. However, not everyone is equally gifted in cultivation. Throughout the 3 years of high school, no matter how diligently Chen Shusheng trained, his F-grade trash aptitude acted like an insurmountable chasm, restricting him to the peak level of an average adult male, Black Iron Tier 3. He became the object of contempt, ridicule, and bullying. Wu Qi, who took pleasure in bullying the weak, was a B-grade talent. He advanced easily to Iron Tier 7th stage, with strength more than double that of Chen Shusheng's. It can only be said that heaven is unjust. Wu Qi stepped forward, grabbing Chen Shusheng by the hair and sneering as he glared at him. Kid, spill it. What's the deal with ratting me out? One of Wu Qi's lackeys immediately offered some advice. Boss, this kid has an older sister, white as snow, stunning beauty, with legs for days. Wu Qi became intrigued and raised his eyebrow, saying, really? No way? Another lackey quickly chimed in. I saw his sister when she brought him food, high nose bridge, big eyes, and a smile that could charm the soul right out of you. The three exchanged glances and grinned lewdly. Wu Qi stepped forward, raising his hand to slap Chen Shusheng's face. Kid, tomorrow trick your sister into coming here so we can have some fun. If you do, Big Bro here might stop beating you up and even take you on as his errand boy. Got it? They didn't notice that at this moment, fury blazed in Chen Shusheng's eyes, like that of a wild beast. Chen Shusheng was an orphan. His sister picked him up and took him home, or else he would have frozen or starved to death by the roadside. Later, even my sister gave up her own chance to attend school and went out to work to earn money. All just to support Chen Shusheng in attending the Better Lingwu High School, so he could get into the Better Lingwu University and have a brighter future. Those bastards actually wanted to humiliate her, utterly unforgivable. Fuck your mothers. With a furious roar, Chen Shusheng broke free from the grip of two henchmen, pounced on Wu Qi, and bit down hard on his cheek. Instantly, blood gushed like a fountain. The agony of muscle tearing caused Wu Qi's eyes to suddenly fill with blood vessels, and he violently punched towards Chen Shusheng's temple. You damn bastard, you're asking for death. In his fury, Wu Qi instinctively channeled his spiritual energy into this punch, its force so great that breaking rocks and cracking bricks would be nothing unusual. Thud! Chen Shusheng felt a dull sound, his vision went black, and he fell unconscious. Ding! Detecting host's life is in danger, activating the system. Outlaw system successfully activated, granting a beginner's gift package. Would the host like to activate? This. Staring at the glowing screen that had suddenly appeared before him, Chen Shusheng was completely bewildered. As a genuine country bum, Chen Shusheng was no stranger to online escapist literature. Never imagined that one day I too would awaken a system and turn my life around. Hurry, give me the beginner's gift package. Ding, congratulations host on obtaining the Bandit Professional Skills Package, disguise, tailing, tying up, drugging, knocking out with a blunt weapon, backstabbing, directional demolition. System, are you serious? I'm a righteous young man who upholds virtues, why are you giving me such criminal skills? Ding, congratulations, host has obtained a novice 10-draw lottery. Would you like to start the draw? Draw, thank you for participating. Consolation prize, 1 portion of cultivation aura. Thank you for participating. Consolation prize, 1 portion of cultivation aura. Congratulations, host has obtained 1 marrow-cleansing fruit and 9 portions of cultivation aura. Spiritual energy for cultivation, effect, absorbed to enhance cultivation progress. Marrow-cleansing fruit, effect, cleanses meridians and refines bones, improving aptitude. Ding, system backpack has been unlocked. Hiss, Chen Shusheng stared blankly at the reward list. Whether it's cultivating spiritual energy or the marrow-cleansing fruit, they all seem incredibly impressive. System, use 1 portion of cultivation spiritual energy. Let me see what's up with this. As soon as the words were spoken, Chen Shusheng instantly felt a surge of spiritual energy emerge out of nowhere at his dantian, flowing through his limbs and bones. After a whole year of relentless cultivation efforts that yielded no progress, Chen Shusheng's cultivation level actually broke through to Black Iron Tier 4. Amazing, use all 8 remaining spiritual energies on me. Instantaneously, a surge of immense spiritual energy erupted from his dantian. Chen Shusheng's cultivation level suddenly soared from Black Iron 4th rank to Black Iron 9th rank. Beside him, Wu Qi, covering his blood-gushing cheek, glared at Chen Shusheng with a twisted expression. That bite from Chen Shusheng just now tore a chunk of flesh right off his face. Scum who doesn't know his place, you're asking for death. With a furious roar, Wu Qi charged forward, raising his leg to deliver a kick. Yet Chen Shusheng, lying on the ground, neither dodged nor flinched. Helpless, the surging spiritual energy within him and the sudden surge of power felt so exhilarating that he couldn't move a muscle. He even couldn't help but let out a moan. Ah, so big, so much, it's overflowing. Brother, a lackey stepped forward, grabbed Wu Qi, and lowered his voice. Hold on, I feel like you've kind of awakened some unusual traits in this kid, haven't you? Another lackey quickly chimed in, yeah. Last time I saw a car with the license plate SSASA 23, the male driver looked exactly like this guy. Wu Qi, clearly well-versed in luxury cars, instantly shot Chen Shusheng a look full of disdain. Ugh, turns out he's a pervert. What bad luck. Little bastard, you better remember this, if I don't see your sister here by this time tomorrow, I'll make sure you regret it. Wu Qi waved his hand and turned to leave with his 2 underlings in tow. Hold it right there. Chen Shusheng had slowly risen from the ground by now. He spat a mouthful of blood-streaked saliva onto the floor, glaring icily at the group before him. Did I say you could leave? What, you want more? Wu Qi paused mid-step, turning to glance at Chen Shusheng with a sly smile playing on his lips. He didn't believe someone with mere F-rank talent and a pathetic Black Iron 3rd stage cultivation could possibly pose any threat to him. The next second, Chen Shusheng's fist shot out like a dragon, striking with sudden force. With Chi Wu's 7th tier Black Iron cultivation, he couldn't even see Chen Shusheng's movement before taking a heavy hit. The punch landed slightly to the left, directly on the bladder. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, System, are you serious about this skill? But, ugh. The punch was so painful that Chi Wu's vision momentarily darkened, and his legs instinctively tightened. The 2 lackeys behind him raised their hands in bewilderment and said, Hey, boss, why are your pants wet? In these 2 idiots' worldview, given Chen Shusheng's strength, his punches would be nothing more than tickling their boss, they wouldn't cause any real harm whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi's old face turned red, and he roared, shut the hell up. Gnashing his teeth, he glared at Chen Shusheng, you little brat, seems like you wanna mess with me. Fighting Wu Qi, do you even have what it takes? Before the words had even finished, Chen Shusheng threw another punch. This punch, still veering left in its trajectory, landed square on the bladder. Wu Qi, ugh. Minion A, hey, bro, why'd you piss yourself? Little brother B, hey, bro, hold it in, you're peeing on your shoes. Wu Qi, utterly humiliated and furious, suddenly swung his arm and a Russian-style haymaker aimed straight at Chen Shusheng's forehead, you little brat, I'll. Before he could utter the word die, Chen Shusheng had already stepped forward, grabbing his collar, his right fist pounding like garlic being smashed. Ah, hit. Wu Qi, Wu Qi was beaten until his legs went limp. If Chen Shusheng hadn't been gripping his collar to hold him up, he probably would have collapsed twitching on the ground by now. Wu Qi's 2 lackeys were utterly stunned. Beating up an Iron Rank 3rd tier as a sandbag with Iron Rank 7th tier strength. Are you really sure you're not dreaming? In the end, Wu Qi reached out and grabbed Chen Shusheng's clothes, his voice trembling. Brother, I was wrong. I beg you, please stop your divine powers. I literally have nothing left. Chen Shusheng slowly retracted his fist, smacking his lips as if savoring something delectable. Dark Iron Tier 9, damn impressive. I barely exerted any effort, and Wu Qi already fell down? Even when given the chance, he just couldn't hold his own. Ding, congratulations to the host for comprehending the martial skill, diuretic fist. Skill description, if I don't beat the piss out of you, then you must have pissed clean. Looking at the prompt before him, Chen Shusheng's face darkened. What the hell is this? I can tolerate skills like disguise and tailing you gave me. Diuretic punch. System, are you fucking serious? Ding, host has come into contact with a high-value item, gold necklace. This item can be exchanged for 720 lottery points. This pop-up successfully caught Chen Shusheng's attention. A 10-draw lottery sequence, where merely the consolation prizes advanced him from Black Iron Tier 3 to Black Iron Tier 9. In the future, participating in lucky draws will undoubtedly be an important means to strengthen oneself. Chen Shusheng smiled, his expression warm and kind. He gently smoothed out Wu Qi's collar and asked softly, "Does it hurt?" Wu Qi was on the verge of tears. "Yeah, it hurts." Chen Shusheng's face suddenly darkened. "If you don't want to feel pain again, take that chain off your neck." Wu Qi was terrified, covering his neck. "No, this was my father's gift for my coming of age." Before he could finish speaking, Chen Shusheng backhanded him with a slap, literally knocking the rest of his words back into his gut. "Daddy's taking it back now, take it off, hurry up. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind squeezing out all the treasures hidden in your guts." Under the threat, Wu Qi had no choice but to reluctantly take off the necklace. Chen Shusheng weighed it in his hand and thought, not bad, quite substantial. After casually selling off the system, Chen Shusheng turned his gaze toward Wu Qi's two lackeys. The two underlings immediately felt their scalps go numb, and one of them, slightly braver, stiffened his neck stubbornly. "Chen Shusheng, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, school rules clearly state that bullying and physical assault will result in a major demerit for the first offense and expulsion for the second." Hey, bro, don't hit me, I was wrong. Asterisk. Where the hell are you touching? Help! Chen Shusheng frisked the guy from head to toe but didn't see any system pop-up windows. Not even a single valuable thing on you, yet you still dare to act tough? Get the hell out of here. With slight displeasure, Chen Shusheng kicked him aside and turned his gaze toward another person. "Hey young man, it's your turn now. Come over to Brother Jia's place, don't be shy." This dude felt a chill down his spine under Chen Shusheng's gaze, turned around wanting to bolt, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't put any distance between them. Turning his head, he saw Chen Shusheng already gripping the scruff of his neck, his destiny's handle, and grinning like a Cheshire cat. Liberations reached every corner of the country. "Were you gonna run?" With a smile that looked even worse than crying, the brother begged, "Bro, I was wrong, can you let me go?" Chen Shusheng said tactfully, "Don't dream on." As he spoke, Chen Shusheng began patting this dude down. Ding, host has come into contact with a high-value item, Hermes belt. This item can be exchanged for 390 lottery points. Wow! Chen Shusheng was thrilled, his eyes gleaming, this was his hope for becoming stronger. "Hey, you're blushing, come here, let me take a closer look." "Stop it, Brother Jie, what are you doing?" "Don't, Brother Jie." Chen Shusheng couldn't be bothered to argue with this dude anymore, so he just tackled him to the ground. The two rolled around, with intense passion. This scene straight up terrified Wu Qi and his other buddy. "Brother Wu, should we, maybe run?" "Nah, if we get caught, we're screwed. Let's just wait till he's satisfied. Then maybe he'll leave us alone." A minute later, Chen Shusheng was done. The guy on the floor, clutching his pants, shrank into the corner, sniffling like a wronged little wife. "Alright, get the hell out. If you dare mess with me again, you won't like what happens next." The three of them bolted as if granted amnesty, vanishing in the blink of an eye. After glancing around to confirm nobody was paying attention to him, Chen Shusheng took out the marrow-cleansing fruit from his system and swallowed it whole. Instantly, the spiritual energy stored in his dantian began circulating uncontrollably on its own. If the spiritual energy Chen Shusheng sensed during his cultivation before was as thin as a strand of hair, after consuming the marrow-cleansing fruit, its flow became as thick as an electrical wire. Not only was the capacity greater, but the flow speed had also increased significantly. The talent has truly improved. At this moment, Chen Shusheng was absolutely ecstatic in his heart. To compensate for the population gap caused by the invasion of exotic beasts, the government stipulated that families without a child admitted to the spiritual martial university or becoming a spiritual martial artist cannot be promoted to citizens and can only remain as commoners. Commoners, after the age of 25, will have their marriage partners assigned by the government and are required to fulfill a birth quota every 3 years. What? You won't marry, won't bear children. Not only will you be fined until bankrupt, but also thrown into prison. And his own sister is already 24 years old. To prevent her from marrying a stranger and becoming a breeding tool, Chen Shusheng devoted himself to intense training during his 2 years of high school. However, his limited talent made it impossible for him to become a spirit warrior. Now, with the system, I must get into Lingwu University, become a Lingwu warrior, and help my sister rise to become a citizen, giving her the freedom to choose her own path in life. Along the way, Chen Shusheng spent another 1,000 reward points for another 10 consecutive draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9 portions of cultivation aura. Ding! Congratulations to Su Zhong for acquiring the skill Pressure Point Strike. Skill description: infuse spiritual energy into the fingertips. Upon contact with the target, it can inflict the following negative effects: female targets, paralysis plus immobilization plus convulsions plus dehydration; male targets, lacerations plus bleeding plus agony plus movement impairment. Chen Shusheng? Chen Shusheng, system, are you serious about this skill? End of chapter. Chapter 3, Old Acquaintance. After absorbing the spiritual energy cultivated in Jiufen, Chen Shusheng successfully advanced to Bronze Tier 1. However, further advancement proved exceedingly difficult. Chen Shusheng could distinctly sense that each level of advancement in Black Iron required a spiritual energy intensity of 1. In terms of physical strength, he could now easily lift 100 or so kilograms. Yet advancing from Bronze Tier 1 to Bronze Tier 2 demanded 20 units of spiritual energy. Each minor tier within the bronze rank granted strength gains equivalent to the entire black iron tier. Not to mention, upon entering the bronze tier, spirit warriors could absorb the crystal cores of beasts to acquire martial arts techniques, gaining access to all manner of cunning combat methods. Talent determines the upper limit of a spirit warrior's cultivation level, and the gap in combat power between each major tier is as vast as a chasm. In that moment, Chen Shusheng suddenly understood why the authorities placed such emphasis on cultivation talent. Even those of questionable character but extraordinary aptitude were tolerated, provided their actions remained within bounds. Chen Shusheng had no doubt that if humanity truly produced a grandmaster or sovereign-level powerhouse, their formidable combat prowess could single-handedly wipe out the beasts and crush every spirit realm invading Earth. Lost in thought, Chen Shusheng found himself arriving at Dongguan Night Market Street. His sister, Shen Ziyi, rented a small two-story house here. The first floor served as a barbecue restaurant, while the second floor provided living quarters for the siblings. Though it meant working from dawn till dusk, Shen Ziyi was meticulous in her craft. Her grilled skewers, from the selection of raw ingredients to the careful marinating process, were of exceptional quality. Business was thriving, and the siblings lived comfortably off the small shop. But today, a group of unwelcome guests had arrived at their stall. Dressed in the uniforms of Jinzhou City's first Lingwu Middle School, they shouted orders and acted arrogantly. "Hey boss, what the hell kind of service is this? We've been waiting here for half an hour, where are our skewers?" Shen Ziyi hurried over, plastering on a smile. "Guys, you ordered lamb shanks. To ensure they're cooked perfectly, it takes a bit longer. Hope you don't mind." The moment Shen Ziyi appeared, the male students froze in place. Her delicate oval face, high-bridged nose, and gentle demeanor. Seriously, what young man's youth hasn't featured a gentle, next-door sister type like her? And who among them hadn't fantasized about her being a loser during lonely nights? The young man who had been shouting moments ago suddenly grabbed Shen Ziyi's snow-white wrist, baring his teeth. "Hey, sis, don't leave. Stay and have a drink with your little bro." Shen Ziyi's heart skipped a beat as she struggled to pull her hand free. But the young man, with his cultivation-enhanced strength, held her fast. Shen Ziyi's eyes reddened with frustration, yet she still couldn't free her hand. At the table, a long-haired, ice-blue-eyed girl with a cool demeanor frowned slightly, about to speak up to stop him. But another girl beside her pressed down on her shoulder. They've just emerged from the spirit realm. After facing life and death trials, they need to vent. It's just a common girl. Pay her extra compensation afterward. The ice-blue-haired girl bit her lip in resignation, finally sighing softly as she sat back down. She muttered under her breath, "I'm never grouping with them again." The disparity in power led to a vast gap in status. In this world, spirit warriors had long stood above ordinary people. The youth who had grabbed Shen Ziyi now wore a face twisted with rage at her refusal to give him face. He grabbed a bottle of beer, pinched her delicate cheek, and poured it over her face. Shen Ziyi choked and coughed repeatedly, her eyes reddening slightly as strands of hair clung to her cheeks, making her look pitifully vulnerable. The crowd of classmates around her burst into laughter, some even pulling out their phones to record the scene. Even the diners nearby were displeased by the scene. "You little brats. Think a few swigs of horse piss makes you something special? Let her go." At this command, the first high students rose as one, glaring at the diners with hostile eyes. Spiritual energy rippled around each of them. The weakest among them was at least Black Iron 7th rank. The diner fell silent in shock, quickly ducking his head and retreating to his seat. The young man burst into maniacal laughter at the sight. "No real power, yet you're putting on this ing act." Before he could finish, a hand like an iron clamp yanked him by the hair, jerking his face back. The next instant, a wine bottle smashed viciously into his face. The young man was instantly left with a bloody gash across his face, tumbling backward onto the ground. Seeing Chen Shusheng arrive, Shen Ziyi's tears of grievance finally overflowed. "Shusheng, you're finally back." Chen Shusheng wrapped his arms around his sister, whispering softly, "I'm here now. It's okay." The young man sat up, dazed. Wiping his face, he discovered it was covered in blood, his features completely distorted. "You little bastard, how dare you hit me?" Chen Shusheng delivered a swift kick, sending the youth crashing to the ground. He planted his foot squarely on the other's face. The young man bit into a mouthful of dirt. He tried to struggle but couldn't overcome Chen Shusheng's immense strength. He could only scream at the crowd of classmates. "Guys, take him down." A group of students rolled up their sleeves, snarling as they prepared to surround and attack Chen Shusheng. "Stop!" A sharp command halted everyone in their tracks. The voice came from the girl with icy blue hair. She rose slowly, her arms trembling slightly from overwhelming emotion. Her eyes, once as clear as a fawn in the forest, now glistened with a faint mist. She silently stared at Chen Shusheng. After a long moment, she tentatively asked, "Brother Shusheng?" The moment he recognized the girl, Chen Shusheng's breathing quickened slightly. "Xiao Jiangxue?" The next second, Han Jiangxue threw herself into Chen Shusheng's arms like a young swallow diving into a nest, rubbing her beautiful cheek forcefully against his chest. "Brother Shusheng, I've missed you so much. Where have you been all these years?" This little minx possessed bronze tier 3 strength. The force of her collision made Chen Shuxing's eyes roll back, nearly knocking the wind out of him. Fighting the urge to cough up blood, Chen Shuxing gently stroked her long hair. "I missed you too, Xiao Jiangxue." Chen Shuxing had grown up in the orphanage since he could remember, and Han Jiangxue was the little sister he had adopted there back then. The orphanage had no heating, and the blankets were thin. One winter, when Chen Shuxing had a fever, it was Han Jiangxue who poured him a cup of hot water. Chen Shuxing remembered how tiny she was back then, standing on tiptoes and struggling to get the hot water into his mouth. From that day on, Chen Shuxing accepted her as his little sister, saving his money to buy her snacks. The two relied on each other for survival. Until, at the age of 10, the little girl was tested and found to possess grade A cultivation potential. She was adopted by the wealthy Han family of Jinzhou. Chen Shuxing had once climbed over the orphanage wall, using his saved pocket change to buy a pair of white sneakers, intending to give them to his little sister at the Han residence. But a 10-year-old child couldn't find his way. Had it not been for the kind-hearted Shen Zi, who found and brought him home, he would have starved to death on the streets. The young troublemaker who had just started the fight witnessed this scene and his brain completely shut down. As the top genius and school beauty of First High, Han Jiangshue's background and that mysterious childhood friend were the talk of the entire student body. Han Jiangxue had even publicly declared that if needed, she would gladly sacrifice everything for her brother. Not only had he forced her older sister to drink, but he'd also threatened to cripple her. If Han Jiangxue caught on, wouldn't she unleash an ice crystal storm that would freeze him solid? The thought made the young man break out in a cold sweat. He scrambled on all fours through the crowd, bolted to his car, slammed the door shut, revved the engine, and finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Tap tap tap. But just then, a tapping sound rang out on the window. The young man turned his head and nearly jumped out of his skin. There was Chen Shuxing's face pressed against the window, grinning like a Cheshire cat. He slammed his foot down on the gas pedal, nearly kicking it into the fuel tank. As the engine roared to life, Chen Shuxing's hand was already on the door handle. Ding, host has contacted high-value item, BMW 2025 530 Li Leading Edition. This item can be exchanged for 50,120 lottery points. End of chapter. Chapter 4, 10 rings, critical hit, pretty. Watching the engine RPM soar on the dashboard. A faint, mischievous grin spread across the young man's lips. His BMW 530 Li Leading Edition, equipped with a 2.0L engine and 48V mild hybrid system, could accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 6.5 seconds. Combined with his years of honed driving skills, forget bronze players, even gold tier pros would be eating my dust. You wanna take me on? You're still standing there like a fool. But in the next instant, a flash of light erupted, and the car vanished without a trace. The young man found himself sitting directly on the asphalt road. Ding! Congratulations, host, on earning 50,120 points. Your remaining points, 50,230. Ding! Detected that the host possesses over 10,000 points, enabling system upgrades. Proceed with upgrade? When it came to game-breaking advantages, Chen Shuxing was never one to hold back. He selected the upgrade without hesitation. A dazzling light filled the air before him. The golden system interface fused and restructured, ultimately transforming into a young girl with twin ponytails, radiating pure anime-style charm. The girl curtsied gracefully toward Chen Shuxing. Greetings, master. I am your new system UI. You may call me Juicer. True to my name, I can extract various abilities from your enemies in exchange for points, fully implementing the growth strategy of the Bandit System. Whoa! Chen Shuxing sucked in a sharp breath. Treating enemies as targets to plunder their abilities. This newly upgraded system of mine is just a tad bit awesome. He needed to find a target to test this ability's effects. With that thought, Chen Shuxing turned his attention to the young man sitting on the ground. His hands were still clenched around the steering wheel, and that sudden kick with his right foot showed he was trying to floor it and speed away. But why the hell was there zero response after stomping the gas pedal like crazy? Ha! Wait. Where's my car? My wheelbase is 3.1 meters, track width 1.6 meters. Where the hell is this massive vehicle? It wasn't just the young man who was stunned. Even Han Jiangxue and Chu Xiaotong behind him, along with their classmates nearby, were utterly bewildered. Moments later, Chu Xiaotong gasped in surprise. Xue, your brother here actually possesses spatial abilities? You've been hiding such a powerful ally all this time? That's not fair at all. Han Jiangshue's shock was equally profound. We haven't seen each other in years. I really don't know the details of his situation. Across the entire Great Xia Empire, and indeed the entire world, spirit warriors possessing spatial abilities were exceptionally rare. Imagine two equally matched spirit warriors battling to a standstill, both exhausted and agreeing to settle the contest another day. Our side, the Spatial Storage Master, silently summoned from their personal space a Landshield 3000 anti-aircraft cannon, a 30mm caliber weapon spinning at 12,000 revolutions per minute, equipped with the latest radar capable of intercepting ballistic missiles traveling at Mach 4. Our side, young man, I'll let you write your last will. Opponent, FCKU. FCKU. But alas, spatial-type spirit beasts are notoriously difficult to hunt, and absorbing the spatial techniques within their spirit cores is even harder. Thus, every spatial-type spirit warrior is a national treasure. Bro, I messed up. Can you spare me this once? The young man sitting on the ground flashed Chen Shusheng a smile that looked more like a grimace than a genuine expression. The moment Chen Shusheng displayed his spatial spirit technique, he knew he'd hit a brick wall. Chen Shusheng pointed toward the alleyway beside them. Not only did you bully my sister, but you dared to get her drunk. Do you really think I'd let you off? Come on, let's have a little heart-to-heart talk, shall we? The young man glanced toward the dimly lit alley at the street corner, which loomed like a predatory beast waiting to pounce. If he got dragged in there, no need to guess he'd be pinned against the wall for a quick round of roughhousing, then pinned to the ground for more roughhousing. The outcome would be utterly brutal. Seeing the young man's terrified expression, Chen Shusheng smiled with feigned compliance. He patted the other's shoulder reassuringly, signaling not to panic. The problem was huge. Panicking wouldn't help. No. I don't want to. The young man scrambled to escape, arms and legs flailing. Never mind that I still need to test my new skills, but you bastard forced my sister to drink in front of everyone and hurled filthy insults at her. Do you think I'll let you off easy? In a flash, he genie locked onto the senior disciple. Oh no. It was Chen Shusheng who had pinned the young man down. Chen Shusheng and the young man were of equal skill, and the youth was like a pig about to be hauled to the slaughterhouse. He thrashed wildly, one moment crying, the next laughing, then acting like a mad dog spraying urine. He looked like a damn bipolar disorder patient. For a moment, he couldn't get the upper hand. The youngster wailed like a child, while Chen Shusheng grinned like a fox. This spectacle drew the attention of diners and shop owners along the snack street, some even pulling out their phones to record videos. After all, this clash of muscle and sweat even in the supposedly open land of neon lights would be an R18 show that needed a bright red FBI warning. Shenziyi lived up to her name. She understood intentions and acted accordingly. Her beautiful willow leaf brows furrowed as she stepped forward. Shusheng, this kid is a real jerk, but I'm not hurt, am I? Why don't you just apologize and forgive him? At those words, Chen Shusheng stopped. The young man gazed at Shenziyi's warm, spring-like face, and a wave of moisture welled up in his eyes. How could he have been such a beast, harboring impure thoughts toward such a kind sister? Lost in thought, the young man knelt down, prostrating himself with tears streaming down his face. He was filled with shame. Chen Shusheng gazed at the exceptionally inviting angle before him, and that slightly upturned curve, and found himself utterly helpless against the overwhelming desire. He turned to his sister with a stern expression. Sis, if you mess up, you gotta pay the price. You might forgive him today, but once he's out in the real world, no one's gonna cut him any slack. His words were noble and righteous. Young man, it's time to wake up. Let this seasoned veteran, Chen Dad, tell you just how dangerous and unforgiving the profession of a spirit warrior truly is. Chen Shusheng growled, channeling power through his body as his biceps bulged dramatically. He lunged forward in a fighting stance, fingers splayed like a blade. The air ripped with a sonic boom as he thrust toward the crimson star before him. Body art secret technique, Millennium Kill. Thud. The surrounding crowd gasped and jumped back, instinctively covering their lower backs. Han Jianshue's face flushed crimson as she covered her eyes with both hands, peeking through her fingers. Brother Shusheng, you're going too far. Chu Xiaoton, however, glared fiercely, letting out a wicked chuckle. Bullseye. Critical hit. Pretty. Chen Shusheng instinctively felt the two doors in front of him slam shut with such force that his fingers stung slightly. Then came a blood-curdling scream. Grabbing one ankle, Chen Shusheng dragged the squirming young man, writhing like a maggot, into a nearby alleyway. No! Let me go! The youth screamed hoarsely, his hands instinctively channeling spiritual energy, even leaving deep finger marks on the asphalt pavement. It was truly a sight to behold. The diners and shop owners all stared at Chen Shusheng. Only when the youth vanished into the pitch-black alley did they collectively shudder before resuming their business. Those drinking continued drinking, those tending to customers resumed their calls. The snack street returned to its usual bustling scene. End of chapter. Chapter 5, System, Are You This Brutal? Inside the alley. The young man cowered in the corner, trembling as he stared at Chen Shusheng. You, don't come any closer. Heh, don't be scared. Daddy just wants to reward you. No, please, don't. Relax. Daddy will be very gentle. Ah. Help me. Amidst the young man's screams, Chen Shusheng placed one hand on his shoulder and activated the juicing mode. As his points plummeted wildly, Chen Shusheng felt waves of warmth coursing through his entire body. Ding. Congratulations, host. Strength +1+1+1+1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Agility +1+1+1+1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Spiritual power reserve cap +1+1+1+1. He turned his head. 10,000 points had vanished. Just as Chen Shusheng narrowed his eyes, reveling in the euphoria of his attributes surging wildly, the system's notification sounds abruptly ceased. Chen Shusheng frowned in confusion. Huh? System, why did it stop? System advisory, target is severely weakened. Continued extraction may result in fatal risk. Proceed with power extraction? Ha! Chen Shusheng froze, then hurriedly looked down. The young man who'd been so well groomed moments ago now sat slumped in the corner, his body twitching spasmodically. His face was gaunt, his eyes rolled back, and his eye sockets were sunken. His once arrogant slicked back hair lay in tangled, matted strands like dried weeds. Hiss. Chen Shusheng sucked in a sharp breath. System, are you this brutal? Look at him, someone walking by might think he got beaten up by a dozen dirt-sucking grannies. In his mind, the system flicked its golden twin ponytails, wearing a haughty expression. Host, do not question my reputation as the juice princess. Whoa. Chen Shusheng took a deep breath and finally managed to squeeze out 3 words, you're impressive. Back at Shen Ziyi's night market stall, Han Jiangxue had already sent the group of classmates on their way. She was now tugging at Chu Xiaotong, who was helping her sister out. Under the pretext that she'd caused trouble for her sister, helping out was her way of apologizing. Chen Shusheng understood perfectly well the young girl hadn't seen him in years and simply wanted to spend more time with him. With the presence of 2 stunning beauties like Han Jiangxue and Chu Xiaotong, the already thriving little shop became even more bustling. During this time, Han Jiangxue even treated the customers to a display of her ice-cold beer trick, drawing enthusiastic cheers from the diners. Shen Ziyi found these 2 hard-working, capable girls incredibly endearing. She began chattering away about her years with Chen Shusheng. When she heard how Chen Shusheng had escaped the orphanage to buy her white sneakers, only to get lost and nearly starve to death, Han Jianshue's eyes welled up with tears. Sniffling, she threw herself into Chen Shusheng's arms and refused to let go. This infuriated Chu Xiaotong to the point of grinding her teeth. In her words, you dog of a man. Shue is mine. If you dare compete with me, I'll challenge you to a duel. After seeing off the last group of guests, Chen Shusheng and Han Jiangxue exchanged contact information before parting ways. After washing up, Chen Shusheng lay on his bed and began using the system's lottery feature. It was worth noting that due to the system upgrade, the price for a 10 draw had increased from 1,000 points to 10,000 points. The consolation prize's cultivation energy effect naturally increased tenfold. What surprised Chen Shusheng, however, was that after reaching the peak of Bronze Tier 1, his cultivation level had stalled. Upon inquiring with the system, Chen Shusheng learned that with his current aptitude, further advancement was impossible. Not only cultivation, but attributes like strength and agility would also hit a bottleneck after a few more squeezes like today's. To progress further, he would need to consume another marrow-washing fruit to enhance his aptitude. 3 months remained until the unified exams, 1 year until the college entrance exams. All schools would soon begin organizing students to enter the spirit realm. On one hand, this allowed students to gain combat experience by fighting against spirit beasts. On the other hand, slaying different spirit beasts yields spirit cores, which can rapidly boost a student's cultivation. If they're lucky enough to obtain a spirit core imbued with a spirit technique, their strength can skyrocket. Don't underestimate the student's current cultivation levels. After 100 days of intensive training, even those with average aptitude can reach around Bronze Tier 3. With his current strength, he couldn't get into Lingwu University or become a spirit warrior. His sister's fate remained unchanged. Gritting his teeth at the sight of 30,000 points, Chen Shusheng pulled off 2 10 pulls. Come on, drop something good. You have to drop something good. Chen Shusheng pressed his palms together, muttering under his breath. Alas! Not a single marrow-washing fruit appeared. Instead, 2 oddball items appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item, I love a stick. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item, give me back my pretty pills. Give me back my pretty pill. Consumption boosts appearance and charm, stirring primal desires in the opposite sex. I love a stick, this potion has dominated the lust forest for years. Once affected, no matter how much you beat or humiliate them, they'll charge forward relentlessly, never giving up. Chen Shusheng's face instantly darkened. The pretty pill is one thing. Even a young master with my flawless looks could use a pill to add the finishing touch. What the hell is I love a stick of firewood? As a man of noble character, I would never stoop to using such low-class junk. The next day, the moment Chen Shusheng stepped through the school gates, he drew gasps and admiring glances from a crowd of girls. Wow! When did our school get such a gorgeous hottie? He must be a transfer student. I'd remember someone this gorgeous. Why, I think I'm in his class. With looks like that, just seeing him every day would make me feel refreshed. Heard the girls chattering behind him. Chen Shusheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Superficial. High school girls these days are so shallow. They only notice my handsome looks, but fail to see the brilliant radiance of my character and soul. I must find an opportunity to have a deep yet accessible conversation with them, to make them understand that good looks aren't my only virtue. The shared depths of our souls, that's where my true brilliance lies. Hey! Isn't that Chen Shusheng from our class? How did he get so handsome overnight? Just then, a classmate recognized Chen Shusheng, and her bestie beside her quickly asked. He's in your class? Do you have his contact info? Please hook me up. Yeah, right. A trashy F-grade talent, a useless black iron tier 3. What good is being handsome anyway? That makes him even better. What's so great about that? There's no future with a guy like that. Hee sis, I'm C tier. I'll totally dominate him in the future. Then I'll lock him in the dungeon and enjoy him all by myself. Hearing this, Chen Shuxing nearly peed himself. This is the rhythm of dragging me off to be a sex slave. Sis, you're so young you absolutely can't go down that path. That mindset is dangerous. You need to change it. Good girl. Listen. Honestly, it really does stir up the most primal desires in the opposite sex. Give me back my pretty Dan, it truly lives up to its reputation. I fled back to the classroom. Wu Qi, his face bruised and swollen, was waiting for me with a female classmate. The girl's spiritual energy surged powerfully, her strength was actually at bronze tier 2. Upon seeing Chen Shuxing, Wu Qi's donkey-like face twisted in rage. You little bastard, you finally showed up. Our big sister's here today. If you know what's good for you, get down on your knees, apologize, and give back my gold chain. I'll let you off easy. End of chapter. Chapter 6, Director, cut. The actor has the wrong script. Seeing this, the students murmured among themselves. Isn't that Nailin Yanin, Class 1's top student and the school beauty? She's a bronze tier 2 expert. How did that black iron loser Chen Shuxing get on her bad side? I heard Chen Shuxing beat up Wu Qi last night. That guy's Nailin Yanin's #1 sycophant. When the dog gets beaten, the master has to step in, right? Ha, poor Chen Shuxing. Not only is Nailin Yanin a bronze tier 2, but she absorbed the spirit skill, Fearless Charge, from a crystal core. Beating him up is child's play. The students murmured among themselves, their eyes fixed on Chen Shuxing with mocking expressions, clearly waiting for the show to begin. When did the bullying begin? Perhaps it was when everyone started isolating one person. And why do bullies escalate their cruelty? It must be when the bullying goes unchecked, even encouraged by those cheering for the spectacle. Chen Wenwen, Jiu Hongwei, Zhu Xiaoqiang. Chen Shuxing silently noted down the names of those who had mocked and jeered, plotting to make them pay dearly someday. True, these few hadn't joined in bullying him, but when an avalanche comes, no snowflake is innocent. If you mock me with jokes today, it means you're already preparing to beg for mercy in tears tomorrow. Nailin Yan glided toward Chen Shuxing with graceful steps, her long, straight legs accentuated by form-fitting jeans. She wore a black leather crop jacket, revealing a petite, adorable navel. Paired with the defined abs on either side, it made many male classmates in the room swallow hard in excitement. You're the damn Chen Shuxing? Nailin Yanhuan grabbed Chen Shuxing by the collar, biting her pearly white teeth lightly as she glared at him with wide eyes. Curious glances shot her way from all around, the boys especially agitated. High school life was boring enough. This scene of a loser getting bullied by a genius was truly delightful. Plus, for some reason, this loser suddenly got way more handsome. He was now better looking than every guy in the class. Nailin Yanin, when you punch him later, aim for his face, put some power behind it, and hit him hard. Nailin Yanin had already adopted the fiercest expression she could muster. But those playful fox eyes, the delicate little nose, and those parted thin lips, no matter how you looked at them, they just seemed to be teasing. Truth be told, Xu Xiaotong and Han Jiangxue were beautiful, but this girl before him possessed a unique charm all her own. Faced with such breathtaking beauty, Chen Shuxing instinctively flashed a dazzling smile. I am. What's your name, classmate? Thanks to the appearance-enhancing effects of the Restore My Beauty pill, Chen Shuxing's already delicate features radiated an added warmth, like a friendly older brother next door. That smile was electrifying. It sent a shiver down the girl's spine, instantly softening her tone. My name is Nailin Yanin. It's a pleasure to meet you. She extended her right hand, her palm slender and her skin fair and delicate. Chen Wenwen? Xiu Hongwei. Zhu Xiaoqiang. The crowd of classmates waiting for the show? Hey, you two. Weren't you supposed to be having a passionate, blood-pumping high school romance? How did it turn into a campus romance? Director, call cut. The actors grabbed the wrong scripts. Chen Shuxing reached out and clasped her hand. It was ice cold and limp as a ragdoll. For a moment, he couldn't resist being mischievous and gently tickled the palm of Miss Nailin. Miss Nailin shuddered involuntarily, her lovely face flushing crimson as she abruptly withdrew her hand. You're so annoying. That single word, part playful scolding, part sweet coaxing, sent every boy in the class weak in the knees. Wu Qi, standing nearby, nearly wet himself. Sis, I called you here to back me up. What the hell are you doing? So I paid 500 a month for protection for nothing? Ahem. Wu Qi walked over to Nailin Yanin, cleared his throat softly, and whispered, Sis Yanin, this jerk beat me up and snatched my gold chain. Help me teach him a lesson. This reminder finally snapped Miss Nailin out of her daze. Right. She was here to stand up for her little brother. If she let herself be charmed by his looks, how would anyone look at her afterward? Would she even be able to hang around school anymore? Nailin Yanran gritted her teeth and glared at Chen Shuxing. The crowd held their breath while Wu Qi stood beside them, his excitement palpable. Is this it? Finally, the showdown? Nailin Yanin thought. Wow. His jawline is so chiseled. He's smiling at me. His dimples are so cute. Can I poke them? Wah! Damn it! I just can't bring myself to touch that face. How about this, make him apologize, promise to be my little brother, carry my bag to school, and come home with me after class to massage my legs and feet. Then I'll take advantage of the situation and forgive him? Not bad. This plan is flawless. No, I should say it seemed perfect. Just as Nalan Yenran opened her mouth to voice this highly constructive suggestion, Chen 11, that sly little devil, sensed Nalan Yenan's hesitation and, without a second thought, started stirring the pot. Sis Yenran, the whole school knows Wu Qi is your little brother. If this kid beats up Wu Qi, it's like he's not giving you face. Zhu Xiaoqiang nodded in deep agreement upon hearing this. Xiao Hongwei nodded in deep agreement upon hearing this. The classmates exchanged glances and all nodded in agreement. Nalan Yanan nearly choked on her own blood. This bastard was setting her up for a brutal roasting. She whipped her head around, her gaze stripped of all coquetry, now brimming with raw, unadulterated murderous intent. Who the hell was it who opened their mouth to respond? We who walk this path must uphold righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and integrity. The classmates exchanged glances. Zhu Xiaoqiang, I don't know. Xiao Hongwei, I wasn't paying attention. Shen Wenwen, blah blah blah. Nalan Yanan sneered coldly at the scene, her killing intent intensifying. Her cascading hair swayed without wind, resembling the tentacles of an octopus. Speak up, or you'll all die. All the students took a step back, raised a finger, and pointed. Chen Wenwen, looking utterly bewildered, was singled out. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, as if rehearsed hundreds of times. Chen Wenwen? The next instant, spiritual energy surged as Nalan Yanan launched a fearless charge, her right fist striking out with brutal force. Chen Wenwen's face caved in instantly, Nalan Yanan's fist even embedding itself into it. Glasses shattered, blood gushed from his nose. Chen Wenwen lay twitching on the ground, clearly beyond saving. Yet a smile spread across his lips. He. The school beauty's hand cream, it was sweet. Xiao Hongwei was furious at the sight. Chen Wenwen was his dearest friend, his brother. Xiao Hongwei, Nalan Yanan, without any proof, how dare you reward him? Unless you reward me too. Zhu Xiaoqiang, damn it, you're so twisted. Don't tell anyone we're classmates, I can't afford the embarrassment. Hey, Miss Nalan, I'm not asking for much, just kick me once, and I'll be satisfied. Nalan Yenran couldn't be bothered with this bunch of perverts. She turned and walked up to Chen Shusheng, hooked her finger under his chin, and gave him a tough guy look. Chen Shusheng, no matter what, Wu Qi is still my guy. You beat him up, and that's a slap in my face. So, treat me to a meal as an apology, and we'll call it even. So, what do you like to eat? Barbecue? Hot pot? After dinner, let's go catch a movie together. Don't get the wrong idea, it's perfectly reasonable and logical for a little brother to accompany his big sister to the movies. As she spoke, Nalan Yenran turned to Wu Qi, right? Wu Qi looked dead serious, you bet. Dare he say no? If I did, you'd toss me into the Han River tonight, wouldn't you? Nalan Yanan nodded in satisfaction, her eyes filled with expectation as she turned to Chen Shusheng, waiting for his response. End of chapter. Chapter 7, Heaven sees all, justice prevails. Chen Shusheng, I refuse. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yenran's alluring fox-like eyes narrowed instantly. It seems I've been far too lenient. This brat dared to push his luck. Forget it, just knock him out and take him away. Tie him up in the basement and whip him. You dog of a man. He needs training. This scene got the classmates all worked up. Especially Wu Qi, he felt like he saw the dawn of revenge again. Wu Qi, sis, this guy didn't even think twice before rejecting you, he's totally looking down on you. Xiao Hongwei, damn it, Sister Nalan, if you can swallow this, we sure can't. Zhu Xiaoqiang, this kid must be riding high on your favor, getting cocky. We'll teach him a lesson for you. Chen Wenwen, guys, watch my cue. We'll take down Chen Shusheng, then circle in for the final kick. Everyone? Everyone, your eyes are swollen shut. How are we supposed to watch for your signal? Just then, Chen Shusheng stepped forward, beaming with a bright smile, and spoke calmly. Well, I refuse to apologize, but I'd be happy to join you for dinner and a movie. And after dinner, we could hit the arcade first before catching the movie. A trace of annoyance vanished instantly from Nalan Yanan's heart. Gazing at Chen Shusheng's handsome face, she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. School let out at 6. Dinner and video games would easily take us to 10. Add a movie, and it'd be midnight. What if he didn't let me go home and made me stay overnight? Should I politely decline 3 times to maintain my dignity? What if he's a gentleman and actually walks me home? Wah! Happiness came so suddenly. I wasn't prepared at all. Nalan Yenran couldn't help herself and playfully punched Chen Shusheng's chest. You're such a troublemaker. Seeing this, Chen Wenwen inwardly groaned, oh no, this love-struck fool is beyond saving, he got tricked 8 times in one night. The group of boys behind them gritted their teeth in fury. They felt their goddess was being toyed with by scum of society. Nalan Yanan hooked her arm around Chen Shusheng's neck and strode toward the exit. Breakfast, anyone? Your sister's treating. The handsome man and beautiful woman, their silhouettes bathed in the morning sun, seemed to embody youth itself. But Wu Qi, standing nearby, was on the verge of losing his mind. Sis. I called you here to help me save face and vent my anger. Why the hell are you flirting with him? No. You're the one getting hit on. And you fell for it hook, line, and sinker. This ing pisses me off to no end. In this chaotic world, why are there so many bull-ters? Leaving me, young Master Wu, ing stranded in the wind. Nailan Yanan walked arm in arm with Chen Shusheng down the corridor of the academic building. The female students' gazes one pair after another followed the two of them. Mainly lingered on Chen Shusheng's face. Wow. Whose handsome guy is that? As their gazes drifted downward. Judging by the silhouette alone, he must have pecs. Wonder if he's got abs? Then my gaze drifted lower still. Looks like he's got some serious assets. Should hit the top in no time. Whoa. What am I thinking? So embarrassing, so embarrassing. And what about Chen Shusheng? He's such a petty person. You look at me, I have to look back. Wow. Miss, your legs are so long. Look up higher. Whoa. Inspection complete. This chick's got cleavage, she must be a scheming vixen. What about this side, miss? Wow. He's looking at me. I need to pull my uniform down a bit and tease him. Where's Chen Shusheng? See? See? I told you this woman's got a big heart. Gotcha red-handed, right? Nailan Yanan couldn't help but cling tightly to Chen Shusheng's arm. That little girl's piercing glare and behavior left her utterly unable to sleep. That seemingly casual gaze was brimming with righteousness and morality. But upon closer inspection, that upturned mouth and flushed cheeks screamed devouring in every fiber. Chen Shusheng. Nailan Yanran couldn't help but whisper softly, from now on, can you just accompany me alone when we go shopping or watch movies? As a clean, pure, magazine-free boy, Chen Shusheng would never let his lady friend feel hurt. On any other day, he'd deflash his signature, sun-kissed scoundrel smile, slap his chest, and promise his lady, I'll love only you for the rest of my life. But at that moment, his mind was elsewhere. Completely captivated by that pair darting like rabbits, still as mountains, he blurted out without thinking. What the hell are you thinking? Nailan Yanran stumbled. Her breathing grew uneven. He seemed to finally grasp the meaning behind those boys' stares earlier. She had been toyed with by the scum of society. What should she do? Glaring at Chen Shusheng's profile, Nailan Yanran gritted her teeth. What could she do? Of course, give him another chance. Then you have to promise me you'll be my little brother from now on. Pick me up and drop me off at school during the day, and come to my place at night to massage my shoulders and feet. On any other day, Chen Shusheng would have smiled and agreed. It would be my honor, my little princess. But this was terribly inconvenient. Seeing Chen Shusheng's eyes go a bit glassy, the girl couldn't resist taking a couple of sachet steps. Chen Shusheng, that's enough, that's enough. If this keeps up, he might not be able to contain himself, he'd jump right out. Then, without thinking, he blurted out. Heh, so would you give it to me? Nailan Yanran narrowed her eyes at Chen Shusheng. Murderous intent surged around her. Guided by the principle that jade must be carved to become a treasure and that a good son is forged through discipline, she reached out and grabbed Chen Shusheng by the collar. Then, a shoulder throw sent Chen Shusheng flying. You think I'm giving you some face? The power of Bronze Tier 2 was terrifying indeed. Chen Shusheng slammed into the wall and slid down slowly. His mind was completely reeling. Is this woman crazy? Why did she suddenly turn so furious? Before Chen Shusheng could react, Nailan Yanan stepped forward with a cold sneer. Her small leather boot pressed down on his chest as she raised her hand, cracking her knuckles loudly. Young man, I gave you the chance to be my devoted boyfriend, so I could use you to climb the social ladder later. And you refused. Since that's the case, I'll just have to harden my heart and train you into a little. Chen Shusheng stared dumbstruck at the wicked, wild grin stretching across Nailan Yanan's exquisite oval face. I mean, I didn't do anything that bad. What the hell? How did I end up getting turned into a yandere? The commotion outside piqued the curiosity of the class. Chen Wenwen and the others rushed out to investigate. Seeing Chen Shusheng trampled underfoot while Nailan Yanan wore a look that said, "You're gonna pay for this," everyone burst into tears. Every tear was a color of excitement. Heaven has eyes. This bastard finally got what he deserved. It was satisfying. Zhu Xiaoqiang even knelt on the ground, frantically slapping the floor with both hands, wailing like someone at a funeral. Xiao Hongwei, hey, Xiaoqiang. We get you're excited, we all are, but try to calm down first. Chen Wenwen nodded in agreement, just squeeze out a couple tears for show. Why are you sobbing like a baby, making it look so pathetic? No way. I want to be rewarded like that by the goddess too. Xu Xiaoqian let out a wretched howl, overcome by sorrow, and cried even harder. The group exchanged glances. Led by Chen Wenwen, they launched into a flying kick. The group closed in, unleashing a flurry of roundhouse kicks. You can live. This freak must be dealt with. Meanwhile, Chen Shusheng was being chased, scrambling frantically up and down. His face flushed with panic. Yanran, listen to my explanation. Nalan Yanran suppressed her rage. If you want me to listen, swear first that you'll only be good to me and only me from now on. Chen Shusheng had been an orphan since childhood. After being adopted by Shenzi, the two of them set up a small stall. Calling out to customers and serving them, it was all his job. Chen Shusheng always believed his face had been thickened by life's hardships, as thick as the walls of a city's ramparts. When a white lie was needed, he could spin one effortlessly. But as he gazed into Nalan Yanan's clear eyes, tinged with a hint of hope, he thought of Shenzi, thought of Han Jiangshui. If those women were deceived by scumbags, I'd probably be furious, right? No. I'd toss that bastard into the Pacific to feed the sharks. In that moment, Chen Shusheng hesitated, torn between deceiving and not deceiving. End of chapter. Chapter 8, a request I've never heard in my life. Chen Shusheng took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. I'm sorry, Yanran, I can't swear to that. In my life, there are two girls who mean everything to me. If needed, I'd give up everything for them, even my life. I admit, I was captivated by your breathtaking beauty and became your follower. But it's not my fault. Who can resist such stunning looks? The boys behind Chen Shusheng collectively recoiled, as if struck by a mental blow. Xiao Hongwei declared, scumbag. Shen Wenwen added, shameless. Zhu Xiaoqiang sneered, he. 2A. Wu Qi delivered the final verdict, his face is thicker than a city wall corner, the goddess will definitely beat him to death. Xiao Hongwei, exactly. Shen Wenwen, but thinking about how he just toyed with the goddess's feelings still makes me so angry. Wu Qi, then let's wait until the boss lady finishes him off, then we'll jump in with flying kicks and brutal stomping, make sure he dies with a twisted mouth and crooked eyes. All the guys nodded in unison. This plan resonated deeply with everyone, they were determined to see it through. But just then, an untimely voice interrupted. A girl clasped her hands together, her eyes filled with hearts as she gazed at Chen Shusheng. Would you sacrifice your life? Why? I'm so touched. Her best friend chimed in beside her. Not only is he handsome, but he's also deeply devoted to others and honest with girls. I'm in love, I'm in love. From now on, Chen Shusheng is my idol. The guys? Damn it. This is clearly fickle behavior, okay? Where's the deep affection? Love-struck idiots, just go die already. If Chen Shusheng knew what these guys were thinking, he'd laugh his ass off. Kid, looks are justice. And I am the very embodiment of that justice. Even Nalan Yanran's furious expression softened slightly in the face of such righteousness. At this moment, Chen Shusheng truly wanted to exclaim, sincerity is a killer move, but justice combined with sincerity is an ultimate super move. Everyone, bull. You're just a pretty boy. Nalan Yanran took a deep breath, glaring coldly at Chen Shusheng. I admit, your words have calmed my anger somewhat. But, this sister is still very displeased. Therefore, Chen Shusheng readily complied, nodding obediently, yes. So what else can I do for the little princess? Let me beat you up to vent my anger. Nalan Yanan snorted coldly, unleashing her fearless charge spirit technique as her right fist slammed out violently. The young man might have a few quirks, but he was still trainable. Nalan Yanran decided to knock him flat first, then send him to the infirmary for proper care. A carrot in one hand, a stick in the other guaranteed to tame this brat until he's begging on his knees to kiss her feet. The boys were moved to tears. What a thrilling roller coaster of life. This jerk finally got his comeuppance. Chen Shusheng didn't dodge, taking the punch squarely on his chest. He deserved it, he'd provoked her anger in the first place. Besides, look at that fist, so fair and delicate, even a bit cute. Getting hit by it probably wouldn't. Thud. Chen Shusheng grunted, nearly passing out. Damn it, this girl has no sense of restraint. But since he'd started this, he'd have to see it through even if it made him cry. He stared at Nalan Yanran and forced a smile. Are you calmed down now? Seeing Chen Shusheng's smiling face, Nalan Yanan paused in surprise. Wu Qi told me you're an F-grade talent, a deadweight stuck at Black Iron Tier 3. I controlled the force of this punch, but if you were truly at Black Iron Tier 3, you should be flat on your back, unable to get up. As the top student in her grade at Yonghong Academy, Nalan Yanan was a quasi-spirit warrior who had undergone spirit realm training. She was highly experienced. With that single punch, she had actually gauged some of Chen Shusheng's true capabilities. Nalan Yanran slowly narrowed her eyes, a faint smile curling her lips, a smile tinged with danger. You concealed your cultivation and falsified your aptitude, likely hoping to make a splash in the college entrance exams and secure promises of preferential treatment from prestigious universities, right? Chen Shusheng was dumbfounded. Miss, you're absolutely right. I didn't even realize I was so cunning. The man is innocent, but the jade brings guilt. Chen Shusheng was still pondering how to conceal the immense wealth bestowed by the system. Nalan Yanran just handed him the perfect opportunity. So thoughtful. You're the man I chose, you've got skills. Let me see just how much you're worth. As she spoke, fierce fighting spirit blazed in Nalan Yanan's eyes. Whipping kicks, thrusting jabs, her assault came like a storm. Chen Shusheng sighed inwardly. Don't be fooled by this little minx's earlier clingy act, all that drama about making you swear to be faithful to her alone. But as a quasi-spirit warrior who had experienced combat and tasted the scent of death in the spirit realm, her veins pulsed with the blood of a warrior. With an opponent before her, she naturally sought to settle the score. The more she attacked, the more exhilarated Nailin Yanran became. She escalated from 50% power to 60%, then 70%. Yet Chen Shushang remained as calm as ever, handling it effortlessly. No wonder this guy dared to flirt with me without fear of getting beaten. He'd been hiding his true strength all along. If I don't put him in his place today, who knows how he'll go around flirting with women later. With that thought, Nailin Yanran unleashed 80% of her power. In an instant, attacks poured down like a violent storm, completely overwhelming Chen Shushang. First, he was only at the bronze tier 1 level, one rank below Nailin Yanran. More crucially, that delicate little face, she simply couldn't bring herself to strike it. But a prolonged defense would inevitably fail. If he didn't find a way out, he'd be the one taking the beating. Chen Shushang saw the situation clearly. He leapt out of the fray, aiming to reset the pace and re-engage. Don't even think about running. Nailin Yanran's sharp cry echoed as she unleashed her fearless charge spirit technique. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance to Chen Shushang's face, continuing her relentless close-quarters assault. Chen Shushang had no choice but to keep blocking. Their movements were as swift as ghosts, locked in a fierce, evenly matched battle. The whistling of fists and feet pierced the air, striking every onlooker's heart. Xu Xiaoqiang, this is ING Black Iron Tier 3? Xiao Hongwei, even my Black Iron 7th tier sucks compared to him. Chen Wenwen sneered, it's just raw physical strength. Haven't you noticed he hasn't tapped into his spiritual power at all? He's still a Black Iron Tier 3 loser. Once he uses his spiritual power, I could beat him to death with one hand. This guy was the type who feared his brother's suffering, but feared them driving Range Rovers even more, a petty bastard. Now seeing the guy who's always getting bullied turn out to be so damn strong? His heart is boiling with resentment. He dared not provoke him. All he could do was spew trash talk behind his back. But Xia Xiaoyu wasn't about to tolerate it. She swung her leg out, her heel crushing down hard on Chen Wenwen's instep. The heel scraped against bone with a bone-chilling crunch. Don't you dare talk about my idol like that. This kick, infused with Xia Xiaoyu's spiritual power, instantly flattened Chen Wenwen's foot like a piece of paper. Arg! Chen Wenwen howled, clutching his leg and hopping wildly. Meanwhile, Chen Shushang had taken several punches, grimacing in pain. He suddenly unleashed his spiritual energy. His robe fluttered without wind, bronze-colored spiritual energy patterns spreading from his neck to his fingertips. The corridor chandeliers flickered erratically, while the glass windows hummed under the vibrations of spiritual pressure. His speed and strength surged, seizing Nailin Yanan's hands in a single grab. Enough! If this continues, I'll fight back. The overwhelming spiritual energy stunned Nailin Yanan, and simultaneously left all the students watching the spectacle speechless. Xu Xiaoqiang, Bronze Tier 1. Xiao Hongwei, Bronze Tier 1? Wu Qi, thinking about how I bullied him yesterday only to get beaten up by him. I feel like one of those clueless villains in web novels who exist solely to make the protagonist look good. Xu Xiaoqiang delivered the final blow, and the worst kind, the low-tier villain who hands over gear and then gives away the girl. Wu Qi clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Damn it, lies don't hurt, but the truth cuts like a knife, it stabs right through the heart. Like a branding iron. Xia Xiaoyu was overjoyed. A slap landed squarely on Chen Wenwen's forehead. You're just a Black Iron Tier 6, what gives you the right to look down on my idol? He, too, a loser. Chen Wenwen cursed and stormed out of the group chat. Nailin Yanran's fair face flushed slightly as she fixed her gaze on Chen Shushang. The intense battle left her breathing slightly ragged, her eyes glowing with an unusual light. She suddenly broke free from the restraint and charged forward once more. Fighting back? So you've been hiding spirit techniques? Quick, show me what you've got. Chen Shushang froze. My skill? You mean the diuretic fist? Or the pressure point strike? Are you serious? Chen Shushang hesitated, about to speak, maybe not. My spiritual technique. Before he could finish, Nailin Yanran cut him off. What? Think I can't handle it? Look down on me? Hurry up. Or I'll knock your mouth crooked. Nailin Yanran swung a punch, the whooshing wind rattling the no school violence sign in the hallway until it creaked. Chen Shushang, though I've never heard such a request in my life, as a gentleman, I'll grant your wish. Chen Shushang raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips. Decided. You're it. Pressure point strike. End of chapter. Chapter 9, The Mysterious Legend Left Behind on Campus. Feeling the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Chen Shushang, Nailin Yanran's eyes brimmed with excitement. As she had anticipated, this must be Chen Shushang's ultimate hidden technique. Once she could decipher its attack patterns and devise targeted countermeasures, wouldn't she have him wrapped around her finger? The thought of waking up each morning to see that handsome face eagerly attending to her needs made Nailin Yanran involuntarily swallow hard. For happiness' sake, I must focus now. Nailin Yanran roared inwardly, channeling her spiritual energy into a solid shield that rose before her chest. That's the Fearless Shield Charge, the silver tier upgrade of the Fearless Charge. Who'd have thought Sister Nalan could absorb a spirit technique beyond her level? Zhu Xiaoqiang exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Hongwei murmured in agreement. I remember last year's college entrance exam. A bronze tier 9 student tried to block this technique head-on against a silver tier genius. He ended up with 3 broken ribs and was bedridden for half a year. Chen Shusheng is in serious trouble this time. Chen Wenwen sneered coldly, gloating, he should know better than to underestimate his own worth. Serves him right to get beaten to a pulp. Xia Xiaoyou's eyes blazed with fury as she roared at Nalan Yanran. This was supposed to be a friendly spar between classmates, yet you were ruthless enough to try to kill him. I'm reporting this to the school. Don't try to block it, my love, get out of the way. These words sent a flicker of panic through Nalan Yanan's heart. She silently berated herself for letting beauty and competitive pride cloud her judgment, using such a devastatingly powerful spirit technique during a friendly spar. But now, the arrow was already on the string, she had no choice but to fire. Worst case, she'd just have to nurse him back to health at the hospital. The moment their energies collided, Chen Shusheng's fingers pierced through her spirit shield as easily as tearing paper. The shield instantly cracked like spiderwebs, bronze-hued spirit light scattering like fireflies. Dark gold patterns coiled around Chen Shusheng's fingertips. The moment they pierced the shield, they triggered spatial ripples, driving straight toward her lower abdomen. This scene left Nalan Yanran utterly stunned, her expression one of utter disbelief. Xiao Hongwei gasped in disbelief. Impossible. He's only a bronze tier cultivator. How could he pierce a silver tier fearless shield charge with just 2 fingers? Nalan Yanan, good question. I'd love to know why myself. Chen Wenwen, he held back. Nalan Yanan must have gone easy on this pretty boy because she couldn't bring herself to hurt him. Nalan Yanan, bull. Xu Xiaoqiang, showing mercy just because he's good looking? Where's your genius pride? Hey! Get lost. I look down on you. Nalan Yanan, get lost after school. Smack! Chen Shusheng's 2 fingers finally touched Nalan Yanran's lower abdomen. At that moment, Nalan Yanran held her breath. It's over. She was going to lose. She'd never be able to hold her head up in front of Chen Shusheng again. After pushing him so hard today, would he tie her up and discipline her with a leather whip and candles? Wah, how perverted. Please hit me harder. Ha? Wait. It doesn't hurt at all. Did he ease up? He still loves me after all. No. Foreign spiritual energy is seeping into my body. The next second, the pressure point strike activates. This skill inflicts paralysis plus incapacitation plus convulsions plus dehydration on female targets. Ah. Whoa whoa. Nalan Yanran emitted a shamefully soft moan, her knees clamping together in an awkward inward turn stance as she collapsed into Chen Shusheng's embrace. Her slender arms wrapped tightly around Chen Shusheng's neck. Xu Xiaoqiang. Xiao Hongwei? Xia Xiaoyu, damn. Is this the kind of scene you get for free? Xiao Hongwei nodded in agreement. He felt the same way, but he kept it to himself. Chen Wenwen, whoa, this plot feels familiar? I saw a movie where the male lead pressed a pink remote, and the female lead ended up like this too. Everyone present nodded solemnly. They'd all seen it before, but none of them said a word. Chen Shusheng was being choked by Nalan Yanan until his face turned red and his neck bulged. Miss, let go. I can't breathe. Nalan Yanan ignored him. Chen Shusheng, this woman is forcing me to crank up the power. A thought flashed through his mind, and he increased the output of his spiritual energy. Nalan Yanran couldn't help but roll her eyes upward. Ugh, whoa. Hiss. The crowd's expressions darkened as they craned their necks, eyes wide. Their solemn expressions resembled those of art connoisseurs admiring Michelangelo's sculptures, unwilling to miss a single detail. As her spiritual energy surged, Nalan Yanran's arms tightened even more. Chen Shusheng rolled his eyes just like Nalan Yanan. Except his was from being choked. Unless the power reached a certain threshold to break through her defenses, this girl would only tighten her grip further. But if that happened, who knew what kind of spectacle she'd make of herself? She was almost unable to breathe. What to do? What to do? In a flash, Chen Shusheng devised a plan. Just drain her strength. System? Juice Princess? I'm here. Get her. Got it. Reward points plummeted rapidly while various attributes skyrocketed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Strength +1 +1 +1 +1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Agility +1 +1 +1 +1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Spiritual power reserve cap +1 +1 +1 +1. Finally, Nalan Yanran clamped down on Chen Shusheng's arm, slowly releasing her grip. Sweat-dampened strands of hair clung to her forehead, her cheeks flushed from the fierce struggle. Paired with her slightly dazed eyes, she radiated an indescribable allure. Nalan Yanran's arm fell limply to her side as she glared at Chen Shusheng with lingering resentment. This dog of a man's spiritual technique was beyond comprehension. Losing her composure to it was bad enough. But what was this sensation of her very soul being torn from her body? Ah! It's happening! Beside them, Zhu Xiaoqiang's stern expression softened as he silently released the 7 wolves. Xiao Hongwei gasped in shock. Bro, what are you doing? Zhu Xiaoqiang, my peripheral nerves feel congested. I thought I'd use acupressure to flush out the toxins. Xiao Hongwei snapped, speak plainly. Zhu Xiaoqiang, let's party. Xiao Hongwei, damn it, please don't be a jerk, thanks. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, Fearless Shield Charge. Fearless Shield Charge, manifest a shield with spiritual energy, then collide with enemy targets at double agility and 5 times strength. Note, this is a silver tier spiritual skill. Forcing its use at the bronze stage may cause spiritual energy depletion, impairing subsequent combat performance. Use with caution. Chen Shushang was stunned. Skills can actually be extracted? The system is incredible. With you by my side, I feel terrifyingly powerful. Finally, after exhausting all reward points, Nalan Yenron's arms went limp as she passed out completely. Chen Shushing tenderly scooped her up in a princess carry, cradling her in his arms. Facing the stunned expressions of his classmates, Chen Shushing adopted a serious demeanor. Clenching one fist to his mouth, he cleared his throat softly. Ahem, Nalan and I were engaged in a friendly sparring match. She became so absorbed that she exhausted herself. I must escort her to the infirmary. Everyone, please make way. Everyone, bull. Friendly sparring? We all saw you thrust your arm and that's why she passed out. From then on, a mysterious legend spread throughout the campus. There was a student with exceptionally long fingers. No matter how skilled you are, all it takes is one gentle thrust. No matter how powerful you are, he only needs a gentle thrust. No matter what spiritual techniques you use, he only needs a light jab. You'd all go down. He's just ridiculously overpowered. Chen Shusheng carried Nalan Yanan away. As he passed Chen Wenwen again, the guy wisely turned his head to face the wall. Stop hiding, I saw you. Chen Wenwen flinched, then turned with a forced smile. What can I do for you, brother Shang? I wouldn't dare offer advice. Chen Shusheng's lips curved into a sly smile. I overheard someone saying I deserve to have my legs broken. Was that you? End of chapter. Chapter 10, who the hell is this kid? Where does he live? What's his name? Chen Wenwen instantly dropped her smile, her face flushing with anger. Who? Who the hell dared curse my big brother? Xia Xiaoyu, was it you? Xia Xiaoyu looked at him with utter contempt and disgust, saying nothing but pointing a finger at him. Hey! Xia Xiaoyu, what do you think you're doing? Don't point fingers without proof. Chen Wenwen turned to face Chen Shusheng, his face twisted into a smile as stiff and unyielding as an old chrysanthemum in the biting autumn wind. Brother Shang, my respect for you is as boundless as the flowing river, endless and unceasing. You absolutely must not believe the slander of petty people. Nonsense. I trust you, brother. Before Chen Wenwen could finish, Chen Shusheng raised his hand and slapped him on the shoulder. Yet, the 2 fingers slightly parted revealed that this pat held more than meets the eye. Pressure point strike, inflicts tearing plus bleeding plus agony plus movement impairment debuffs on male targets. Facing Chen Wenwen, Chen Shusheng held nothing back, channeling over 10 times the spiritual energy he had just used against Nalan Iran. The colossal surge of spiritual energy flooded in, instantly contorting Chen Wenwen's face. Ah! Chen Wenwen collapsed onto the ground, clutching her chest. That agonized cry was enough to break hearts and bring tears to eyes. It hurts so much, I want to crawl into a cocoon. No, the more I try to crawl, the worse it hurts. Wah! The crowd swallowed hard, both terrified and curious. Only Wu Qi forced himself to suppress his fear and stepped forward to take a look. Holy, bro, did you fart so hard your hemorrhoids popped out? And why the hell is there blood now? Chen Wenwen's face contorted into a grotesque grimace as he raised a trembling finger at Chen Shusheng. It's him. Whoa! Hearing this, the crowd sucked in a cold breath, covering their mouths as they all took a step back, their eyes filled with terror as they stared at Chen Shusheng. Chen Shusheng turned his head and smiled faintly. Ha! That smile sent a chill creeping up their spines from the soles of their feet, lingering slowly in certain areas. Shusheng, you truly live up to your reputation. No way, no way. Gotta run, gotta run. Meanwhile, at First High School, Rocket Class A. Han Jiangxue sat in the second to last row, diligently memorizing her textbook. Golden sunlight streamed through the window, making her ice blue hair shimmer brilliantly. Suddenly, a stack of photos slammed onto her desk. The girl glanced up. It was a shot of her burrowing into Chen Shusheng's arms at the night market stall. Flipping through the rest, she saw candid shots of herself helping out at the night market stalls the previous evening. In the pictures, her every smile and frown radiated like the warm spring sun, melting ice and snow. Who was that wild man in the photos? A roar erupted. Han Jiangxue looked up to see a youth in a high-end tailored suit, his face dark and menacing, now twisted with rage. None of your business. Han Jiangxue's bright eyes held nothing but cold indifference. The youth laughed bitterly, slamming both hands down on the table so hard it creaked under the strain. Han Jiangxue, you are the daughter-in-law of the Yang family, the fiancée of Yan Weijian. Yet here you are, publicly entangled with that pretty boy. Where do you think you're putting the Yang family's reputation? Yang Weijin pointed at Chun Chuxing's photo, his words sharp and accusatory. I'll ask you one last time. Who exactly is this boy? Where does he live? What's his name? Han Jiangxue rose slowly, her gaze icy as she stared at Yang Weijin as if he were a corpse. What do you intend to do? Poof. Yang Weijin sneered coldly, reaching out to pinch Han Jiangxue's delicate face. His eyes darkened with vicious intent. He dared to provoke my fiancé, which means he's prepared to face the wrath of the Yang family. I will find him, slaughter him, and wash away the shame he brought upon the Yang family with his blood. Hearing this, Han Jiangxue's hand shot out like lightning, seizing Yang Weijin's wrist. Surging spiritual energy rippled through the girl's icy blue hair. Her beautiful brown eyes were now shrouded in an icy blue mist, lending her already exquisite features an even more demonic and bewitching aura. Yang Weijin, grandfather Han merely intended to bring us together. This so-called betrothal was nothing but your own delusion. Out of respect for the long-standing friendship between the Han and Yang families, I've repeatedly tolerated your transgressions. Do you think I've been giving you face? As Han Jiangxue finished speaking, an icy blue vortex swirled beneath her feet. Spiritual energy surged through her palms, rushing toward Yang Weijin like a raging torrent. Yang Weijin felt a gushing cold current surge upward, freezing him to the point of chattering teeth. He frantically channeled spiritual energy into his arms, igniting crimson flames that barely held back the icy onslaught. Yang Weijin glared at the girl before him, his chest burning with rage. He, the legitimate heir of the Yang family, the future first successor of the Yang conglomerate. And this? Nothing but an adopted orphan, a bastard child abandoned by her own kin. That he was willing to marry her was a tremendous favor. If she didn't kneel and grovel, that was one thing, but to dare be a fickle woman, seducing men? Yang Weijin's gaze swept over Han Jiangxue's exquisite features and slender figure. The more captivating she was, the colder her demeanor toward him. The more Yang Weijin imagined her writhing like a cheap whore beneath that wild man's moonlit embrace. A nameless inferno burned fiercer and fiercer within Yang Weijin's chest. You! Yang Weijin roared, channeling his spiritual energy. Flames erupted from his right fist as he slammed it down toward Han Jiangxue's temple. Spiritual technique, blazing breath. Description: ignites and channels spiritual energy into the arm, tripling its strength and imparting a burning effect. The flames cannot be extinguished until the infused spiritual energy is fully consumed. Poof. Han Jiangxue watched this unfold, a faint smile playing on her lips, her pretty face brimming with contempt. Suddenly, the icy blue vortex swirling around her feet intensified, surging upward to form a miniature hurricane enveloping her body. Spiritual technique, frost domain. Description: utilizes spiritual energy to generate cyclonic storms around the user, enabling the manipulation of icy whirlwinds for attack. Creak, creak. Yang Weijin realized with horror that the flames on his arms were being frozen inch by inch. The icy cold seeped through his veins into his flesh, like sharp blades scraping viciously against his bones. Bone-chilling cold, heart-searing pain. Arg! With a wail, Yang Weijin collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Had Han Jiangxue not grabbed his arm, he would have writhed on the ground like a wounded dog, howling in agony. Only now did he grasp the true value of Han Jiangxue's A-grade talent. Even though they were both bronze tier 3, Han Jiangxue's spiritual energy reserves and the intensity of the techniques she commanded were far beyond what his C-grade talent could ever hope to match. Jiangxue, I was wrong. Please. I beg you. Yang Weijin, this is the first time you've harbored ill will toward brother Chu Sheng. I hope it's also the last. Otherwise, you can try and see if the Yang family can protect your worthless life. Han Jiangxue snorted coldly, then delivered a vicious kick that sent Yang Weijin flying out of the classroom. Yang Weijin rolled around in pain on the corridor floor. He wanted to groan, but he had to endure. Otherwise, if anyone saw him, it would be too humiliating. Oh, isn't this young Master Yang? Playing maggot baby? Pretty abstract, huh? Xu Xiaotong hugged her books, raising an eyebrow at Yang Weijin on the floor, her tone dripping with scorn. Yang Weijin covered his face against the wall, scrambling to his feet only to roll again. When he couldn't roll any further, he pushed himself forward a few more times. Anyway, he managed to crawl away in utter disarray. Xu Xiaotong entered the study room and caught sight of the photo Yang Weijin had flung onto the desk. She guessed what had just transpired. Jiangxue, couldn't you just reject that jerk Yang? He's been clinging to you like a mangy dog every single day. Having him hang around our group isn't going to work either. Han Jiangxue sighed. My adoptive parents are overseeing the Yang family's Northern District Land Development Project. The Yang family, meanwhile, wants Yang Weijin to join our team to boost his credentials, hoping we'll carry him into Beijing University. This deal benefits both sides. I couldn't possibly refuse. Filthy deal, ugly capitalism. Xu Xiaotong spat contemptuously, but quickly caught herself. Her eyes narrowed into a sly fox-like grin as she asked. But what if, during the end-of-term unified exams, an extraordinary spatial system prodigy from another school defeats Yang Weijin and joins our squad? That would give Jinzhou City a shot at claiming the provincial top scorer in the college entrance exams. Do you think the Yang family would still have the guts to talk trash then? Han Jiangxue froze for a moment before her face lit up with excitement. You mean, getting brother Chu Sheng to pass the unified exam and replace Yang Weijin in our team? But moments later, Han Jiangxue shook her head sharply. That would mean brother Chu would completely alienate the Yang family. I can't put him in such a huge predicament. End of chapter. Chapter 11, Being a Man is so hard. Xu Xiaotong looked utterly helpless as she tapped the photo on the table. My dear Jiangxue, just look at these suggestive photos of the two of you. And the way you just tore Yang Weijin apart for him. I'll bet my bottom dollar your brother Chu Sheng is already a thorn in the side of the Yang family. No need to wait till tomorrow. Yang Weijin will be waiting for him at Yonghong Middle School's gate after school today. Hearing this, Han Jiangxue leapt up from her chair in agitation. Why didn't you warn me sooner? I'm going to find brother Chu Sheng. Yang Jianwei will definitely bring his thugs after him. He's alone, he'll get hurt. Xu Xiaotong steadied Han Jiangxue's shoulders and gently guided her back into her chair. Xiao Jiangxue, I know you're anxious, but please try not to rush into this, okay? My suggestion is this, let's observe the situation discreetly. Use Yang Weijin to gauge your brother Chu Sheng's true capabilities. If he's not up to the task, I'll go talk to my dad. You inform old Master Han, and together our Han and Chu families will apply pressure. Even Yang Jianwei won't dare to harm your brother Chu Sheng again. But if your brother Chu Sheng is formidable, why not recruit him to form a team? First, he can replace that Yang. Second, we know each other inside out. We can support and protect one another as we grow together. Isn't that more reliable than him joining some random team later? Han Jiangxue remained silent. Xu Xiaotong's reasoning made perfect sense. Rather than letting Chen Shusheng entrust his back to strangers, they should guard him themselves. Alright, let's do it your way. We'll wait at the entrance of Yonghong. Watching Han Jiangxue's cheerful figure walk away, Xu Xiaotong recalled the strength Chen Shusheng had inadvertently displayed last night. A flicker of anticipation crossed her eyes. Chen Shusheng, for Jiangxue's sake, please don't let me down. Outside the gates of First High, 10 youths stood at attention, each possessing combat prowess above Bronze Tier 1. As Yang Weijian strode out, they bowed in unison. Good day, young Master Yang. Yang Weijian frowned slightly, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Why isn't there a single silver tier among you? The leader stepped forward to explain. The boss ordered it. Silver tier practitioners are all officially registered spirit warriors. If we use them, it'll be hard to explain to the authorities afterward. We're all students. Even if that brat gets killed, it'll just be a petty squabble among kids. A little silver, and we can get a couple brothers served 2 years, problem solved. Yang Weijian nodded in understanding, a cold smile flickering across his face. The fathers of these youths, some worked on construction projects for the Yang family, others served as laborers or stewards within the Yang residence. They were all enforcers and servants kept on retainer by the Yang family, utterly loyal to the core. Yang Weijian was certain that if he ordered them to break Chen Shusheng's legs, these brothers would swarm him without hesitation, condemning him to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Even if things went wrong and Chen Shusheng killed him, should the authorities investigate, they would step forward without hesitation to take the fall. Indeed, consulting his father first had been the right move. When it came to handling matters like this, his father was far more ruthless and cold-blooded than he ever could be. This was a sure thing. Not even Jesus could save Chen Shusheng. Now Yang Weijian had spoken. Yang Weijian waved his hand decisively. The men swarmed into 2 Land Rovers and sped straight toward Yonghong. Yonghong Middle School, Infirmary. Nailin Yenran lay in the hospital bed receiving in 4 drip. Her eyes were vacant as she stared at the ceiling, looking utterly broken. Chen Shusheng, after that fight just now, I feel like something heavy inside me has fallen to the ground. Chen Shusheng asked delicately. Your integrity? Nailin Yanan suddenly leapt up, landing a flying kick squarely on Chen Shusheng's face. Get lost. Chen Shusheng flew out of the ward, landing sprawled across the hallway. Blood streamed freely from his left nostril. He had only meant to offer kind advice. Why did he deserve to be beaten? Being a man is so hard. Just as Chen Shusheng was sighing in frustration, a large face loomed down from above. It was the school doctor. Young man, would you like me to help stop the bleeding? The scene turned awkward in an instant. Chen Shusheng quickly sat up, wiping his nose. It's nothing, really. Ahem, young people have fiery tempers, and with all that daily training, I understand. Chen Shusheng, no, you've got it all wrong. I got my nose bloodied because someone beat me up. School doctor, still, you should learn to know your limits. Severe dehydration plus hormonal imbalance. Look at what you've done to that girl. Chen Shusheng, did you even listen to me? And she just got hit by my skill. Please don't misunderstand. The school doctor slung an arm around Chen Shusheng's shoulder, his expression decidedly streetwise. Kid, judging by the youthful hormones radiating from every pore, you're clearly overheated. No need to deny it, I get it. Chen Shusheng, no, judging by your lecherous old man face, you've definitely got it all wrong. The school doctor leaned closer, instantly switching to a comical expression. But you're way too aggressive, kid. Spill it. Did you take something? What brand? Oral? Topical? I've got a friend struggling in that department. He asked me to check. Chen Shusheng, after all that setup, you finally show your true colors. You little rascal. Ahem. Chen Shusheng cleared his throat twice. Doctor, this friend of yours, you wouldn't happen to be referring to yourself, would you? The school doctor froze, his weathered face flushing crimson before turning a deep liver-like shade of purple. You're slandering my reputation out of thin air? Chen Shusheng sneered with equal parts contempt, mockery, and nonchalance. So it's confirmed you really are inventing friends out of thin air. The school doctor felt his character insulted, his dignity trampled. He lunged forward, landing a hook squarely on Chen Shusheng's face. Get lost. At the clinic door, Chen Shusheng, his nose stuffed with 2 wadding tissues, spat contemptuously. You shamelessly made up a friend out of thin air, and when I called you out, you hit me. What a jerk. He must be jealous of my good looks and looking for a chance to get back at me. You bastard. Hey. Kick. Glancing at the classroom building, it was the last lecture of the morning session. Chen Shusheng figured that by the time he returned to class, the new material would likely be covered. Instead, he decided to head to the playground to test his recently enhanced strength and assess his current capabilities. No sooner said than done, Chen Shusheng headed to the playground. From strength to agility, endurance, spiritual energy reserves, and intensity, Chen Shusheng conducted a detailed physical assessment of himself. It was well known that all spirit warriors specialized in their own strengths. Take Nailin Yanin, for instance. Her strength was superior, and her combat style favored close-quarters melee. This naturally increased her chances of absorbing spirit techniques like Shield Guard in charge. Take Han Jiangxue, for instance. She has a natural affinity for ice attribute skills, boasting higher spiritual energy reserves and intensity. Consequently, her combat style leans more toward that of an ice mage in the game. Chen Shusheng also wanted to pinpoint his own strengths, which would help him plan his future training more effectively. He hadn't expected it, but the results were startling. Chen Shusheng discovered that after extracting power through the system, all his attributes had increased simultaneously. This is a well-rounded warrior. Imagine future battles, Chen Shusheng would first unleash a barrage of long-range spirit techniques. By the time the agile assassin had drained most of his spiritual energy, charging recklessly toward Chen Shusheng with a maniacal grin as he drew his dagger to finish him off. A massive shield materializes around him, thick as a city wall. He draws 200-pound battle axes from his waist, baring his teeth at them. Come on, buddy, drop that toothpick. I'll give you a clean finish. Talk about despair, right? But his talent card had hit its limit. He'd just used his last 10,000 reward points to squeeze out Nailin Yinyan's attributes. Chen Shusheng was now truly broke. No, he had to figure out a way to pull off a heist and extract some marrow-washing fruit. Otherwise, his strength would never improve. As Chen Shusheng mulled this over, his gaze drifted toward the school gate. Just then, 2 Land Rovers screeched to a halt. Yang Weijian emerged first, followed by his henchmen in single file. Chen Shusheng, hey. Those cars look pretty valuable. If I sold them to the system. No. They didn't recruit me, didn't provoke me. Selling their cars would be immoral. Come to think of it, wouldn't it be great if the owners were like those brainless villains in trashy novels, jealous of my good looks, provoking me, giving me an excuse to strike? End of chapter. Chapter 12, let's go to that alley. School dismissal time arrived quickly. Chen Shusheng stepped out of the school gate, eyeing the 2 Land Rovers up and down. That paint job. This craftsmanship. Wow. Selling these to the system would probably net me at least 100,000 reward points, right? Maybe I should go touch them, take a selfie or something. Maybe some spoiled rich kid will come down and snap, hey, loser. What are you staring at? You could never afford a car like this in a million lifetimes. Get lost. Don't you dare dirty my ride. So what if you're rich? What goes around comes around. Don't look down on a young man just because he's poor. Then, out of nowhere, everyone started fighting. In the end, the spoiled rich kid was beaten until he was sobbing and begging for mercy on his knees. I gloated triumphantly, then casually sold the car to the system. Don't ask how Chen Shusheng knew all this so clearly. Just say he reads too many novels, that's how the plots go. In the car, a henchman clutched a photo, tugging at Yang Weijian, who was dozing in his seat. He pointed at Chen Shusheng, who was leaning out to inspect the vehicle. Young master, this guy stole your girl. He's watching us. Could he be planning to run? Yang Weijian snapped awake at the mention. Where? Which one is he? That one. Yang Weijian peered through the one-way glass at Chen Shusheng, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Probably him? But how did this guy get so damn handsome? He's got me all worked up. Hey! That's the one. He must have spotted us. That Han Jiangxue must have tipped him off. Block him. Don't let him get away. Yang Weijian waved his hand, and a swarm of henchmen poured out. At the street corner, inside a Jeep Wrangler, Han Jiangxue and Xu Xiaotong also spotted Chen Shusheng. Han Jiangxue, hey! How come I never noticed brother Shusheng was this handsome before? Woo. His jawline is so refined. I want to bite it. Xu Xiaotong, however, wore a dark expression. That smile, that look, he radiates an aura that makes me want to kill him. No doubt about it, he's definitely scum. Damn it. Thinking of how many beautiful girls would be ruined by this kind of man instead of by her own hand, Xu Xiaotong felt her heart twist in agony. The next second, the car door beside Chen Shusheng swung open. Yang Weijian and his crew instantly surrounded him, and Xu Xiaotong's heart burst into laughter like a pig squealing. Ah! Ha ha ha! Is he about to get his comeuppance? How satisfying! Seeing Yang Weijian's overwhelming numbers, Han Jiangxue yanked open the door, ready to rush out and help. Xu Xiaotong quickly reached out and held her back. She tried to suppress her laughter but failed. She tried again, but still couldn't hold it back. Giving up, she flashed a cute smile revealing her little fangs. Miss, calm down. We're here to test your brother Chu Sheng's strength. As a group of people stormed out of the car and surrounded her menacingly, the leader dressed in clothes she, as a poor schmuck, couldn't even name immediately fired off a line. So you're the damn Chen Chu Sheng? Pretty cocky, aren't you? He grabbed her collar with one hand, his demeanor and expression radiating pure street toughness. Chen Shusheng was stunned. Why did this line sound vaguely familiar? Wait, that's not the point. Let me get this straight. So he just randomly picked a fight with no motive or logic? What kind of melodramatic plot is this? If this were in a book, readers would be jumping up and down cursing the brain-dead author, right? Ding! Host has encountered high-value item, Breitling mechanical watch. This item can be exchanged for 12,300 lottery points. Ding! Host has encountered high-value item, Canali custom-tailored suit jacket. This item can be exchanged for 6,300 lottery points. Holy! This suit, this watch, they look perfectly ordinary, yet they're worth so much? That's enough for a 10-pull gotcha session. Wonder if the pants and belt are worth anything too. There were 11 of them in total: clothes, watches, and the luxury cars that made up the bulk of the price. Whoa! This is going to make us rich. Seeing Chen Shusheng swallow hard, eyes wide, completely stunned by his own overwhelming presence, Yang Weijian grinned triumphantly. It was dismissal time, with people streaming in and out. If not for his keen observational skills, this kid would have vanished into the crowd. The commotion drew the attention of many students. Among them were the three tough guys from Chen Shusheng's class. Xu Xiaoqiang, is that Chen Shusheng? Why is he being cornered? Xiao Hongwei, he must have been showing off too much this morning. Someone's had enough and is going to teach him a lesson. Chen Wenwen, let me close my eyes and sense the situation. There are at least 10 of them over there, and the weakest is bronze tier 1. Unless they're stupid enough to take him on one-on-one and hand over their experience points, that kid is going to get beaten up badly. Xu Xiaoqiang nodded in agreement. Xiao Hongwei added with a serious expression, exactly. This one's in the bag. Yang Weijian eyed Chen Shusheng up and down with a playful expression, like a cat toying with a mouse. Kid, you know who I am? Chen Shusheng nodded repeatedly. This was the god of wealth. Yang Weijian nodded with satisfaction. It seemed his reputation as young Master Yang was still quite formidable in Jinzhou. Kid, do you admit your mistake? Wrong, wrong. I've deeply reflected and sincerely acknowledged my mistake. You're the god of wealth, whatever you say goes. As he spoke, Chen Shusheng firmly grasped Yang Weijian's hand. He wouldn't feel secure unless he held on tight. What if he runs away? Yang Weijian, his hand firmly grasped, was a bit dumbfounded. Dude, this isn't how the script goes. If you don't put up a fight, I'll feel awkward about doing this. Quick, think of a way to find fault and take him down. Chen Shusheng, meanwhile, clutched Yang Weijian's wrist, gently stroking the luxury watch on his wrist. TSK, TSK, TSK. A piece worth over 10,000 reward points feels different in the hand. But judging by his aura, the god of wealth is at least bronze tier 3. I can't beat him. A sneak attack was the only option. That narrow alley was a prime spot. Let him lead the way, then stab him from behind. Ha ha! Chen Shusheng grinned sinisterly. But how to lure him in? Chen Shusheng and Yang Weijian stared at each other blankly. Fortunately, Yang Weijian's underling was sharp-eyed. He stepped forward and shoved Chen Shusheng. Is that how you apologize? Get down on your knees and kowtow to young Master Yang. Yang Weijian watched his subordinate and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Wow, you're sharp, kid. Where'd you come up with such a natural excuse to pick a fight? The underling scratched his head and grinned innocently. Young master, you really should check out that book I recommended, God of War Returns, only to find his daughter living in a doghouse. It's full of scenes like this. Yang Weijian, got it. I'll look into it when I get home. Yang Weijian sneered at Chen Shusheng. Kid, get down on your knees and kowtow. Chen Shusheng, no problem, but there's too many people here. Let's find a quieter spot. The younger brother stepped forward. Damn it, why all the fuss? Just do it right here. Yang Weijian raised his hand to stop the subordinate. He might not be able to beat Han Jiangxue, but he could certainly break this pretty boy's legs himself. But with so many people around, if someone filmed it, it could bring trouble to the family. He needed to find a secluded spot. Yang Weijian, let's head to that alley over there. Chen Shusheng, that's exactly what I had in mind. Yang Weijian turned to his men, none of you follow. I can handle this alone. Yang Weijian spoke as he strode toward the alley, with Chen Shusheng following behind. Meanwhile, the three golden guys from Class 2 were completely dumbfounded. Xu Xiaoqiang, he really went to fight Chen Shusheng one-on-one? Xiao Honwei, he's lost his mind. Chen Wenwen, it's over. No need to watch. That fool's bound to get ambushed by Chen Shusheng and end up just like me. As she spoke, Chen Wenwen seemed to recall a painful memory. Clutching her wounded flower, her full moon fixed on the injury, she tilted her head back slightly, silent and tearful. Yang Weijian's underling, however, held a different opinion. How long do you think it'll take young Master Yang to beat the crap out of that kid? 3 minutes. I'll bet 50. You're kidding. Young Master Yang is famous in Jinzhou for being a quick draw. I'll match 50-30 seconds. Entering the alley, Yang Weijian calculated in his mind. What move would be most satisfying to take down this punk? A right roundhouse kick? Or a left front kick? The technique didn't matter, he had to cripple him, make him cry out and beg for mercy on his knees. He'd film it and shove it in Han Jiangshua's face, showing her just how pathetic the pretty boy she kept was. Then, he'd relish watching that little S face freeze in shock, betrayal, and utter disarray. It'd be exhilarating, right? Seeing Yang Weijian standing before him, completely defenseless, Chen Shusheng raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing an ambiguous smile. Gotcha. He formed a tiger claw with his fingers, crouched into a fighting stance, hips and knees aligned, aimed at the red star. His arms whipped through the air, creating a ringing sonic boom as he thrust forward with brutal force. Ambush. End of chapter. Chapter 13, You've wounded me so deeply. The essence of a sneak attack lies in striking with full force when the enemy is most off guard. Yang Weijian shuddered, his entire body stiffening. He turned his head shakily, meeting Chen Shusheng's dazzling smile. There, Chen Shusheng gave him a thumbs up, a flash of pearly white gleaming from his back teeth. Iron Brand, you tell me got any style? Yang Weijian. Yang Weijian's breath caught, his cheek muscles twitching uncontrollably. He was one step away from looking utterly hideous. He screamed at the top of his lungs, a manly shriek. Yikes. Outside the alley, the henchmen setting up the scheme heard the commotion and couldn't help but shiver, exchanging nervous glances. Hey, maybe we should go check it out? Forget it. Just from the noise, young Master Yang seems to be having a wild time. Let's not ruin the fun. Exactly. If we see something too graphic, no one's covering the eye Dr. Bills. At the school gate, the piercing screams seemed to stir up painful memories buried deep within. Chen Wenwen's forehead pressed against the wall as he pounded it frantically with his fists, crying like a 200-pound child. Zhu Xiaoqiang patted his shoulders sympathetically. Bro, life's got its bumps. Just try to look on the bright side. Chen Wenwen cried even harder, wailing like a baby. This hurdle had caused too much psychological trauma. He couldn't get over it. In the alley, Yang Weijian lay sprawled on the ground, his departure anything but peaceful. Twitching convulsively. Chen Shusheng gleefully began looting the body. Ding. Congratulations, host, on earning 12,300 reward points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 6,300 bonus points. Ha. Shirts are worth a lot too. Sell. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 3,200 bonus points. Ha! The belt is designer too. Sell. Just as Chen Shusheng reached behind him to unbuckle the belt, Yang Weijian jolted upright in his deathbed agony. His eyes widened as he clutched the belt tightly. Let go. I won't let go. Not even if I die. Is this just a belt? It was the bottom line, the dignity of a man. Pressure point strike, activate. Eek. This scream was 3 times sharper than the last, piercing like a knife through the eardrums. The henchmen exchanged glances, swallowing hard. The leader whispered nervously, judging by the sounds, could young Master Yang have some unusual tastes? The group shuddered in unison. Maybe, yeah. I remember last time we took a bath together, young Master Yang slapped me hard. The gang members inwardly cursed, holy. From now on, when we go out partying, we absolutely can't let young Master Yang go in the back, otherwise it'll be dangerous. On the sidelines, Chen Wenwen heard the outburst and recoiled like she'd been electrocuted, instinctively shielding her private parts with both hands. Xiao Hongwei couldn't help but urge, bro, maybe we should just leave. Let's go. Xu Xiaoqiang chimed in earnestly, yeah. Looks like you're having some PTSD. Your grip's getting loose down there, you're about to spill it all out. Chen Wenwen burst into tears and banged his head against the wall. There was no way he was leaving. He'd only lost one so far, there were still over 10 others left. He had to witness Chen Shusheng face justice with his own eyes. In the alleyway, Chen Shusheng was having the time of his life. His coat, tie, belt, pants, leather shoes, even his bitter tea seeds were all Versace. Truly, the little fairy was meticulously refined from the inside out. He casually drained another wave of the opponent's abilities. Ding. Congratulations, host. Strength +1 +1 +1 +1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Agility +1 +1 +1 +1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Spiritual power +1 +1 +1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Fire element affinity +1 +1 +1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the spirit technique, blazing breath. Chen Shusheng hesitated. Should he claim the over 60 reward points for the bitter tea seeds or not? Chen Shusheng couldn't shake the feeling that if he claimed these reward points, he would lose something incredibly important. Torn between choices. Yang Weijian cowered in the corner, clutching his chest with both hands, staring in terror at Chen Shusheng's dark, conflicted expression. Those hands clenching into fists one moment, then clawing the next made it abundantly clear this guy wasn't planning anything good. Finally, Chen Shusheng gritted his teeth. The very nature of his system was to seize the perfect moment for one massive, decisive move. If he missed it now, there would be no second chance. As Chen Shusheng lunged forward, his hands reaching straight for Yang Weijian's last line of defense, panic seized Yang. Damn it! Could it be that today he was going to get caught up in a violent confrontation? Terrified by his own realization, Yang Weijian struggled desperately, screaming and shouting, "No!" Outside the alley, a henchman frowned and leaned close to their boss. "Boss, that voice sounds a lot like young Master Wang to me?" The gang leader leaned against his Land Rover, whistling smugly as he flirted with girls walking home from school. Hearing the subordinate's words, he wore a look of contempt. "What kind of amateur are you to get so worked up? The intel says that kid's only bronze tier 1. Our boss is 2 whole tiers above him. How could he possibly?" Mid-sentence, their young master burst wailing out of the alleyway, trembling as he reached out toward them. The next second, he was grabbed by the heels and dragged back into the alley. His hands clutched the corner of the wall as he wailed with heart-wrenching cries. The gang leader froze, the rest of his complaint stuck in his throat. Saying it felt wrong, but not saying it felt wrong too. "Yang, how did you let someone lower level than you take you down? And where's your shirt? You've got me all worked up. I'm just sorting things out. You beat him up, only to end up looking like this? Doesn't that mean all those screams just now were coming from you? Damn it! What the hell just happened?" The little guy's face turned bright yellow, straining so hard it was a sight to behold. "Guys, grab your weapons. Save the boss." A dozen men roared and charged into the alley. In the distance, Xu Xiaotong and Han Jiangxue exchanged a glance, then yanked open the car door and sprinted toward the alley. Chen Shusheng, a bronze tier 1, had beaten up Yang Weijian, a bronze tier 3, so badly. This proved his strength was sufficient to join the squad. There was no need for further testing. As for the exact methods he used, Han Jiangxue felt she needed to have a serious talk with Chen Shusheng about it. If brother Chusheng found himself a sister-in-law as beautiful as a fairy and as virtuous as a saint, she'd happily bless them. But if brother Chusheng were to bring home a brother-in-law? That was absolutely unacceptable. At the school gate, witnessing the heroes charging toward Chen Shusheng, Chen Wenwen couldn't help but kneel, tears streaming down her face. Every drop was tinged with joy. He reached out to the brother beside him. "Quick, help me see. Chen Shusheng, you've wounded me so deeply." "Ahem, well, considering my hemorrhoids were practically blown off, it was indeed quite deep. Now, at last, you'll face justice." Ah. Ha ha ha. End of chapter. Chapter 14, Sacred Sense of Responsibility. Despite having this system by his side, despite consuming a marrow-cleansing fruit, Chen Shusheng's innate talent remained a mere E rank. Even with all-around development, his attribute ceilings were still far too low, a complete weakling. He managed to take down Nailin Yanran and Yang Weijian, the former through skill, the latter through ambush. If he tried to go toe-to-toe with over a dozen bronze tier 1 minions, Chen Shusheng would get his ass kicked. But only children crave head-on confrontations. As a mature man, he preferred lurking in the bushes, waiting for the enemy to turn their back before leaping out shouting, "Demasha." In short, dealing with this scum of society requires no talk of honor or brotherhood, just one backstab to take them down. Chen Shusheng lay in ambush at the corner. One enemy stepped in, and he struck with a sneak attack, sealing their pressure points. Soon, cries of agony echoed through the alley. When Xu Xiaotong and Han Jiangxue arrived, Chen Shusheng stood like a god of war at the alley entrance. "Brother Chusheng, are you hurt?" Han Jiangxue stepped forward and wrapped her arm around Chen Shusheng's, her face filled with concern. "Little Jiangxue, why are you here?" Chen Shusheng looked slightly surprised, then shrugged it off with a nonchalant expression. "These puny potatoes and rotten eggs? They're no match for me." The two girls nodded, instinctively turning to look down the alley. For a moment, both girls froze in place. Han Jiangxue's beautiful face flushed crimson. She grabbed Chen Shusheng's arm and pulled him away. As for Xu Xiaotong, her eyes widened. She swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Young people these days play such twisted games? Even a pervert like me finds this perverted." The narrow alley was littered with people sprawled haphazardly. Their faces contorted in grotesque expressions, their movements synchronized as they lay on the ground, arms bent backward, hands covering certain areas, moaning and writhing wildly. Oz, oh, Oz, oh, Oz, oh. The absolute most crucial detail? These people were all dressed identically, wearing nothing but socks. Chen Shusheng hadn't even wanted to spare them socks, but the system deemed them low-value items and refused to accept them. What's wrong with you, looking down on socks? It was infuriating. As Han Jiangxue pulled Chen Shusheng past the Land Rover, he casually reached out and sold it to the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 102,580 lottery points, x2. Ding, host's remaining points, 280,300. Chen Shusheng marveled his strength finally had a chance to keep growing. Han Jiangxue tugged Chen Shusheng along while stealing glances at him. Last night she hadn't gotten a good look, but today's sunlight was perfect. Taking a closer look, brother Shusheng was indeed so handsome it made her legs go weak. But the smug, triumphant smile on Chen Shusheng's face left Han Jiangxue feeling bitterly resentful. If it weren't for wanting to give me those white sneakers, brother Shusheng wouldn't have left the orphanage without permission. He wouldn't have endured so much hardship that he's become, well, this. No way. I have to straighten him out. Han Jiangxue made up her mind, her small face set with solemn determination. She would redeem her brother. But how could she broach the subject? Ugh, this topic feels so embarrassing. After building up her courage for ages, Han Jiangxue still couldn't bring herself to speak. Fortunately, Chu Xiaodong arrived, pouting, "Little Jiangxue, I want taro pudding with tapioca balls." Han Jiangxue excused herself to go buy it, mentally rehearsing her approach as she walked, planning how she would have a heart-to-heart with Chen Shusheng. Once Han Jiangxue was gone, Chu Xiaodong dropped her playful expression and turned to Chen Shusheng with a serious look. Damn it! This guy is kinda handsome. Especially his nose so sculpted. No, I must stay calm. I love Xiao Jiangxue and all the other beauties. I can't let myself be straightened out. Chu Xiaotong took a deep breath, composed herself, and adopted a serious expression. Brother Shang, there are two things I need to discuss with you. Chen Shusheng nodded, I'm all ears. Chu Xiaotong, first, about that group in the alley, it went like this, and that. By the time Chu Xiaotong finished explaining, Chen Shusheng's face had turned completely dark. So the Yang family not only used Xiao Jiangxue as fodder for their own disciples' growth, but also tried to steal her recommended admission spot? And that bastard Yang Weijian even lusted after her body? Chu Xiaotong nodded. Because every spirit warrior has their own specialized field, the government strongly supports the current model of 5-person teams complementing each other. Even college entrance exam scores are evaluated based on both individual and team contributions. That Yang Weijian has been shamelessly tagging along in the team, hoping to piggyback on our high scores to get into Beijing University. If he fails the exam, they plan to coerce Xiao Jiangxue into giving up her spot. Xiao Jiangxue kept putting up with it to avoid straining relations between the Han and Yang families. But Yang Weijian only got worse. He spiked her drinks to force himself on her and tried to cut off all contact between her and you. Xiao Jiangxue finally snapped and taught him a lesson. Since he dared not touch her, he came looking for you to take it out on. Chen Shusheng took a deep breath. In this world, Han Jiangxue and Shen Ziyi were his only two important family members. Yang Weijian had the audacity to provoke this sacred line. Chen Shusheng took another deep breath, then flashed a dazzling smile. You should have told me about this sooner. Chu Xiaotong, That smile. It's straight out of a domineering CEO's playbook. Chu Xiaotong, calm down, don't go swooning. Chu Xiaotong tore her gaze away from Chen Shusheng's face. What do you want to do? Chen Shusheng kept smiling, but the murderous intent in his eyes remained unshakable. I should have taken out that idiot the moment I got the chance. Don't do anything rash. Chu Xiaotong shuddered in fright. The Yang family is one of Jinzhou's top aristocratic clans. They have hundreds of silver tier 5th rank experts under their command alone. If you kill their legitimate heir, they won't let you off. You could defeat Yang Weijian in the unified exam and replace him in the squad as a specially recruited student legitimately. Chen Shusheng's expression turned icy. The unified exam is 3 months away. A thief can't be guarded forever. I can't leave such a ticking time bomb near Xiao Jiangxue. Keep an eye on him for me. I'll find a chance to eliminate this threat once and for all. Since you, Yang Weijian, enjoy being such a creep, I'll let you taste the power of I love a stick. May you walk this path ever further. Chu Xiaodong pondered for a moment, finding Chen Shusheng's reasoning compelling. Alright, I'll help you find an opportunity. The two reached an instant agreement. Chen Shusheng asked curiously, but you said 2 things? What's the other one? At this, Chu Xiaodong's expression darkened instantly, her voice almost gritted with anger. Mark my words, Xiao Jiangxue has always loved me. You're just her brother. Keep that in mind from now on. This statement left Chen Shusheng frozen in place. Hold on, your logic is jumping around, I can't keep up. What do you mean, she's always loved you? What's your relationship? It can't be. This. Seeing Han Jiangxue approaching with a smile, carrying a bubble tea, Chen Shusheng felt the pressure mounting. If only I could have stayed by Xiao Jiangxue's side all along, shielding her from the scheming and intrigue within the wealthy families, would things have escalated to this point? No. As her brother, I must set Xiao Jiangxue straight. In that moment, a profound sense of sacred responsibility enveloped Chen Shusheng. End of chapter. Chapter 15. What new research project are you guys working on? Deep within the alley, Yang Weijian and his crew finally shook off the skills effects after a long while. They staggered to their feet, their faces contorted in agony. Yang Weijian, in particular, wasn't just twisted, he looked downright ferocious. He spat out a line with utter arrogance. As the young master of the Yang family, in this little corner of Jinzhou, we've always been the ones bullying others, no one dares to bully us. But this Chen Shuxing, not only did he steal his girl, but he also. What utter disgrace. You! Yang Weijian roared, pointing at the leader of his henchmen. I recall Dad's intel said that Brat was adopted by his sister, right? Grab the family's silver-ranked fighters and bring both of them back to me. Yang Weijian gritted his teeth, his expression alone radiating a desire to tear Chen Shu limb from limb. I'll have someone his sister right in front of him. I'll repay today's humiliation 10,000-fold. His younger brother was on the verge of tears. Young Master Yang, capturing them is no problem, but shouldn't we get a proper outfit first? Forget whether this is indecent or not. Just look at us if we stroll around like this, forget about arresting anyone. We'll probably get invited for a chat with the police. Yang Weijian glanced at his artfully disheveled crew, then slapped his forehead. Damn it, I was so pissed I lost my mind. Good thing no one saw us. Let's get back to the car. No sooner had Yang Weijian spoken than three heads popped up at the alley entrance, staring at them in utter bewilderment. It was none other than the three tough guys from Chen Shuxing's class. Xu Xiaoqiang, damn, you guys are so classy. How'd you end up strolling around in line like this? Xiu Hongwei, damn, forgive me for being a free spirit all my life. That's awesome, I'm bowing down to you guys. What do you do when you're feeling down? Find someone even more unlucky than you and enjoy the show. Guaranteed to make you grin from ear to ear. Chen Wenwen was absolutely thrilled right now. Ha ha, finally someone's having worse luck than me. Yang Weijian's face instantly turned liver-colored. Quick! Grab these bastards. Daring to laugh at this young master? Today I'll teach them a lesson with my memory erasure technique. I'll make them remember today's humiliation until they wet themselves. With his pride on the line, a pack of henchmen howled and charged at the trio. A dozen or so men charged forward, beer bellies bouncing wildly, slapping against their chests with a loud smack. Seeing this, the trio turned tail and ran. The result? Yang Weijian and his crew couldn't stop in time, crashing straight onto the main road. In that instant, the once bustling street filled with traffic roar and human clamor fell into complete silence. Yang Weijian. The gang. Passers-by. Damn it, take pictures. This will definitely make headlines online. What a decline in morals. Young people today have no shame. Lady, you're the one with no shame. Staring right at their crotch. Yang Weijian's face turned purple as he kicked his henchmen hard. Quick, cover your faces and run. Block me. Get back in the car. Don't let anyone recognize me. His henchmen covered their faces, shielding Yang Weijian as they scrambled across the street toward the spot where the car had just stopped. Drivers were cruising along the road. Suddenly, a group of masked men formed a square formation, snapping there, and charged right into the middle of the road. Drivers slammed on their brakes, staring in disbelief. What the hell kind of kids are these, putting on some kind of performance art? Yang Weijian and his crew finally reached the parked car. But soon, they were dumbfounded. Where were the cars? Where the hell are my two big cars? The boss looked at Yang Weijian, tears streaming down his face. Young Master Yang, the cars are gone. What the hell are we gonna do now? Yang Weijian gritted his teeth, bastard. That Chen Shuxing must have set me up. I'll never rest until I get him. Quick! The Jin Yen Club less than 300 meters down the road is our Yang family's property. Go get us some clothes first. The group rushed frantically toward the Simple Hotel. A crowd of onlookers followed behind, snapping photos with their phone flashes. As the door of Jin Yen grew closer, Yang Weijian and his crew seemed to glimpse the dawn of victory, their footsteps quickening. At that moment, Yang Weijian felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, he'd acted quickly, desperately shielding his face. Plus, there weren't many familiar faces around here, otherwise, he'd never be able to show his face again. Just as they burst through the gate, they collided head-on with a group of customers who had just finished dining. They sprawled in every direction, looking utterly disheveled. The hands that had been clutching their faces tightly instinctively let go. The stunned customers shook their heads in confusion. What the hell? The collision was pretty hard, and they got up abruptly, causing a momentary hallucination. Why did they suddenly see people running freely? No! It wasn't an illusion. These guests were clearly wealthy young men from Jinzhou's elite circles. At a glance, they recognized Yang Weijian and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Holy, isn't that Big Brother Jian from the streets? What the hell, did you guys get too hyped up in the group chat and decide to put on a live performance? Don't pretend to understand, bro. Big Brother Jian is a master of performance art. He's probably researching some new project. Big Brother Jian, this is getting a bit abstract. Once you figure something out, share it with us brothers. Behind them, amidst the onlookers, a million-follower influencer snapped away with their phone. He even zoomed in for a close-up of Yang Weijian's face. He'd even drafted the headline, "In broad daylight, Yang family heir leads crowd in street nude sports." This stunt overheated my CPU. This traffic surge was guaranteed. Yang Weijian froze solid. At the last second, he blew it. He roared, head thrown back, "Zhen Shusheng, you just wait. I'll your sister, that Xu Xiaotong, and that Han Jiangxue right in front of you. Then I'll tear you limb from limb." Meanwhile, Zhen Shusheng brought Han Jiangxue and Xu Xiaotong back to his family's street food stall. Shen Ziyi brought out her signature grilled skewers and warmly welcomed the two. The two girls graciously accepted the hospitality and chose to stay and help out at the food stall after dinner. Mainly, they found Chen Shusheng's face more and more pleasing the longer they looked at it. Han Jiangxue's icy elegance, Xu Xiaotong's fiery charm, Shen Ziyi's intellectual grace, all complemented by Qin Shusheng's universally appealing good looks. The food stall was suddenly packed to the rafters. Ingredients that usually lasted until midnight were completely sold out by 10 o'clock, forcing an early close. After seeing off Han Jiangxue and Xu Xiaotong, Chen Shusheng returned to the second-floor living room to find Shen Ziyi already curled up asleep on the sofa. Shen Ziyi is a tall, stunning beauty standing at 5 feet 6 inches, yet she's crammed into a single sofa barely a meter long. What a shame for those long legs of hers. Truth be told, she wasn't lacking in personal appeal: fair skin, striking features, bright eyes, and a dazzling smile. Even if she couldn't land a wealthy suitor, she could easily find a dependable, family-oriented man with solid prospects. But having to support Chen Shusheng, that deadweight, had forced her into this situation. Now, nearing 25, she hadn't even had a single romance. Chen Shusheng tiptoed over to cover his older sister with a blanket, but Shen Ziyi was startled awake by the movement. Spotting Chen Shusheng, Shen Ziyi grabbed his hand. Her aching waist vanished, her leg pain disappeared, and her drowsiness vanished too. "Shusheng, tell me, how did you manage to convince that girl to come help us? How far have you two gotten?" Seeing the blazing fire of gossip in his sister's eyes, Chen Shusheng felt a sharp pain in his temples. If he couldn't explain it clearly today, sleep was out of the question. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Tonight, I will uncover this hidden threat completely. Leaning back against the sofa armrest, Chen Shusheng channeled spiritual energy from his palm into Shen Ziyi's shoulders and neck, speaking as if offhandedly. "Sis, instead of worrying about all this nonsense, why don't you think about our family business?" Shen Ziyi squinted her eyes, savoring Chen Shusheng's touch, and murmured, "Isn't our business doing just fine?" Chen Shusheng replied sternly, "Precisely because business is booming and we're short-staffed that we need to pay attention. Shouldn't we consider hiring a few assistants to help you out?" Shen Ziyi's eyes snapped open. She spun around and slapped Chen Shusheng's hand mid-massage. "Absolutely not. One assistant would cost at least 35,000 a month in wages. That's 42,000 a year, enough to cover our entire living expenses. I've been asking around. Jiang Shui and Xiao Tong are both heiresses from wealthy families in Jinzhou. If you want to marry one of them, the dowry will be at least 888,800 yuan, right? If I don't save up to back you up, you'll end up as a son-in-law who marries into the family. You'll be looked down upon by your wife's family and bullied." Chen Shusheng desperately wanted to tell his sister that the astronomical dowry she imagined might not even cover Xu Xiaotong and Han Jiangxue's pocket money for 2 months. But facing Shen Ziyi's increasingly serious, even stern expression, the words stuck in his throat, impossible to utter. Chen Shusheng remembered when they first entered junior high. Back then, the siblings didn't have the small shop to make ends meet. Their only source of income was Shen Ziyi's factory wages. One circuit board, per solder joint solder 1, earned 15 cents. Back then, to support Chen Shusheng, Shen Ziyi would come home from work every day with cheeks peeling from the intense heat of the welding torch, her clothes soaked through with sweat, reeking of that sour smell. Chen Shusheng remembered how the girls in his class would discuss skincare products, declaring them a girl's lifeline. But Shen Ziyi? To afford better schools for himself and improve their lives, he took over this shop. She couldn't even bring herself to use Dabeo skincare, daring only to buy discounted Vaseline and aloe vera gel from Pinduoduo. Even then, she scraped empty bottles clean, cut toothpaste tubes in half when they ran out, and refused to throw anything away until every last drop was used. Chen Shusheng watched it all, a bitter ache in his heart. He stormed onto the construction site, taking on 10 men at once like a wounded, whimpering wolf cub. He chased away a group of scavengers and seized a pile of severely rusted steel pipes, lock clamps, and fasteners. Shouldering and hauling, he sold this scrap to the recycling station. Over 7 days, he made 31 trips. His back ached, his shoulders bled, and he earned 2,188 yuan and 35 fen. Chen Shusheng bought himself a bottle of ice-cold Coke and treated his sister to a 2,188 yuan sea mystery repair set. Holding the exquisite paper box containing 2 small glass bottles, Chen Shusheng felt in that moment that this was his destiny. Finally, the gift box stained with sweat, blood, and rust was handed to Shen Ziyi. That day happened to be her 21st birthday. Chen Shusheng would never forget how Shen Ziyi's eyes locked onto his, filling with tears in an instant, how her raised hand, poised to strike, transformed into an embrace. She wept, yet as tears streamed down her cheeks, she was smiling. 1,000 words condensed into one sentence: "I can support you, so you should study hard. Our future depends on you." Outside the window, neon lights flickered. Chen Shusheng's eyes stung, his throat felt tight. He gave Shen Ziyi a deep bear hug, took several deep breaths, and then declared firmly, "Sis, your little brother can carve out his own future now. You don't have to blame yourself like you used to." These words weighed heavily on Shen Ziyi's heart. Her little brother had finally grown up. She pushed Chen Shusheng away, pinched his cheeks, and studied him intently. As she looked, Shen Ziyi's fair face flushed slightly. The young man had matured, grown up, and blossomed. He was kinda cute. She wanted to hug him like a pillow and sleep with him. Ah. Ugh. He's my brother. What am I thinking? Wait a minute, if I'm having these thoughts, what if he meets some other rich, wicked woman? No wonder he said he could make a name for himself. Has he already fallen prey to those seductive vixens? At that thought, Shen Ziyi instantly turned serious. It was time to teach her young brother a lesson. Shu Shang, big sis knows you've grown up now, become handsome, and attract the attention of wealthy women everywhere. But you absolutely must keep yourself pure. Chen Shusheng looked utterly bewildered and raised his hand to interrupt. Wait, hold on. That's a bit of a leap. How did we suddenly get onto the topic of keeping yourself pure? Shen Ziyi replied with utmost seriousness, I'm just afraid you'll fall for the sugar-coated bullets of those wealthy women. Take Lu Pei at the street corner, for instance, a textbook pretty boy with 8-pack abs. He got swept off his feet by our factory boss's wife. And what happened? She milked him dry, squeezed him like a lemon, and left him skin and bones before kicking him to the curb. Chen Shusheng couldn't help but interrupt again. Sis, hold on a sec. The wife of your factory boss, that Wang Suihua towering 8 feet tall with a waist as thick as a tower, a real hulk of a woman she took in that Korean-style pretty boy Lu Pei? Shen Ziyi nodded. Exactly. That's gotta break your back, damn it. Chen Shusheng instantly felt a deep respect. If not for necessity, who'd want to drive a tank? Brother Lu, you're a real character. Please accept my humble bow. But soon, Chen Shusheng froze in surprise. But what does this have to do with me? Damn it, sis, you don't seriously think I'd want to skip decades of hard work, do you? Chen Shusheng. Without another word, Chen Shusheng shoved his sister into the bedroom. You old lady, go wash up and go to bed. Shen Ziyi, wait a minute. I wasn't finished speaking. Chen Shusheng, go to sleep. We'll talk another day. After settling his sister, Chen Shusheng returned to his own bedroom. Today had brought him a small fortune. He washed his hands, spun the lottery wheel a couple of times, and quickly boosted his strength to become a spirit warrior. On one hand, he could help his sister escape the fate of being assigned a marriage partner at 25 and turned into a mere tool for procreation. On the other hand, with power came the means to earn extra cash and improve their living conditions. But just then, the ring of his phone interrupted his thoughts. He picked up the phone and narrowed his eyes slightly. Xu Xiaotong had sent a video. In the video, Yang Weijian's face twisted into a hideous grimace as he roared defiantly. Chen Shusheng, you just wait for me, you bastard. I'll play with your sister to death right in front of you, along with those two Xu Xiaotong and Han Jiangxue. Then I'll tear you to pieces. Xu Xiaotong added a message after the video. When Jiangxue and I went to help you earlier, the Yang family's silver-ranked martial artists had already arrived, ready to strike against you and Sister Ziyi. They were intercepted by the bodyguards secretly protecting me and Jiangxue. I went home to find my father, and Jiangxue sought out old Master Han. With both families applying pressure, Yang Weijian won't dare make a move anytime soon. Focus on your cultivation now. Make a name for yourself in the unified exams. As long as you catch the eye of a prestigious university, Yang Weijian won't dare harbor any ulterior motives toward you. Chen Shusheng turned his head. On the bookshelf sat the mysteries of the deep repair set. The cream and essence inside had long been used up, but Shen Ziyi had carefully preserved the bottles, gift box, and even the plastic seal, arranging them neatly for safekeeping. On the box, Shen Ziyi had written a line in her own handwriting. Commemorating the day my little brother grew up, Shen Ziyi, March 12, 2017. Chen Shusheng narrowed his eyes slightly. That bastard Yang Weijian had to go and break the taboo, bringing trouble to his family, huh? Do you know where Yang Weijian is right now? Xu Xiaotong, of course. I've got people watching him. Chen Shusheng retrieved, I love a stick of firewood, from his system space, clutching it in his palm. His smile turned icy. Send his location. Tonight, I'll get to the bottom of this threat. End of chapter. Chapter 17, everyone's curious. Night fell. Chen Shusheng climbed out the second-floor window. An Audi S7L quietly pulled up at the street corner. The window rolled down. Xu Xiaotong, wearing fluorescent yellow sunglasses, waved her hand at him. Chen Shusheng opened the door and got in, frowning slightly as he lectured sternly, we're about to pull a dirty trick here, couldn't you have driven something a bit more low-key? Xu Xiaotong shrugged. Bro, this is the cheapest ride in my garage. Auntie usually drives it to the grocery store. Chen Shusheng instantly switched to a sycophantic expression, grinning like a total scumbag. Hey, sweetheart, need a male pet at home? I'm fit, got lots of tricks up my sleeve. No need for 998 or 888, just 699 and you can take me home, woof. Shu Xiaotong rolled her eyes from behind the wheel. I admit you're handsome and offer great value, but since we share the same interests, unless... Shu Xiaotong raised an eyebrow, glancing at the space behind Chen Shusheng. Let me explore it. Chen Shusheng instantly turned serious, his tone stern. Sorry, I might sell my soul, but I won't sell my integrity. Shu Xiaotong scoffed. Ha, then give up on that idea right now. Chen Shusheng shrugged. Trust me, you'll be kicking yourself later, regretting missing out on this billion-dollar deal today. Shu Xiaotong rolled her eyes so hard they nearly popped out the back of her head. Enough with the nonsense. Spill your plan. How exactly do you intend to take down Yang Weijian? Chen Shusheng, where is he? Shu Xiaotong, thanks to our Han and Chu families joining forces, the Yang clan dares not touch you or Sister Zi. That little brat Yang Weijian? Unhappy? He went to throw a tantrum at his dad, got beaten senseless, and is now venting his rage in the realm of heaven and earth. Go find him. Chen Shusheng chuckled, clutching his, I love a stick of firewood. Heaven and earth, what a perfect spot. If we don't beat the crap out of him today, we'd be letting down the venue he picked. Heaven and earth, VIP private room. Yang Weijian sat on the center sofa, arms crossed, his face as stiff as a corpse's. A dozen or so underlings sat with heads bowed, counting ants, the atmosphere thick with silence. That afternoon, their free-for-all chase with their young master had made the evening news. Upon returning home, the young master had been pinned to the ground by his father and rewarded with a fatherly fist. Now, with pent-up anger boiling over, no one dared approach him to risk the wrath. One subordinate couldn't bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer. He cautiously approached, plastering on a smile. Brother, a few new guys have joined the crew recently. Shall I arrange them for you? Yang Weijian snorted coldly, slamming his palm on the table with a loud thud. My mind's not in the mood for that right now. What use are those common whores to me? Didn't I tell you to go get Chen Shusheng and his sister? Where are they? Where are the people I ordered? The underling's face twisted into a bitter expression. The Han and Chu families were fiercely protecting Chen Shusheng and Shen Zi. Even the head of the Yang family had issued a warning. Anyone daring to touch the brother-sister pair would be dispatched with 3 slashes and 6 stabs, guaranteed to be thoroughly finished off. Who the hell would dare go near them? Seeing the situation, the gang leader slunk out of the private room like a thief, summoned the head waiter, and whispered something in his ear. Soon, 2 ragged young women glided into the private room, one on each side of Yang Weijian, wrapping their arms around his arms. Oh dear. Young Master Yang, why haven't you come to see us in so long? We've missed you so much it hurts our hearts. Touch us. Young Master Yang, it's not just your sister who's aching. Your little sister here is aching too. Rob me. Yang Weijian kept his arms wrapped around the girls, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the gang leader. What do you think you're doing? You think bringing 2 pretty girls here will make me forget how poorly you handled things this afternoon? The gang leader immediately apologized with a forced smile and retreated from the private room. Soon, 2 more young ladies entered, nestling their heads on either side of Yang Weijian's lap as their fingers began tracing circles. Young Master Yang, you didn't even tell me you were coming. You've changed your mind, you naughty boy. Oh my. Young Master Yang, you promised last time you'd drink with me. You lied to me, you're so mean. Yang Weijian's eyes widened, nostrils flared, and 2 streams of white breath burst forth. Yet he struggled to maintain control, forcing a stern expression. I'll tell you what. Unless I can humiliate that bastard's sister right in front of him, savor his helplessness, rage, and defeat even with 4 beauties by my side, this young master won't be satisfied. The gang leader bowed apologetically once more and stepped outside, his movements smooth and practiced as if he'd performed this routine countless times before. Soon, the private room door swung open, and a swarm of wild bees and butterflies poured in. Every girl on earth and in heaven had arrived. Young Master Yang. Yang Weijian was instantly swallowed up by the crowd. The only proof he hadn't vanished into thin air was the sound of his own gentlemanly laughter echoing through the room. He, you little vixens. Watch this young master wield his spear like a dragon today, taking justice into my own hands and knocking you all off your horses. At this moment, if you were to ask Yang Weijian, Young Master Yang, do you remember Chen Shusheng? Yang Weijian would surely reply, who's that? I don't know him. The gang members in the private room breathed a collective sigh of relief and tactfully exited the booth. The look in everyone's eyes as they gazed at their leader was nothing short of reverence. Big brother, you're amazing. If not for you, Young Master Yang would have made our lives miserable today. Another underling slapped him hard across the face. Idiot. How else could he be the boss? The underlings nodded in deep agreement. If nothing else, his knack for reading his superior's intentions was something they could all learn from. The gang leader chuckled softly, clearly basking in the flattery around him, yet he casually waved his hand, feigning indifference. You guys are flattering me. It's just the usual street smarts, nothing to brag about. Since Young Master Yang's having fun, why don't we grab a private room and knock back a few cups, one underling suggested. The suggestion was immediately embraced by the entire crew. Today was an absolute embarrassment. We need to drown our sorrows with a couple bottles of XO. Exactly. We need to process this properly or it'll leave us with psychological scars. The group descended to the second floor in full force, secured a private room, ordered premium liquor and snacks, and plunged into a drunken stupor. Little did they know, the waiter serving them was none other than the very culprit who had made them run for their lives that afternoon. What they were even less aware of was that the fine liquor they were drinking had been spiked. Chen Shusheng pushed the beverage cart out of the private room, pressing his invisible earpiece and reporting, "The guys have taken care of it." "Where's Yang Weijian?" In the car, Zhu Xiaotong's nimble fingers danced across her phone screen, swiftly hacking into the surveillance feed of heaven on earth. She replied, "Yang Weijian is in private room 388 on the third floor." "Chen Shusheng, can you see what he's doing? If I go in now, will he be on guard?" Zhu Xiaotong snorted derisively. This kid's skills aren't much to speak of, but his ego sure is big. He's got a bunch of girls up on the third floor, partying like crazy. He won't have time for you right now. Do whatever you need to do. Chen Shusheng nodded and turned, heading straight for the third floor. With his men out of commission and all the girls in Yang Weijian's private room, what could they possibly do? Naturally, they'd go up and ask young Master Yang for a reward. But he had to go break up the girls' gathering. What kind of sparks would fly when the crowd burst into the private room only to find their fair-skinned young master alone? Chen Shusheng was curious too. End of chapter. Chapter 18, No Sense of Tact. 388, VIP Private Room. Yang Weijian's face was as dark as a dried date, his eyebrows like caterpillars at rest. He inhaled, held his breath, and suppressed his anger clearly at a critical juncture. Just one more moment, and he would stand in the fierce wind, wishing he could sweep away the lingering pain in his heart. Suddenly, a tremendous force from behind interrupted his spell. Yang Weijian froze in shock. "Who the hell? Damn it, couldn't you see? Can't you see I'm about to take flight like a white egret soaring into the sky?" Yang Weijian gritted his teeth, ready to explode, only to see an all-too-familiar face. Recalling the ordeal he'd endured that afternoon, his knees buckled and his entire body trembled. His voice rose to a shrill pitch. How did you get in? Clear the area immediately." Chen Shusheng's aura surged violently, sending the girl screaming in fright. Chen Shusheng looked at Yang Weijian, pointed at his waiter's shirt, and grinned. "Of course I snuck in." Chen Shusheng stepped forward, slapped his hand down on Yang Weijian's forehead, and began jabbing it back and forth like a joystick on an old-school arcade game, his expression utterly ruthless. "I heard you sent someone to take me out? Not only that, but you also tried to go after my sister? Looks like you really want to mess with me, Chen Shusheng. Do you even have the strength to take on Chen Shusheng?" Yang Weijian was so dizzy from Chen Shusheng's shaking that he saw double. "Wait, hold on. This is my turf. How could I let an outsider bully me? I didn't catch on at first, damn it. That afternoon incident left me a bit shaken. You're acting more brazen than a brat, getting all cocky like this?" Yang Weijian exploded on the spot, glaring furiously at Chen Shusheng. "You've got some nerve showing up here looking for trouble, you little punk. I'll give you one chance, get down on your knees and kowtow right now. Otherwise, one whistle from me and my guards outside will knock your brains out." "You believe me?" Chen Shusheng smirked, raising an eyebrow. "Go ahead, try it." Meanwhile, in the second-floor private room, Yang Weijian's crew of young thugs sat flushed and red-faced, having downed countless bottles of green cap liquor yet still parched. This was an urge rising from the depths of their souls. The gang leader swallowed hard, glancing at the TV screen in an attempt to distract himself. Little did he know, the screen was filled with the vibrant, youthful dance moves of Korean girl group idols. You could always count on the meticulous selection by Korean conglomerates. Every girl who made it into a girl group was uniquely stunning, each a top-tier enchantress. This sight sent the gang leader into a frenzy he couldn't resist, couldn't stop, and the more he tried, the more enraged he became. He stormed out of the private room, grabbed the manager by the collar, eyes bloodshot, and shouted in a nearly hoarse voice, "Quick! Make arrangements for me." The manager was scared out of his wits. "Forget everything else, just look at your majestic presence. Anyone unaware would think you were about to devour someone." The manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Brother Stone, it's not that I won't arrange it for you, but honestly, all the girls here have been sent to young Master Yang's private room. How about this? Hold on a moment, I'll call and have a few girls transferred over from the north end of town." Hearing this, Shi Junyi nearly ground his molars to dust. "This is South City. If you pull them from North City, it'll take at least 2 hours. By the time they get here, my blood pressure will have shot through the roof and I'll be done for." The manager started to protest, but then saw the door behind Shi Junyi get kicked wide open. A dozen or so men, faces flushed crimson, breath steaming white, burst into the hallway, scanning the area. Spotting the manager, they roared and charged toward him. "Hey, girl! This guy wants you." "No girl? The manager will do. Looks like you're plump and well-fed, swaying as you walk, you'll do in a pinch." The manager nearly wet himself at the sight. These damn zombies are running wild. He mustered strength from somewhere, violently breaking free from Shi Junyi's grip and sprinting like he was in a 100-meter dash. "Brother Stone, I'll get you some girls right away. Wait half an hour, no. 10 minutes. I'll have the girls up here for you guys in no time." The underlings watched the manager disappear, then stood in the hallway exchanging glances, bursting with frustration. Shi Junyi gritted his teeth. Guys, up to the 3rd floor. The beauties are all in young Master Yang's private room. We've stuck with him this long if not for merit, then for sheer endurance. Let's talk it over. We should get our share, right? Hearing this, the crew thought, the boss is the boss, he thinks fast when it counts. They turned and surged upstairs. Inside private room 388. Before Yang Weijian could even raise his voice to summon reinforcements, the door rattled violently as a pack of henchmen howled like wolves outside. With his own men now present, Yang Weijian's confidence soared. Pointing at Chen Shusheng, he let out 3 loud, maniacal laughs, hands on his hips, his posture more arrogant than ever. Hey, you bastard. You little bastard, you're not getting away today. This young master is giving you one last chance. Kneel and apologize, then bring your sister here to kneel and lick my feet. Otherwise, I'll make sure you learn what it means to say goodnight when the sun sets. Disappearing is the only way out for you. Chen Shusheng delivered a backhand slap that sent Yang Weijian reeling, tumbling under the table. All this smooth talk, you must be aiming for grad school? Just then, the door was violently torn off its hinges from the outside, and a mob of henchmen swarmed in. Yang Weijian's face twisted with viciousness as he pointed at Chen Shusheng. Go! Slash his tendons. I'll crush every bone in his body inch by inch. I'll make him wish he were dead. Yang Weijian roared with fury, but his henchmen were so deeply brainwashed they didn't even register his words. Their first instinct upon entering the private room was to search frantically. Where are the girls? Where are all my fresh, juicy girls? Why is young Master Yang the only one left? Young Master Yang? TSK. Not bad either. Shi Junyi suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Yang Weijian in a bear hug. Yang Weijian froze, pointing at Chen Shusheng and roaring at Shi Junyi. Are you out of your mind? Why are you hugging me? Get over there and deal with him. But Shi Junyi didn't respond at all. He just stared intently at Yang Weijian, grinning like a total pervert. Young Master Yang, you smell so good. The words hit him like a bucket of cold water, snapping Yang Weijian back to his senses. You little bastard, what do you think you're doing? Shi Junyi grinned brightly. Young Master Yang, I've always admired you. Might I finally fulfill my wish today? Yang Weijian, like hell I would. Shi Junyi, so, you're agreeing then? Yang Weijian, bull. I'm not agreeing. Shi Junyi, young Master Yang, don't think I don't know you. Stop playing coy. Come on. With that, Shi Junyi flexed his arms and hoisted Yang Weijian straight up. A crowd of underlings gathered noisily around them. Hold on, everyone gets a turn. Don't push me, you bastard. I was here first. You. Get to the back of the line. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Especially when it comes to the battle for the dignity of a bronze tier 3 spirit warrior. Bronze-colored spiritual energy surged as Yang Weijian erupted. He violently shoved aside his entourage, swaying his head and charging toward the door with a ferocious expression. The beam of light in the corridor seemed like his salvation. Alas, a figure blocked the light. None other than Chen Shusheng. End of chapter. Chapter 19 finally shipped. Whoosh! With a sharp whistling sound, Chen Shusheng's size 42 shoe sole slammed hard into Yang Weijian's size 43 face. Ah! Yang Weijian let out a piercing scream as his entire body flew backward at twice the speed he had charged forward. The drifting stream of blood trailed behind him, forming a sleek and flowing ribbon in the air. Behind him, Shi Junyi reacted with lightning speed, catching Yang Weijian with one swift motion. He grinned broadly and waved a cheerful salute toward Chen Shusheng. Thanks, man. You're a good brother. Chen Shusheng, damn, you're being pretty damn polite. You're welcome, you're a real piece of work too. Yang Weijian blinked dazedly, his confused eyes landing first on Shi Junyi's devilish grin. Immediately after, a rowdy group of underlings swarmed toward him. Yang Weijian thrashed wildly, like a pig about to be hauled onto the butcher's block. You dare touch me, and I'll wipe out your entire family. Shi Junyi, you son of a, let me go. Arg. What a tragic life I lead. A group of henchmen clamored noisily. Quick, stuff his mouth. Stop him from yelling. Hands. Pin both his hands down. Chen Shusheng stood by, feeling slightly embarrassed. These bastards clearly do this kind of dirty work all the time. They work together with remarkable coordination. As he spoke, Chen Shusheng pulled his phone from his pocket and opened the video recording. Hey, you there? Shi Junyi, right? Lift up your boss Yang's head so I can get a close-up of his face. Yes. That hair-pulling motion is so smooth and natural. Young Master Yang, your expression is off. Too stiff, the overall emotion just isn't coming through. Oh dear, young Master Yang, this won't do. All I see in your eyes is bitter resentment. You need to show a hint of bashfulness too. Think about it, you're the heir to the mighty Yang family. After suffering such humiliation, shouldn't you feel something stirring inside? Yang Weijian finally snapped. He flung his head back, spat out the object in his mouth, and glared furiously at Chen Shusheng, roaring. You little bastard, just wait until I get my hands on you. The shame I've endured today, I'll repay 1,000-fold upon you and your sister. Chen Shusheng narrowed his eyes slightly at the words. Young man, I didn't expect you to be so hot-blooded. Today's service won't feel complete until I send you from Earth to the moon. Without another word, Chen Shusheng retrieved another bottle of I Love a Stick from his system space. With a flick of his wrist, he sprayed it directly onto the faces of the entire gang. This dose of potion was like injecting them with adrenaline. They all let out a series of woo-woo cries. Downstairs in a private room, a big shot in a black suit, sporting a thick gold chain and a fancy watch, the kind who eats street grilled snacks 3 times a day. He grinned as he pulled his female companion close, preparing for a kiss. Suddenly, the floorboards shook violently, sending dust cascading down. The big shot's face turned beet red with rage. Renovating in the middle of the night? What kind of manners is that? The commotion drew the attention of a group of girls who had just been dismissed. What's going on? An earthquake? Holy! I swear I heard young Master Yang screaming. Did he invent some new game again? Damn, turns out he's the game itself. Impressive. Hey! What did you see? Why do you all look like you've seen a ghost? Ah! My eyes. Eventually, not just the girls but even the overweight manager was drawn upstairs. Move it, all of you. Didn't you hear young Master Yang howling? You bunch of why aren't you inside serving him? Just standing around waiting for your meal? Listen up. If young Master Yang gets so much as a scratch and the group comes down on us, I'll skin you alive today. The manager pushed everyone aside, cursing under his breath. He took a step into the private room but quickly backed out again. He leaned against the corridor wall, eyes narrowed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. A burst of his hometown dialect escaped him. Holy! Must have been my entrance angle. Let me try again. The manager took a deep breath, plastering on his signature obsequious smile. He bowed low, bending over like he was paying homage to the emperor himself. Young Master Yang, is there anything else you require? Then the manager turned and walked out again, leaning against the wall. His chubby face twitched as 2 tears rolled down his cheeks. What the hell are you guys doing here? If I saw something I shouldn't have, I'd be silenced for sure. Meanwhile, Chen Shusheng had quietly slipped out of the heavenly realm and back into Chu Xiaotong's car. Chu Xiaotong was leaning back in her seat, applying eye drops. Spotting Chen Shusheng return, she pounded his shoulder with her tiny fists. You bastard, you're pretty ruthless. After this fight, Yang Weijin probably won't have the face to show himself in public anymore. Chen Shusheng narrowed his eyes and sneered coldly, that kid has it in for me. Bring whatever tricks he's got. If I can't beat him, I'll admit defeat. He had the nerve to target my family, breaking a fundamental rule of the underworld. Don't blame me for showing no mercy. Chu Xiaotong nodded in agreement. Oh, and I've already copied the surveillance footage. Send me the video you recorded on your phone too. TSK tisk. Chen Shusheng clenched his teeth, his face twisted in disgust. If I hadn't threatened him, I wouldn't have bothered recording this video. What's the matter? You want to take it home and study it? Your hobbies are seriously twisted. Aren't you afraid of getting styes from watching this stuff too much? Chu Xiaotong made a gagging motion. We're both amateurs, the final cut won't look good. I was thinking of spending some money to hire a pro from Japan to tweak the lighting and contrast, make a director's cut version. That'd pack a real punch. Then, if Yang Weijin ever bothers my Jiang Shui again, I'll just flash him the video and say, hey, you don't want this getting out, do you? Chen Shusheng froze in shock upon hearing this. If you think rich folks don't know how to have fun, you're full of. What the hell are you talking about? Here, I'll send you the original video, guaranteed 2K uncensored. The two exchanged intel. Chu Xiaotong drove Chen Shusheng back home. Chen Shusheng took a refreshing shower and sat cross-legged on his bed. With no interruptions, he began his lottery draw. With 280,000 reward points, he absolutely had to pull out 2 marrow washing fruits. Thank you for participating. You have received a consolation prize, 1 portion of cultivation spiritual energy, x3. Thank you for participating. You have received a consolation prize, 1 charcoal grilled spiritual energy oyster, x7. Ha! New consolation prizes? Curious, Chen Shusheng redeemed the charcoal grilled oyster. This thing sizzled like it was fresh off the grill, dripping oil, its snow-white oyster meat looking incredibly juicy. He'd just gone to do some dirty work and happened to be a bit peckish. Chen Shusheng sucked the oyster meat into his mouth in one go. The savory flavor, infused with garlic, exploded in his mouth. The oyster meat was tender yet firm, rich and succulent. Chen Shusheng squinted his eyes in momentary bliss, staring at the empty oyster shell in his hand and smacking his lips. It was so delicious it felt like sucking on a mosquito, utterly unsatisfying. Just as Chen Shusheng was about to reach for another one, a wave of heat surged through his entire body. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Chen Shusheng grabbed his phone and searched for the benefits of raw oysters. Ongoing, a lovely doctor in a white coat explained in a calm voice, from a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, oysters are known to nourish the kidneys and strengthen. Chen Shusheng took a deep breath and slammed the oyster shell onto the ground. I can handle being a stick in the mud, but now you're throwing oysters into the mix? You're telling me cucumbers must be slapped, life must be wild, and only after the wildness comes the nourishment, right? Can't you be serious for once, system? You've ruined my noble and upright image. Chen Shusheng suppressed his anger and performed another 10 consecutive draws. A golden glow flared on the roulette wheel. Chen Shusheng held his breath. Finally, a drop. Was it the marrow washing fruit? But when Chen Shusheng read the item description, his face turned completely dark. End of chapter. Chapter 20, A Penny Won't Kill a Hero. Thank you for participating. You have gained cultivation energy. X2. Thank you for participating. You have obtained charcoal grilled oysters. X7. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, the Scoundrel's Manual. Description, from sweet talk to orchestrating romance, from playing hard to get to graceful escapes become the Changgu of school days. Host, do you wish to learn? Yes, no? Chen Shusheng was practically Spartan. What's up? Charcoal grilled oysters just finished my hardware upgrade. Now you're giving me a skill to reinstall the system, right? So basically, I have to do this even though I'm a piece of trash, right? And another thing. Brother Chang got screwed over big time. Right? I'd rather die than be like Chang. You're such a poisonous, you're literally a pain in the ass. Ding. If the host refuses to learn, the skill will automatically expire. Learn. Chen Shusheng ground out the word through clenched teeth. I worked my ass off to earn reward points and draw these items. Why should they just vanish for nothing? A flash of golden light erupted, and countless memories instantly flooded Chen Shusheng's mind. Whoa. So, if you start a conversation with a girl using humor, and you can make her laugh, it lowers her guard, making it easier to take things further. Start by being a gentleman, then crack some harmless, flirtatious jokes. Test the waters step by step. You can become her boyfriend without even confessing. Win a girl's heart on the first date. Chen Shusheng rolled his eyes as he scanned the memories flooding his mind, his expression gradually shifting into that of a proper gentleman. Don't get the wrong idea. He wasn't learning this to put it into practice. He just wanted to understand the scumbag playbook to pass it on to Han Jiangshui and Shenzi, so they wouldn't get deceived by someone with ulterior motives. Yep, that's exactly what it was. After reviewing the memories, Chen Shusheng gritted his teeth and went all in, spending 200,000 reward points on 2010 pulls. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 marrow washing fruit. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 12 great restoration pills. Description, can be used to heal injuries, restore physical condition, and cure hidden ailments. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained, I love a stick of firewood. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining, restore my beauty pill. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained cultivation chi. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained charcoal grilled oysters. Chen Shusheng clutched the marrow washing fruit, his expression grim. After a full 2210 pulls, only 1 marrow washing fruit dropped. This drop rate learned it from that pig factory, huh? He swallowed the marrow washing fruit in one gulp, banishing all distracting thoughts as he crossed his legs to meditate and absorb its essence. Soon, he opened his eyes slightly, a satisfied smile finally curling his lips. This washing marrow fruit meant he would never be stuck at the bronze rank for cultivation again. Chen Shusheng then turned his gaze toward the great restoration pill. When he ventured into the spirit realm for training, injuries were inevitable. Having this medicine would significantly boost his safety margin. With that thought, he exchanged for a great restoration pill, eager to see what it looked like. The result? He clutched a nerve ending and nearly lost it. Did this damn system just target the lower regions? Meanwhile, in the mortal realm and the heavens, the manager paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, his anxiety palpable. A group of girls stood in the lobby, heads bowed, their eyes filled with terror. Hum. The soft hum of an electric motor filled the air as the gilded automatic glass doors slowly slid open. A middle-aged man in a suit strode confidently inside. This man bore a 60% resemblance to Yang Weijian, but his cheekbones were more prominently defined, like jagged mountain rocks casting deep shadows around his eye sockets. His pallid skin had a cold, bluish-gray undertone, as if he had spent years lurking in the shadows like moss. The manager, spotting him, hurried forward and bowed at a 90-degree angle, droplets of cold sweat splattering onto the smooth tiles. Behind him, a group of young women lowered their heads even further, holding their breath in terror. The man's narrowed eyelids, half-closed like a venomous snake, fixed a cold stare on the manager. His gaze shifted like a slithering snake's tongue brushing against skin, then froze like an ice spike piercing to the bone. Where is Wei Jian? After a long pause, the man spoke slowly. The manager led him all the way to the 3rd floor and pulled open the door. A group of men lay sprawled haphazardly on the floor. Yang Weijian was asleep in the center, his eyes vacant as he stared at the ceiling, pupils dilated. If not for the occasional twitch, any doctor arriving would have declared him beyond saving and moved on to the next body. Seeing this, the man sneered and remarked, "Useless." He turned to the manager and said flatly, "Have you found out who did this?" The manager hurriedly replied, "It was Chen Shusheng." The man nodded, pulled a phone from his pocket, and dialed a number. "Miss Tone, I've found the person you wanted. Now, it's time for you to repay the favor. Chen Shusheng, a senior at Yonghong New High School, I want you to kill him." A cold, detached voice on the other end spoke with a hint of amusement. "The kid who ruined your son's future. I thought you said this afternoon you'd given up on Yang Weijian and planned to make your second illegitimate son the heir? What? Is your conscience gnawing at you, keeping you awake at night, so you've decided to stand up for your legitimate son? Or is it that if you don't help your son, your daughter-in-law won't let you sleep with her?" A flash of ferocity flickered in Yang Huiji's eyes. Yang Weijian may be a worthless piece of trash, utterly devoid of value. But he had the good fortune to be reborn as my son. That little bastard messing with him is an insult to the Yang family's honor. I had no choice but to take action. You really are unlucky. Came the sigh from the other end of the line, followed by a serious tone. "I accept this matter. Once it's settled, the Yang family and my Lai Shang family will have no further ties." Closing his phone, Yang Huiji clenched his fist so tightly the veins on his knuckles stood out, grinding his teeth in fury. "If you hadn't trampled the Yang family's honor into the dirt, if the Han and Chu families hadn't vouched for you, why would I have risked the Liangsheng family's favor to deal with you? They're secret consortiums backed by Japan and Slavic nations. The skill spirit cores they control from the spirit realm, along with their elite spirit warriors under contract, could easily elevate our Yang family to become one of Shanxi province's top clans. Chen Shusheng, oh Chen Shusheng. Not being able to tear you limb from limb and scatter your ashes is far too lenient a fate for you." The next day, at dawn, having exhausted all his cultivation energy to reach bronze tier 2, Chen Shusheng strolled leisurely to school. Seated in the classroom, Chen Shusheng silently calculated. Based on past experience, his remaining 60,000 reward points would barely suffice to max out all attributes: strength, agility, spiritual power intensity through the Juice Princess. Spending the remaining points on lottery draws to obtain cultivation energy would be an extravagant waste. It seemed he had no choice but to hunt spirit beasts and obtain crystal cores to level up. Attempting to hunt spirit beasts in the wild at his current bronze tier 2 strength would be suicide if he encountered a silver tier beast. But entering the spirit realm for exploration requires at least 100,000 in admission fees, nearly half a year's earnings for my little shop. A hero is only as good as his wallet. What to do? Just as Chen Shusheng was feeling down, the appearance of his homeroom teacher brought a glimmer of hope. End of chapter. Chapter 21, I speak my mind, don't take it the wrong way. Class advisor, after 2 years of foundational theory, I trust you've all mastered the basics of being a spirit warrior. Senior year marks a turning point, it's time for practical testing. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. To summarize briefly, to rapidly enhance students' combat prowess and battle readiness, the school plans to lead them into Jinzhou City's spirit realm in 1 month to hunt spirit beasts and temper their skills. Such trials will become routine throughout the senior year. The top 3 performers in the first trial will be selected as special talent students and sent to City First High School for advanced training. Students are to form teams of 3 to 5 members and submit their rosters to Xia Xiaoyu, the class monitor. The students erupted in excitement upon hearing this. High school was the prime time for youthful passion and fervor. Compared to poring over textbooks, exploring the spirit realm was naturally more appealing to these students. Chen Shusheng's eyes flashed with excitement. Killing spirit beasts in the spirit realm would yield crystal cores, allowing his strength to skyrocket. Moreover, if he secured a top 3 finish and gained admission to City First High School, he could team up with Xiao Jiangxue early on to refine their collaboration and tackle the college entrance exams together. Thump! 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 The homeroom teacher slammed his fist on the desk, his stern gaze sweeping across the class, instantly silencing the roaring students. Instead of causing trouble, focus on building your team first. Spirit beasts truly devour humans. Teams lacking strength or coordination who venture in will face certain death. The homeroom teacher's words poured cold water over the students' enthusiasm like a bucket of ice water. Every year, when seniors entered the spirit realm for exploration, it was no surprise that many unlucky souls fell prey to beasts, and this percentage only grew higher with each passing year. Last year, First High even displayed a banner at the school entrance proclaiming, "Congratulations to our school for achieving the glorious result of 1,300 students completing their initial trial, with only 192 casualties." As for Yonghong Middle School, their death toll was never disclosed, but conservative estimates suggested it exceeded 30%. Teacher Xu Xiaocheng, feeling a bit shaken, raised his hand to ask, "Why doesn't the school send anyone to protect us? Most of the spirit beasts in the spirit realm are bronze or silver grade. Wouldn't a few more gold grade experts be enough to protect us?" The homeroom teacher scoffed at this. "Do you think gold rankers grow on trees? There are over 2,000 seniors in your class alone. Without a 100-strong escort squad, do you seriously think they could handle it?" The class fell silent, their eyes shifting from excitement to unease. Only Chen Chusheng wore a sneer of contempt. The homeroom teacher's words sounded noble and righteous, but was that truly the case? As long as one's aptitude surpassed D rank, even if they invested time in crystal cores, reaching gold rank by their 40s or 50s was entirely possible. Gold grade was arguably the pinnacle most average talent spirit warriors could reach, forming the backbone of combat strength among practitioners. Clearing spirit beasts from the wilderness, repelling external threats, guarding border troops, there were simply too many places where their strength was needed. But if the government truly wanted to ensure student safety, tightening budgets in other departments would free up sufficient manpower. But what justification is there for such a move? In this era, what is scarce is talent, not manpower. The goal of education has always been selection, not so-called cultivation. This explains why schools tolerate capable students like Wu Qi bullying others. After all, useless individuals hold no value and must be optimized. You ask about Ren Mu? Humph. That thing is nothing but an excuse for the higher-ups to attack each other with spit-filled accusations. If you take it seriously, you've already lost. Hey, what are you afraid of? Even if someone dies, it'll be that F-grade waste like Chen Shusheng. Someone suddenly blurted out that line. The students exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with smiles once more. Exactly. We're all D and C grade talents. Once we enter the spirit realm, with abundant spiritual energy and crystal cores galore, our power will skyrocket. We've got nothing to fear. Chen Wenwen finally found her chance to shine, flashing a dazzlingly bright smile as she bared her teeth. Everyone, once we enter the spirit realm, follow Chen Shusheng. If danger strikes and we can't outrun the spirit beasts, just outrun Chen Shusheng and we'll be safe. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire classroom erupted in a cheerful atmosphere. Chen Wenwen, you ungrateful brat. We're classmates, how can you curse someone to death so eagerly? Xia Xiaoyu couldn't hold back any longer, pointing her finger at Chen Wenwen's nose as she scolded. Chen Wenwen shrugged indifferently. I speak my mind, don't take offense. Everyone has teammates to watch their backs, and their aptitudes aren't bad either. It's easy for them to improve their strength, so their survival rate is naturally high. But Chen Shusheng has F-grade talent, and no one wants to team up with him. If he doesn't die, who will? Chen Shusheng cracked his neck, rose slowly, and walked up to Chen Wenwen. He raised his hand. Chen Wenwen scrambled to shield her head with both hands. I'm just telling it like it is. Don't be so petty. There's always that type of person in this world. After hurling malicious insults and mockery at others, they tack on a I speak my mind or I'm just telling it like it is. As if such verbal slander and personal attacks were nothing more than a trivial joke. Seriously, you're just a narrow-minded person who can't take sincere advice. Chen Shusheng smiled, his teeth gleaming porcelain white. He patted Chen Wenwen's shoulder lightly. You really know people well. Chen Wenwen exhaled deeply, her face beaming with satisfaction as she turned to Xia Xiaoyu. See? Chen Shusheng admits he's useless himself. Why are you sticking your neck out? You! Xia Xiaoyu stomped her foot, her adorable oval face flushing crimson as she glared fiercely at Chen Wenwen. No! Chen Shusheng flexed his shoulders, his right arm drawing back like a bowstring, forming a full arc. What I mean is, I've always been a petty person. With that, his right fist erupted with crimson flames as he swung it viciously. Spiritual technique, blazing breath. Description: ignites and channels spiritual energy into the arm, tripling its strength and imparting a burning effect. The flames cannot be extinguished until the infused spiritual energy is fully consumed. Boom! The fist slammed into Chen Wenwen's groin. Boo Ki! With a faint crackling sound, Chen Wenwen's eyes bulged, and the hair on his forehead stood on end. SSSSHHH. The male classmates, clutching their groins, recoiled in horror, each taking a step back. Man, that's just not cool. Why are you always going for the lower regions? Before the complaints could finish, Chen Wenwen's blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Old Zhu, Hongwei, hurry the hell up and put out the fire. Everyone looked down to see Chen Wenwen frantically slapping his crotch, sending sparks flying everywhere. The whole class nearly wet themselves. If you're gonna hit someone, just hit them. But you had to use a spirit technique and leave a spark? What's up? Planning a sequel or something? Xu Xiaoqiang and Xiu Hongwei were still pretty loyal. Xu Xiaoqiang, don't move, don't move. I'll help you. Xiu Hongwei, spread your legs a bit more, get into position, okay? Chen Wenwen gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and spread her legs. Xu Xiaoqiang and Xiu Hongwei exchanged a knowing glance, nodded in unison, and lifted their feet to gather strength. End of chapter. Chapter 22, Move. Move. I'll be damned if I don't believe it. Crackle. Xu Xiaoqiang and Xiu Hongwei showed no mercy whatsoever. Their stubby legs kicked furiously, their attack speed incredibly rapid. Ah! Wow. Chen Wenwen clutched her forehead, rolling back and forth on the ground, her cries piercing and heart-wrenching. Damn it, I can't stomp it out. Guys, don't just stand there, come help out. Seeing Zhu Xiaoqiang and Xiu Hongwei having so much fun, the guys around them had been itching to join in. At their call, they surged forward, leaping 2 meters high and stomping with all their might. Chen Wenwen! Chen Wenwen! Chen 11, they're all gone and you're still stomping around? The group of guys finally dispersed, though clearly reluctant to stop. Chen 11 was helped up by Zhu Xiaoqiang, trembling like she'd eaten 9 turned intestines. Chen Shusheng, there's a rule in this world: when you hit someone, don't hit them in the face. When you kick someone, don't kick them in the groin. Not only did you kick him, you set him on fire. That's just dirty play. Chen Shusheng, bro, you've got me all wrong. I controlled my spiritual energy precisely. That little flame was just for show. See for yourself, not a single hair got singed, okay? Chen 11 immediately looked down to check, then turned ashen-faced. His area? Not even a tiny burn mark, just a shoe print. Whoa. Chen 11 took a deep breath and looked up at Zhu Xiaoqiang and Xiao Hongwei. His eyes held a mix of grief and resentment, tinged with a world-weary resignation that seemed to have seen all the suffering of humanity. Zhu Xiaoqiang, dude, I didn't mean it. Cut the look already, it's freaking mesmerizing. Xiao Xiaoyu, supporting Chen Shusheng, burst out laughing. Brother Chusheng, you're so mean. Chen Shusheng shrugged. My fault? He's the one who's so stupid. Chen Wenwen's face darkened. He glared at Chen Shusheng, grinding his teeth, ready to pounce. Zhu Xiaoqiang and Xiao Hongwei quickly grabbed him. Brother one, do us a favor. Let it go, let it go. The main thing was, the 3 brothers weren't a match for Chen Shusheng. When a fight broke out, would you help? If they did, they'd surely get beaten up too. Plus, Chen Shusheng's methods were downright dirty. He specialized in targeting the lower regions, making it a real mess. But not helping would betray their sworn brotherhood vow to share both hardship and glory. He beat me down there so bad it's swollen like a human head. I've lost all feeling. Not only did you refuse to help me, you actually blocked me. Is that how brothers act? Chen Wenwen was overcome with grief and rage, tears streaming down his face like waterfalls. This made Zhu Xiaoqiang and Xiao Hongwei feel a bit awkward. Chen Shusheng, however, grew curious upon hearing this. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and delivered a series of sharp slaps to Chen Wenwen's private parts, the sound echoing like a crackling storm. Chen Wenwen. Chen Shusheng stood up, scratched his chin thoughtfully with his other hand, and murmured, "Huh. I really don't feel a damn thing." Is that so? Is that really it? Zhu Xiaoqiang approached in confusion, swaying his hips forward and delivering a textbook roundhouse kick. Chen Wenwen. The crowd gathered around, murmuring. We only kicked him a few times, he shouldn't be completely numb. That guy's so swollen, won't his skin burst? Move aside, move aside. I won't believe it. Chen Shusheng grabbed a chair, shoved the crowd aside, leaped up, and swung it with all his might. Thwack! Crash! The chair shattered instantly, splinters scattering everywhere. Chen Shusheng let out a long breath, then fixed his gaze on the target. His face broke into a broad grin. Hey! I told you there'd be no sensation. Look at you wet your pants. Chen Wenwen. Chen Wenwen, FCK. Hashtag at hashtag. Chen Wenwen, Chen Shusheng, you just wait. You've got no teammates. Once we're in the spirit realm, I'll break every bone in your body. Xia Xiaoyu, displeased by this, crossed her arms and stood in front of Chen Shusheng. Who says brother Chusheng has no teammates? I'm teaming up with him. Try screwing over a classmate and I'll report you to the school. You won't be able to walk away. At her words, the crowd fell into an eerie silence. They all stared at Xia Xiaoyu with expressions that screamed, what an idiot. Even her best friend, Ran Yanyan, couldn't help but step forward, tugging her arm and jabbing her finger at Xia Xiaoyu's forehead. Are you crazy? The spirit realm trial can kill people. You're bringing this F-rank useless person along? Have you had enough of living? Xia Xiaoyu slapped her friend's hand away. Brother Chusheng's cultivation is at bronze tier 1, far ahead of everyone else in the class. He's no useless trash. Ran Yanyan sighed helplessly. Miss, once you enter the spirit realm, the abundant spiritual energy allows you to absorb spirit cores. Classmates who stay for just a few days can break through to bronze tier 1, or even advance to bronze tier 2 or higher. But Chen Shusheng? Bronze tier 1 is the absolute ceiling for someone with F-grade talent. You'll be great, a top student destined for elite universities. Dragging this dead weight along just isn't worth it. Xia Xiaoyu pursed her lips. I don't care. Seeing this stance, Ran Yanyan knew Xia Xiaoyu's stubborn streak had kicked in. She was definitely not budging. Resigned, she turned her gaze to Chen Shusheng. Bro, I'm telling you, pull out of this trial now. First, save your own skin. Second, don't hold your classmates back. Xia Xiaoyu clung to Chen Shusheng's arm, her pretty oval face set with determination. Brother Chusheng, I can protect you, and I believe your cultivation can advance further. Don't give up. Chen Shusheng raised an eyebrow, studying the girl before him with interest. While the rest of the class avoided him like the plague, a useless F-rank talent, she was actually willing to team up with him. Fine. Since you're extending goodwill, then I'll repay your kindness. Chen Shusheng smiled faintly at Ran Yanyan. I'm confident I can take good care of Xiaoyu. Even more confident that I can help Xiaoyu grow together. Hearing this, Ran Yanyan narrowed her eyes slightly, seething with anger inside. As Xia Xiaoyu's best friend, she absolutely refused to let this good-for-nothing drag her sister down. Chen Wenwen, seeing the tension escalate, held her breath. Having been classmates for 2 years, she knew exactly what kind of person Chen Shusheng was. Despite how ruthless he was when targeting her, he'd never once clashed with any girl. Well, Nailin Yenran didn't count. That was just playful banter. Chen Wenwen, Ren's sister, please unleash your wild side. Xu Xiaoqiang, go grab his hair. Xiao Hongwei, then use those 2-centimeter nails of yours and give that disgusting face a good whack. Ran Yanyan and Chen Shusheng just stared at each other silently. Ran Yanyan. Ran Yanyan, Omega. Oh my. This jerk is way too handsome. Looking at his face, I just can't stay mad. Plus, when he solemnly promised to take good care of Xiaoyu, he seemed so reliable, you know? Wah. I want to hug him, rub against him. Ahem. Ran Yanyan cleared her throat. Since you're so confident, I can't keep standing in your way. But out of responsibility to my bestie, I'm joining your little squad too. Chen Wenwen? Xu Xiaoqiang. Xiao Hongwei, oh. Chen Wenwen gasped for air, nearly fainting. Are these shallow people beyond saving? This is seriously infuriating. Chen Shusheng now has 2 teammates. It's getting harder to take him down in the spirit realm. But soon, the appearance of the other one gave them renewed hope for revenge. End of chapter. Chapter 23, Younger Brother, Why Such a Grand Gesture? The new arrivals were a man and a woman. The woman was none other than Nailin Yenran. The man wore rock-like denim attire and work boots, his small eyes darting about with a sly grin on his face. Xu Xiaoqiang, that's Duan Yi, ranked 2nd in our grade, specializes in the assassin playstyle. Xiao Hongwei, he and Nailin Yanan have always been teammates. Did he come to our class today to help settle a score? You bet. Chen Wenwen declared with unwavering certainty, teammates in the same squad are comrades who entrust their very backs to each other. Yesterday, Chen Shusheng humiliated Nailin Yanan in every way possible. As her teammate, how could Duan Yi just stand by and watch? Chen Shusheng might have snuck up and beaten Nailin Yanan in a 1v1, but this time he's dead meat going 1v2. As the crowd murmured among themselves, Duan Yi strode forward with a swagger, swaying from side to side. He flicked a cigarette into his mouth, tapped his right leg, and eyed Chen Shusheng up and down with a cocky smirk. He glanced at Nailin Yanan, then shook his head at Chen Shusheng. This kid? With Duan Yi's demeanor, if he dyed his hair yellow, his aura would be utterly non-mainstream. Nailin Yanan hummed an acknowledgement through her nose, then turned her gaze elsewhere. The earlobe hidden beneath her hair was flushed crimson and translucent. Only Chen Shusheng noticed this subtle detail. Chen Wenwen, Xu Xiaoqiang, and the others were practically on the verge of climax. Here it comes. Here it comes. This was the usual state of those who came looking for trouble. Chen Shusheng was fighting 2 opponents alone. He was doomed, with no resurrection coins left. Ran Yanyan and Xia Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, then positioned themselves on either side of Chen Shusheng. Ran Yanyan, what? Think you can bully someone just because you outnumber him? Think you can pick on my idol just because he doesn't have teammates? Xia Xiaoyu, let me tell you, brother Shusheng is on our team now. If you want to touch him, you'll have to get past us first. At this, Duan Yi froze. Beside him, Nailin Yanan's back jerked violently before she slowly stiffened and turned to look. Her eyes, sharp as daggers, swept over Ran Yanyan and Xia Xiaoyu. One had an oval face, a youthful aura, a petite frame, bright eyes, and pearly white teeth. Her skin was fair, and even when frowning in anger, she exuded an innocent and carefree charm. The other had an oval face, an older sister vibe, a tall, slender figure, long hair styled in soft waves, and deep, hazel eyes. Her hostility was as unmistakable as her aura utterly unmasked. You damn bastard! Nailin Yenran screamed, her long legs blurring as she lunged forward. She grabbed Chen Shusheng's collar with both hands, her grip so tight her knuckles turned slightly white. After what you did to me yesterday, you've already found a new lover and forgotten your old flame? Tell me. Who are these 2 little s? How far have you taken things with them? The atmosphere fell suddenly silent. Beside them, Chen Wenwen, who had been grinning in anticipation of the drama, slowly froze with a look of shock on her face. Xu Xiaoqiang, hold on. Didn't you come looking for trouble? Why does this feel like catching someone in the act? Xiao Hongwei, exactly. That tone is downright resentful. Ran Yanyan and Xia Xiaoyu raised their eyebrows slightly. The hostility in their eyes toward Nailin Yanan grew even more intense. Don't ask. Asking is just a woman's competitive spirit. The heartthrob belongs only to me. Actually, sharing him with Yan Xiaoyu wouldn't be so bad after all, they're lifelong besties. Besides, with how handsome he is, one person might not be able to keep him all to herself. Sis. Duan Yi stepped forward, reaching out to stop Nailin Yenran. I'll admit this guy's looks are only slightly less than mine, and he definitely attracts girls' admiration. But you're the top campus beauty at Yonghong. If word gets out you're being so possessive, people will laugh at us. At this remark, the 3 girls froze in unison, slowly turning their gaze toward Duan Yi. Nailin Yenran, hey, back off. Ran Yanyan, you're always comparing yourself to others. Xia Xiaoyu, look up or down, you still can't hold a candle to my idol. At this, the 3 girls exchanged glances and suddenly shared a knowing smile. Nailin Yenran, ahem, ladies, don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause trouble today, I'm here to invite Chen Shuxing to join our team. Xia Xiaoyu, really? How many people are in your team, sis? Nailin Yenran, just me and Duan Yi. Ran Yen Yen, our team just happens to have 3 members. We can form a perfect 5-person squad. The 3 girls instantly linked arms, beaming with delight. From today onward, we're sisters. Duan Yi patted Chen Shuxing on the shoulder, adopting the air of a seasoned veteran as he lectured, women. That's just how they are. You'll understand it all in time. Chen Shuxing scoffed, oh, really? Like I didn't learn anything from Mike Scumbag's handbook? Oh ho! Duan Yi raised an eyebrow. Young man, you're pretty cocky, aren't you? Calling yourself a scumbag in front of your brother Duan? I'll have to test you out. Chen Shuxing, ha, like I'm scared of you? Duan Yi, here's your test, how do you maximize intimacy with a girl during a single date? Chen Shuxing sneered, use the suspension bridge effect proposed by psychologists Donald Dutton and Arthur Aaron. That is, when newly acquainted men and women experience intense emotional fluctuations together, it creates the illusion that they already share deep feelings for each other. Start with a warm, cozy opening like sharing lunch. Follow with an adrenaline-pumping middle act like an escape room adventure. Finally, deliver a heartfelt ending by presenting prepared flowers, though I personally suggest replacing them with fireworks for greater impact. Don't confess your feelings, just kiss her instead, leaving her no chance to cool off and binding your relationship forever. Thud. Duan Yi was utterly floored. Chen Shuxing was stunned. Young man, why such a grand gesture? Duan Yi, sir, please start your class. I'll kneel and listen. Xu Xiaoqiang knelt, I agree. Xiu Hongwei knelt, I second that. The entire class of boys knelt, chanting in unison, we always take from you, yet never say thank you. Chen Wenwen was dumbfounded, wait a minute, why am I kneeling too? Glancing at the 2 guys beside him, Chen Wenwen finally got it and instantly flew into a rage. Damn it, those 2 scumbags got down first. So they dragged me into this herd mentality. No way. I won't let some cheap trick make me forget the humiliation I suffered. I absolutely cannot let this kid join Nailin Yenyan's squad. Otherwise, I'll never get my revenge. Chen Wenwen took a deep breath and walked slowly over to Nailin Yenyan's side. Nailin, a personal suggestion, think carefully before adding Chen Shuxing to your team. Nailin Yenyan was currently whispering with Xia Xiaoyu and Ran Yenyan. The 3 girls giggled and playfully fought, the atmosphere unnaturally harmonious. Suddenly interrupted by Chen Wenwen, she was already slightly annoyed. Hearing Chen Wenwen speak ill of Chen Shuxing only deepened her disgust. Don't ask why Chen Wenwen knew it was bad news without even hearing it. Call it a woman's intuition. The next second, Chen Wenwen indeed spoke according to the script Nailin Yenyan had given her. Although Chen Shuxing is currently at Bronze Tier 1, his overall strength ranks among the top in the entire school. But he's an F-tier talent, a complete waste of space. Having him on the team will only drag you down. Nailin Yenyan narrowed her eyes slightly, a dangerous curve lifting the corners of her mouth. Is that so? End of chapter. Chapter 24, goodbye. You. Absolutely. Chen Wenwen nodded earnestly. As your classmate, I have to warn you, don't let him drag you down. Nailin Yenran smiled at this, yet her smile was as dangerous as a venomous snake. Come, classmate. Turn around and face away from me. Chen Wenwen turned around in confusion, is that so? That's right. Stand steady. Nailin Yenran stepped back into a bow stance, bronze-colored spiritual energy patterns flickering faintly on her right leg. Suddenly, Nailin Yenyan delivered a thunderous stomp, sending Chen Wenwen flying backward. Take that. You. Chen Wenwen dove forward, landing flat on his face. He slid a long way down the corridor with a squeaking sound, finally coming to rest before Chen Shuxing. Chen Shuxing stared coldly at Chen Wenwen, thinking to himself that during the spirit realm exploration, he might as well find an opportunity to eliminate him. After all, in many matters, it's not the thief stealing that's feared, but the thief harboring intentions. If they both grew stronger and he tried to stab him in the back, who knew what pitfalls he might fall into? Duan Yi stood nearby, raising an eyebrow at Chen Wenwen with interest. What's up? Got a beef with him? Chen Shuxing nodded. Duan Yi grinned, baring his teeth. Better to be wary of thieves who keep their eyes on you than those who steal in the dark. During the spirit realm trial a month from now, we'll find a chance to take him out. Hearing this, Chen Wenwen shuddered violently, her eyes filled with terror as she looked at Duan Yi and Chen Shuxing. In his worldview, getting screwed over or getting beaten up was revenge enough. Breaking a leg was already brutal enough. Who knew Duan Yi would open his mouth and demand a life? It wasn't that Duan Yi was inherently cruel or ruthless. Having entered the spirit realm and faced death's trials, their mindset had already diverged from that of these greenhorn students. Fortunately, Chen Wenwen caught a flicker of displeasure on Chen Shuxing's face, causing him to breathe a long sigh of relief. At least he was a classmate. Even though he often picked on him, he'd never once harbored murderous intent. The next instant, Chen Shuxing slapped Duan Yi square on the forehead and roared. Are you a tiger? Are you a tiger? Can you just blurt this out like that? Shouldn't we discuss it privately? Your mouth has no filter. Now that people know, won't they start guarding against us early? Duan Yi bowed repeatedly, my fault, all my fault. Chen Wenwen nearly wet herself hearing this. In this cold, unforgiving world, is there even one decent person left? Chen Wenwen gritted her teeth and stood up, glaring coldly at Chen Shusheng. What? Trying to scare me? Let me tell you, I'm a distant relative of the Chen family. Money's no problem. Worst case, I'll have my dad hire a gold-level bodyguard to escort me into the spirit realm. His words trailed off as Chen Wenwen froze. He'd just reminded himself. If his old man could get him a bodyguard, he could just as easily get someone to do the dirty work and take out Chen Shusheng. Damn it, tonight he'd discuss it with his father. He'd tell him that Chen Shusheng and his teammates had openly declared they'd kill him in the spirit realm. He'd echo his father's words, you can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. An enemy like this must be eliminated to eliminate future troubles. Chen Wenwen was certain that given his father's style and the depth of his affection for him, he would definitely back him up on this. Click. Suddenly, Chen Shusheng's hand landed on Chen Wenwen's shoulder, jolting him awake from his daydream. What's that look on your face? Thinking of bringing in outside help to take me out? Chen Shusheng asked with a forced smile. Chen Wenwen hastily plastered on a fawning smile. No way. Chen Shusheng sneered coldly, you wouldn't dare, but you've thought about it, haven't you? Chen Wenwen immediately adopted a serious expression, I haven't thought about it. We're all classmates. It's just a minor disagreement. It's not worth killing each other over. Chen Shusheng said nothing, merely raising his fist. Chen Wenwen gasped, whoa, that fist is huge. How did you build it up? The next second, the smile on Chen Shusheng's face grew even more maniacal. His fist suddenly burst into flames, then shot straight toward Chen Wenwen's groin. Chen Wenwen's smile froze. Damn it, again? Thud. A dull thud echoed as Chen Wenwen clutched his burning groin and stumbled backward. Xu Xiaoqian, Xiu Hongwei, and the other boys watched with gleaming eyes, itching to join in, barely holding back the urge to circle in for a roundhouse kick. Seeing this, Chen Wenwen hurriedly raised his hand to stop them. Calm down, it's just to scare me, it won't actually burn me. Xu Xiaoqian looked utterly baffled. Dude, it really won't burn you? I hear it's sizzling like it's roasting and dripping oil. Xiu Hongwei nodded in agreement. Yeah. It even smells like grilled sausage, just a bit too sizzly. Chen Wenwen slowly lowered her head to assess the situation. After stiffly raising her head again, she held her breath for a long moment before finally managing two words, Holy SHT. Quick, put out the fire. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of voices. The students finally got their wish, crowding around and kicking with unbridled glee. Xu Xiaoqian, this isn't working. We can't stomp it out. Xiu Hongwei pulled everyone back, stop kicking. Think of a solution. Chen Wenwen looked helpless, it's spiritual energy flame. The fire is fueled by the spiritual energy within it. To extinguish it, you need to use external spiritual energy to counteract it. At these words, Xiu Hongwei seemed to grasp something. He stared intently at Chen Wenwen, who was sitting on the floor. His complex gaze seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken words. Chen Wenwen picked up a book, clamped it between her teeth, and forced a bitter smile as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through her mind. Xiu Hongwei closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight, and waved his hand sharply. The boys exchanged glances, then leapt up abruptly, executing a 720-degree backflip. Inky black iron patterns flickered on their legs like faint shadows. Fight. Thud, thud, thud. With a series of dull thuds, Chen Wenwen bit right through the Chinese textbook. Xu Xiaoqiang silently stepped forward, handing over a pencil sharpener. Cut it out. It's all charred. Chen Wenwen, it's a bit brittle, but better than nothing. Chen Shusheng stood nearby, laughing so hard his stomach hurt. It's a bit brittle, but better than nothing. Dude, how did you come up with that line? Is this the kind of talent society needs? Ding. Skill acquired, root terminator. Suddenly, a crisp notification sounded from the system in Chen Shusheng's mind. Chen Shusheng froze for a moment. This skill, are you serious? Let's see what it does. Skill description, increases hit rate by 80% when attacking enemy roots. If the attack hits the bullseye, it triggers a critical hit effect 100% of the time. Holy! Chen Shusheng was stunned. An 80% hit rate boost. A 100% critical hit rate, it's a critical chicken effect. This is practically a law of causality skill. Whoa! His hands were itching to test it out on someone. At that thought, Chen Shusheng's eyes instinctively darted toward Chen Wenwen. Chen Wenwen was so startled by Chen Shusheng's gaze that she nearly lost her footing and collapsed to the ground. Shen! Shu! Shang! What are you doing? End of chapter. Chapter 25, we recommend a thorough investigation of his ancestors for 3 generations. Brother Shang. Duan Yi smacked his lips, patted Chen Shusheng's shoulder, and glanced at Chen Wenwen sprawled on the ground. Let's not fixate on one person. Look at this guy, you've nearly driven him mad. Chen Shusheng reluctantly conceded. The day's classes ended quickly. After class, Xia Xiaoyu suggested celebrating the team's formation with a group dinner. However, the group couldn't agree on what to eat for their dinner gathering. Xia Xiaoyu and Ren Yanyan wanted hot pot, while Duan Yi insisted on going for skewers. In his words, the crisp autumn air was the perfect time to grill a couple of skewers of pork kidney and crack open a couple of bottles of soju. Seeing the group deadlocked, Nalan Yanan stepped forward, tugged at Chen Shuxing's sleeve, and raised an eyebrow. Why not use this chance to wrap up yesterday's business once and for all? Chen Shuxing gazed helplessly at Nalan Yanan's radiant face. Sis, I'm afraid what we'll end up with isn't a conclusion, but a sequel. We're all on the same team now. Even if it's for the sake of team harmony, pulling knives and guns isn't appropriate. Ha! Nalan Yanan's beautiful fox-like eyes widened instantly. So you're saying you don't want to take responsibility? You sure weren't saying that when you brought that thing in. The moment that little phrase dropped, the three arguing parties fell silent, turning their heads with a mix of gossipy curiosity. Xia Xiaoyu, back then? Duan Yi brought that thing? Ren Yanyan brought it in? Chen Shuxing nearly wet himself. It was right after school, and the place was packed with classmates. Nalan Yanran, reckless as ever, let out a shrill yell. The surrounding crowd fell suddenly silent. Curious glances turned toward Chen Shuxing and Nalan Yanan. Seeing this handsome guy and gorgeous girl, did they just lose control and cause another scandal? Chen Shuxing couldn't take it anymore. He turned and roared at the crowd of curious students. Enough! Stop staring at me like I'm trash. We were just sparring. I used my spirit technique to blast some spiritual energy into her body. Duan Yi, do you believe that? Xia Xiaoyu, no way. What kind of decent person blasts their spiritual energy into someone else's body? Ran Yanyan, sending spiritual energy into someone else's body is what a decent person does? Students in unison, disgusting. Thank goodness for youth and strong lungs. Otherwise, Chen Shuxing would have had a stroke from the stress these jerks caused him. Turning to Nalan Yanan, Chen Shuxing raised his hands in surrender. Alright. Just tell me what you want. Women. They're all petty creatures. If he didn't placate her properly now, who knew what misunderstandings might arise later? Hearing this, Nalan Yanran flashed a satisfied smile, tugging at Chen Shuxing's collar. Follow me. The two crossed the playground and entered the indoor basketball court. Chen Shuxing, alright, this place is empty now. If you want to take it out on me, go ahead. But Nalan Yanan didn't stop. She led Chen Shuxing straight into the sports equipment storage room. With a swift motion, Nalan Yanan shoved him onto the gymnastics mats. Watching Nalan Yanran casually lock the door behind them, Chen Shuxing felt his mind go blank. This plot, why does it feel so familiar? Chen Shuxing kicked his legs backward, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Nalan Yanan. His helpless and panicked expression looked like it was cut from a Japanese drama. Nalan Yanan gave a wicked smile, pounced, and pinned Chen Shuxing down. Her fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of her lips curled into a wicked smile. The entire Xia kingdom has been liberated. Where do you think you're running off to? Chen Shuxing swallowed hard, his eyes darted wildly. Classmate, calm down. Coercion is illegal. Nalan Yanran, cut the crap. Use that spirit technique you used on me earlier. Chen Shuxing, huh? Nalan Yanan, stop ing. Hurry up. The spirit technique was cast in the morning, sleep was lost in the evening. Don't ask why. Ask and you'll get this, the sensation is too intoxicating, the craving too strong, the high too intense. Not getting it feels uncomfortable, but getting it without moaning feels even worse. Meanwhile, at the school gate. Inside a fiery red Jeep Wrangler. Han Jianshua's handsome brows furrowed slightly. Xiaotong, shouldn't we call brother Chu Sheng first before inviting him to dinner? It's so rude to just ambush him like this at the school gate. Chu Xiaotong shook her head sternly. Not at all. If we told him in advance, how could it be a surprise? Han Jianxue pouted. But most students have already left, and we haven't seen brother Chu Sheng yet. I'm starting to think we might have missed him. Chu Xiaotong, not necessarily. Maybe he's on duty today. Right. Han Jianxue pulled Chu Xiaotong straight off the bike. Come on, let's go find brother Chu at school. If he is on duty, let's help him out and get it done quickly. Chu Xiaotong rolled her eyes and followed Han Jianxue. You always make me do your cleaning duties at school. Now you're rushing to help some other guy. It's over. Sisterhood just fades away like that. The moment they stepped through the school gates, they bumped into Duan Yi and his two friends, huddled together whispering. Duan Yi, listen up, guys. Don't be fooled by Nalan Yanan's aloof goddess act. Just by looking at her face, I can tell she's a greedy, demanding person. Xia Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Really? You can tell that from someone's face? I don't believe it. Duan Yi scoffed, humph. Just by looking at your face, I can tell you crave romance but fear getting screwed over. Xia Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed bright red. You're talking nonsense. Duan Yi chuckled. Heh. Don't you know deep down if it's nonsense or not? Ran Yanyan couldn't help but interrupt. Stop beating around the bush. Let's talk about Chen Shuxing. Is he in danger right now? At those words, Chu Xiaotong and Han Jiangxue, who had just passed by the trio, pricked up their ears and abruptly halted. You bet he is. Duan Yi looked up at the sky, sighing with emotion. My guess is, Chen Shuxing's probably been put through the ringer by now, made to do this and that, put in 108 different positions, at the mercy of Ren Nailan Yen Yen. The words were barely out before a chill swept through the air, making Duan Yi shiver. He instinctively turned his head to see Han Jiangshue's ice blue hair dancing in the still air. Who did you just say would be put through 108 positions? Duan Yi took a step back in fright, swallowing hard. That familiar, palpable killing intent, no mistake about it. It was the same feeling when her sister dragged him along to catch her ex-husband in the act. Duan Yi promptly sold out his teammate. I was talking about one of our teammates. Chen Shusheng. Han Jiangxue advanced slowly, her gaze fixed on Duan Yi. And who will have him at their mercy? Duan Yi, another teammate of ours, Nailan Yanin. Very well. Han Jiangxue nodded in satisfaction, her murderous aura fading. Now, take me to them. Duan Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. This girl's aura was downright intimidating. He'd nearly been scared out of his wits. He bent over, bowing deeply, his smile thick with obsequiousness. Right away, Your Highness. Follow me this way. They're hiding in the gymnasium. Behind him, Chu Xiaotong glanced at Ren Yanyan and Xia Xiaoyu, tilting her head at Duan Yi. Your teammates? Xia Xiaoyu stared at the sky while Ren Yanyan kicked pebbles, both signaling they weren't close to Duan Yi. Chu Xiaotong spoke earnestly. For your own safety, I strongly recommend thoroughly investigating his entire family tree. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Doesn't that mean all the perks go to the jerks? Inside the sports equipment room, Nailan Yanran clung tightly to Chen Shuxing's waist with both arms. The strands of hair at her forehead were damp with sweat, clinging to her cheeks. Panting, her eyes hazy with desire. I think I can take one more round. Chen Shusheng. Chen Shusheng, pressure point strike, activate. Nailan Yanin, eek. Watching the girl twitching beside him, Chen Shusheng sighed helplessly. At least this scumbag still had a shred of decency left. Otherwise, he could have pulled this scam 8 times in one night. Don't ask why only 8 times? Because his stamina has limits. Trying any more would be futile. Ding. Through repeated practice, the host has mastered a derivative skill of the acupoint master Tyrant. Skill description, mastered through self-cultivation of the pressure point strike. Adds soul tremor, mind shatter, and personality collapse effects to the original skill's effects. Chen Shusheng was stunned. If the pressure point strike is a control skill, Root Terminator is a damage-dealing skill. Tide Rider is unquestionably an interrogation skill. Whoa. Should we test it in combat? The thought barely formed before Nailan Yanran clung to him again. One more look, the very last time. Chen Shusheng, I've never heard such a demand in my entire life. Alright. Tide Riding. Activate. Nailan Yanran's eyes rolled back and she passed out instantly. Given the current situation, even if she were cured, she'd probably still drool. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the basketball court, Duan Yezi grinned as he ushered Han Jiangxue inside. Sir, I just saw Chen Shusheng and Nailan Yanin hiding in here. Han Jiangxue nodded, slowly focusing her spiritual energy into her eyes. Soon, she detected abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the sports equipment room. Han Jiangxue strode to the door of the equipment room, took a deep breath, and suddenly kicked it open with a powerful stomp. Boom! A dull thud echoed. The door lock snapped and the door slammed against the wall with a loud thud. Inside, on the gymnastics mat, Nailan Yanin still clung tightly to Chen Shusheng, her entire body convulsing uncontrollably. She tried to hold back. But whether it was because her stamina had hit rock bottom, the aftereffects of this wave of sensations were overwhelmingly intense. Han Jiangxue stared blankly at the scene before her, utterly at a loss. Logically, discovering that her beloved brother Chushun was straight should have made her happy. Yet she couldn't shake this heart-wrenching feeling, like someone had snatched away her favorite toy. Why was that? Ran Yanyan and Xia Xiaoyu peeked over Han Jiangshue's shoulders from either side, then quickly averted their flushed gazes. This is school, after all. How could they do something like this? How utterly shameful. And Nailan Yanran is a bronze tier 2 physical type shield warrior, yet she was pushed to the point of spitting by our idol. If she ever faces him alone, she'll get completely destroyed, right? Maybe we should team up with our besties for battles? Ran Yanyan and Xia Xiaoyu instinctively exchanged glances and nodded earnestly. Best friends forever. Sometimes words are unnecessary. Hey, you two, get out of the doorway. Let me see what's going on. Chu Xiaotong bounced excitedly until she finally squeezed through the doorway, her face beaming with schadenfreude as she bellowed. Oh my god. I caught you red-handed. Chen Shusheng, what do you have to say for yourself now? Hot pot restaurant, window seat. The red broth bubbled fiercely, steam rising and carrying its aroma. 7 people sat around the table. Chu Xiaotong, Ren Yanyan, Xia Xiaoyu, and Duan Yi occupied one side, whispering to each other. Across from them, Han Jiangxue sat left, Nailan Yanin right, both locked in a silent stare. Neither uttered a word, their stares locked on each other. Han Jiangxue, no wonder I felt uneasy. Seeing that Vixen's sly, manipulative ways, I knew she was nothing but a flighty, fickle woman. Nalan Yanan, no wonder I wasn't embarrassed when caught red-handed. Just look at that little shameless face, she's clearly the green tea who couldn't get Chu Shang. Nalan Yanan, Han Jiangxue, she absolutely cannot succeed. Nalan Yanan, Chu Shang, you were too rough just now. My waist hurts. Give it a massage. Han Jiangxue, brother Chu Shang, I want that brown sugar rice cake. Pick me some. Both spoke in unison, then fell silent simultaneously. They shot each other a startled glance, the air crackling with tension. Chu Xiaotong and the others held their breath, eyes wide. What a battlefield of love. This is great. Love it. Give us more. In the end, Nalan Yanan and Han Jiangxue couldn't break the deadlock with their stares. They both turned to look at Chen Shusheng. The message was clear, make your choice. In that moment, Chen Shusheng's mind raced. In the past, he might have been at a loss. But times had changed. Now he was a seasoned player armed with the scumbag's handbook. In this situation, he needed to keep both women evenly matched. Only then could he prevent them from shifting their hatred onto him. Thus, Chen Shusheng focused intently, eyes on his nose on his mouth on his heart, as still as an old monk in meditation. Han Jiangxue narrowed her eyes slightly at the sight. She'd tell Grandpa Han as soon as she got home, brother Chu Sheng possessed remarkable talent. If he were with her, he'd surely grow into a platinum tier, even jade tier powerhouse. With both of them representing the Han family, the clan would surely rise to new heights. Faced with an elder proposing marriage, brother Chu Sheng wouldn't refuse. This is a sure thing. Then, she would link arms with brother Chu Sheng and, with the air of a victor, thoroughly humiliate that seductive. Nalan Yenran merely raised an eyebrow, offering only a cold, silent sneer. Given that scumbag Chen's moral standards had plummeted below zero, she was confident that before high school graduation, she would pin him beneath her, send his soul soaring to the heavens, and plunge him into utter ruin. Then, she would wear the glory of victory and make that scumbag kneel before this little green tea, kissing the soles of her feet. This one's in the bag. Wait. X2. But wouldn't that mean the scumbag brother Chu Sheng gets all the benefits? X2. The scumbag brother Chu Sheng isn't an outsider. It's fine if he's the big winner, she wouldn't lose anything anyway. Just let that green tea lose. X2. Brother Chu Sheng. Chen Chu Sheng. The two girls flanked him, each grabbing an arm as they began tugging at him again. Meanwhile, at the street corner. Inside the black minivan. Reizeto reclined the passenger seat, half lying in the front passenger seat. Her jet black hair, as smooth and silky as black satin, fell naturally over her shoulders, glistening with delicate shimmers in the sunlight. Her skin was as delicate and fair as white jade, radiating a faint healthy glow. Her Slavic and Japanese heritage gave her features a unique depth and refinement. Beside her, a young assistant holding binoculars exclaimed in delight, "Second miss, we found Boris. The guy's eating hot pot." Rei's Hitomi rose to her feet. Her deep brown pupils were as still as an ancient well, yet a single glance from them brought an overwhelming sense of peace. She took the binoculars and peered through them. Her small lips curved slightly, revealing an amused smile. What a coincidence, not only is Boris here, but our second target, Chen Shusheng, is too. This young man is far more handsome in person than in the photo young Huiji gave me. If Xiao Ai were here, she'd never let me kill him. End of chapter. Chapter 27, Immediate Action. Inside the hot pot restaurant. Enough. Can we just eat in peace? Chen Shusheng slammed his hand on the table. The two women, locked in silent confrontation, flinched and turned to look at Chen Shusheng in unison. Brother Chu Sheng, you. Han Jianshue's deep blue eyes clouded over with mist, her pouting expression begging for sympathy. Chen Shusheng. Nalan Yenran, meanwhile, bit her lower lip lightly. Her fox-like eyes held an unshakable trace of lingering resentment. This guy, even Chen Shusheng, the paragon of virtue, felt like he'd transformed into Chen Shimi. Chen Shusheng was on the verge of breaking down. Why do they say top-tier scumbags are masters of time management? Because when two women who both fancy you meet, peaceful coexistence becomes utterly impossible. Not even Jesus could save the day. Straight from the scumbag's Bible. Ladies, I could tell right away this guy's no good. My bad for keeping you waiting, come join my table. I promise to make sure you both have a great time. Suddenly, a sleazy voice cut through the air. Everyone turned in confusion. A burly man with broad shoulders, a thick forehead, and yellow hair clearly of Slavic descent waddled over. His shifty eyes, squeezed beneath fleshy jowls like two green peas, darted restlessly between Han Jiangxue and Nalan Yanan. Both women frowned simultaneously. His gaze felt like slimy tentacles coated in mucus, clinging to their faces and causing waves of physical discomfort. The man remained utterly oblivious to their disgust. He wore a self-satisfied, lecherous grin, his ruddy, bulbous nose twitching as he slithered around them. Little sister, you fancy some brown sugar rice cakes, don't you? Come with big brother, I'll feed them to you myself. And you, beautiful lady, suffering from back pain? I happen to have taught myself a few massage techniques. I'll make you feel absolutely wonderful. As he spoke, he reached out to drape his arms over Nalan and Han Jiangshue's shoulders. Whoosh! Buzz! An ice-blue vortex and bronze-colored shield guard erupted simultaneously, instantly repelling the man's hands. Sorry, I don't dine with strangers. Han Jiangshue, being a lady of refinement, kept her refusal relatively polite. Nalan Yanran, however, was far more direct. She glanced up with a dismissive look, as if surveying trash. The sight of your face makes me sick. You expect me to dine with you? Get lost. Boris was dumbfounded. He'd been hiding in Xia for years to evade the Lai family's pursuit. He had plenty of experience with the girls here. They were all reserved and polite. Even when declining an invitation to lunch, they'd use polite excuses like I'm not free, I've already eaten, or I'm watching my figure and skipping dinner. As long as one was thick-skinned enough to invoke the status of an international friend and beg for their favor. Even if they're extremely reluctant, they'll still take a couple bites to maintain appearances for the international community. Once they picked up their chopsticks, as a master of his craft, he had at least 100 ways to feed them the spiked food. With this trick, he'd victimized countless girls. Today, however, Nalan and Han Jiangshue's coldness cut straight through his spell. This near-failed attempt nearly made Boris, who had always been unstoppable, spit blood. His face flushed crimson, then turned ashen, finally settling into a deep purplish hue. You ungrateful! Boris roared, reaching out to grab Nalan Yanan's long hair. Han Jiangshue reacted swiftly. With a flick of her wrist, a frigid vortex of frost-laden air swirled around Boris's outstretched right arm. To his surprise, the frost domain, which could usually instantly defeat opponents of equal rank, only slowed Boris's speed slightly. Nalan Yanran sensed something amiss and spun abruptly, materializing a bronze-colored shield guardian before her. Rip! The shield guard, powerful enough to shatter the ribs of a silver-ranked spirit warrior, appeared to Boris as thin as delicate xian paper. The moment it made contact, it was torn apart effortlessly. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. Duan Yi, Ren Yanyan, and Xia Xiaoyu scrambled to their feet to offer support, but it was too late. Nalan Yanran had already been seized by Boris, her head clutched and yanked before him. Boris's face twisted into a savage grin as he fixed his gaze on her. In this world where might reigns supreme, if you weaklings wish to survive, the first lesson you must learn is to never refuse the demands of the strong. Nalan Yanran struggled desperately to break free. But the gap between bronze and gold ranks was simply too vast. Boris's grip was like iron pincers, pinning her immovable. I've already called the police. The garrison troops and the Jojo unit targeting foreign forces will be here any minute. Release my friend immediately. Xu Xiaotong reacted fastest, pulling out her phone, already sending distress signals and flashing it at Boris. Inside the hot pot restaurant, diners and staff gathered around, chattering excitedly. A hot-tempered guy grabbed a chair and glared furiously at Boris. You yellow-haired bastard. Think this is the Qing dynasty whipping era? Showing off your power? Let her go, or I'll bash your skull in. The hot pot restaurant manager stepped forward, coldly fixing Boris with his gaze. Release this student immediately. Xia Nation isn't your Slavic homeland. Surveillance covers every inch. If you dare harm anyone, you won't make it 3 blocks out of here. Boris lifted his gaze to the crowd, powerful spiritual energy rippling around him. It coalesced into golden patterns that settled upon his face. What the hell do you think you're doing? Everyone took a step back in unison. A gold-tier powerhouse. No way, no way. This scene was witnessed by Reze To outside the shop. A deep loathing flickered in her otherwise gentle eyes. 3 years on the run, and Boris hasn't changed a bit, still greedy, lustful, and stubborn as ever. Move. Capture Boris and retrieve the collection he stole from my father. Rize's command echoed as 5 gold-level bodyguards leapt from the vehicle alongside her. If Boris's target were Chen Shusheng, Reze Hitomi would surely be grinning from ear to ear. After all, Chen Shusheng was also a target, and his handsome face made it hard to bring herself to act. If someone else was willing to do the dirty work, she was more than happy to let them. But instead, he had set his sights on Nalan Yanan and Han Jiangshue. As fellow women, she absolutely would not allow it. Behind Lai Shengtong, inside a black minivan. A man clad in black military attire, his shoulder epaulets embroidered with the dragon soaring over 9 provinces emblem, gently shook the woman beside him. She wore a long green dress and was fast asleep. Team leader, team leader? Reze To got off the bus. Should we move? Oh. Little mouse, finally unable to resist crawling out of your hole? The woman wore a golden half-mask. Her brown eyes, slowly opening, held a lazy, languid gaze that radiated an air of aristocratic refinement. She turned her gaze toward Reze Hitomi outside the car, a faint, indifferent smile curling her lips. Her jawline was sculpted like a divine work of art, and her translucent pink lips seemed as though they would melt the moment they touched one's mouth. No rush. Let her clash with Boris first. Then we'll step in and take both of them down. Daring to trespass into the borders of our great Xia Empire to cause trouble? If we don't make the Reyes family pay 10 to 20 billion, how could we let her walk away so easily? This woman is 6th tier Wood Element Platinum Crystal Powerhouse, one of the 9 group leaders of the 9 Provinces Organization, codename Qing. But when Qing's gaze swept toward the hotpot restaurant, she abruptly leapt from her seat. Her previously languid expression darkened with concern, swiftly replaced by a cold, murderous intent. Act immediately. Under no circumstances let Boris harm those students. End of chapter. Chapter 28. It's all about practice makes perfect. Inside the shop, Nalan Yenran sneered coldly, casting a dismissive glance at Boris. The garrison troops in the 9 provinces task force will arrive within 3 to 5 minutes. Release me, and I'll consider signing a leniency agreement after you're arrested. Otherwise, you'll be sent to the mines for 3 years of hard labor. Boris's blood pressure skyrocketed under Nalan Yenan's mix of scorn, mockery, and casual indifference. His tiny pea-sized eyes bulged, bloodshot and swollen to the size of Longdon's. I admit, your great Xia City garrison is formidable, and the Jojo group strikes fear into the hearts of countless high-tier spirit warriors worldwide. But so what? Before they catch me, I'll have my fun with you first. Being controlled and still provoking recklessly, had Nalan Yenran lost her mind? Not at all. She was deliberately drawing Boris's attention to buy time for her teammates' rescue. Boris felt a sudden rush of wind against his forehead, an ominous foreboding rising within him. He looked up to see Chen Shusheng had somehow charged right in front of him. 2 fingers spewed flames, piercing straight toward his eyes. The crowd erupted in cheers. Let this yellow-haired brat hog all the glory? Hey, you there, take him down. No need for chivalry with scum like this. Grab his waist, lock his throat, and take him down. Boris, however, showed no sign of panic. A sneer of contempt even spread across his face. You little brat, you came here looking for death? Outside the shop entrance, Rezeda halted abruptly, raising her hand to halt the group of subordinates charging toward the hotpot restaurant. Watching Chen Shusheng's attack, she chuckled softly, shook her head gently, and murmured in admiration. This kid dares to face a gold-tier opponent head-on as a bronze-tier? While his timing is sharp, the gap in power isn't something a bit of cleverness can bridge. I don't know whether to admire his courage or mock his recklessness. A subordinate inquired, second young miss, should we intervene? Lai Xingtong shook her head. No. Let the brat play the hero. After he dies, we'll take Boris. That will also repay the young family's favor. Behind Reize Hitomi, Chang, who had witnessed Chen Shusheng's reckless move, grew even more anxious. Luxurious patterns of platinum crystal energy spread from her legs. A subordinate nearby rushed to intervene. Team leader, you'll startle Reize too. She's a gold-tier spatial spirit warrior. If she's determined to escape, we won't be able to stop her. But Qing paid no heed, shoving the subordinate aside with a single push that sent him flying 3 meters back. Get lost. Boris whipped his head sideways, attempting to dodge Chen Shusheng's attack. Simultaneously, he stepped back into a fighting stance, gathering power to deliver a vicious kick to Chen Shusheng. He'd been annoyed by this guy surrounded by women for a long time. Now he'd walked right into his trap. If this kick didn't knock his pants off, it meant he was holding on too tight. If it didn't kick the out of him, it meant he was too clean. But Han Jiangxue had already circled around to his flank. Ice elemental energy surged around Han Jiangxue like a raging tide, forming a nearly tangible frost mist that swirled around Boris, slowing his movements by 3 beats. Chen Shusheng's fingers drew ever closer to Boris's pupils. Boris roared, flinging Nalan Yenran aside to free both hands. He seized Chen Shusheng's upper arm. His eyes, filled with a hunger that seemed ready to devour a man, locked onto Chen Shusheng. You little brat, dare to ruin my plans. I'll make you pay. With a furious roar, golden, intricately carved spiritual energy patterns crawled up Boris's arm. Spiritual technique, Beast Spirit Claws. Description: infuses hands with spiritual energy, inflicting effects including lacerations, bleeding, bone fractures, and tendon tears upon attack. Boris intended to tear the arms off this insolent, hero-worshipping brat before him. But what about Chen Shusheng? Not only did panic not flicker across his face, but a faint smirk even appeared. You fool, the hands are just a feint. The real, deadly move is in the legs. Boris froze, glancing downward. Chen Shusheng's right leg swung in a wide arc, aiming straight for the source of his trouble. Skill, Root Terminator. Activate. Bu Gi. With a soft thud, Boris froze solid in place. The diners, witnessing this, instinctively took a step back. Whoa! That kick was seriously brutal. You bet. That thing a light hit makes you wish you were dead, a heavy one kills you instantly. Look at that guy, his eyes are bulging out. Holy crap, his molars are crushed to dust. That guy's probably gone to meet his maker. The reason Boris survived such a devastating blow? Was thanks to his golden tier warrior physique. He can take a hell of a lot more than the average person. The sudden commotion in the shop left Kene momentarily stunned. Moments later, a faint smile curved her lips, like an older sister watching her mischievous younger brother succeed in a prank. This cunning little rascal. She tapped her chin thoughtfully, her gaze fixed on Chen Shusheng with keen interest. I'm finding it harder and harder to kill you. But if I don't repay that debt to the young family's pack of hyenas, things will get messy later. Never mind. That's beside the point. Retrieving father's collection is what truly matters. Behind her, Shing's footsteps halted briefly. She couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle, her slightly narrowed eyes brimming with affection. You did well, young man. With this level of combat control, I can finally rest easy. Inside the shop, Boris gritted his teeth. He let out a guttural roar, enduring unbearable agony as bloodshot eyes locked onto Chen Shusheng. The spiritual energy that had dissipated from his arms began to surge wildly once more. You little bastard, I will kill you. But before I do, I'll make you pay 1,000-fold for the agony you've inflicted on me. Before he could finish, Chen Shusheng swung his leg again, delivering a vicious kick. This time, he even infused the strike with the spiritual technique, Flaming Breath. Thud. Arg. That kick sent Boris crashing into an inward-pointing stance. The spiritual energy that had just gathered in his arms was completely dispersed by Chen Shusheng's kick. You punk, if you're gonna fight, just fight. Stop spouting nonsense. What's the matter? Can't you get your rage meter full and your emotions in gear without a few words before we start? Chen Shusheng sneered with contempt, delivering another swift kick. Today, I'll teach you what it means to walk the talk. Thud. Arg. This time, Boris's loud voice had turned hoarse, sounding like a duck's quack. Whoosh. Chu Xiaotong flickered and appeared directly behind Boris. She mimicked Chen Shusheng, lifting her leg to deliver a kick. You bastard. How dare you lay a finger on my Xiao Jiangxue? I'll kick you to death. Thud. Ugh. Hey. Chen Shusheng looked at Chu Xiaotong with a displeased expression. Your angle's all wrong, and your technique's off. See? You need to do it like me, angle along the center line, upward. Remember, there's a bit of technique involved when you strike. Focus on integrating your waist and legs. Watch me demonstrate it for you. Thud. Oof. Chen Shusheng pointed at Boris and said to Chu Xiaotong, look at that. With the right technique, the sound is deep and muffled, but the penetration is powerful. And his scream, it's crisp, with a hint of indignation. Chu Xiaotong took a step back, swung her leg wide, and delivered another kick. Boom. Ah. She asked Chen Shusheng curiously, does this feel right now? Still not quite there. Chen Shusheng shook his head sternly, reaching out to steady the swaying Boris. Come on, stand up straight. Don't kneel down. Xiaotong, give it another kick to get the feel for it. This stuff just takes practice. It's okay to be clumsy, we'll just practice more. Boris stiffly turned to glare at Chen Shusheng. Using me as practice for your team? You're one hell of a nice guy. Thanks a lot, buddy. Cut the bull. Chen Shusheng chuckled faintly, yanking Boris's shoulders to lift him to a height where Xiaotong could apply more force. Xiaotong, swing that leg. End of chapter. Chapter 29, A Desperate Gambit. Chu Xiaotong nodded, her pretty little face filled with determination. Coach, I'm about to begin. Please offer your guidance. Chen Shusheng nodded sternly, pulling Boris in front of him while crouching behind the man. It's fine. Go ahead and attack with everything you've got. Boris, I object. Chen Shusheng, your objection is overruled. Watch. Me. Chu Xiaotong took a step back, charged forward, and delivered a flying kick all in one fluid motion. Boom. Ow. Chen Shusheng nodded with satisfaction. Ah, yes, that's the feeling. Boris trembled, his face drained of color. Finally, it was over. Finally, no more torment. Chen Shusheng, come on, Xiaotong, give it another kick to solidify that feeling. Xiaotong, got it. Chen Shusheng, Xiao Jiangxue, Xiaoyu, and Yin line up. Everyone get a turn practicing. This is a rare chance, seize it while you can, or you won't get to play again. Boris, you bastards. Xiaotong, ah. Hit me. Boris, ouch. Chen Shusheng, next. Chen Shusheng helped Boris back up. The remaining 6 lined up. The first one kicked and automatically fell to the back of the line, with the second immediately taking their place. Chen Shusheng continued giving instructions from the sidelines. Xiaoyu, watch your angle, push straight up from the center crease. Xiao Jiangxue, focus on your power transfer, integrate your hips and legs, pivot from the hips, and whip your leg out forcefully. Yes, Yan's doing it perfectly. This guy was training with such fervor. The customers and manager at the hot pot restaurant were completely dumbfounded. Wait, no. This scene feels off. The script isn't supposed to be about a golden tier powerhouse bullying people with their influence. It's supposed to be a where young boys and girls suffer under a strong bully, band together, and ultimately triumph against the odds. How did you guys get into this? And hey, you're a gold tier powerhouse. Getting beaten to a pulp by a bunch of bronze tier guys? Don't you have any dignity left as a powerful warrior? Amidst the crowd, several people pulled out their phones and began recording videos. He'd already thought of the headline, shocking. Gold tier powerhouse forced into 108 positions, subjected to every form of humiliation. Is this a distortion of humanity or a collapse of morality? Boris's expression shifted from agony to distortion, then gradually twisted into a savage grimace until it settled into utter calm. Don't ask why he was calm. Ask and you'll learn that the few nuts in his pocket had been crushed to dust. This scene had left him utterly numb. Duan Yi kicked out with a flying kick, looking at Chen Shusheng expectantly. Coach, how was that? Was the form correct? Chen Shusheng nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Passing grade. Duan Yi pumped his fist excitedly. Yes. Then, he delivered another kick. Boris wore a cold expression. Fun, huh? Duan Yi grinned mischievously and nodded. It sure is. Xu Xiaotong stepped forward and delivered another kick, crossing her arms excitedly. Chen Shusheng? What do you have to say about this kick? Chen Shusheng gave a thumbs up, a corner of his mouth twitching as his back teeth flashed. 10 out of 10. Nice. Xu Xiaotong pumped her fist in excitement. Boris forced a stiff smile. You know how to play, huh? Xu Xiaotong delivered another kick as a sign of respect. Of course I can. I'm a total pro at this. Nailin Yanin stepped forward, raising her hand obediently. Can we start now? Boris turned to look at Nailin Yanin, who still seemed hesitant and reserved. He couldn't take it anymore. You didn't hold back at all when kicking. Now you're being polite? Have you never played before or what? Nailin Yanin took a startled step back, pointing at Boris and pleading with Chen Shusheng. Coach, look at him. Chen Shusheng swung a kick at her. Shut up, you training dummy. Who do you think you're messing with? Boris remained silent, his eyes fixed on Chen Shusheng with an icy glare. Golden spiritual energy patterns coiled around his arms. As the saying goes, excess leads to disaster. Cut it off for permanent cure. Though Boris wasn't being cut, he was enduring a powder-like impact. At this moment, all worldly desires had vanished from his heart. All that remained was the burning urge to tear these people before him to shreds. The diners in the hot pot restaurant, witnessing the scene, recoiled in terror. Their gazes toward Chen Shusheng and his companions were filled with utter helplessness. I'm seriously fed up with these kids. They've taken down a gold tier opponent. Just finish him off already. Now that he's regained his senses, it's game over for them. Ha! Go watch any road chase movie. If the protagonists didn't act recklessly, would the villainous killers even get a chance? Call the garrison troops and hurry them up. Get them here to rescue us. It's useless. With a gold tier strength, he could wipe out these bronze tiers in an instant. He flipped over Chen Shusheng and faced Boris without a flicker of panic, narrowing his eyes with a cold smirk. What's up? Feeling feisty? Boris sneered back. Not to fight, to tear you apart alive. Chen Shusheng raised an eyebrow. Go ahead, if you think you can. Die. Boris suddenly raised his hand, claws extended high. Chen Shusheng sneered coldly, immediately activating his juice extraction mode. In an instant, Chen Shusheng's remaining 60,000 plus reward points plummeted to just over 10,000. Ding! Congratulations, host. Strength plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5. Ding! Congratulations, host. Constitution plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5. Ding! Congratulations, host. Spiritual power plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5. Waves of colossal power surged into Chen Shusheng's body. His muscles swelled violently before being compressed with frenzied intensity, hardening into steel-like solidity. This was the sign of his physical constitution soaring to new heights. His eyes rolled back and he nearly fainted. Holy crap! The attributes extracted from a gold-tier powerhouse are just on another level, man. And Boris? His body convulsed violently as he felt his strength draining away like mad. This won't do. If this continues, he won't even be able to stand. He must summon his spiritual energy to resist. With that thought, Boris channeled his spiritual energy, attempting to resist the pulling force. The result? The gathered spiritual energy was instantly sucked away. Boris was stunned. It felt like this: you raise your gun at an enemy and shout, freeze. Only for the enemy to yell, come and get it, and snatch your weapon away. It was ridiculous. If you can't resist, then fight to the death. Boris channeled his last reserves of spiritual energy into his right hand, his face contorted in fury as he swung viciously at Chen Shusheng's head. The diners watching reacted in various ways. Some shook their heads in dismay, others couldn't bear to look. This kid's got guts, going head to head with a gold tier to protect his classmate. Too bad he's a bit dumb. Exactly. With that kind of unyielding determination, he'd have been destined for high-tier gold-grade strength someday. What a waste. Han Jiangxue watched in horror, lunging forward to intervene. Shusheng, watch out. Dodge. Xu Xiaotong calmly pulled her back. If your brother Chu Shang gave him the chance to attack, it means he's confident. Relax. He channeled every ounce of his spiritual energy into his fingertips, then raised his hand and struck with a sudden jab. Skill, pressure point strike. Activate. End of chapter. Chapter 30, try looking at another one. As Chen Shusheng's two fingers lightly touched his chest, Boris's face was filled with utter contempt and scorn. He wasn't bragging. With an attack like this, he could stand perfectly still and let the other guy jab away. He'd wear the other guy's fingertips raw. You little brat. I gave you a chance, but you couldn't even handle it. Go to hell. Just as the claws were about to tear through Chen Shusheng's throat, Boris's hand froze. He sensed the spiritual energy coursing between Chen Shusheng's fingers. After circulating through his body once, it lingered at the most vulnerable spot, lying in wait. He recalled Chen Shusheng's feint attack targeting the eyes, followed by a genuine strike targeting the lower body. Boris's brow furrowed slightly. This kid's tactics were dirty. This move probably wasn't as simple as it seemed. What? What exactly was he trying to do? Soon, Chen Shusheng's deep voice revealed his intent. Explosion. Put. Wah! Boris leapt 3 feet into the air, clutching his back as he howled and collapsed to the ground. The surrounding diners were all stunned. Wait, dude. You were just giving off that sinister smirk and radiating spiritual energy. We all thought you were about to unleash some epic move. How did you just end up lying there? You're a gold tier powerhouse. Some bronze tier guy just tapped you lightly, barely using any force, and you're already wailing on the ground? Did you fall just because the gun didn't even lift? Does that make the other guy look like a sharpshooter? Or are you just trying to pull a scam? The diners exchanged bewildered glances. Boris's reaction left them all a bit dumbfounded. Curiosity drew them forward 2 steps as they peered closer. Behind Boris, a pool of dark red blood slowly spread outward. Holy! The crowd gasped in unison. The eyes fixed on Chen Shusheng held admiration. After all, as a bronze tier fighter, taking down a gold tier opponent in one move was an unprecedented feat, unmatched before or since. Yet, there was also contempt. That move was downright dirty. No, it wasn't just dirty, it was outright underhanded. In short, their emotions were incredibly complex. As for Chen Shusheng, he didn't have a single psychological barrier about it. Who cares if the move was underhanded or not? I'll ask you this, did it take down the gold tier opponent? Since it worked, then it's a damn good move. No arguments accepted, got it? Seeing Boris sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Sticking to the principle of the strike while the iron is hot. Tricking the lame to jump off cliffs. Kick the cripple in his good leg, that's my life motto. Chen Shusheng grabbed a solid wood bench nearby, swung it wide, and smacked him. What's the matter? Feeling slighted being my punching bag? You actually dare fight back? You've got some nerve. Just you wait and see if I'll finish you off today. Boris's rear end took a brutal sneak attack. Now his legs were useless, he couldn't even stand up, let alone fight back. All he could do was curl up, clutching his head and rolling around. Oh, you think you can dodge now? Chen Shusheng's eyes widened. He swung the chair around, aimed it at the red star, channeled his spiritual energy into it, and thrust it down with all his might. I'll beat the out of you with this damn stick. The pressure point strike activated once more. Thud. Boris's eyes bulged wide, his body stiff as a board on the ground, arching like a fish flopping on dry land. He was as slippery as hell. This kid might not be much to look at, but he's as slippery as a damn loach. And he'd bite you out of nowhere with poison, damn it. He's not even human anymore, he's turned into a bloody beast. The diners nearby watched the scene unfold, utterly devastated. In their eyes, gold tier warriors were the backbone of society's combat strength. How could a bronze tier fighter completely lose his temper to this? The group of classmates beside them were all dumbfounded by the spectacle. Xu Xiaotong stammered, I did suspect Chen Shusheng had a backup plan, but this is just too much. Han Jiangxue beamed with pride, look who this is, it's my brother. Duan Yi covered his face. Gold rank was my modest goal. After brother Shang pulled this off, I can't even look at that level straight anymore. I'm aiming for platinum now. Nailin Yanran's eyes sparkled as she thought to herself, just how much strength has this kid been hiding? It's getting more and more intriguing. Ran Yanyan and Xia Xiaoyu looked at him with pure admiration. He's just a god. Love, love. I'll marry no one else. If I can't marry him, I'll be his maid. At these words, Han Jiangxue and Nailin Yanan both spun around, their eyes brimming with wariness. Han Jiangxue, the Qing dynasty has fallen, and people are still lining up to be maids. Nailin Yanan, ugh, shameless. After a brief scuffle, Chen Shusheng stepped forward and grabbed Boris by the collar. Hey, you bastard, you admit defeat now? Ooh, you're glaring at me with those eyes? How thick-skinned can you be? Try glaring again, and I'll punch you in the face. You believe me? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-value item, Morton's pocket watch. This item can be exchanged for 102,890 points. The notification in his mind instantly froze Chen Shusheng. But instinct overrode thought, and he immediately chose to resell it. Seeing the nearly 120,000 reward points in his balance, Chen Shusheng grinned from ear to ear. How did I end up looting gear while fighting? You're being way too generous. I'm almost embarrassed. If I hit it a couple more times, might I get something even more valuable? The thought struck him, and Chen Shusheng grabbed the chair beside him, swinging it in a wide arc and smashing it down. Still staring at me? Still staring, huh? You really think I'm afraid to beat you? The other diners gasped at the sight, this guy really doesn't hold back. Fierce? Chen Shusheng didn't think so. If he hadn't been strong enough, that guy would have probably wrenched his head off by now. Even if he were strong enough to escape. Whether it was Nailin, Han Jiangxue, or even Rin Yanyan, any of them falling into Boris's hands would face a fate worse than death. Chen Shusheng had shown remarkable restraint by not slashing his throat clean in one stroke. Boris was beaten into a state of near collapse. I didn't even look at you, you bastard. Why the hell would I glare at you? Chen Chusheng sneered. Oh really? You've got the nerve to glare at me with that look? Think you're better than me? Just as Chen Chusheng swung the bench in a wide arc, ready to deliver a brutal blow to Boris. What if seeing a ghost meant another high-value item drop? A delicate, snow-white hand gently gripped the chair, immobilizing Chen Chusheng completely. Chen Chusheng whipped his head around, his pupils dilating in shock. A woman in a black suit, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, had materialized beside him out of nowhere, catching him completely off guard. Young man, would you mind stopping? I have business with this gentleman. Though phrased as a request, her tone brooked no argument. Chen Chusheng released the chair and slowly backed away. The spiritual energy emanating from this woman was profoundly unsettling, as if it could effortlessly warp space and time, leaving her entire being in a semi-illusory state. Chen Chusheng sensed that no matter what attack he launched, it would inevitably miss its mark. It would be unwise to antagonize her. Seeing Chen Chusheng wisely retreat, the woman's lips curved into a smile as she bowed politely. My sincere thanks. The other diners seemed to sense the danger in the air as well, shifting their feet to escape this trouble spot. But then, 4 men in black suits burst into the restaurant, sealing off every entrance and exit, preventing a single person from escaping. Golden spiritual energy patterns swirled around each of the 4, revealing them to be golden tier powerhouses. The bald, burly leader growled, not a single one of you leaves until my young mistress gives the word. Boris, sprawled on the floor, gazed at the woman as if seeing a long-lost relative. Tears of grievance streamed down his face like an unstoppable flood. Second young miss, I was wrong. I'll return master's collection. Please, take me with you. I truly cannot endure this torment any longer. Lai Shangtong's face showed neither sorrow nor joy. Kneeling on one knee, she extended her delicate hand toward Boris. Hand over my father's Morton pocket watch and I'll take you out of Xia Kingdom. At these words, Chen Chusheng paused in surprise. The Morton pocket watch? Wasn't that the very item I just sold to the system? This terrifyingly powerful young woman had gone to such lengths, all for that pocket watch. The thought sent a shiver down Chen Chusheng's spine. It felt like slipping out of a lover's house with your pants still down, only to brush shoulders with her burly husband, the kind who could knock out a calf with a single punch. Smooth move. But damn thrilling. End of chapter. Chapter 31. Could it be, today's the day I meet my end? Here. Boris nodded like a chicken pecking at grain. I'll return the item to the second young miss right away. Boris reached into his coat pocket to search. But soon, his expression froze. Seeing this, Reize's clear, beautiful eyes slowly deepened. Boris, don't tell me you accidentally lost my father's collection. Boris nearly wet himself. Years ago, the father of the Reize sisters, Reize Enji, vanished mysteriously. Rumors circulated that Reize Enji had offended the European Union's 13 Knights of the Round Table and had been secretly executed. That was a secret society formed by 27 nations, rumored to have 13 Emerald Tier warriors as its strongest combat force. Under the threat of such formidable enemies, the Lai family fell apart like monkeys scattering when the tree topples. Most of their former vassals and subordinates chose betrayal. They looted Lai Sheng'enxi's collection to sell off, fled to distant lands, and went into hiding, praying the knights wouldn't take their anger out on them. The result? The Round Table Knights declared the incident unrelated to them. Even more infuriatingly, Reize's eldest daughter, Reize Ruiro, discovered her father hadn't vanished but had gone on an expedition. Clues to his destination were hidden within the very artifacts he'd once collected. Driven by the family's upheaval and their shared belief in finding their missing father, the 3 sisters all achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation. The eldest sister, Lai Shanglei, advanced to platinum. The second sister, Reincarnation Tier, advanced to gold and successfully absorbed a spatial type spirit technique. The youngest sister, Lai Shang Ai, broke through bronze at 16 and advanced to silver, her future limitless. The 3 sisters set out to recover their father's artifacts in pursuit of clues about his whereabouts. The traitors who betrayed them once hunted them down across the world, slaughtering indiscriminately. Boris survived this long because the stolen Morton pocket watch was actually one of the least valuable pieces in the collection. Yet even so, Reize Hitomi has come knocking. Boris has come to terms with it now. Handing over the pocket watch and accepting punishment from the Lai family is far better than fleeing in constant fear across the world. But the awkward part is, where's the watch? Where's my watch? The watch I bought last year? Boris forced a smile uglier than crying. The second young miss is still as sharp as ever. It seems I may have accidentally misplaced my watch. Raishin To laughed in exasperation. Do you think I'm some kind of little cutie? You have 10 seconds to hand over my father's pocket watch. Otherwise, you can go die. At these words, Boris turned ashen-faced and frantically searched his person. Chen Chusheng, watching nearby, shuddered and muttered under his breath to Chu Xiaotong. It's just a crappy pocket watch. If it's lost, it's lost. Killing someone over such a trivial thing? What's with this girl's temper? To sum up Chen Chusheng's thoughts at that moment in one simple phrase, guilty conscience. Chu Xiaotong clamped her hand over Chen Chusheng's mouth. Shut up if you don't understand. If I'm not mistaken, this young lady should be the second daughter of the Lai family Lai Shangtong. This. Understanding the full story, Chen Chusheng nodded in realization. For the Lai sisters, the Morton pocket watch was not just a personal item of their father's, but a crucial clue in their search for him. Its significance far outweighed its monetary value. Miss Lai Shang, this man speaks with a crooked tongue and a sly eye. He must be a villain with evil intentions. You must kill him immediately. Otherwise, he might later slander me for stealing the Chinese-style clock, and that would ruin everything. Lai Shangtong's patience seemed utterly exhausted. A dark vortex suddenly materialized. Lai Shangtong slowly reached inside. You have 3 seconds left. Where is my father's pocket watch? Boris shuddered violently, instinctively straightening his back. His chest bulged outward, slowly revealing the delicate outline of a hand. This delicate hand gently clasped his heart. Reze's icy voice began the countdown. 3. No, second young miss, I truly didn't deceive you. 2. Second young miss, the pocket watch was still here this morning. Please give me some time, I swear I'll find it for you. Before Boris could finish, Reze Hitomi's palm tightened, crushing his heart. Boris's body jerked, his head lolled to the side, a truly gruesome death. His eyes, wide open in death, fixed intently on Chen Chusheng. Seeing a dead body for the first time, Chen Chusheng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He clasped his hands together and murmured softly. Buddy, I know you died unjustly. I'll avenge you. Just don't come haunt me in my dreams tonight, okay? But when Reze's gaze slowly shifted to him, Chen Chusheng froze in terror. What made him even more terrified was that Reze Tun began walking toward him step by step, until she stood directly before him. Damn it! Did she figure out I took her dad's pocket watch? System! Can I return the stuff I sold you? The twin ponytail juicer princess popped up. No refunds once sold. Thank you. Don't go copying certain organizations. They're just a bunch of animals. Han Jiangshui and Nailin Yanin, standing nearby, sensed trouble brewing. They suppressed their fear and assumed combat stances. What about gold rank? What about a spatial type? Dare to touch brother Chusheng Chen Chusheng? You'll have to fight me first. Though Chen Chusheng's heart burned with defiance, he spread his arms wide, shielding the 2 women behind him. He forced a smile that was as kind as he could manage. Ahem. Miss, with your fair skin, striking beauty, and exquisite grace, I've neither wronged you in the past nor wrong you now. Why such a piercing stare? I'm a bit frightened. Lai Shangtong also flashed a faint smile, indeed. But unfortunately, someone's holding my family hostage, demanding I eliminate you. Damn it! Who's the lowlife who hired someone to ambush me? Come out and face me if you've got the guts. Even if I'm freaking out inside. Chen Chusheng forced himself to suppress his emotions, rummaging through the contents of the scumbag's handbook, and plastered on a sincere smile. Just looking into your clear eyes, sister, I can tell you're a soul as pure as an angel. I trust you wouldn't be blackmailed by scoundrels into harming an innocent student like me. These words made Lai Shangtong cover her mouth and giggle softly. That smile, like ice and snow melting, blossomed like flowers, breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Chusheng admitted it. He shamefully found himself utterly transfixed. Creeps get their comeuppance. And that retribution would strike without delay, never waiting until the next day. Chen Chusheng felt a flash of light before his eyes, and the afterglow vanished abruptly. The next second, a delicate fragrance, as subtle as orchids, brushed against his nostrils. Then, he was enveloped in a warm, soft embrace. It was Lai Xingtong. She had used her spirit technique to teleport behind him, locking her arms around his neck. You little rascal, you have such a sweet mouth and speak so charmingly. If I could bring you back to the Lai family to keep Xiao AI Company, she'd be overjoyed. Too bad. Using you to repay a debt is just too cost-effective. Big Sis has no choice but to be ruthless. Now, be a good boy. Close your eyes and take deep breaths. Feeling dizzy is normal, it'll pass soon. As she spoke, Reze Tun tightened her grip. Chen Chusheng tried to struggle, but the sudden oxygen deprivation robbed his limbs of strength. Han Jiangshui and Nailin Yanin, witnessing this, roared and lunged forward to rescue him. But in an instant, they were subdued by the black-clad bodyguards standing nearby. Chen Chusheng was utterly panicked. Could it be that today was his end? Just then, a colossal surge of spiritual energy swept through the air, shattering the restaurant's floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Ching, accompanied by several subordinates, glided into the restaurant with a graceful, cat-like stride. End of chapter. Chapter 32, We Are the Guardians of Order. Ching's arrival sent the hot pot restaurant into an uproar. Earlier, when the patrons witnessed Kamashiro To kill with the ease of crushing an ant, they'd all cowered in corners like frightened quails. Now that their own powerful ally had arrived, they finally felt vindicated. The big shot from JoJo has finally arrived. This little drama sure has its ups and downs. Little girl, if you know what's good for you, surrender now. Otherwise, Sister Chang will show you what intense really means. Hey, Baldy. Didn't you say I couldn't leave without your lady's approval? I walked out, then jumped right back in. So what? What are you gonna do about it? Hit me. You idiot. The crowd sure is full of talent and they sure know how to talk. Look at that Baldy's face is flushed red with embarrassment. Bald guy. Reise's eyes fixed solely on Ching, his beautiful dark pupils filled with apprehension. He slowly released his grip. Chen Shusheng gasped for breath, his flushed face quickly returning to normal. The 4 members of Reise's group who had arrived also treated Ching as if he were a formidable enemy. They unleashed their spiritual techniques, each displaying extraordinary abilities, taking Nalan, Han Jiangxue, Chu Xiaotong, and Xia Xiaoyu hostage. Duan Yi, that sharp-witted kid, grabbed Ran Yanyan and dragged her away. Chen Shusheng clearly saw that the bald-headed thug whose face practically screamed "Don't mess with me, I'm a big shot" was trembling slightly at the knees, terrified by Cheng. A person's reputation precedes them. Ching ranks 6th among the 9 provinces group's elite fighters. Don't be fooled by her wild, untamed physique. Just a glimpse of her face was enough to send men's souls soaring to the heavens. But in truth, she was a complete and utter killing machine. Earlier, when the newest spirit realm opened in Binchang, Liaoning province, the Slavic faction received intelligence and assembled over 200 gold-tier powerhouses to infiltrate the border. They schemed to seize the spirit core and study the spiritual techniques it contained. In the current climate, nations testing each other's strength was commonplace. If encountered, the worst outcome would be detention and deportation. Leave a little room for future encounters. After all, everyone still needed to engage in economic trade and couldn't afford to sour relations completely. Xing apprehended them all and sent them back. Yet she shattered the spiritual seas of all 200 gold-tier cultivators, crippling their cultivation and reducing them to ordinary mortals. The Slavic side erupted in fury, issuing a vehement condemnation. Don't ask why they'd go stir up trouble in another country and still have the nerve to condemn others. This neighbor has always been this shameless. Facing condemnation, Ching, true to her nature, infiltrated Slavic territory alone and killed the spokesperson who had issued the condemnation. She also took care of his 2 platinum-level bodyguards while she was at it. Simultaneously, Nye Tang, leader of the Jojo group, made a high-profile announcement. Any further unauthorized entry into Xia territory will be met with no mercy. Any further verbal attacks insulting the might of Great Xia shall be met with no mercy. This time, Slavonia dared not utter a peep. And the entire world understood. Don't try to compete with the Great Xia. If you push them too far, they won't hesitate to make you pay. As the all-knowing expert, Chu Xiaotong instantly recognized Ching. With her own master securing the scene, her confidence soared, her attitude grew arrogant, and she no longer regarded Reise as human. Release us, and you might still have a chance to leave the country. If you harm us, Ching's methods will make you wish you were dead. The bald man seethed with rage, tightening his grip around Chu Xiaotong's neck as he gritted out the words. Bastard, behave yourself. Even if I can't escape, I'll drag you down with me. With a little beauty like you keeping me company on the road to the underworld, I won't be lonely. Xiao Zhe. Calm down. Reise's voice was grave as she turned to look at Ching. Captain Ching, since entering your country, have I ever infringed upon your nation's interests? Ching pondered thoughtfully, not that I recall. Reis Hitomi pressed further, have I ever threatened the safety of your citizens or spirit warriors? Ching stroked his chin. Not that I recall. Reis To, then step aside and let me leave. I swear I'll never set foot in Dasha again. The deputy captain standing nearby square-jawed, high-nosed, radiating righteous indignation couldn't stand by any longer. If this continued, his captain would be led astray. He stepped forward and shouted angrily. Reise Hitomi, you illegally entered our country, caused disturbances in neighborhoods, committed senseless murders, and even kidnapped our citizens. Not only have you violated our laws, but you've also caused an extremely detrimental social impact. I now warn you in the name of the Jojo group, lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. Otherwise, we will resort to force. Shini reached out to grab her subordinate's arm, a look of exasperation on her face. Enough. Why waste words with her? It's giving me a headache. Just take her down already so we can get back and report. Deputy Captain, oh. Deputy Captain lowered his voice. Captain, cut it out. We have orders from above. I'm following protocol here. Xing sighed, what's the big deal? We're just doing dirty work. You still need to find some moral high ground to lecture us? Get moving. It's almost time to clock out. Don't you want to go home? Deputy Captain, what if she catches me? She'll report us for misconduct. Xing, what the hell? Just finish her off on the spot. Deputy Captain, no way. You've already taken out too many this month. If we take out this lady too, I'll have no idea how to write the report to headquarters. Seeing this scene, Raishin To felt a twinge of toothache. Hey. Is this how you guys plot in plain sight? As for Chu Xiaotong, she felt a twinge of pain in her teeth. She deeply regretted having spoken her harsh words too soon. This legendary captain of the Jojo group seemed to have a screw loose. She was now seriously worried about her own safety. Xing looked at Reise Hitomi, her voice as melodious as a violin. I know Miss Reis came to Xia Nation to search for Mr. Nsi's collection. Beyond eliminating this fellow illegal immigrant lying on the ground, you've never once overstepped your boundaries. Reise Tan let out a slight sigh of relief. This woman might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but she's still reasonable. Then why did Captain Chang make such a big fuss and press so hard? Giggle giggle giggle. Xing laughed so hard she shook like a leaf. You're the second young miss of the Reyes family, and the Reyes family is a major conglomerate spanning both Japan and Slavic nations. If I get you, I could easily squeeze a fortune out of your eldest sister. We're just lowly wage earners. When opportunity knocks, shouldn't we seize it for a big score? What if we never get another chance? Xing's words were cut off as the deputy captain covered her mouth. She angrily flung the deputy captain's hand away. Are you crazy? Why cover my mouth for no reason? What kind of nonsense is this? The deputy captain was utterly exasperated. Sis. I called you sis. Can't you keep your mouth shut? We're guardians of order, not hostage-taking bandits. And with all these innocent bystanders around, if word gets out, our monthly bonus is toast. I'm embarrassed. A chance to get rich was right in front of us, and I got a little carried away. Xing scratched the back of her head, her smile tinged with awkwardness. She turned to look at Reise Hitomi. All right, let those students go immediately. Then call your sister and tell her you're in my custody. Have her prepare a ransom of a couple billion. The deputy captain quickly interjected, a deposit. Xing took the hint, right. Security deposit. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Seriously. $1 billion or so might sting for the Reyes family, but it wouldn't cripple them. The most rational move for Reise Hitomi right now would be to raise her hands and surrender. But being captured by someone like Xing, a guy whose brain is underdeveloped and whose cerebellum is completely underdeveloped, is infuriating. What to do? Fight to the death for pride? Or play it safe and surrender? End of chapter. Chapter 33, I advise you don't gamble, don't try. Reise Hitomi shot the bald man a glance, and he immediately understood. His demeanor abruptly shifted, his face carved with sharp contours by light and shadow, and his voice boomed with deep, resonant authority. There are no cowards in the Lai Shang family. He shoved Xu Xiaotong forward. Everyone back off, or I'll kill her. Lai Shengtong narrowed her eyes slightly. What? You wanna play the martyr? Lai Shengtong retorted, so what if it is? Xiaogua has always adhered to a people-centered approach. With a hostage in hand, as the squad leader of the Jojo group, he knew Qing wouldn't dare resort to extreme measures. Once they were outside the hotpot restaurant and had established a safe distance from Qing, he would activate his spiritual technique, tear open a rift in spacetime, and flee far away with his men. The plan was meticulously crafted. This time, it was a sure thing. Once back in Neon, I'll make sure to publicly denounce this actions. Let the whole world see that even an imbecile can hold high office in Xia Nation. Chen Shusheng also realized that, facing the 9 provinces group's inescapable net, Reise To would never risk carrying his group of hostages as deadweight if she intended to escape. As long as they seized the moment Reise To attempted to break free and wrestled control away from her, they could surely turn danger into safety. Spot on. This time, it should be a sure thing. The surrounding diners also wore solemn expressions. These cunning villains hold hostages. The elite fighters of the Jojo group will surely hesitate, afraid to act for fear of harming the hostages. This wave likely won't be enough to take them down in one go. What a pity. Xu Xiaotong also realized that given the current situation, even if she were to act as a hostage, as long as she remained calm, her chances of survival were still quite high. Hey, hey, hey! Suddenly, Qing pointed at Xu Xiaotong with a displeased expression. How come this chick's prettier than me? This is outrageous. Just kill her already. Xu Xiaotong was stunned. Lai Shangtong froze. The bald guy froze. The diners nearly wet themselves. The bald guy reached up to scratch his ear, then turned to look at his companion. Did I just get so worked up that I gave myself high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high blood sugar? Why do I feel like I'm hallucinating? Did she just say we should tear up the ticket? His buddy looked just as bewildered. I think I heard that too, but it doesn't make sense. That's not how things are done in Xia country. Could it be you're doing it wrong? The bald man nodded silently. That must be it. Xu Xiaotong nodded in agreement. There's no other possibility. A flicker of agreement crossed Reise's eyes. Everyone must have collectively hallucinated just now. Only Qing arrived with his men, now looking utterly perplexed. They knew their mentally unstable captain had definitely had another episode. Come on, move those crab legs over. Let me try. The bald man's teammate spoke up. He grabbed Nalin Iran by the neck and stepped forward. Hurry up and get us a car ready. Or we'll tear up one ticket every 10 minutes. If you don't let us go, none of us will get off easy. Xingzi scrutinized Nalin Yanin for a moment, then pointed at her with a look of resentment. How can this little be born with more natural allure than me? Get out of the way. I'm going to deal with this troublemaker myself today. Xing wasn't exaggerating one bit when she said that. The platinum-colored spiritual energy patterns on her arms glowed so brightly they rivaled 480V neon lights. Several members of the Jojo team rushed forward to restrain her. Sis Qing, your natural beauty is beyond compare. Forget it, forget it. Exactly. That little brat doesn't hold a candle to your elegance. Don't stoop to her level. Shing struggled fiercely. Bull. You think I didn't see you guys staring at those girls like your eyes were about to pop out of your heads? Any girl prettier than me? I tossed them all into the Pacific to feed the sharks. This outburst sent the group accompanying Lai Shangtong reeling backward in shock. The guy holding Xia Xiaoyu hostage even shielded her behind him. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Chen Shusheng was being stubborn. Ray's Tong was furious. Well, there's only one difference between this woman and a terrorist. At least terrorists can negotiate. This woman's thought process was so damn convoluted, it was impossible for normal people to communicate with her. The entire crowd of diners trembled. They could feel their blood boiling. The government entrusts safety and order to people like this. Can we ordinary folks get a break? Suddenly, Qing fell silent. Those beautiful big eyes fixed on Chen Shusheng, like a starving wolf spotting a little rabbit. But soon, she composed herself. Her entire demeanor became dignified and solemn, commanding and imposing. Raishinto, our great Xia Empire is teeming with talent. Your arrival here to stir up trouble is already a grave offense. Do not persist in your folly. Release the hostages immediately, and we may still have a chance to negotiate. At that moment, Qing radiated such righteous indignation that even plucking a single hair from her leg would have felt imbued with moral force. Chen Shusheng blinked his bewildered little eyes. Why the sudden change in attitude? Had he suddenly developed a conscience, deciding to uphold his duty and protect the people's lives and property? Hardly. Hey, handsome. Don't be scared, Sis will take you home safe and sound. Let me tell you, Sis has a huge basement dog cages, crosses, suspension gear. We'll explore it all together later. The deputy captain beside him started trembling. Captain, illegally imprisoning someone for sexual assault is against the law. You've got a bright future ahead, please keep your cool. Qingxie shot him a withering glance. What do you mean imprisonment? Without evidence proving it's human intervention, it's just a disappearance. With all the disappearances in the spirit realm and the wilderness every day, it won't cause any negative repercussions. Chen Shusheng finally understood. Trying to understand this girl with normal logic was his mistake. You're mentally unstable. No way. Even if I get rescued, it's like escaping one danger only to walk straight into another. He had to save himself. Chen Shusheng narrowed his eyes and began gathering his spiritual energy. Gathering every ounce of power, he'd first use his pressure point strike for a major control, then follow up with tide riding for reinforcement. The moment Lashing Tong showed the slightest lapse in focus, he'd turn tail and run. As a platinum tier powerhouse, Shane should have no trouble covering my retreat. He was taking a gamble. Just as Chen Shusheng prepared to unleash his ultimate move, Lysing Tong's icy voice cut through the air. I'm a gold 5th tier. My strength is 5 times that of Boris, who's just entered the gold tier. I advise you don't count on luck, don't even try. If I sense even the slightest stir of spiritual energy within you, I'll snap your neck. Chen Shusheng froze. His heart sank at the same time. Merely stirring his spiritual energy had been keenly detected. The gap between gold and bronze was nothing short of an unbridgeable chasm. But to surrender without a fight? That was utterly unacceptable. What to do? Chen Shusheng's mind raced. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. If I can't muster my own spiritual energy to attack you, then surely I can drain your spiritual energy to weaken your condition? End of chapter. Chapter 34, have you not heard? Heaven never seals off all paths for man. Feeling the turbulent spiritual energy within Chen Shusheng's body calm once more, Lai Shangtong's lips curved into a faint smile. Clearly, the young man had just attempted the futile act of a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lai Shangtong wasn't worried about being no match for Chen Shusheng. But with formidable foes ahead and venomous snakes behind, this kid wasn't exactly venomous at worst, he was a masochistic husky. What she truly feared was provoking his rage one misstep, and she'd be left playing dead. Fortunately, Chen Shusheng knew when to back down. A wise man knows when to yield. Facing Qing, that lunatic, if he accidentally killed the hostage, the other side would surely act with impunity, and his own situation would become extremely perilous. Just as Lai Shangtong felt everything was under control, Chen Shusheng, held hostage in her arms, curled his lips into a wicked smile. I admit I can't beat you, but that doesn't mean I can't drain you dry, does it? Lai Shangtong jolted in alarm, panic etched across her face. What do you want to do? Her question was met with a powerful suction force, as if it were trying to rip her very soul from her body. The over 120,000 reward points in Chen Shusheng's system plummeted by more than half, leaving just over 50,000. Ding! Congratulations, host! System plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your spatial system spirit skill affinity has increased by plus 12 plus 12 plus 12 plus 12. Ding! Congratulations, host! Agility attribute plus 12 plus 12 plus 12 plus 12. Ding! Congratulations, host! Spiritual power reserve plus 14 plus 14 plus 14 plus 14. The sudden surge of power made Chen Shusheng's eyes roll back, nearly knocking him unconscious. It wasn't exhilaration, it was agony. His muscles, bones, and spiritual sea all throbbed with a tearing sensation as if they were about to burst. Chen Shusheng distinctly felt his spiritual sea collide violently, causing his abdomen to swell noticeably. Immediately after, his muscles swelled with blood, rapidly repairing themselves and elevating their density and strength beyond recognition. It felt like a winding mountain stream suddenly unleashed a torrential flood, carrying boulders and logs that completely breached the riverbed. You tell me, how the hell could that not feel amazing? But Chen Shusheng's vision darkened, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Chen Shusheng turned to look at Reizei Hitomi with a smug expression. Well, how about it, little lady? Did daddy squeeze every last drop out of you? His words trailed off mid-sentence. All she did was shiver once before quickly regaining her composure. Her beautiful eyes looked at Chen Shusheng as if he were trash. Is that all? Reducing spiritual power and status? Not bad. Interesting technique. But sis here is a golden 5th rank. Thinking you can take me down with that? Ridiculous. Chen Shusheng's face darkened instantly. Damn it, he'd gotten cocky too soon. His body's capacity was limited. Such a minor loss was nothing to a gold 5th tier. If only I hadn't drained Boris's attributes earlier, maybe I could have made this little minx tremble in her boots. Ding. Detected host unable to withstand enhancement shock. Random extraction mode terminated. Initiating skill extraction. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully extracting the spirit skill, Shuttle. Shuttle user utilizes spiritual energy to tear open spacetime tunnels for dimensional jumps or temporal regression. The moment this notification appeared, Chen Shusheng was beyond ecstatic. This spirit skill not only enabled displacement but also allowed time-space regression. The power and tactical significance of a skill like Blink should be crystal clear to any player who's touched League of Legends or Honor of Kings. Not to mention, this skill came with its own version of Heimerdinger's or Echo's ultimate ability. Chen Shusheng surveyed the black-clad bodyguards holding his comrades hostage, his lips curling into a faint, suggestive smile. If only he could flash behind them, deliver a 1,000-year kill to each with his acupoint sealing technique. Wouldn't that teach them a lesson? Not only would he escape unscathed, but he could also apprehend the villains and make a public spectacle of them. More than a win-win? It would be an absolute victory. Unable to contain himself, Chen Shusheng let out a sudden, maniacal laugh. Just as he prepared to act, a line of blood-red text suddenly flashed before his eyes. Warning, the Traveler is a platinum-tier spirit technique. The host's strength is insufficient. Please be mindful of usage intensity and frequency. Overdrawing spiritual energy will cause organ failure and death. Chen Shusheng froze again. Overconfidence. Forgetting he was merely a bronze-tier Karami. The highs and lows of life, how thrilling. Fortunately, his well-rounded cultivation had built formidable spiritual energy reserves. He couldn't use this spiritual technique to catch his opponent off guard, but carving out an escape route was still within reach. Escape first, then figure out how to help my comrades. With this resolve, Chen Shusheng narrowed his eyes slightly and began channeling his spiritual energy. Sensing his movement, Lai Shangtong instantly grew alert, her fingers tightening around his throat. Didn't I tell you? Don't gamble. Don't try. You're still young, don't throw yourself into a dead end. Ha 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 ha. A smirk curled at the corners of Chen Shusheng's mouth as he threw his head back in a wild, unrestrained laugh. Have you not heard? Heaven never seals off all paths for man. As long as I choose to walk, the path lies beneath my feet. Don't even mention it. With a life-saving spirit technique at his side, his words carried undeniable conviction. No need to put on airs, it came naturally, as if it were second nature. These words left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue, ahem, Shusheng, no offense, but you really can't walk away. Duan Yi, bro, I admire your knack for spouting bull at the drop of a hat, but you're practically ascending to godhood with this act. Even Xing, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject, the kid's got a pretty face, but what's with the utterly bizarre way his brain works? Lai Shengtong couldn't help but snort derisively, kid, you don't seriously think you can slip away under the nose of a spatialist like me, do you? Chen Shusheng scoffed, ha, as if anyone else isn't a spatialist. This remark left Reizeto stunned. You know what? It really wasn't. The way this kid channels his spiritual energy, it bears a striking resemblance to my own shuttle user technique. Could he really be a spatial type like me? The thought barely surfaced before Reizei Hitomi banished it from her mind. Impossible. Even excluding the Great Xia Empire, there are fewer than 10 spatial-type spiritual warriors in the entire Asia-Pacific region. Such a genius is born once in hundreds of millions, there's no way I'd just happen to encounter one. You little brat. How dare you play me for a fool? Today, I'll make you suffer. With that thought, Lai Shangtong recalled Chen Shusheng's recent instruction, aligning with the center seam, generating power from the hips and waist, then delivering a vicious kick. Damn it! Chen Shusheng was stunned. This little minx is seriously vicious. If he kept pretending, he might end up with nothing. Channeling his spiritual energy, Chen Shusheng abruptly activated his shuttle ability. His target, the black-clad bodyguard holding Han Jiangxue hostage, positioned right by the window. Watch me bring down divine justice. End of chapter. Chapter 35. Give me one more chance, will you? A jet-black spatial vortex enveloped Chen Shusheng's entire body. In the blink of an eye, Chen Shusheng vanished into thin air within Lai Shengtong's embrace. This scene stunned everyone present. Moments later, Han Jiangxue's face flushed crimson with excitement. Spatial magic. Brother Chu Sheng is also a spatial mage. He'll definitely keep us safe. Chu Xiaotong murmured to herself, I thought this kid just had a storage like space before. I never imagined he could teleport. We're set. Our squad is definitely going to be the top scorers in the college entrance exam. Xing, observing from a distance, narrowed his eyes slightly. Spatial type spirit technique? When did he acquire a spatial type spirit technique? We must recruit him into the Jojo group immediately, or Kunlun's scoundrels will lure him away. Duan Yi, meanwhile, leapt up in excitement, pointing at Reizeto and laughing wildly. You little bastard. Keep pretending. Keep acting cocky. My big brother. He's also a spatial type. Dare to kidnap my teammate? My big brother will have you arrested and locked in the basement for a complete personality overhaul. The four black-clad bodyguards holding hostages panicked. They all backed up, crowding around Reize Hitomi. The bald leader was now covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat. Second miss, we're in deep trouble now. What should we do? Reize's face had turned completely dark. Ever since becoming a spatial-type spirit warrior, her battles had always gone smoothly. Even when facing opponents far stronger than herself, Reize too had never once taken them seriously. After all, for a spatial type, if you couldn't win in a fair fight, you could resort to dirty tricks and underhanded tactics. If underhanded tactics still failed, she could teleport back for reinforcements and stage a righteous gang up. And if all else failed, she could always make a clean getaway. After all, her opponents couldn't catch her. This was precisely why others trembled in fear before Qingshi, while Reize remained utterly composed. But now, the problem is huge. Chen Shusheng is also a spatial mage. You can run, but now they can chase you too. No matter how powerful a spatial mage is, you can't just teleport across the Pacific Ocean back to Japan. What do we do? What should we do now? Reize Hitomi panicked. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the air. Everyone turned their heads in unison. There, a temporal vortex materialized out of thin air. But whether it was due to miscalculations or unfamiliarity with the spiritual technique, this vortex formed mere inches from the ceiling, clinging to the floor-to-ceiling window. Completely oblivious, Chen Shusheng executed a Dongguan-style, carefree hurdle leap only to crash flat out onto the glass. The poor guy's face was squished out of shape. Squeak! Slurp! A bone-chilling sound of skin scraping against glass echoed as Chen Shusheng slid slowly toward the floor, knocking over a table in his descent. Instantly, a cacophony of crashing dishes filled the air. Chen Shusheng scrambled to his feet, two streams of blood flowing freely from his nostrils. Wiping the blood from his nose and smoothing his hair, he offered a polite yet slightly awkward smile. Sorry, I'm still getting used to this thing. He scurried over to Reize's side, grabbed her arms, and slipped inside her embrace, maintaining the position she'd used to restrain him earlier. Just a little mishap, huh? Come on, everyone, let's pretend nothing happened and do it again. No sooner said than done, the nose started bleeding again. Chen Shusheng wriggled free from Reize's embrace, grabbed 2 wads of tissue to plug his nose, and burrowed back into her arms. I'm ready. Come on, action. Seeing Reize's utterly bewildered expression, Chen Shusheng sighed and prompted, the lines. Rei Tun was a bit flustered. What lines? Chen Shusheng, that line didn't I tell you? Reize Tun cleared her throat. Didn't I tell you, you're still young, no need to throw yourself into a dead end. Chen Shusheng frowned. Cut. I remember there was another line in the middle. Lai Shengtong looked blankly at him. I don't remember anymore. Chen Shusheng, don't take chances, don't try? Don't underestimate those 6 words without that line, your emotions won't feel fully expressed. Lai Shengtong, right. There was that line. Chen Shusheng, I knew it. Alright, get ready. 3, 2, 1, action. Lai Shengtong stepped into character, narrowing her eyes slightly, radiating a powerful, commanding presence. Didn't I tell you? Don't take chances, don't try it. You're still young, no need to throw yourself into a dead end. Ha 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 ha. Chen Shusheng threw his head back and laughed wildly, utterly carefree. Haven't you heard? Heaven never seals off all paths for man. As long as I choose to walk, the path lies beneath my feet. With that, he activated the shuttle. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. Wait a minute. This scene seemed to have just happened before. Had we fallen into some strange time loop? This time, the spirit technique activated flawlessly. Chen Shusheng executed a graceful hurdle leap, soaring through the temporal wormhole. Mid-air, he couldn't help but burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, this timing is perfect. 2 attempts and I've mastered the essentials of this spirit technique. I'm a ING genius. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Shushang landed, his right foot crushing a teacup. The cup rolled, smashed with a loud crack, sending shards of broken porcelain flying everywhere. Chen Shushang had crashed and burned once again. Everyone watched as he scrambled to his feet, clutching his right ankle and rubbing it frantically, their expressions a mix of amusement and exasperation. Honestly, at that moment, Lai Shangtong desperately wished she could abandon her spatial abilities. She was ashamed to be associated with such trash. Chu Xiaotong, Nailin Yanin, and Xia Xiaoyu were filled with so many cringe-worthy moments they didn't know where to begin. Duan Yi wore a mournful expression. Bro, this is just too embarrassing, isn't it? If I tell people you're my little brother from now on, won't they laugh their teeth out? Chen Shushang rose, his face darkening as he strode toward Lai Shangtong. He reached out to grab her arm. Lai Shangtong stood expressionless, arms crossed. Give me one more chance. Rezeda glared with her beautiful eyes, her tone unwavering. No. Chen Shushang pleaded earnestly, I promise, this time it'll definitely work. Reze, no. Chen Shushang, how about I stake my life on it? I'll guarantee Duan Ye's head. Duan Ye retorted, what the hell does that have to do with me? Lai Shangtong, absolutely not. Chen Shushang pleaded, please. Please. Reze Hitomi turned her back on Chen Shushang. Ugh, are you annoying or what? I said no means no. Xing, then, little sister, why don't you play with big sister? The icy tone sent a shiver down Reze Hitomi's spine. She whipped her head around to find her 4 henchmen had been tightly bound by vines, seemingly out of nowhere. Clearly, Cheng had subdued them while she was distracted. Now, they all stared at Reze Hitomi with mournful expressions. Miss, you've had your fun. We're done for. Han Jiangxue, Chu Xiaotong, Xia Xiaoyu, and Nailin, the 4 women they'd kidnapped, were now under the protection of the Jojo group, sticking out their tongues at her. Nailin Yanran, pft. Han Jiangxue, pft. Xia Xiaoyu, Tisk Omega. Chu Xiaotong, come on, watch my lips, silly kiss. Lai Shangtong. Damn it. My thoughts got completely hijacked by that brain-damaged kid. End of chapter. Chapter 36, Speak properly when you speak. Xing showed no courtesy toward Reze Hitomi. With a stomp of her foot, dazzling, luxurious platinum patterns shot from her pale ankle and spread rapidly across the floor. Mother's embrace. Oh, no. Blue silver. No, that's wrong either. Vine entanglement. That's it. Xing roared in fury. Vines tore through the floorboards, surging toward Reze To like a tidal wave. Witnessing this, Reze's beautiful eyes trembled violently. As a seasoned close combat fighter at the peak of the 5th tier of gold rank. But sensing the immense spiritual power coursing through those vines, Reze Hitomi knew that once bound, escape would be virtually impossible. He had to escape immediately. Reaching out to tear open a space-time wormhole, Rezeda cast a lingering glance back at the bald man. Ozawa-kun, I'm sorry for putting you through this. I will rescue you both. May your martial fortunes be ever bright. With a solemn murmur, the spatial wormhole flickered, and Rezeda vanished from the spot. Aoi frowned slightly at the sight, turning to the square-jawed deputy captain. Retrieve the surveillance footage from the hotpot restaurant. Transmit it alongside our bodycam recordings to headquarters. Order the tech department to immediately begin modeling Reze Hitomi's 3D image. Activate facial recognition scanning mode across the national surveillance network. Unless that woman has fled into the spirit realm or hidden within a spirit beast's lair, I will make her nowhere to hide. Xing issued orders at lightning speed. Members of the Jojo unit swiftly took notes before dispersing to execute the commands. Chen Shushang watched in stunned silence. You seem pretty competent now, don't you? Why did you act like a lunatic just now? Could it be that he was just putting on an act to deceive the enemy? That must be it, no doubt about it. Is this backstabbing and scheming what the adult world is all about? Chen Shushang felt like he'd rather suffocate in Naylin's broad chest. After all, he was the type who'd rise from the dead to delete browser history. He feared neither death nor dismemberment, determined to leave his integrity intact in this world, a noble-minded young man indeed. Just as Chen Shushang felt his mindset had finally aligned with countless fellow men. Just as he was about to light a cigarette and ascend to immortality, Han Jiangxue fluttered into his arms like a young swallow. Wah, brother Shushang, I'm so relieved you're safe. Seeing Han Jiangxue's tear-streaked, pitiful little face, Chen Shushang felt his heart break. He gently stroked her little head and soothed her softly. There. Your brother Shushang is incredibly strong. Nothing bad could ever happen to me. Nailin Yanran, the way he's being so gentle, it could literally melt anyone's heart. Xia Xiaoyu, I wish my crush would comfort me like that too. Ryan Yen, what a pity. If I'd been the one kidnapped just now, I'd have an excuse to burrow into my idol's arms, and maybe sneak a bite of his pecs. Xu Xiaotong, seriously, how did this guy master that ultimate scumbag smirk? I wanna learn. Han Jiangxue closed her eyes, basking in Chen Shushang's warm palm and his doting words. The comforting sensation made her throat purr like a kitten. It reminded Han Jiangxue of their days together at the orphanage. Back then, the orphanage had only one swing, but Chen Shushang always managed to fight for it so she could play. He'd always comfort her like this while pushing her on the swing. Recalling these memories, Han Jiangxue felt an overwhelming sense of peace. A blissful smile spread across her small face as she snuggled tightly into Chen Shusheng's embrace. This scene instantly turned the faces of the surrounding women as dark as the bottom of a pot. Nailin Yanran rolled her eyes so hard they nearly popped out. Damn it! Did everyone see that? That shameless behavior. I told you she was a green tea. Xia Xiaoyu clenched her right fist behind her back, then suddenly curled it into a claw. She couldn't hold back anymore. She wanted to scratch that S face. Rin Yanyan narrowed her eyes. No way. We gotta team up with Xiaoyu and snatch our male god away fast. There are way too many wild, trashy ES in this world. Smack! A hard slap landed on Chen Shusheng's back. Hey! Xu Xiaotong raised an eyebrow, glaring at Chen Shusheng with obvious displeasure. When did you acquire a space-time spirit skill, you little brat? Never would have guessed. You look harmless when you smile, but you're a sneaky little bastard. You hide it well. Spill it. You kept this secret. Did you plan to teleport next to me while I was showering? Chen Shusheng gave Xu Xiaotong a once-over, then spread his hands helplessly. Is that how you see your brother? Do I look like the type to stab you in the back? Poof. Xu Xiaotong wore a look of utter contempt, subtly raising an eyebrow at Nailin Yanin and the other girls. With so many gorgeous girls around, not only do you keep them all to yourself, but you won't even introduce them to me. Xu Xiaotong paused mid-sentence, reaching out to pull Han Jiangxue from Chen Shusheng's embrace. Then you have the nerve to hit on my girls and call me brother? How thick-skinned can you be? Xiaotong. Han Jiangxue flushed crimson and pouted. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not talking nonsense. Xu Xiaotong glared, her face flushed with indignation as if betrayed. You were practically melting in his arms. You've never treated me like that. You. Han Jiangxue's face flushed crimson, nearly dripping blood. She stomped her foot fiercely. I'm ignoring you. With that, she turned and ran off. Nailin Yanin and the other two girls watched the scene unfold, letting out a long sigh of relief. Good riddance. Otherwise, we'd barely be able to control our primal rage. Chen Shusheng stared blankly at Xu Xiaotong. Sis, I only think of little Jiangxue as a younger sister. Why are you making such a fuss? Whatever you want to make a scene about, you'll have to wait until we get home tonight. Right now, I need your cooperation for the police statement. Xing glided over to Chen Shusheng and the others. Her eyes swept over the group, her expression stern. To prevent retaliation from Lai Shengtong and ensure your safety, you must come with me to headquarters to clarify the situation. Only after undergoing a risk assessment by our top behavioral psychologists will you be permitted to leave. The group exchanged glances, nodded in unison, and followed the Jojo unit into the vehicles. Xing tapped Chen Shusheng's shoulder and led him to a separate vehicle. Kid, I can tell Rei is most interested in you. Come with me, take my car. Chen Shusheng sat beside Xing in the back seat. Xing's expression was grave as he spoke in a deep voice. Think hard. Have you offended anyone recently? I suspect Rei's interest in you isn't entirely baseless. Chen Shusheng frowned. I did cross paths with a spoiled rich kid recently, Yang Weijin, one of Jinzhou City's wealthy playboys. Xing slapped his thigh in excitement. See? I knew it. That little Lai Shangtong? She's definitely got her sights set on you because the Yang family sent her. So listen to your big sister. A fair-skinned, delicious-looking boy like you needs to protect himself when he's out and about. Don't go home tonight. Stay at my place. I'll protect you. My bed is big and comfy. Chen Shusheng stared at Xing with a blank expression. Talk properly, keep your hands to yourself, or I swear you're more dangerous than Rei Zhetou. End of chapter. Chapter 37, blame the team leader, he set the example. Chen Shusheng's words made Xing's eyes widen, his face flush red, and veins bulge on his forehead as he argued back. How dare you slander me like this out of thin air? Chen Shusheng remained silent, reaching down to grasp Xing's hand from his thigh. What innocence! Xing! Chen Shusheng! Xing clapped his hands together, his tone unwavering. That's it. Lai Shengtong must have been ordered by Yang Weijin to attack you. Chen Shusheng, hey! Don't just abruptly change the subject like that. Besides, did you even need to deduce that? Lai Shengtong said it herself back then. She was repaying a favor to someone. My guess is, I must have beaten Yang Weijin so badly that the Yang family's leader lost face and had to step in personally. Xing slammed his thigh in fury. A prestigious family resorting to such vicious tactics against a mere student? Outrageous. Still seething, Xing slapped her thigh again. Don't worry, sis got your back. Once I get back, I'll report this straight to the top and make the Yang family pay dearly. Xing seemed finally satisfied, slapping her thigh one last time. Chen Shusheng looked down expressionlessly at the hand that had struck his thigh, then raised his eyes to Xing. Honestly, he shouldn't have harbored any illusions about this woman. Even if she acted perfectly reliable, it couldn't change the fact that she was a lunatic. Watching Xing shamelessly grab and squeeze, Chen Shusheng finally snapped, "Are you done playing?" Xing gave an awkward smile and pulled his right hand back with his left. Sorry, as a high-level spirit martial artist who trains combat techniques year-round, my hands have a mind of their own. It's perfectly reasonable and logical. Chen Shusheng, oh my god. Holy. That bull you just spewed is ing beyond belief. Soon, the car rolled into the suburbs and pulled into an office building with a courtyard in the center. The moment Ching stepped out, he was swamped with tasks. The women were also separated for questioning. Ultimately, their statements would be studied by a team of professional behavioral analysts to create a psychological profile of Lai Xingtong and analyze her next moves. Only Chen Shusheng was left in the lobby, ignored by all. Chen Shusheng was quite content with the leisure. He happily plopped down on a chair in the lobby, pulled out his phone, and started scrolling through videos of slender young women on Douyin. After scrolling until he grew tired, Chen Shusheng simply slumped into a slumped pose. Feeling thirsty while slumped, Chen Shusheng grabbed a bottle of ice-cold Coke from the vending machine. An hour later, Xing ran back, panting heavily, having finally arranged all the tasks. Turning around, she spotted Chen Shusheng sprawled out on a lounge chair in the lobby. His eyes were half closed as he scrolled through videos on his phone, occasionally breaking into a grin. Surrounded by the bustling members of the JoJo team, the contrast couldn't be more stark. This sight pushed Xing over the edge. He grabbed the square-jawed deputy captain by the collar and strode over to Chen Shusheng. He grabbed the deputy captain by the collar, screaming, cursing, and roaring. Didn't I tell you to bring him to my dorm and tie him to my bed with that special rope designed to restrain spatial mages? I've been busy for over an hour now, counting on getting back to the dorm to take him out for some fun. What the hell is wrong with you? You can't even handle this simple task? The deputy captain's stern, square face twisted into an oval of sheer frustration. Captain Shang, these students haven't harmed anyone or the state's interests. We can only request their cooperation with the investigation. We can't forcibly detain them, let alone use torture. Xing grew even more furious upon hearing this, grabbing the deputy captain by the collar and shaking him back and forth. What the hell? Why did I tell you to take him to my dorm? If they don't enter the interrogation room, and if it's not a simultaneous interrogation of both individuals, it doesn't even qualify as detention. How could torture be involved? The square-jawed deputy captain was on the verge of losing his composure. Captain, this is illegal personal detention. You'll face serious consequences. Xing, shut your trap. If no one finds out, I won't get punished, right? Chen Shusheng, I'm outta here. Not a single sane person in this damn place. Soon, the women finished their questioning, and Chen Shusheng left with them. Meanwhile, in the office, Xing stood by the window, watching the 7 girls depart. She slowly removed her mask, revealing a face Chen Shusheng knew all too well. Shen Zi. Chen Shusheng's sister, the only family he had. Shen Zi watched Chen Shusheng's retreating figure and murmured softly. Kid, don't blame your big sis for being heartless. It's all because you opened your eyes and got yourself that handsome little face. If I hadn't shown you the dangers of society, you'd end up getting swindled out of your money and seduced by those fox spirits someday. Beep beep beep. A ringtone sounded from the computer behind her. A video call was incoming. Xing hurried back to her desk and accepted the call. On the other end sat a man in his 40s, sharp-featured with piercing eyes, exuding an air of stern authority in every gesture. Upon recognizing the man, Shen Ziyuan snapped to attention and saluted, Team Leader. This man was none other than Nieting, leader of the JoJo Group and one of the most elite Jade Tier 9th rank powerhouses in the Great Xia Empire. Codename, Jing. Nieting waved his hand, gesturing for Qing to sit down. In his characteristic deep, steady voice, he inquired, Is everything settled? Shen Ziyi looked resigned, all but Lai Shengtong have been apprehended. Nieting nodded. These 4 were the most loyal pillars of the reincarnation family. Reincarnation tiers won't stand idly by. After issuing the warrant for Reize To, we can notify the Reize family in Neon to pay the bail bond. By the way, isn't the Raijin family quite powerful in the semiconductor and electronic components industries? We should sign a long-term supply agreement with them. Shen Ziyi pursed her lips in thought for a moment. With just these 4 in our hands, it won't be enough to make the Lai Sheng family bleed heavily. Unless we capture Reize To. Poof. Nieting chuckled lightly at this, his sword-like eyes flashing with icy coldness. If we capture Reize To, the price won't be this low. Let Lai Shenglei surrender peacefully, then. If they dare resist, I'll personally capture Lai Shangtong, hold her by the throat, and bargain with Lai Shenglei. Shen Ziyi heard this and pursed her lips. Everyone saw that. Don't say our JoJo group does things dirty. If you must blame someone, blame the team leader. He's the one who started it all. By the way, how is the senior's son doing? At Nieting's inquiry, Shen Ziyi perked up instantly. Team leader, let me tell you that kid is the spitting image of Uncle Chen in his youth. Even though he's an F-grade talent, he's completely outpacing SSS-level super geniuses in both power growth and spirit technique absorption. Today, when Lashing Tong kidnapped him, I was worried sick. Who knew that kid would suddenly develop a space-time spirit technique? Though he's still clumsy with it and fights in a sneaky, underhanded way, his tactics are truly unpredictable and cunning. Shen Zi's words left Nieting momentarily stunned. He tilted his head slightly, glancing at a slightly yellowed photograph on the table. In the photo, he was still a youthful young man. A middle-aged man bearing a striking resemblance to Chen Shusheng, about 70% similar, had his arm around his shoulder, smiling radiantly. End of chapter. Chapter 38, this seems unsuitable. And let me tell you, team leader, this kid showed his sharp edges way earlier than the old team leader did. I feel like his future achievements will definitely surpass the old team leaders. Shinzi stood with her hands on her hips, wearing an expression that screamed, "See? I taught her well, go ahead and praise me." Rarely did a flicker of a smile appear on Niating's eternally icy face. Though faint, the smile was unmistakable. The softened glint in his eyes revealed just how pleased Niating truly was at that moment. Not bad. Looking back now, it was absolutely the right decision not to send him back to the orphanage all those years ago, but to have you raise him instead. Moments later, Niating's smile faded, his expression slowly turning serious. Now that he has grown his wings, it is time for him to join Jojo and learn about his parents' identities and past. See to this immediately. Niating's words froze Shinzi's smile in place. This. Niating frowned slightly at her reaction, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Is there a problem? Shinzi stammered. I've been telling him that I'm approaching the legal age for marriage. If he doesn't get into a good university and make me proud, I'll have to marry someone I don't like. I reckon his current goal is to become the top scholar, not join the Jojo group. Niating fell into a silent, expressionless stillness upon hearing this. Yet the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed the utter devastation raging within. After a long pause, Niating suppressed his emotions and exhaled deeply. I recall the legal marriage age is 25. And you're 30 this year, right? Shinzi pouted. Team leader, you're so mean. I'm forever 18. Enough. Niating slammed his hand on the table. Cut the nonsense. I don't care if you threaten him, bribe him, or even play dirty, you must recruit him into the Jojo group. Shinzi looked troubled. But that's not right. He's the former team leader's only son. Niating waved him off. What's wrong with that? Isn't this our Jojo group's usual style? If you must blame someone. Niating paused slightly, stealing a glance at the group photo on the table. The old team leader's gentle smile seemed to freeze into something icy. He instinctively flipped the frame face down on the table before growling, let him blame his own father later. These tactics? His father taught him every trick in the book. Shinzi protested, no way. I'm afraid he'll hold a grudge against me. Niating sighed helplessly, then just pin all the blame on me, your uncle, when the time comes, okay? Shinzi, that'll work. With that, Niating hung up the call. Shinzi couldn't help covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling brightly as she grinned like a sly old fox. Little brother. Don't blame this big sister for being heartless, it's just that orders came down from above, and I dare not disobey. Meanwhile, Chen Shusheng returned to his small shop. Not seeing Shinzi didn't surprise him. To cut costs, Shinzi often waited until the afternoon to rush to the wholesale market for raw materials. After splashing water on his face, Chen Shusheng began cleaning the shop. Over an hour later, Shinzi returned on her electric tricycle, hauling a bucket of ingredients back to the shop. The siblings busied themselves preparing for the evening's business. Yet today, Chen Shusheng couldn't shake a peculiar feeling. His older sister kept stealing glances at him from behind, her smile tinged with something strange. That smile held 3 parts icy coldness, 3 parts mockery, and 3 parts ill intent. Honestly, Chen Shusheng felt a bit startled by it all. Day after day, everything just felt so weird. After seeing off the last table of customers, the day's hustle and bustle finally came to an end. Chen Shusheng returned to the second floor, took a satisfying shower, and only then had time to study the sudden surge in his abilities today. Whether it was strength, agility, reflexes, spiritual energy reserves, or spiritual energy intensity, Chen Shusheng felt he had reached the peak of his current level and innate talent. This made Chen Shusheng secretly delighted. If only he could learn more spiritual techniques. He could go toe-to-toe with a strength-based warrior, pounding them with skills. He could even trade spells with ranged mages, then close in for melee spirit skills to finish them off. Thinking of spirit techniques, Chen Shusheng began developing the shuttle user again. Previously, with the system's built-in spatial abilities, Chen Shusheng had been a pseudo-spatial type. Now, with the acquisition of the blink skill, Chen Shusheng had finally gained proper entry into the ranks of the spatial type. However, this spirit technique consumed far too much energy. The time rewind effect remained beyond his current spiritual energy reserves. But spatial displacement? Chen Shusheng could now wield it with ease. Chen Shusheng estimated that at full spiritual power, a single maximum displacement could cover roughly 1 kilometer. If divided into segments, he could likely execute 10 short displacements within 10 meters each. Combined with the shield charge obtained from Nalan and Yan Weijian's fiery breath, he could certainly deliver a devastating surprise attack to his enemies. Bolstered by his newfound power, Chen Shusheng felt considerably more cheerful. He flopped onto his bed, grabbed his phone, and leisurely began scrolling through videos. On Douyin, the anime-style girls in the dance section swayed merrily. Then, Chen Shusheng closed Douyin and opened the UC browser on his phone. He lay down. The little blanket was pulled up. The tissue box appeared. The volume was turned all the way down. The brightness was cranked all the way up. Just as everything was ready, all that was missing was the east wind, when a voice rang out beside my ear. You took out 4 of my men, got me chased around like a mouse by the 9 provinces cat, and now I'm penniless, about to end up on the streets. Yet you're lying comfortably in bed, preparing for that thing. This isn't quite right, is it? That cool, detached tone of voice, combined with the faint scent of orchids wafting toward him. Chen Shuxing's pupils dilated sharply. He whipped his head around to find that, unbeknownst to him, Lai Shangtong had crouched beside his bed. A dagger was pressed against his throat. 10 seconds to think. Give me one reason not to kill you. Chen Shuxing, QAQ. Chen Shuxing, ah. Reze To pressed the dagger forward, crying? That still counts as time. Chen Shuxing, sis, calm down. You're being hunted by the 9 provinces faction, but the most dangerous place is often the safest, like my place. You can hide here, the 9 provinces group would never suspect it. Once the heat dies down, you can sneak out of the village. Don't be afraid to shoot. But if you go and whack me with a knife, you'll definitely alert the 9 provinces group. Then you won't be able to escape even if you grew wings. Chen Shuxing's words silenced Lai Shangtong. Truth be told, she was starting to consider it. That afternoon, she messaged her sister. The Jojo group had laid down their terms. If the Lai family refused, they would never spare her few remaining men and would relentlessly pursue her. The money wasn't beyond the Lai family's means, but it would be a massive financial drain. As the helmswoman and heiress, Rezeta did not wish to see her family suffer such immense losses because of her failure. But if she could hold Chen Shuxing hostage, she could threaten the Jojo group into letting her and her men go. Excellent. This plan was the best of both worlds. Just as Rezeta was about to agree, she suddenly realized the bed was empty. Damn it! It was a space-time manipulation technique. Simultaneously, she felt a sudden stiffness in her back, as if someone had struck her with 2 fingers. A cold, disdainful smile curled at the corner of Reze Hitomi's lips. The timing of the transfer was well executed. The control over distance had also improved. But this technique? That's a bit childish, isn't it? What could 2 fingers possibly do to me? Chen Shuxing, your artistic sensibilities are lacking. What 2 fingers can accomplish is far more than you imagine. Skill, pressure point strike. Activate. End of chapter. Chapter 39, absolutely not allowed. This. What kind of sensation was this? Like a faint electric current, it surged through the protrusions of peripheral nerves, climbing upward until it exploded in the brain's superficial layers. Then, circling back, it struck the hypothalamus directly. In short, in all her life, Reze To had never experienced such wondrous pleasure. In that instant, her cold, hard eyes glazed over. With a soft moan, her entire body trembled and slowly went limp. Chen Shuxing, seeing this, let out a strange cry and pounced. You can't guard against thieves forever. Besides, this house wasn't just his sister lived here too. Tonight, no matter what, he would bring this woman down. But a 5th-tier gold-ranked opponent was far beyond what a mere bronze-ranked rookie like Chen Shuxing could handle. Even with the system skills at his disposal, it was impossible. Rei Shinto's eyes were only dazed for a moment before quickly returning to normal. As a neon-born individual, even without combat experience, Rei's cultural upbringing allowed her to swiftly grasp what had befallen her. After all, the Rei's family was in the entertainment business. Rezeta had even conducted on-site inspections and market research. Back then, she had coldly remarked, "What on earth is going on in these people's heads? This stuff is nothing but hormones and pseudo-stimulation of the cerebral cortex. How could it compare to the satisfaction of steadily building your skills step by step?" Now, having experienced it firsthand, she admits, this stuff? It's addictive. Wait, no. What am I thinking? How could this become a mystery? Will my strength even improve? Will I ever find my father? Will the family's glory be restored? The soul's questioning jolted Lai Shangtong back to full consciousness. She whipped her head around, glaring furiously at Chen Shuxing. That damn brat. Not only did he resort to such despicable tactics against her, but he nearly shattered her resolve. This was the last straw. With a low growl, Lai Shangtong spun around, the icy dagger now aimed squarely at Chen Shuxing's throat. Hiss. Gazing at that sharply chiseled, handsome face, recalling that indescribable sensation from moments ago, Rei Tun hesitated, unable to bring herself to strike. The dagger slid downward a fraction. Wow! That collarbone is so delicate, don't ruin it with one long stab. The dagger slid down further. Those pecs, they're like strands of silk. Those abs a full 8-pack with matching V-line. Is this what my sister calls a doggy waist? Lower it. Yes. This. More terrifying than those professional actors. It's gonna pierce right through, right? Damn, what am I thinking? Chen Shuxing nearly peed himself. Hey, hey, hey! Where the hell do you think you're waving that knife? What do you think I rely on to survive in this world? Loyalty. You can point that knife at me. But I won't let you point it at my brother. With a roar, Chen Shusheng seized the wrist holding the dagger and yanked it upward with all his might, his entire body pressing down. Simultaneously, his other hand shot upward in that familiar opening stance. Seeing this, Rezeta narrowed her eyes and clenched her teeth. Too close, no way to dodge. But don't underestimate my resolve. Bastard. This time, I won't be affected by your pathetic spirit technique. Chen Shusheng, pressure point strike, enhanced version. Tide Rider, activate. Reizei Hitomi? There's an enhanced version of this thing? Wait, hold on, don't activate it yet, I'm not ready. A finger thrusts down, spiritual energy surging. Reizei to, stop it. MMPH, why? Reizei Hitomi's eyes rolled back as her body trembled violently. In that very instant, Chen Shusheng's door was violently pushed open. Standing at the doorway was Shinji, now wearing a mask and accompanied by the rest of the squad. No! Her current alias was Ching of the JoJo group. The moment Reizei Hitomi manifested in Chen Shusheng's room using her shuttle spirit technique, Shinji had already sensed something was amiss. The reason she didn't immediately storm in with her team was precisely because she believed a child must not remain sheltered under the wings of elders to truly grow. He needed to endure the trials of wind and rain to grow into a mighty eagle. Shinji swore. She absolutely did not intend to wait until Chen Shusheng was thoroughly humiliated by Lai Shengtong, only to mock him without restraint. But who could have known the sounds coming from the room would become increasingly embarrassing to share with others? My foolish little Ododo. Sister, could I possibly let you enjoy such a life? Of course not. Thus, Shinji hesitated no longer and pushed open the door. But she realized she was still too late. Even the clothes were all ready. As for Kozai Hitomi, her face flushed crimson as she lay on the floor, whimpering and shivering uncontrollably, struggling desperately to crawl away. Her eyes were unfocused, her legs weak. TSK. Second young Miss Reyes, you attend all sorts of merchant guild gatherings, never sparing a kind word for any man. Now, look at you. You probably don't want anyone else to find out about this, do you? This word. Why does this sound so familiar? Beside them, the square-jawed deputy captain, picking at his chin, whispered to Shinji, Captain, should we help? He glanced at Chen Shusheng, who was tugging at Reizei's skirt to stop her from climbing away, his face twisted into an enigmatic grin. Shinji shook her head. No need. Look how much fun they're having. Square-jawed deputy captain, Captain, Reizei is on the verge of tears. I don't see her enjoying herself. Shinji sneered, that's why you're single. Does crying automatically mean she's unhappy? Remember that time I went with you to catch your ex-girlfriend's thing? Didn't she cry and beg that pretty boy for more? You think she was happy? The square-jawed guy flinched violently. He clutched his chest with one hand. This won't do. He had to change jobs, or he'd be driven to an early grave. Lai Shengtong was nearly driven mad by now. At this moment, she had only one thought. Get out of Chen Shusheng's line of fire fast. This guy is poison. The effect of his spiritual technique was actually intensifying. In that instant, she suddenly recalled a production from her family's entertainment company. A coldly beautiful career woman. She moved into an unfamiliar apartment. Next door lived a loser whose room was piled high with trash. The shameless bastard, lusting at first sight, dragged the beauty into his room. At first, the beauty resisted. Screaming, struggling, resisting. But gradually, as the intensity grew, the beauty succumbed. Sigh. The thought alone. Rin Shudo shuddered violently. No. I absolutely refuse to end up like her. Her conviction solidified into an iron will in that instant. Reizei Hitomi felt power surge through every fiber of her being. She glared furiously at Chen Shusheng and snarled, you bastard. You won't break me. Chen Shusheng's lips curled into a wicked, feral grin. Is that so? Tone. Are you truly prepared for this? Reizei Hitomi's gaze hardened. Damn it, don't underestimate my resolve. Bastard. Chen Shusheng's expression slowly hardened as he held up two fingers. Then, brace yourself. I'm coming. Reizei Hitomi, ah. The members of the JoJo group sat in a row, their hands clenched tightly in excitement. What's happening? The feeling, it's igniting. End of chapter. Chapter 40, I'm going to release her. This time, Chen Shusheng squeezed every last drop of spiritual energy from his body, unleashing the powerful Tidebringer. As his fingertips touched Reizei's body, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth. Reizei's eyes rolled back, her entire body convulsing. In that moment, her consciousness felt like a tiny boat, adrift amidst the raging waves of a stormy sea. Saliva dripped unconsciously from the corners of her mouth. Her eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, as if she had been utterly broken. Sister, cast me out of the Ushiro family. This shattered version of me can no longer bear the honor of the Ushiro name. I'm sorry. I have brought shame upon our family. Chen Shusheng exhaled deeply and rose slowly. The members of the JoJo group followed suit and rose as well. Clap. 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 Someone, unknown to all, began clapping first. Clatter. Soon, thunderous applause filled the room. Chen Chusheng turned to look. The members of the JoJo group all wore expressions of reverence. Their gazes were like those reserved for heroes who dedicated their lives to art. Two members of the JoJo group stepped forward and carried away the lifeless-looking Lai Xingtong. Masked Shen Ziyi walked over to Chen Chusheng and excitedly punched his shoulder. That girl's a spatialist. None of us could catch her, but you subdued her. You've really made something of yourself. Given your outstanding performance, I've decided. Chen Chusheng held up one hand. Cut the crap. How much are we talking about? Shen Ziyi, no bonus. Chen Chusheng, cheapskate. Shen Ziyi. Chen Chusheng, alright, I get it. You guys love handing out worthless certificates and medals to save on costs. Deliver it to my school tomorrow. I'll milk the school for some scholarship money. Shen Ziyi. Shen Ziyi sighed in resignation. This involves foreign forces. I'm afraid. Not even a commendation? Chen Chusheng dressed and turned to leave. Shen Ziyi frowned in confusion. What are you doing? Chen Chusheng, if the Lai family finds out I captured the suspect, won't they stop at nothing to have me killed? I put in the effort, I took the blame, and you won't even give me a share? How can I possibly accept that? I'm going to release Lai Xingtong right now. Shen Ziyi clutched her chest, feeling a wave of suffocating frustration. This bastard. Where did he pick up this money-grubbing personality? Wait a minute. Wait, he probably learned it from me. Well, that settles it. Shen Ziyi took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She forced herself to calm down. Big brother Nya has spoken. We have to get this kid into the JoJo group. Ahem, I can bring you into the JoJo group. What do you think? Chen Chusheng's eyes flashed with even more disdain, a sneer curling his lips into a cold, contemptuous smile. That attitude, that look in his eyes had made Shen Ziyi feel like he was nothing but trash. What's wrong? What do you mean, what's wrong? Chen Chusheng raised an eyebrow. I take the blame, you get the credit, and it still's not over. You actually want to take me with you? Seriously, I just don't get it. How can you be so shameless? Shen Ziyi shuddered. She felt blood rush to her head, nearly seeing stars. This brat has such a sharp tongue. No way, I'm getting angry. This lady will first employ a little beauty tactic, trick him into submission, and get him into the JoJo group. Then I'll have plenty of chances to teach him a lesson. I'm putting my money on this. I'll make him kneel and kiss the soles of my feet. Shen Ziyi's lips curved upward, revealing the most seductive smile she could muster. Who knew that Chen Chusheng would suddenly leap back, pointing at Shen Ziyi with a look of sheer terror? Damn it! Enough already! If you have something to say, just say it. Every time those big lips open and close, it's like you've eaten a dead baby. It's the middle of the night, don't try to give me the ring treatment. Ha! Shen Ziyi raised a hand to her forehead, shoulders shaking. Ha ha ha! Question, what emotion does the author's laughter convey at this moment? A. It expresses the author's protest against unjust realities and helplessness toward a bleak future. B. It expresses the author's current state of mental chaos, a collapse of their worldview, and a burning desire to hang Chen Chusheng and beat the crap out of him. C. It expresses the author's positive and optimistic outlook on life. D. It expresses the author's profound homesickness. Everyone, make your choice quickly. Next. Reveal the correct answer. Shen Ziyi raised her hand, and platinum crystal patterns erupted from her body, surging and spreading throughout Chen Chusheng's room. Clusters of vines, serpentine in their movement, swept toward Chen Chusheng. You've successfully courted death. Run. Seeing the situation turn dire, Chen Chusheng tore open a spacetime wormhole to flee. But as a bronze-tier cultivator, his spiritual power activation lagged half a second behind reincarnation pupil. Don't underestimate that half second for a platinum crystal powerhouse. It was more than enough to wrap you up like a rice dumpling. Chen Chusheng's hands were bound and hung from the ceiling fan. Escape? Shen Ziyi's smile turned icy. The Qing dynasty collapsed a century ago. Where exactly do you plan to run off to? True, Chen Chusheng was a cheap, spiteful bastard, but that didn't mean he was stupid enough to go looking for a beating. Seeing Shen Ziyi's stance, he cracked a smile that was utterly innocent. My lovely, kind, and gentle sister. This humble fellow was merely joking with you just now. Please don't take offense. Shen Ziyi nodded, her smile radiant. With a flick of her wrist, spiritual energy coiled around her hand, instantly transforming into a whip woven from vines. Sister doesn't blame you, I'm absolutely delighted. Chen Chusheng, that's a relief. Could you put me down now, sister? Shen Ziyi raised her hand and switched on the electric fan. Chen Chusheng was spun around in circles. Shen Ziyi, no. Sis, I'm going to reward you. With that, Shen Ziyi swung the whip and lashed out. Smack! Ow ow ow. This scene made the square-jawed guy watching nearby jump out of his skin. Was this the legendary punishment, hanging from a fan while it was running? See, Captain. Please calm down. Shen Ziyi only lashed out harder at the sound of his voice. I'm cooling down right now. So, what's the deal? The square-jawed deputy captain sighed helplessly. I was wondering if you could keep an eye on Rize? That girl's a golden 5th-tier specialist. We might not be able to hold her back. Shinzi chuckled, well, let her run then. She wouldn't dare come after us for revenge anyway. Chen Shusheng, who was getting beaten, froze. Spittle flying, he shouted at Shinzi, this is deliberate retaliation. I'm retaliating, what are you gonna do about it? Shinzi snapped back, her voice rising as she stretched her neck to shout. Chen Shusheng wasn't worried about Lai Xingtong targeting him, he could handle it. What terrified Chen Shusheng was that they might harm his sister. My family isn't just me, there's my sister too. She's an ordinary person with no cultivation. What if Li Xingtong, cornered like a dog, hurts her? Do you even give a damn about the oath you swore when you joined the team? You crazy, get the hell out of here. This tirade caused Shinzi to slowly stop her actions. She raised her snow-white wrist slightly, the vines retracted, and she gently set Chen Shusheng down on the ground. Sitting on the ground, Chen Shusheng rubbed his wrist, glaring at Shinzi with resentment. Shinzi walked slowly to his side, her gaze softening considerably. In that moment, she suddenly understood why Nieting had repeatedly ordered her to conceal her identity after she volunteered to care for Chen Shusheng all those years ago. Although over the years, the organization had never been stingy with Chen Shusheng's education or material needs, the overall family atmosphere remained intensely pressured. Now she saw that this pressure hadn't bred inferiority in Chen Shusheng. Instead, it had tempered his resilient will and forged a heart brimming with love and gratitude. Taking a deep breath, Shinzi spoke slowly. Young man, we can protect you and your sister's safety as long as you agree to join the JoJo group. Chen Shusheng understood that as he advanced further along his cultivation path, he would inevitably cross countless powerful figures. Joining the 9 provinces group would indeed offer his family a measure of security. Truthfully, Chen Shusheng just couldn't stand being threatened. If Qing had approached him with reason and negotiation, he probably would have agreed already. Fine. End of chapter. Chapter 41, well, there's still hope. Shinzi blinked her excited little eyes, staring intently at Chen Shusheng. Yes. Spit it out. Tell me you're willing to join the JoJo group. Captain. Trouble. Suddenly, a JoJo group member scrambled over, rolling and crawling toward them. Reishin used his spatial magic to escape. The moment those words were spoken, the space fell silent. Shinzi's face froze, and she turned her head slightly to look at Chen Shusheng. You were going to say you're willing, right? Put. Chen Shusheng erupted in fury, jabbing his finger at Shinzi's nose. You shameless old scoundrel. I'd rather starve to death, die outside, or jump off this building than ever join the JoJo group. In the end, due to the minor incident of Reizeto's escape, Chen Shusheng and the JoJo group parted on bad terms. Before leaving in Qing's jacket, Shinzi even issued a warning. Chen Shusheng, you've already been reserved by the JoJo group. Don't even think about running tomorrow after school. I'll make sure to take you away. The next day, Chen Shusheng strolled into school. The moment he entered the classroom, every student turned to stare at him. Chen Shusheng shuddered. He'd never been the center of attention like this before. I know I'm dazzling. But, guys, you don't have to stare at me like that. Your little glances are a bit too intoxicating, you're actually startling me. Xia Xiaoyou's expression turned serious as she walked over to Chen Shusheng and spoke in a low voice. Brother Shusheng, Chen Wenwen's father came to the classroom this morning. He was furious, accusing you of bullying his son and demanding an explanation. The old teacher finally talked him into coming to the office, saying he'd send you over as soon as you got to class. Chen Shusheng chuckled. He provoked me to fight, but when he didn't get his way, he went home and tattled to his parents? Doesn't he feel embarrassed? How thick-skinned does one have to be? Xia Xiaoyu covered her mouth and giggled softly. Students fighting is pretty common these days. Usually, it doesn't get escalated to the parents. I bet it's because you and Brother Duanyi spread the word that you'd beat him to death in the spirit realm. Scared the crap out of him, so he had to get his parents involved. Just go apologize properly and explain it was a joke. Things should blow over. Chen Shusheng nodded to show he understood, then left the classroom and headed straight for the homeroom teacher's office. Before Chen Shusheng even entered the office, he heard loud banging on the desk inside. A rough, high-pitched male voice bellowed angrily. High schoolers are young, hot-headed, and prone to impulsive behavior. The occasional fight, I get it. But this Chen Shusheng has gone too far. Look at what my son's been through. That swelling down there is bigger than a dead man's head. I took my boy to the hospital yesterday. The doctor said it could affect his ability to marry and have children in the future. My Chen family has been the sole heir for 3 generations. And it doesn't stop there. That little brat even threatened to kill my son in the spirit realm. So what? Is he the toughest thug in Jianzhou? Class teacher Lu Yuan inside bowed and scraped like a damn electric motor. Parents, this is indeed a failure in our educational approach. Rest assured, we will deal with this troublemaker severely and show no leniency. Chen Shusheng couldn't help but chuckle as he listened at the doorway. This guy, if nothing else, knew how to read the room. With the fierce bandit system on my back, calling myself Jinzhou's #1 bandit, I doubt anyone here would disagree, right? Chen Shusheng stood at the doorway, smiling, and was immediately overheard by the sharp-eared Lu Yuan. His face darkening, he flung open the door and glared at Chen Shusheng. What the hell are you laughing at? Get your ass in here. Lu Yuan yanked Chen Shusheng into the office and pointed at Chen Wenwen, berating him. Why bully your classmates? Chen Shusheng shot Lu Yuan a sideways glance, shrugged indifferently, and said, Old Lu, use that pig brain of yours and think hard. If he hadn't been such a jerk, would I have stabbed him? Call me teacher, you good-for-nothing brat. Lu Yuan roared, pointing his finger at Chen Shusheng's nose. It takes two to tango. Why did Chen Wenwen pick on you specifically instead of someone else? Shouldn't you be reflecting on your own behavior? Ha! What's there to reflect on? It's because I'm easy to bully, that's why. Chen Shusheng snorted coldly, slowly advancing until he stood directly before Lu Yuan. His eyes flickered with murderous intent, almost solidifying into tangible form. Lu Yuan, if you've got the guts, repeat that bull about having a father right here and now. Just watch, you'll see if I dare to take you down right here today. Enough! A sharp command cut through the heated exchange between Chen Shusheng and Lu Yuan. Chen Shusheng turned his head. There, in the center of the office, sat a pot-bellied man with a face full of fleshy features, sprawled out in the middle as if he owned the place. Clearly, this was Chen Wenwen's father. Chen Wenwen stood beside him, looking utterly aggrieved. Her lower body hadn't yet subsided from the swelling, making her appear as if she'd stuffed a damn basketball inside a sight that bordered on the ridiculous. But that wasn't what caught Chen Shusheng's attention. Just in terms of physique, Chen Wenwen standing next to his father looked like a weakling next to a wild boar. Then there was his appearance. Though a hint of mischief lingered around his eyes, Chen Wenwen was undeniably handsome. But his father? No makeup needed. Put him in a Three Kingdoms costume on set and he'd be Zhang Fei incarnate. Chen Shusheng stroked his chin. Hold on, buddy, is your neighbor's last name Wang? Is this kid even your biological son? Ha? Wasn't this guy trying to stick up for his son, Chen Wenwen? If I can prove Chen Wenwen isn't his son, wouldn't that settle the matter? Hey! I'm a ING genius. I gotta figure out a way to get back at this jerk. As Chen Shusheng sized up Chen Wenwen and his father, the other party was silently observing him too. Chen Wenwen's father was named Chen Fuzhao, a member of the Chen family's collateral branch. He usually leveraged his connection to the Chen family to run a small gravel business, making a modest income. Having navigated the rough and tumble world for years, Chen Fuzhao was no stranger to life's complexities. From Chen Shusheng's spotless school uniform and his neatly trimmed crew cut, he could tell this kid was the type who didn't stir up trouble at school. His son must have provoked someone, causing them to retaliate. Whenever this thought crossed his mind, Chen Fuzhao felt a pang of guilt. His son could only be described with one word since childhood: annoying. Out of nowhere. He'd come pinch the flesh on your belly. Or maybe he'd stab you from behind. Does it hurt? Doesn't it hurt? The point is, it's just damn annoying. Chen Fuzhao had a temper to match, and because of Chen Wenwen's weird habit, he nearly beat him into a shape-shifting robot when they were kids. Yet the kid just wouldn't quit. It wasn't until elementary school that Chen Wenwen finally started to rein it in. Chen Fuzhao thought his son had finally grown up and matured. But who knew? Once he got to school, he discovered even more classmates to bully. Being a jerk at home just seemed boring now. The outcome was predictable: he got beaten up by a group of classmates. Then someone stepped on his neck and demanded, "You admit defeat? Still being a jerk? I, Chen Fuzhao, am a son of the Chen family. Though my looks are nothing special, I'm a man who stands tall and proud. My wife graduated from an art academy with a dance major. She has impeccable grace. I have no idea where the hell this kid picked up this damn habit. But, trashy or not, he's still my son, after all. When he plays the fool with you, it's because he thinks you're worth his time. Just take it like a man. If you dare lay a finger on my kid, then sorry, but I'll make sure you pay dearly." Chen Fuzhao ran a sand and gravel business. You know how that trade is. He kept a bunch of thugs around, always picking fights and showing off his toughness. Now, with those bulging eyes, he actually looked like a proper gang boss. Chen Wenwen held her breath beside him, her excitement palpable. He knew his father well. Seeing this display, Chen Wenwen knew immediately his old man was going to avenge him. "Father, I beg you find someone to teach that bastard a lesson and avenge me. Then, son here will personally kick him in the balls so he can taste the worst pain a man can endure." Seeing Chen Shusheng trembling slightly before him, Chen Fuzhao nodded with satisfaction and spoke coldly. "You little bastard, it was you yesterday." Before he could finish, Chen Shusheng cut in, panic etched across his face. "No. Big brother, believe me. I was at school the entire time yesterday. I truly wasn't with your wife." His words carried equal parts terror, panic, and helplessness. If acting were graded out of 10, Chen Shusheng would give himself a perfect score without a second thought, utterly unafraid of sounding boastful. Look at this guy, big gold chain, fancy watch, and apparently he's in business. He mustn't be stupid if he managed to lift himself out of poverty and achieve prosperity. Surely he can understand this subtle hint? Bull. My wife went shopping with her best friend yesterday. She definitely wasn't with you. Chen Fuzhao slammed his fist on the armrest, fuming. I'm asking if you were the one who beat up my son yesterday. You little punk, don't think I'm picking on you. Mess with my son, and you pay the price. Broken leg or broken arm, your choice. Chen Shusheng sighed in resignation. Sorry, I overestimated this guy. He really didn't get the hint. Ha? Hold on, this is confusing, let me sort it out. Chen Fuzhao raised his hand, frowned, and racked his brains. I came to see you about you punching my son. How did you manage to steer the conversation toward my wife? And the way you were acting just now. I can't shake the feeling something's up. Chen Shuzhang breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, there's still hope. Now things were finally starting to make sense. End of chapter. Chapter 42. Can I make you feel good? Chen Fuzhao lowered his head, lost in thought. As if recalling something, his face first flushed crimson, then slowly turned purple. His entire demeanor shifted from shock to fury, then to a hideous grimace, culminating in gnashing teeth. Chen Wenwen beside him was utterly dumbfounded. Wait a minute. This plot is taking a wild turn. Wasn't Dad here to avenge us and let off steam? How did he suddenly start chasing after Mom's mistress? Class teacher Lu Yuan was holding her breath in terror. Seriously. This scene felt strangely familiar to Lu Yuan. He vaguely recalled half a year ago. When the former principal was showing off his wife's vacation photos, the current principal, who was then the vice principal, had remarked, "Your wife seems to be wearing a men's t-shirt that's several sizes too big." The principal's demeanor back then was exactly like Chen Fuzhao's now. Rumor had it that not long after, the principal divorced his wife, never recovered, and retired early. Then the vice principal became the current principal. Outside the door, Zhu Xiaoqiang and Xiao Hongwei crept closer to the office. Xiao Hongwei, Chen Wenwen's dad, is a big shot in the underworld. Chen Shusheng is definitely going to get his ass kicked this time. Zhu Xiaoqiang, serves him right. Who told that kid to be so arrogant? Xiao Hongwei, Shu. We're at the door. Keep quiet. Let's just watch Chen Wenwen try to act tough. Chen Fuzhao remained silent for a long while before slowly lifting his head. In his fierce eyes, tears glistened faintly. Young man, tell me honestly, do you know something? Chen Shusheng took a deep breath, walked slowly to Chen Fuzhao's side, and patted his shoulder. He fished a pack of Licoon cigarettes from his school uniform pocket. Bro, have you noticed lately that your neck feels? Chen Fuzhao was quick on his feet, swiftly pulling out a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from his briefcase. Here, bro, take mine. You're amazing. Ever since I got married, my neck's been feeling stiff. Is there something to it? Chen Shusheng didn't refuse. He let Chen Fuzhao light the cigarette, took a deep drag, and nearly choked on the smoke. No wonder. With a jade crown this big on my forehead. How could your neck feel relaxed? Just as Chen Shushan was about to offer some insight, Lu Yuan timidly raised her hand. Sir, Chen Shusheng is still a student. Please don't offer him cigarettes. Chen Fuzhao glared, snapping, can't you see I'm discussing serious business with my brother? Get lost. I'll have BB find someone to beat you up. Bro, ignore him. We'll handle our own business. Lu Yuan promptly shut up, knowing better. Outside the door, Zhu Xiaoqiang and Xiao Hongwei were left utterly bewildered by the scene. Zhu Xiaoqiang, this plot twist is pretty wild. How did it suddenly turn into big brother this, little brother that? Xiao Hongwei, you know what? Whenever Chen Shusheng's involved, things always get weird. Could Chen Shusheng be Mosquito's long-lost uncle? Zhu Xiaoqiang, stop guessing. Just sit tight and watch the show. We'll ask Mosquito soon enough. Chen Wenwen, standing nearby, was on the verge of breaking down. He was just as bewildered as everyone else. Oh my god. Did you come here to seek revenge? How could you be acting like brothers with your enemy? Chen Shusheng watched the scene unfold, a cold smile playing on his lips. Young man, don't get so worked up. It's still uncertain whether this is really your father. Brother, I'll ask you this, has a rift appeared in your relationship with your sister-in-law? I suspect she's seeing someone else on the side? Chen Shusheng cut straight to the chase without beating around the bush. Lu Yuan held his breath. Here it comes, here it comes. This situation was playing out almost exactly like the old principal's incident. Chen Wenwen shuddered. Her own mother had indeed taken her to meet an uncle. That uncle was such a nice guy. He taught me how to tease people and drive them crazy without getting beaten up. She'd always looked up to him. But how did Chen Shusheng find out? You and your dad are practically crossing species lines. How the hell could he not know? Outside the door, Zhu Xiaoqiang and Xiao Hongwei exchanged glances, each seeing the blazing fire of gossip burning in the other's eyes. Zhu Xiaoqiang, whoa, there's definitely a story here. Xiao Hongwei, you bet there's a story. You don't know, last time I went to Chen Wenwen's place to hang out, his mom showed up in a sheer nightgown and told me his dad couldn't perform, asking me to help her out. Zhu Xiaoqiang, stunned, holy, did you help her? Xiao Hongwei made a goofy face, his mom? How could I not help? Xu Xiaoqiang, dog head emoji, how was it? Xiao Hongwei, her mom's a dancer, super flexible, classy vibe. Bottom line, it was amazing. Xu Xiaoqiang, you don't even spare your bro's mom? You're a total scumbag. Xiao Hongwei, next time I'll bring you along. Xu Xiaoqiang, for real? Godfather. In the office, Chen Fuzhou waved his hand decisively. Absolutely not. Bro, let me tell you, my wife is as loyal as they come. She's surrounded by girlfriends, never had a single male confidant. I guarantee she's completely loyal to me. Chen Shushang raised an eyebrow, is that so? Little brother, you might not know this, but nowadays there's a new kind of close friend called a male confidant. At this remark, Lu Yuan nodded in deep agreement. Male best friends, his wife had one too. Xu Xiaoqiang and Xiao Hongwei exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Male best friends, huh? Their moms had them too. Chen Fuzhou shrugged indifferently with a smile. Hey, bro, I thought it was something serious. He leaned close to Chen Shushing's ear, his expression inscrutable. At that moment, he felt a surge of pride, convinced he had outdone Chen Shushing in certain ways. My wife explained it to me, her so-called male best friend? He's a. Lu Yuan beside him chuckled too, his expression equally enigmatic. Hey, Chen. You haven't been out in the real world yet, you can't imagine how crazy this place is. If you've seen The Return of the Condor Heroes, age isn't an issue if you've seen King Kong, race isn't an issue if you've seen A Chinese Ghost Story, life and death aren't an issue, and if you've seen Brokeback Mountain, is gender really an issue? Xu Xiaoqiang and Xiao Hongwei squinted and nodded deeply. Their mothers had said the same thing. Chen Shushang sighed in resignation. So this is the legendary saying, you can never wake someone pretending to sleep? Looks like he'd have to use cold, hard reality to make his little brother see things clearly. Brother, you're no nobody in this world, right? Chen Fuzhou smiled modestly, not that I'm bragging, but I did have my share of bloody legends in this little corner of Jinzhou. Ah, that's it. Why don't you get someone to check your wife's hotel records? Chen Shushang raised an eyebrow. Chen Fuzhou frowned. Is that really necessary? Chen Wenwen thought it unnecessary. Lu Yuan also thought it unnecessary. Xu Xiaoqiang and Xiao Hongwei both thought it was overkill. Chen Shusheng smiled faintly, you'll be surprised. Alright, since the boss says so, I'll follow your lead. Chen Fuzhou pulled out his phone and dialed his younger brother's number. Chen Wenwen, father, perhaps you should reconsider? You bet. This underling of Chen Fuzhou's was remarkably efficient. In less than 3 minutes, he sent over a long list of records. From the beginning of the year to the end. From king-size rooms to couples round bed bathtub suites. Over 160 entries. Each entry showed a man and a woman checking in. Moreover, the male guests included over a dozen different men. Chen Fuzhou clutched the records, his eyes sunken, beard unkempt, looking utterly devastated. Lu Yuan smacked his lips in disbelief. Before the old principal stepped down, when he went to report work in his office, he looked exactly like Chen Fuzhou did now. No doubt about it. It was confirmed. Chen Wenwen wasn't his biological son. I kinda want to laugh. But seeing him suffer so badly, it'd be rude to laugh. I'm a professionally trained teacher, no matter how funny it is, I won't laugh. But. Sorry, unless I can't help it. Chen Shushan lifted his gaze, and his cold, merciless stare sent a shiver down Lu Yuan's spine. That was the exact same look he'd used when singling out Chen Fuzhou earlier. Wait a minute. He wouldn't be targeting me, would he? No way. What the hell are you laughing at? Look at the way you were acting just now. Your wife definitely has a male best friend too. The foreplay was exactly the same. Do you really think your wife would pull off a big twist ending for you? My advice? Go get a paternity test done with your son. You're barely 5 feet tall, and your son's already 6 feet in middle school. Think about it, does that even add up? Lu Yuan's toothy grin froze on his face, looking far more painful than crying. What Chen Shusheng said. Damn right. Chen Shusheng was a man who held grudges. You bastard, siding with the rich kid is one thing. But then you had the nerve to say I was born with a father but never taught by one? Do you think I'd let you off easy? This is gonna piss you off, you dumbass. Beside him, Chen Wenwen felt bitter sand blowing across her face. If a song could describe his mood right now, it would be silent tears streaming down, the sound of camel bells ringing in my ears. If I don't do something now, Dad might drift too far away. And I'll end up an unwanted child myself. Dad. Hotel records don't mean anything. Maybe Mom just got tired from shopping and found a place to take a nap and rest. End of chapter. Chapter 43, I understand the taste of it. Chapter 43. Upon his son's reminder, Chen Fuzhou's eyes lit up once more. He nodded firmly in agreement. Right. Wenwen is absolutely right. That must be it. This feeling was like a desert traveler on the brink of death from thirst suddenly discovering an oasis. The hope radiating from within him made Chen Shusheng suddenly feel a pang of pity for this man's self-deception. But sorry. Your son bullied the weak, engaged in school bullying, never expecting to kick against this iron plate. Not only did you fail to discipline him, you stood by him and cheered him on, trying to break my leg. If I let you off easy today, I'll damn well spell my name backwards. Chen Shusheng pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed Xu Xiaotong's number. The call connected quickly. Xu Xiaotong lowered her voice. I'm in class. Text me instead? Later. Just one sentence, then I'm done. Chen Shusheng switched the phone to speaker and raised an eyebrow at Chen Fuzhou. Here's the deal. I've got this buddy whose wife has hotel records showing she's been cheating on him. I'm thinking there's definitely something fishy going on here. Whoa. On the other end, Xu Xiaotong sucked in a sharp breath. Hey, buddy, feeling any stiffness in your neck? Chen Fuzhou nearly dropped his phone in shock. Bro, not only are you a god, but your lady friend is no ordinary person either. On the other end of the line, Xu Xiaotong couldn't help but snort. Bro, with that huge jade crown on your forehead, how could your neck possibly feel comfortable? This remark left Chen Fuzhou dumbfounded, his weathered face instantly turning beet red. Chen Shusheng sighed helplessly. Why do you have to be just like Duan Yi? Can you say that to my face? Don't you need to come down and study it? That's hurtful. Chen Wenwen watched the scene unfold, her cheeks twitching. Somehow, it all felt vaguely familiar. Back when Chen Shusheng threatened to kill her, it seemed like he'd played the same game. Xu Xiaotong, alright, enough with the nonsense. Just spit it out, what do you want from me? Chen Shusheng, I figured you're pretty skilled with hacking. Could you break into the hotel surveillance system and look for some evidence or something? That way, my little brother here can finally give up and find someone else. Poof. Xu Xiaotong seemed intrigued, raising an eyebrow slightly. I can handle it for you, but let's make a deal. Once I find the evidence, you record your little brother's reaction for me. You know me, my greatest pleasure is building my happiness on someone else's misery. Upon hearing this, Chen Shusheng sought confirmation from Chen Fuzhou with a questioning glance. Chen Fuzhou took a deep breath, his expression solemn as he nodded. I trust my wife's loyalty, I trust my own charm, and I firmly believe in my rock-solid mindset. Even if my wife really did have something on the side, I could still smile foolishly and savor the taste of it. Bro, tell your buddy if he thinks he'll get any satisfaction from my misfortune, he's got another thing coming. This time, before Chen Shusheng could speak, Xu Xiaotong on the other end of the line blurted out first. Oh really? Your little brother sure has some nerve. Just wait and see if I can make him cry today. After that, there was a rustling sound of things being tossed around on Xu Xiaotong's end, followed immediately by a man's thunderous roar. Xu Xiaotong, you've got some nerve, don't you? How many times have I warned you? Not only are you chatting, but you've even brought out your laptop. Are you even going to attend this class? If not, get out and don't disturb the other students. On the other end of the line, Xu Xiaotong apologized earnestly. I'm sorry. I couldn't make out your tiny pea-sized eyes before, but now I see them clearly. And damn it, I have trypophobia, your pockmarked face makes me physically sick. So, I'm choosing not to attend this class. What the hell are you playing at with your crappy art appreciation class? After this tirade, Xu Xiaotong's breathless voice came through. This is better than having him come over with a chair. I'm outta here. Hold on a sec, I'll get back to you within 10 minutes. With that, the call ended abruptly. Chen Fuzhou stared at the phone, paused for a moment, then gave Chen Shusheng a thumbs up. Bro, your lady friend sure has a fiery personality. Chen Shusheng. Those 10 minutes felt like an eternity to Chen Fuzhou, stretching out as long as a century. For Chen Wenwen, those 10 minutes were fleeting, as brief as the blink of an eye. So fleeting, in fact, that before he could finish praying to the third of the millions of deities in the world, Xu Xiaotong's call came right back. Xu Xiaotong's voice sounded stern over the phone. Bro, I was just having a laugh, but I feel like if I pass this stuff on to your little brother, he'd probably get into a bloody fight with his wife when he gets home. Why don't you talk some sense into your buddy? There's no hurdle in life that can't be overcome. Tell him to lighten up. He glanced at Chen Fuzhou. The guy was staring intently at his nose at his mouth at his heart, as still as a monk in deep meditation, looking incredibly calm. Chen Shusheng whispered, it's fine. Send it over. He's in decent shape, should be able to handle it. Xu Xiaotong, then find a computer and open the webpage. Chen Shusheng sat down at Lu Yuan's desk. I'm ready. Xu Xiaotong recited a string of URLs. As Chen Shusheng opened the site, the crowd behind him gasped in shock. What on earth is this? Lu Yuan gently furrowed his brow. As a meticulous scholar, a selfless educator, and a teacher who nurtured students like spring rain, he declared he had never encountered such filthy and vulgar material. I've never seen this before, no idea. Chen Wenwen blinked her confused little eyes, insisting that as an exemplary student with impeccable morals, she was pure as the driven snow and never looked at such things. At the doorway, Zhu Xiaoqiang and Xiao Hongwei turned their heads slightly, an aura of righteous indignation emanating naturally from them. They made it clear that as upright gentlemen, they were utterly incompatible with Chen Shusheng. Only Chen Fuzhou laughed heartily, slapping Chen Shusheng's shoulder hard. Hey, buddy! Didn't you say you were looking for evidence? What the hell are you doing? I've got a family to take care of, no need for this stuff. You keep it for your own research. Now that the skies had cleared and the rain had stopped, he felt confident again. Even his address to Chen Shusheng had shifted from brother to younger brother. Chen Wenwen breathed a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness Chen Shusheng was such an unreliable friend, at least she didn't have to stage a "where's dad" drama. Honestly, this whole thing had left Chen Shusheng looking pretty pathetic. He couldn't help but grab his phone and unleash a torrent of yelling into the receiver. Are you a tiger? Are you a tiger? I told you to find evidence. Find evidence. Find evidence. What the hell did you send me? Zhu Xiaotong's tone was equally annoyed. Why are you yelling like a madman? This is the damn evidence. Flip to pages 1, 3, 4, 6, 9. 121. All of them have your little buddy's wife's work. End of chapter. Chapter 44. Don't call me dad. I'm not your dad. Ha ha ha. Ah. Burp. Chen Fujiao, who had been laughing wildly, choked on his laughter as if a chicken had its throat squeezed. His unrestrained laughter instantly choked in his throat, neither swallowed nor expelled. His face quickly turned purple like a stuffed eggplant. No, I won't believe it. Chen Fujiao fell silent for a moment before erupting in a hysterical roar. He lunged forward, yanking Chen Shusheng away, and began frantically searching through the website. But soon, when ironclad evidence was laid before him, Chen Fujiao seemed drained of all strength, slowly collapsing to the ground. Ha ha ha. He tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, gazing up at the sky as he laughed. A wild, unrestrained laugh, a reckless laugh, a laugh that twisted his face. He laughed until snot and tears streamed down his face. No wonder. When that weirdo was drinking earlier, so many of his underlings said the big sister looked like a celebrity, like they'd seen her somewhere before. At the time, Chen Fujiao had felt flattered, standing with hands on hips in pride for a while before declaring, "Of course she is. Would a woman who isn't one in a million beauties become your big sister-in-law?" Chen Fujiao vaguely recalled the ambiguous smiles on the underlings' faces when they heard that remark. He was laughing through his tears, crying through his laughter. He was plunged into an indescribable frenzy. Chen Shusheng stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. True warriors dare to face bleak lives head-on, dare to stare down spilled blood. Cheer up, little brother. Dad. Chen Wenwen, seeing this, nearly scared out of his wits. He rushed forward, reaching out to grab Chen Fujiao's sleeve, only to be violently shoved away. Don't call me dad. I'm not your father. I was wondering why they say heroes beget heroes. How the hell did I end up with a bastard like you? I get it now. I finally understand. You're not my son at all. Facing his father's hideous expression, Chen Wenwen completely lost it, his face blank with utter bewilderment. At the doorway, Zhu Xiaoqian and Xiao Hongwei exchanged a glance. They swallowed hard, pulled out their phones, and frantically scrolled through their screens. Soon, both men stiffened and pulled their phones away. Zhu Xiaoqian, I'm going to reinstall the operating system on my computer tonight. I accidentally wiped out all the educational websites and surveying tool sites my dad had saved. Xiao Hongwei, same here. The two fell into a heavy silence, weighed down by their worries. Finally, Xiao Hongwei broke the quiet first. Xiao Hongwei, bro, what were you doing with your phone just now? Zhu Xiaoqian, nothing. What about you? What were you doing? Xiao Hongwei, same here. They exchanged a knowing glance, a shared sense of sorrow welling up inside them. Unable to hold back, they suddenly embraced each other and burst into loud sobs. Lu Yuan stood nearby, silently watching it all unfold, his cheeks twitching. To be honest, he desperately wanted to laugh. But as a teacher, he couldn't laugh. Was it hard to hold back? Do you think I'd let you off that easily? Suddenly, Chen Shusheng's voice echoed like a demon's whisper. Lu Yuan shuddered, staring at Chen Shusheng with terror etched across his face. What are you going to do? To show you the cruelty of the world and the ruthlessness of society. With that, Chen Shusheng opened a video. Lu Yuan shuddered violently. Then he collapsed onto the ground, alternating between crying and laughing, while a yellow dog sprayed urine everywhere. Bro! Why did you make me watch this? I'm really not interested in this. If I hadn't seen it, I could pretend nothing happened and fool myself. Why did you have to shatter my beautiful dream? Meanwhile, on the other side of the hallway, Nailin Yanen's face darkened as she stormed toward the office. Following behind her was Ren Yanyan, her expression equally icy. Duan Yi and Xia Xiaoyu stood anxiously by, trying to calm them down. Duan Yi, sis, calm down. Brother Shang did lay into that Chen Wenwen pretty hard. It's only natural the parents came looking for trouble. Normal my ass. Nailin Yanen snapped angrily. Chen Wenwen asked for it by stirring up trouble. He deserved every punch he got. What does Chen Fujiao think he's doing coming to the school? Does he think Chen Shusheng has no connections, no family to back him up, so he's easy to bully? He's just a branch of the Chen family. If he gets too big for his britches, I'll make sure they know today that Chen Shusheng has the Nailin family backing him. Touch Chen Shusheng, and you're messing with the Nailin family. Nailin Yanen's words rang out with force, igniting Ren Yanyan's passion beside her. Sis Yenron's right. Chen Fujiao's never been a good guy to begin with. And with our old homeroom teacher being such a snob, who knows how he's been picking on my idol? If anyone dares touch my idol, I'll go straight to my dad and have my Ren family's night squad uncles teach them a lesson. Xia Xiaoyu, standing nearby, was on the verge of breaking down. Yen, I beg you, don't tell the night group about this. As her best friend, Xia Xiaoyu knew Ren Yen inside out. Her father, Ren He, was the head of Qinghe Group, a man of passion and honor who valued loyalty above all. The night group he founded as a private society boasted hundreds of gold-tier powerhouses, with Ren He himself being a platinum crystal-tier powerhouse. He was a figure even the official organizations, Zhozhou and Kunlun, dared not provoke lightly. Xia Xiaoyu didn't even need to think about it. Princess Ren Yen only had to get close to Ren He, well up her eyes, and pout her little lips in a pitiful manner. Her doting father would immediately bring men to dismantle the study without a second thought. Nailin Yen Ran and Ren Yen rushed side by side, quickly reaching the office door. Xia Xiaoyu and Duan Yi beat them to it, straining every muscle to brace against the door. Duan Yi, you can go in. Xia Xiaoyu, but you two have to promise to stay calm and not lay a finger on anyone. Nailin Yanin and Ren Yen each grabbed one of them and dragged them aside. Nailin Yanin, move it. Xia Xiaoyu, you're such a pain. As the office door was kicked open by the two. The scene before them instantly stunned the two who had been charging in with such fury. There stood Chen Fuzhao, tears streaming down his face, wailing like a child weighing over 200 pounds. He yanked Chen Wenwen by the collar, shaking her violently while screaming. I loved your mother so much, and this went and cheated on me. No way. You're not my son. Such incomprehensible words poured out. Chen Wenwen was shaken so violently that his eyes rolled back, foam forming at his mouth. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was rolling on the floor, banging his head against the wall, muttering incoherently. Only Chen Shusheng remained seated, legs crossed, sipping tea from a cup. Seeing his little teammates in such a state, Chen Shusheng raised an eyebrow, blew on his tea leaves, and took a light sip. You're here? Soldering iron. The entire team was dumbfounded. Duan Yi glanced around and spotted Zhu Xiaoqiang crouched nearby, drawing circles on the ground, looking utterly devastated as if his entire worldview had been shattered. Beside him, Qiu Hongwei looked utterly stunned, leaning against the wall with eyes rolled back, pupils dilated wide. Ran Yanyan swallowed hard and stepped forward, holding up two fingers in front of Qiu Hongwei. Qiu Hongwei, what do you see? Come on, say it with me too. 1, 2. No response. Move on to the next one. Duan Yi pulled Zhu Xiaoqiang closer, pointing at the room filled with chaos and asking curiously. Have they all gone mad? But Zhu Xiaoqiang, who'd been dragged over, now wore a look of utter bewilderment mixed with amusement. Haha, good thing my dad didn't notice. As soon as I get home, I'm deleting all my dad's resource websites. I have to delete them all, clean them out completely. Otherwise, I'll end up fatherless sooner or later. Duan Yi felt like he was about to lose his damn mind. He grabbed Zhu Xiaoqiang by the collar and shook him violently. Bro, snap the hell out of it. You and Qiu Hongwei are the only witnesses. That bastard's as good as dead. You can't afford to lose your mind now. End of chapter. Chapter 45, The Khan Goes South. Chapter 45. Duan Yi looked at Chen Shusheng and forced a smile. Bro. What the hell are you playing at? Aren't they here to cause trouble for you? Nailin Yanran narrowed her eyes and nodded, signaling approval of the question. She was equally curious. Xia Xiaoyu and Ren Yanyan beside them nodded too, signaling their even greater curiosity. Chen Shusheng slurped a mouthful of hot tea and shrugged. Trouble? Not a chance. We're all brothers. We just chatted about life experiences and stuff. We hit it off pretty well. Watching Chen Fuzhou and Lu Yuan going crazy in the office, along with Zhu Xiaoqiang and Qiu Hongwei slumped in the hallway looking utterly miserable, Duan Yi gaped in disbelief. Seriously, just talking about life? I don't buy it. Nailin Yanran nodded, indicating she didn't believe it either. Ran Yanyan and Xia Xiaoyu stared intently, desperate to uncover the truth. Chen Shusheng rose and walked over to Duan Yi, draping an arm around his shoulder and raising an eyebrow at him. What's up? Don't believe it? Then let me tell you about life too. Just watch, I'll make you throw yourself headfirst to the ground in awe. Duan Yi shuddered, then sprang backward 3 meters in a single bound. Hold on, brother Shang, this is getting a bit wild. I'm afraid you'll talk me straight into the loony bin. Nailin Yanin and the other 2 girls all took a step back in unison, nodding in agreement. Discussing life had been unanimously deemed by the team as Chen Shusheng's hidden, mass destruction personality reforming weapon. The kind that must never be deployed except in critical moments. Brother Shang, I think I figured out a great way to make money. You should give talks at mental hospitals. With your skills, you'd probably cure all the patients, and then you'd be raking in the cash. With their arms hooked around each other's shoulders, the two left the office. Duan Yi solemnly proposed to Chen Shusheng. Chen Shusheng scoffed, I thought of that 2 years ago. Duan Yi asked curiously, how'd it go? Chen Shusheng, with my skills, the results are naturally outstanding. Duan Yi, then why'd you stop doing it? Did all the patients get discharged, leaving the hospital out of business? Chen Shusheng, the psychiatric patients did get discharged, but the doctors, chiefs, president, vice presidents, every last one of them, they all went mad. The new director who took over scared the hell out of me, left me traumatized, and caused me lasting psychological damage. He refused to renew my contract. Duan Yi fumed. Bah. What a fool who can't recognize a mountain when he sees it. Which hospital is this? I'll make a slingshot out of bitter tea seeds and smash their windows. Chen Shusheng waved his hand. No need, no need. I appreciate your sentiment, brother, but let's cut him some slack. He's finally made it to a leadership position. Duan Yi, then, Brother Shang, can we discuss something? Chen Shusheng, go ahead. Duan Yi, could you please stop lecturing me about life from now on? Chen Shusheng sneered coldly, so you've been waiting for me to bring it up? No way. Duan Yi pleaded, bro, let's just talk this out. If it comes down to it, I'll kneel and kowtow to you. Inside the office. Lu Yuan had been sniffling for ages before finally pulling himself together. He rubbed his cheeks and pondered. Wait a minute. If that bastard Chen Shusheng hadn't exposed this whole thing, wouldn't he still be happily living with his wife, carefree and worry-free? It's all Chen Shusheng's fault. That bastard saw the green on my forehead. He should have just kept it to himself and studied it quietly. Why did he have to expose it? He must be trying to ruin me. Think about why the current dean exposed the former dean's wife's affair? It was to crush the former president and seize power for himself. Exactly. It's confirmed. That bastard Chen Shusheng definitely set out to ruin me. In that moment, every ounce of sorrow and anger within Lu Yuan instantly transformed into pure hatred for Chen Shusheng. Damn it, if I don't get revenge, I'm not a man. But as a teacher, actively targeting a student? If word got out, I'd be the one eating humble pie. What to do? Lu Yuan pondered. When his gaze fell upon Chen Wenwen and her father, a scheme for using others as tools instantly formed in his mind. He stepped forward and embraced the still hysterical Chen Fuzhao. Parent, please calm down. Let me explain. Chen Fuzhao whipped his head around, his features contorted. What do you have to say? Lu Yuan explained his reasoning step by step. Think about it, if it weren't for Chen Shusheng, wouldn't you and your wife still be living happily together? Chen Fuzhao, yes. Lu Yuan, now think about this, if it weren't for Chen Shusheng, wouldn't you have no psychological barriers whatsoever when you saw your wife again after returning home? Chen Fuzhao slammed his fist into his palm. Exactly. Lu Yuan, so, whose fault is this, exactly? Chen Fuzhao roared, Chen Shusheng. Chen Wenwen, standing nearby, finally recovered from her dizziness. Seeing Lu Yuan nearly brainwash his cheapskate father into blind obedience, he knew his chance for revenge had arrived. He threw himself at Chen Fuzhao's feet, clutching his legs. Dad, if it weren't for Chen Shusheng, I'd still be your son. When you came home, I'd still serve you tea, massage your shoulders, and rub your back. Chen Fuzhao raised his hand, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. Hold on a minute. When exactly did you ever bring me tea, water, or massage my shoulders and back? I don't recall that at all. Lu Yuan raised her hand to interrupt. None of that matters anymore. Chen Wenwen nodded in agreement. Exactly. What matters is that if it weren't for Chen Shusheng, I'd still be your son, and mom would still be the wife who loves you. Chen Shusheng destroyed all of this. Now you tell me, what should we do about it? Chen Fuzhao slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet, furious. You bastard. How dare you destroy my family? I'll find someone to snap his legs clean off. As he spoke, Chen Fuzhao reached out to help Chen Wenwen to his feet. Son, you will always be my good son. Chen Wenwen, father. Chen Fuzhao, my son. The two gazed at each other with deep emotion, tears welling up uncontrollably as they embraced tightly. Moments later, Chen Fuzhao composed himself, pulled out his phone, and dialed his lieutenant's number. Hey, you! Wake up the brothers and bring all the gear. What? Who are we going after? Some dumbass high school kid. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and raised an eyebrow. Got it. Already arranging the crew, preparing to strike. Thankfully, this guy wasn't too sharp, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily fooled. Meanwhile, within the Jojo group, Shen Ziyi's gaze swept over the team members as she spoke coldly. Everyone clear on today's mission? Everyone, understood. Shen Ziyi, repeat it. Team member A, for damaging others' property, specifically the table and cups he smashed at the hotpot restaurant earlier. Team member B, for indecent behavior toward Miss Toro, a Japanese tourist visiting China. Team member C, arrest Chen Shusheng. Team member D, while attempting to reason with him peacefully. Team member E, if that fails, resort to physical force and coercion. Square-faced deputy captain, in short, use every means necessary to ensure Chen Shusheng joins the Jojo group. Only the square-jawed deputy captain raised his hand and spoke timidly. Captain. We are an official organization after all. Forcing a student like Chen Shusheng to join us by framing him for a crime, isn't that a bit questionable? I'm not questioning your decision, but what if he exposes this later? Won't higher-ups hold us accountable? Shen Ziyi waved his hand dismissively. No chance. These tactics were authorized by Boss Nya himself. Let's go. The team members raised their hands excitedly. Woohoo! Every time they got to play dirty tricks and mess with someone, everyone got so excited. The square-jawed deputy captain sighed, my strict adherence to duty often makes me feel out of place among my colleagues. I submitted my transfer request ages ago, but who knows when the higher-ups will approve it. Just as Shen Ziyi strode confidently toward the school, Chen Fuzhao's gang of henchmen, armed to the teeth, paraded through the streets heading straight for Chen Shuxing's campus. End of chapter. Chapter 46, try touching a single hair on him. Since Chen Fuzhao's business was located near Chen Shuxing's school, his henchmen arrived ahead of Shen Ziyi. Lu Yuan, that old lackey, sneaked around cautiously to the side gate and let the thugs into the school. Chen Fuzhao waved his hand, and a group of bronze and silver tier thugs charged aggressively straight toward Chen Shuxing's classroom. Inside the classroom, the teacher continued lecturing solemnly. The door suddenly kicked open. A fat man, his face just a step away from looking ferocious, burst into the classroom. We're here to wreck this place. Anyone who doesn't want to die better not move a muscle. Trailing behind him was a gang of thugs, each with a menacing grin and a crooked look in their eyes, clearly no good lot. The intruders were none other than Chen Fuzhao and his henchmen. The students in the classroom instantly fell silent, frozen with fear. As the nation's precious blossoms, they couldn't help but tremble before this gang whose faces practically screamed thugs. But just then, the substitute teacher raised an eyebrow, strode up to Chen Fuzhao with imposing authority, and roared, "What are you doing here? Can't you see class is in session? Get out!" A group of students exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Who'd have thought? Mr. Zhang usually picks on the weak and avoids trouble, but he's got real guts when it counts. Yeah. Those guys clearly aren't easy to mess with. He's just a teacher who only teaches theory, with no cultivation at all, yet he still stood up to protect us students. I'm sorry, Teacher Zhang. I didn't respect you enough before. I sincerely apologize. Before the students could finish their apologies, one of Chen Fuzhao's henchmen stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across the substitute teacher's face. Get lost. Stunned by the blow, the substitute teacher clutched his cheek with one hand, eyes wide as saucers. His already sallow face flushed crimson, his frail chest heaving with rapid, angry breaths. The students watching were all stunned. But soon, upon seeing Teacher Zhang's condition, they became deeply concerned for him. Teacher Zhang, don't be impulsive. These people are all bronze and silver level cultivators. You're just an ordinary person, you can't beat them. Yes, Teacher Zhang. You should find other teachers with cultivation to come to your aid. But before the students could finish pleading, Teacher Zhang bellowed with full force. Fine, get lost. With that, he turned and walked out of the classroom with surprising agility. The students were stunned. He just left? The students were just being polite. You're supposed to be a teacher setting an example. He just ditched the whole class and took off? Without their teacher as a protective shield, the students felt utterly helpless facing Chen Fuzhao, a seasoned vagrant who'd been roaming the underworld for years. As the students exchanged nervous glances, Chen Fuzhao strode up to the podium. His sharp, beady eyes scanned the crowd rapidly. Every student caught in his menacing gaze immediately ducked their heads in terror. Praying he wasn't coming for them. Let the misfortune fall on someone else. They're all in better shape than me, tougher than me. Soon, Chen Fuzhao's gaze locked onto Chen Shuxing. There was nothing to be done, all the students were frozen in fear, heads bowed and bodies trembling. This guy, however, leaned back nonchalantly in his chair, staring at Chen Fuzhao with a look of mockery and derision. His posture was utterly defiant. As if he didn't give a damn about them at all. Already seething with hatred for Chen Shuxing after being egged on by Lu Yuan. Seeing this guy's utterly indifferent attitude was like pouring gasoline on the flames of anger already burning within him. He stormed over to Chen Shuxing, his face twisted in fury as he grabbed the collar of his shirt. You little bastard. Know your place and come out. Let me cripple your legs. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to break every bone in your body, leaving you crawling on the ground like maggots for the rest of your life. Chen Shuxing raised an eyebrow at Chen Fuzhao. Hold on, let's break this down rationally. When a gang boss discovers his wife has cheated on him countless times, with videos of her affairs serialized online for over 200 episodes, he absolutely shouldn't be coming after me for trouble. He should be going after that wife of his who's been cheating like crazy, making a bloody mess of the whole story. This guy's actions are unreasonable and illogical. What the hell is going on here? Just as Chen Shuxing was puzzling over this, he suddenly spotted Lu Yuan crouched by the doorway, peering in with a look of gleeful anticipation. He had solved the case. Chen Fuzhao was a dimwit, he must have been led astray by that scoundrel Lu Yuan. Chen Shuxing smiled a cold, bitter smile. It's bad enough that you're a snob, greedy for gifts, and incapable of treating students fairly. Now you're using others to do your dirty work, trying to frame a student? That's a serious breach of teacher ethics. Once I deal with that fool Chen Fuzhao, just wait and see if I'll come for you. Chen Shuxing turned to face Chen Fuzhao, a chill glinting in his eyes. You'd better back off, or when I get serious, even I'll be scared of myself. At this, Chen Fuzhao burst out laughing. His entourage of underlings behind him howled with laughter. Whoa, you little punk, talk a big game? Come at me, let's see what you've got. Boss, this kid's got some nerve. Drag him out here, I'll teach him a lesson today. He dares challenge our boss's authority right here in Jinzhou City? If we don't break his legs today, who'll respect us when we hit the streets? A pack of henchmen snarled and glared, their posture practically devouring Chen Shu alive. The surrounding classmates were all trembling in fear. Just then, Ren Yanyan and Xia Xiaoyu rushed forward, flanking Chen Shusheng on either side to shield him. Xia Xiaoyu snapped, hands off him. This is school grounds. If they cause trouble here, all these students will be witnesses. The security guards and campus police won't let them off easy. Chen Fuzhou scoffed in contempt at her words. He shot a glance at his henchmen behind him. The thugs immediately twisted their faces into menacing grimaces and rushed toward the students, shouting threats. Hey, kid, did you see anything? What are you staring at? Don't you dare look. Keep your eyes down and stare at your own little dick. Whoa, you little punk, you've got some fire in your eyes. What's up? Think you're gonna stick up for your classmates? Come on, show us what you've got. This commotion sent the already terrified students into a panic. They pointed at Chen Shusheng and shouted accusations. Chen Shusheng, you never study properly at school, always stirring up trouble everywhere. Now you're getting payback, serves you right. Get out of here fast and don't drag your classmates down with you. Exactly. These guys are clearly gangsters. Why did you have to mess with them? You made your own mess, deal with it yourself. We're not involved. Once this is over, I'm telling the principal. He needs to expel you, a rotten apple like you. Facing his classmates' accusations, Chen Shusheng remained unresponsive, but Ren Yanyan couldn't hold back her anger. Bull. Brother Chusheng spends every day just going to school and helping his sister run the shop. How could he possibly have crossed these guys? It's all because of that coward Chen Wenwen. He tried to bully someone but got beaten up instead. Then he went home to get his parents to take revenge for him. You bunch of cowards aren't blaming him, but instead you're blaming Brother Chusheng? That's disgusting. Xia Xiaoyu also stepped forward, unable to hold back her anger as she scolded the group of classmates. We're all classmates here. If you won't stand up for what's right, that's one thing, but pushing him out to take the heat? 9 years of compulsory education wasted on you lot, it'd be better spent on dogs. This scathing tirade left every student present flushed with embarrassment, all lowering their heads in silence. Ren Yanyan wasn't done yet. Placing one hand on her hip and pointing the other at Chen Fuzhou's nose, she shouted angrily. You're just a distant branch of the Chun family, yet you think you're untouchable? Mark my words, this lady is protecting Chen Shusheng today. Try so much as touch a hair on his head. End of chapter. Chapter 47, looks bad, makes a big splash. Ooh la la. Chen Fuzhou waddled over to Ren Yanyan, eyeing her up and down. What's up? You just say protect and I'll protect? How big do you think your face is, you little minx? If you know what's good for you, get lost now. Otherwise, see if I dare drag you back and give you a taste of artistic restraint, show you what I'm made of. The moment Chen Fuzhou opened his mouth, Chen Wenwen outside the door was startled out of her wits. He burst into the classroom faster than lightning, grabbing Chen Fuzhou's mouth to silence him. Dad, watch your words. This girl is the princess of Qinghe Group. The mere mention of Qinghe Group sent shivers down Chen Fuzhou's spine. His gaze toward Ren Yanyan instantly turned reverent. Thank goodness his son had acted quickly. Otherwise, if he offended this princess, Ren, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Her brother, a high-ranking official in the Kunlun group, would storm back from the northwest to kidnap them and throw them into a coal mine to dig. What did her brother always say? Right. That's called great development of the northwest. Staring at Ren Yanyan standing in front of Chen Shusheng, Chen Fuzhou felt a twinge of irritation. This young lady wouldn't dare touch a single hair on his head. But she'd already put on a show. If he didn't teach Chen Shusheng a lesson, he'd have nowhere to hide his embarrassment. What to do? Chen Fuzhou hesitated, but luckily a red-haired henchman stepped forward with keen awareness. Pointing at Chen Shusheng, he shouted, Hey, you little punk! What kind of man are you, hiding behind a woman? If you've got the guts, step out. Let's settle this like men and bring this whole mess to a proper end. Chen Shusheng gently patted Ren Yanyan's shoulder, signaling he had this covered. He walked alone to stand before Chen Fuzhou and the redhead, his expression filled with contempt. Solve it like a man, my ass. Look at you talking big? You just think I'm easy to push around because I have no connections, huh? You wanna go one-on-one? Let's go. I'll make sure you walk away with one arm and one leg. Red Hair craned his neck, stepping forward to jab a finger at Chen Shusheng's chest, his posture brimming with arrogance. Think you're some kind of fighter? What good is that? In this world, you need power and connections. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of thugs stepped forward, surrounding Chen Shusheng completely. Traces of spiritual energy instantly began climbing up their necks. When it came to intimidating presence, they had it down to a science. But before they could finish their show of force, the classroom door was kicked open with a flying kick. The poor wooden door instantly shattered into splinters, ending its tragic existence. Masked Shen Ziyi led a group of Jojo group members charging inside. The girl swayed with every step, her swagger alone making her look more like a streetwise tough than Chen Fuzhou and his crew. Chen Shusheng, no need to hide. You're in big trouble now. Come with us. But Shen Ziyi froze when she saw the group of contestants, their hair dyed every color imaginable, clad in studded leather jackets, looking utterly nonconformist. No way. Had she fallen behind the times? Did today's youth all dress so uniquely, with such bizarre looks? And what's up with that fat guy? He looks like he's in his 50s, doesn't he? Why does he look so desperate? Chen Fuzhou and his crew were utterly bewildered by Shen Ziyi's eye-catching JoJo uniform. They'd only gathered a few men to show off their power at the school, intimidate some kids, and maybe collect a little protection money. Even if higher-ups sent someone to deal with them, it should have been the local police station. At worst, during a crackdown, they might have brought in some garrison troops to make a show of force. But damn it, sending the JoJo unit, the ones who deal with rioters and foreign terrorists, to handle them? That was a bit too much respect, wasn't it? Shen Ziyi smacked his lips, blinking his utterly bewildered eyes as he pointed at the mohawk-sporting redhead who'd just been flexing with Chen Shusheng. Did someone fart on your forehead? What the hell is wrong with you? Redhead was nearly pissing himself. His old face turned the same shade as his hair. He wanted to roar at Shen Ziyi. Do you even know what fashion is? This is the classic aristocratic hairstyle of the Zhang clan. Open your dog eyes wide and appreciate it properly. But that was just an internal rant. If he dared to spout this nonsense to Shen Ziyi, without a doubt, he'd be dragged into the 9 provinces for a brutal beating. The students in the classroom froze for a moment before erupting into wild excitement. It's Captain Ching from the JoJo unit. We're saved. Captain Chang, arrest these bastards. They threatened our lives. That yellow-haired punk. Yeah, the one who makes me wanna puke. You were gonna beat me up? Come on then. Try it in front of our 9 provinces group's Captain Chang. I'll respect you as a real man if you do. Amidst the students' chattering commotion, Shen Ziyi pieced together the sequence of events. Her heart was bursting with joy. If she took care of this bunch, it would be like getting revenge for Chen Shusheng and earning a favor. Recruiting him afterward would be a piece of cake. She shot a glance at the square-jawed deputy captain, who immediately understood. Leading his men forward, they unleashed a barrage of fists, kicks, and leather shoes on Chen Fuzhou and his crew. Don't you know the authorities prioritize student safety above all else? You've got some nerve coming to school to stir trouble. What the hell are you staring at? A punch would be too lenient for you. Even if we beat you to death here today, the higher-ups would only commend us, not discipline us. Back against the wall, hands behind your head. Get down on your knees and stay put. Move, and we'll take your lives. Chen Fuzhou was already overweight, and being forced to crouch in the corner made him feel utterly humiliated. But when he saw Chang stroll up to Chen Shusheng, casually slap his shoulder, and say, "Sis showed up just in time, huh?" Chen Fuzhou shuddered violently, nearly wetting himself in fright. For people like them, with dirty hands, they always adhered to the rule, thieves don't mess with the cops. Even if they encountered a section chief from the local police station on the street, Chen Fuzhou would first offer a cigarette, then bow deeply with his back bent, speaking with his head half lowered. Today, he'd finally made a name for himself in the underworld. He'd gone and provoked the younger brother of the 9 provinces squadron captain. No need to guess his operations would be shut down completely tonight. Worse still, he'd likely be thrown into the JoJo group's dungeon to endure electric shocks, waterboarding, and branding with hot irons. Finally, they'd pin the charge of colluding with foreign enemies on him, escort him to the execution ground, verify his identity, and send him to the firing squad. The thought made Chen Fuzhou's legs tremble. Didn't my son say this kid was an orphan with no parents? This bastard falsifying military intelligence? That's practically digging his own grave. No, I must save myself. Chen Fuzhou scrambled on all fours to Chen Shusheng's feet, clutching his trouser leg and wailing with heart-wrenching anguish. Brother! Little brother here didn't recognize a mountain when he saw one. Give me a chance, I'll lay out 10 or 8 tables to make amends. It wasn't just Chen Fuzhou who was terrified. The students who had just forced Chen Shusheng out of the classroom were now panicking like mad. The JoJo group primarily dealt with foreign spies and terrorist elements. Mess with them, and whether you're a student or not, they'll cripple you for life. Why didn't you think of this sooner? Shen Ziyi raised an eyebrow and slapped Chen Shusheng on the shoulder. Bro, tell me, how do you want to deal with him? Let me tell you. Our JoJo group usually has a deluxe package for dealing with this kind of person. Chen Shusheng was intrigued. What kind of package? Shen Ziyi, first course, dragon fruit. Tie him up, find a stick, and beat him until blood gushes out just like eating a dragon fruit. Then CPR strangle him with a rope until he passes out, shock him back to life with electricity, repeat the cycle until he despises life and begs for death. Then we'll give him a template to write his confession, hand him a bottle of gasoline, and make him burn himself alive out of guilt. Chen Shusheng grew even more curious. Why not just kill him outright? Why insist on self-immolation? Shen Ziyi grinned, baring his teeth. You're out of the loop, aren't you? Self-immolation, it looks gruesome, makes a big splash, and scares off petty criminals. Plus, once the wind blows, it leaves no trace. Even if Chen Fuzhou was a tough bastard, he'd be scared less right now. The group of students were now trembling uncontrollably. That bastard Chen Shusheng was like the abbot of Shaolin Temple, a petty bastard who never let revenge sit overnight. Having crossed him, what good could possibly come of it? End of chapter. Chapter 48. No way, I can't hold back. Chen Shusheng wasn't stupid. He understood Qing was trying to buy his favor. He was genuinely curious why would Qing, the esteemed captain of the 9 provinces, go out of his way to be so kind to an ordinary high schooler like him. The more he thought about it, the more puzzled Chen Shusheng became as he looked at Qing. That exquisitely defined jawline, those vibrant, expressive eyes. In a daze, Chen Shusheng felt this face merging with his own sister, Chen Ziyi, becoming one person. Chen Shusheng closed his eyes slightly. If? He meant if. His sister wasn't just an ordinary barbecue shop owner, but this powerful figure who commanded respect throughout the JoJo group. Behind her stood a protective mother and a stern yet doting father. Wouldn't he then no longer be ostracized by his classmates at school? Would the likes of Chen Wenwen dare to bully him for fun anymore? But soon, Chen Shusheng let out a self-mocking snort. At the orphanage, he had seen countless couples come and go, hoping to adopt a child. Yet when they saw his frail, sickly form, they all turned him down. To this day, Chen Shusheng still remembered their whispered conversations with the director. This child looks so sickly. Does he have some illness? If we adopt him, how much will it cost to nurse him back to health? Director, it's not that we're stingy with money or unwilling to take him home to nurse him back to health. It's just that we have no experience caring for a child like this. What if he can't adjust to life here and something happens to him? Wouldn't that be a terrible burden? No way. A sickly child like this won't become a spirit warrior even if adopted. We're not short on money, but we're counting on this child to help us rise from commoners to citizens. In that moment, Chen Shusheng felt like merchandise defective, substandard goods whose sole value lay in being rejected. Once, he had cherished beautiful dreams about his parents and his family. But when those parents' words pierced his heart like barbed hooks, from then on, his longing for home faded. Until Shen Ziyi appeared, using her slender shoulders to hold up a sky for Chen Shusheng. With her frail arms, she warmed the heart that had long since grown cold. She never once looked down on his frail, sickly body. She gave him everything she could possibly offer. Even though what she could do was limited. What right did he have to fantasize, to yearn, to indulge in unrealistic desires? This small home of his could barely hold a shred of happiness. He truly shouldn't crave more. Chen Shusheng slowly opened his eyes, which had been gently closed. The momentary confusion vanished in an instant, replaced by a resolve as solid as mountains. He tilted his head slightly, looking at Chen Ziyi behind her mask, a carefree smile curving his lips. Thank you, Captain Chang. I understand. You wish to do me a favor by bringing me into the JoJo group. I am but an ordinary man, unremarkable in every way. To receive your recognition is an immense honor. I too have fantasized about joining the JoJo group, finding shelter under a mighty tree. But I'm terribly sorry I have an older sister at home. It's she who, with her frail body and her own blood and sweat, has built a world for me. Therefore, until I fulfill my promise to her to gain admission to a prestigious university and transcend our class to become citizens, I will not waste my time elsewhere. I was never blessed by heaven. My talents are ordinary. To secure a better future for those I love, I must give my all. Please understand, Captain. Chen Shusheng's voice was soft, yet each word carried a measured rhythm, unwavering in its resolve. Each sentence, each word, became a hammer, striking hard at Shen Ziyi's heart. In that moment, she recalled that night when Chen Shusheng, wearing a t-shirt worn thin at the shoulders and his handsome face smudged with rust, had handed her a box of cosmetics. In that moment, she recalled countless nights after closing, sitting shoulder to shoulder with this younger brother on the worn-out sofa, eagerly calculating the shop's earnings. Back then, Chen Shusheng could be overjoyed from the moment he washed up until he went to bed, simply because selling one extra beer meant earning a few dozen yuan more. Back then, even when he came home with a black eye from being beaten up by classmates, he'd smile at her and claim he'd fallen while playing basketball. Shen Ziyi knew Chen Shusheng was worried about her exhausting work and didn't want to burden her with any more troubles. She had once had a fierce argument with Nieteng, believing she could provide Chen Shusheng with better circumstances. This child was so considerate it was heartbreaking. Besides, as the son of the veteran team leader and descendant of a hero, he shouldn't be subjected to such harsh criticism. At the same time, Shen Ziyi worried that such a stifling environment would mold Chen Shusheng into a teenager plagued by deep-seated insecurity. Nieteng flatly refused Shen Ziyi, his reasoning simple. The old team leader was the founder of JoJo, a hero of Daxia. As his descendant, Chen Shusheng must also inherit the heroism of the JoJo group. A greenhouse cannot cultivate a wolfsbane flower. However, he did dispatch the nation's foremost psychologist to conduct a personality profile on Chen Shusheng. Only after being told the boy was positive and optimistic did Shen Ziyi gradually ease her worries. It was only at this moment that Shen Ziyi suddenly understood. He had always been plagued by self-doubt, but he channeled that insecurity into relentless pressure, propelling himself forward with desperate intensity. No, she couldn't bear it anymore. Shinzii felt she could no longer bear to deceive this younger brother any longer. She had to reveal every secret. Little brother, listen to me. You're not an orphan. Shinzii had barely uttered the first word when her mouth was violently covered. She whirled around to find Nieting, who had arrived in Jinzhou City at some unknown hour, glaring at her with a dark expression. Thankfully, after issuing the order to recruit Chen Shusheng into the team, he had cancelled all official duties and rushed to Jinzhou to take charge. Otherwise, given Shinzii's temperament, she would have blown this whole thing wide open. Let's go. Snapping an order, Nieting kept his hand over Shinzii's mouth as he dragged her toward the exit. Shinzii thrashed like a piglet, kicking wildly and struggling frantically. Chen Shusheng could still faintly hear Shinzii's desperate shouts amidst her struggle. Young Master Chen, the villain is trying to harm you, your parents, the former team leader, he's so damn cunning. Chen Shusheng was utterly dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. He blinked his bewildered little eyes and scratched his chin. How did he become young Master Chen? What former team leader? Why was he so formidable? And where did that guy just come from? Just then, Nieting strode into the classroom with a sour expression. Chen Shusheng, yeah. I'm talking to you. Nieting's cold, predatory gaze fixed intently on Chen Shusheng. Students around them began whispering as the newcomer entered. Whoa! Isn't that Nieting, the leader of the JoJo group? Yeah. I saw him on TV when the top leader visited the US. He was the chief bodyguard right by his side. Shouldn't someone that important be stationed in the capital? What's he doing all the way out here in Shaanxi? He's heading over to Chen Shusheng's table. Do you think he's coming to see him? Ha, have you been drinking fake liquor? Chen Shusheng is just some third-rate high school kid. How could he possibly warrant someone like Nieting's attention? Soon, Nieting approached Chen Shusheng, his tone cold and abrupt. Come with me. I have something to discuss. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Holy! He really came for Chen Shusheng? What does this kid have that Nieting would personally come see him? What do you think Nieting wants with Chen Shusheng? Didn't Chen Shusheng just show off because he's Qing's little brother? I bet Nieting's here to teach him a lesson. I heard Nieting is pretty protective of his own. He shouldn't be making such a big deal out of disciplining a student, especially one from his own JoJo group. Oof. If he's not here to discipline him, then what? Invite him to join JoJo? End of chapter. Chapter 49, The Most Unruly Man in Great Xia. Chen Shusheng shrugged, looking at Nieting. Got something to say? Just spit it out. Fine, it's no big deal anyway. Nieting nodded. I want you to join the 9 Continents team. At this declaration, the student who had just sworn up and down that Nieting would never invite Chen Shusheng into the group was dumbfounded. Their expressions looked exactly like someone suffering from chronic constipation. The rest of the students were stunned. The 9 provinces and Kunlun organizations were the most formidable violent groups in the Great Xia Empire. They don't even need to go through procedures or file reports to make arrests. If they labeled you as problematic, it didn't matter if you were a tycoon from a major conglomerate or a local administrative bigwig, they'd simply grab you and take you away without discussion. If placed in ancient times, these 2 departments would be akin to the Imperial Guard, representing the pinnacle of power in Great Xia. Every year, hundreds of thousands of spirit warriors applied to join JoJo Group, yet only 20 or 30 made it to the final interview stage. Don't assume making it to the interview guarantees success. Next, you'll face the most ruthless man in the Great Xia, Nieting. Those lacking talent? No thanks. Those lacking discernment? Also rejected. Those who don't meet his standards? Forget it. In the end, only 3 or 5 candidates pass the interview to join JoJo. Each one is a phoenix among dragons, chosen from 10,000. What makes you, Chen Shusheng, so special that you surpassed those prodigies and caught the attention of Nietingli, the head of the JoJo team, who personally invited you to join? By high school, everyone's adolescent fantasies had quietly faded. No longer did they dream of becoming world-saving superheroes. Instead, they began to crave power and money in the most primal way. And the 9 Continents group, the very heart of that power, was everyone's dream. When that dream became reality, but the protagonist wasn't them, every single person present felt a wave of envy wash over them. Those envious glances directed at Chen Shusheng could practically devour him alive. They understood that with just a nod from this guy, they would forever become people from 2 different worlds. This former class dunce would become a figure they could only look up to from afar. Ha! But to everyone's shock, Chen Shusheng shook his head with obvious disgust. No way. The entire classroom erupted in chaos. Damn it, this kid actually refused to join JoJo? Is he out of his mind? Dude, even when Big Brother Nya himself steps in, you still dare to refuse? How can you be so full of yourself? Nya Ting's notorious for being petty. Dare reject his invitation? He'll beat you so badly you won't even be able to straight. Dude, don't you realize saying that puts you in even worse trouble than Chen Shusheng? Boss Nya is looking at you. He really is looking over here. Boss Nya, I'm sorry. I'll kneel and kowtow to you, please spare me. Ting took a deep breath, averted his gaze, and ignored the class clowns. He narrowed his eyes at Chen Shusheng and demanded in a deep voice, "Give me a reason." Chen Shusheng shrugged helplessly. "I already explained everything clearly to Captain Sheng. All I want now is to focus on my exams, fulfill my promise to my sister, and lead my Jiang Shui and our little teammates into the halls of Beijing University." Ting frowned. "I only asked you to be a nominal member of the Jojo group. I won't assign you any tasks, and it won't interfere with your college entrance exam prep." Was this a compromise? Ting's stance left the students present so stunned their jaws nearly dropped. What gives him the right? The last person to be so ungrateful and outright refuse Ting was Japan's top genius, Sato Koichi. 3 years ago, this guy came to visit the Great Xia Empire, fell for a girl, and tried to force himself on her. The 9 provinces group arrived in pursuit. Relying on his superior talent and strength, he injured several Kyushu group members before Ting personally intervened. Ting, valuing talent, sought to recruit him into the Kyushu group. But the arrogant brat had the nerve to spout, "A true man born under heaven cannot endure to remain beneath others for long." By now, the grass on Sato Koichi's grave must be nearly 2 meters tall. What gives? Why did Ting treat that brat with such courtesy? Even Rin Yan couldn't bear to watch any longer. She tugged at Chen Shusheng's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Chusheng, the Jojo group is a top-tier organization. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again. So many people dream of joining but have no connections. Let's be real, even if the missions mess up your college entrance exam, you can always retake it next year, right?" Ting nodded in agreement. "Chen Shusheng, you better think this through. You can retake the college entrance exam next year, but the Jojo group isn't something you can just walk into." Chen Shusheng blared. 3 years of tuition costing 60,000 yuan is killing me and my sister. Retake? Chen Shusheng abruptly turned and waved his hand impatiently at Ting. "Alright, buddy, I'll be blunt. You Jojo group folks are always acting so weird. I'm genuinely scared that if I hang out with you long enough, you'll turn me into one of you. So there's no way I'm joining. We're all adults here. Can't I just hint at it? You're forcing me to spell it out, making you lose face and me feel awkward." At this, all the classmates froze in unison, their faces turning pale with terror. They rose from their seats in perfect synchrony, retreating step by step until they were pressed against the wall, where they finally exhaled a long breath of relief. Turning to Ting, his cheek muscles twitched slightly. His expression shifted from a forced smile to a maniacal cackle that echoed through the room. Seeing this, Ran Yanyan clutched Xia Xiaoyou's sleeve, her face filled with dread. "Big brother Nya is laughing. We're done for. We're done for." Xia Xiaoyu looked confused. Isn't it good that he's laughing? Why is it over? Last time, when the Sun family in the capital was caught colluding with foreign forces by brother Nya, he laughed just like this. That very night, dozens of the Sun family were killed. Ran Yanyan swore solemnly, "I'm not lying to you." Chen Shusheng still didn't understand what was going on. Seeing Ting's demeanor, he couldn't help but gasp. "See? I told you this so-called 9 provinces group was full of weirdos. See? I wasn't wrong about them, was I?" Chen Shusheng. Ting abruptly stopped laughing, snapping his hand out like an iron clamp to seize Chen Shusheng's shoulder. "You damaged someone else's property and behaved improperly toward the visiting foreign tourist, Miss Lai Shangtong. Come with me back to Jojo for investigation." Chen Shusheng? "You old bastard settling personal scores. You messing with me? So what if I am? Take him away." Ting waved his hand, and a group of Jojo group members who had been standing by the door, clearly disliking Chen Shusheng, swarmed forward. "Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to get into the Jojo unit? I invited you to join, and you refused. What the hell is wrong with you? Handcuff him. Put a hood over his head too. Just looking at that arrogant face of his pisses me off. Just wait till we get back to Jojo. We'll show you what we're made of." Before Chen Shusheng could even react, he was already handcuffed, hooded, and dragged out of the classroom like a dead dog. In an instant, everyone present, whether students, Chen Fuzhao crouched in the corner, or the thugs, burst into laughter. The students rejoiced at the king of bullies finally facing justice. As for Chen Fuzhao, he was absolutely weeping tears of joy at having narrowly escaped disaster. But the next second, Chen Shusheng's voice echoed from outside the door, instantly freezing every expression in place. End of chapter. Chapter 50, I beg you, take him along too. Boss Nye. Chen Fuzhou led his thugs in forcibly entering the campus, posing a grave threat to us, the nation's precious blossoms. I beg you, take him away too. Outside the classroom door, Nye Ting paused for a moment. Fair enough. Send 2 men to take him away. The moment those words left his mouth, Chen Fuzhou, who had been swaying his hips and dancing disco to celebrate his narrow escape, froze solid. Wait, dude. This whole thing was clearly over. How the hell did you just force a sequel on me? You can't do this to me. For a moment, Chen Fuzhou felt overwhelmed with complaints, but didn't know where to start. 2 young members of the Jojo group swiftly burst into the classroom, grabbing Chen Fuzhou by the arms and dragging him out. Don't know how to vent? No worries. Once you're with the JoJo group, we'll make sure you spill everything, even that time you peeked at the widow when you were 14. The students watched in silence as Chen Fuzhou was dragged away like a dead dog. The marks his shoes left on the ground seemed to echo the resounding accusation of society's injustice. At the same time, my heart started pounding. This guy, he wouldn't just take us along on a whim, would he? Given that bastard's personality, he can't stand seeing others happy if he's not. It's entirely possible. The students all lowered their heads, picked up their books, and began studying. Chen Shusheng, don't come looking for me. I'm an introvert. Even if I went in, I wouldn't be able to chat with you for more than a couple of sentences. Outside the door. Chen Shusheng stared at Chen Fuzhou, whose face bore utter despair, clearly resigned to this world, and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Go ahead and laugh. Go ahead and jump. Go ahead and act cocky again. Just see if I can take you down with me. At that very moment, around the corner of the hallway, Lu Yuan stood with his back pressed against the wall, his expression frozen, eyes narrowed. A bead of cold sweat slowly trickled down his temple. Thankfully, he had always acted with seasoned gravity. Before the final verdict was sealed, he never exposed himself lightly. Had he reacted like Chen Fuzhou, making a scene when he saw Lu Yu being dragged away by JoJo, he would likely have been taken along too. Indeed, maturity and steadiness are a man's finest qualities. The green mountains remain unchanged, and the flowing waters endure. As long as he remains the homeroom teacher, Chen Shusheng would have his chance to get revenge on his wife for cuckolding him. Lu Yuan. Suddenly, Chen Shusheng's icy voice rang out faintly. Though carried down the long corridor, the words echoed like the king of hell calling roll, their reverberations lingering in his ears. Lu Yuan's body jerked violently. What kind of man was Chen Shusheng? He was the kind of petty bastard who'd keep track of you from enrollment to graduation if you took a single pen tip from him. Having crossed him, could Lu Yuan possibly get off lightly? Are you feeling especially relieved right now? Are you feeling especially smug? Do you feel like this whole thing is textbook level proof of how an old-timer like you managed to pull off a last-minute scam? Well, let me tell you this, blind optimism and foolish confidence will be your downfall. Chen Shusheng delivered this line in a haunting tone before turning to Nie Ting, his eyes sparkling with glee. Boss Nie. I'm reporting our homeroom teacher for acting as an informant for criminal gangs. During school hours, he allowed unscrupulous individuals onto campus, attempting to harm students. The vileness of his motives and the viciousness of his methods severely challenge the boundaries of society and morality. The detrimental impact he's caused is unprecedented. I request that Boss Nie take him away for investigation. Nie Ting raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on Chen Shusheng. The guy was wearing a black hood now, with only his eyes and mouth exposed just like a ING terrorist in Counter-Strike. Yet his forceful words and piercing interrogation revealed nothing but the brilliance of his soul. Damn! You've got quite the knack for fancy titles, little boss. Nie Ting gave him face, gesturing toward the far end of the corridor. Send 2 more men. Arrest that Lu something or other too. Soon, Lu Yuan was dragged over, his face twisted in misery. He stared at Chen Shusheng's face, hidden beneath a black hood, feeling like crying but unable to shed a tear. The biggest mistake I ever made was recruiting you into my class. Brother, I called you brother, but what the hell were you thinking? Chen Shusheng laughed. He laughed like a sly old fox. I just wanted to see this look on your face, like you're halfway ting yourself, stuck between pushing it out and pulling it back in. It's priceless, you bastard. Nie Ting was speechless. He raised his hand and smacked Chen Shusheng right on the forehead. Alright, I've sorted everything out for the whole family. Got nothing left to spout now? Get moving. Chen Shusheng, hey, take Chen Wenwen and Xu Xiaoqian with us too. I don't have much in common with those 2 old men. Nie Ting, want me to just relocate the entire school to JoJo group for you? Chen Shusheng, not a bad idea, especially that PE teacher. He's always sick whenever it's time for class. That kind of freeloader who collects a paycheck without doing any work needs to be dragged back for a thorough interrogation. On the playground, the PE teacher, half reclining in a wicker chair, cracking melon seeds, sipping tea, and basking in the sun, spit out his tea in shock. Li Shizhen's skin. I'm just a peripheral observer here. What the hell does this have to do with me? Out of nowhere, you come over and stab me in the back? What's that all about? Confirming Chen Shusheng's voice had faded from the corridor. The students, along with a group of underlings brought by Chen Fuzhou, finally gathered the courage to venture onto the corridor. Only after confirming Chen Shusheng had been forcibly dragged into the car by JoJo and gradually driven away from the school did they finally exhale a long sigh of relief. Tears of relief and excitement instantly streamed down their cheeks. That menace was finally gone. Students and henchmen alike couldn't help but raise their hands above their heads, waving them up and down. Some, overcome with excitement, even jumped in place and clapped wildly. Some clever soul perfectly timed the moment, blasting a song through their phone speaker. If you come in the 3 winters, return me a snow-white scene, the red beans of longing bloom. Inside the car, Nie Ting watched the students' reactions in the rearview mirror, his eyes twitching. Just how much trouble does this guy stir up at school every single day? This guy had managed to turn a bunch of vibrant middle schoolers into model students in the Enlightenment Zone. Nie Ting stroked his chin, sizing up Chen Shusheng from head to toe. He felt keeping Chen Shusheng within the country was truly a waste of talent. A talent like this, if deployed within the territory of a hostile nation, wouldn't send shivers down their spines? Back when Great Xia had just stabilized its internal and external troubles, its economy was taking its first steps, and its strength was gradually soaring. Some smaller neighboring nations, incited by certain major economic powers, began provoking trouble. The old team leader had led him into Eagle Country, where they had organized a spectacular uprising of people of color. The words he used back then still resonate in Nie Ting's ears, their rhythm and cadence echoing with force. The cotton is ours. The cows we tend. Even the flour for baking bread was ground by our hands. Yet we are forced to endure bitter winters clad in thin linen garments, subsisting on wheat bran and husks. This is unjust. Brothers of the proletariat. We must unite and show those blood-stained, filthy capitalists the full force of our power. Then, chaos erupts within the Eagle Empire, leaving them too preoccupied to care. The old group leader slipped away with his men, just as quietly as they had arrived. With a wave of their sleeves, they left utter chaos in their wake. Next, the Crimson Alliance incites the Monkey Kingdom to stir up trouble along the border. The old team leader leads the 9 provinces group to the Red Alliance. Then, the impregnable blood-red dam crumbled at the Ant's Nest. Nie Ting always believed that after years of working alongside the old team leader, he had mastered 7 or 8/10 of his skills through sheer effort. But after witnessing the prowess of this contender, Chen Shusheng, Nie Ting was utterly defeated. When it came to scheming and stirring trouble, it was pure, raw talent. A talent like this must be recruited into the Jojo group, no matter what, to carry on the organization's fine traditions. But this kid was stubborn as a mule. What tactics would work on him? End of chapter. Chapter 51, that's not what I asked. After joining the 9 provinces group, Chen Shusheng was taken directly to the office of the Green Squad. Nie Ting didn't make things difficult for him, immediately instructing his subordinates to remove the handcuffs and hood from his head. Seated calmly across from Chen Shusheng, Nie Ting pulled open a drawer, extracted 2 stacks of documents, and tossed them before Chen Shusheng. One stack contained the official contract for joining the Jojo group. The other was a confession statement. Nie Ting said nothing, merely gesturing toward the 2 stacks of papers, signaling for Chen Shusheng to choose one. He then picked up his teacup and sipped it leisurely, one mouthful at a time. Chen Shusheng's expression grew solemn as his gaze darted between the 2 documents. Finally, his hands settled on the membership contract. Nie Ting's jaw muscles twitched slightly, deepening the lines around his mouth like knife-edged grooves, the maximum expression of satisfaction he could muster. You know what? This kid might be a bit cheeky, but he knows when to play along. Then, Nie Ting watched as Chen Shusheng deftly pushed the contract aside and picked up the confession statement, reading it with such relish. Hey! You know what? You're absolutely right. This confession letter has unresolved plot twists and a roller coaster pace. It's genuinely gripping. If we tweak it a bit and publish it on Book Flag, I guarantee the original author would rake in hundreds of thousands a month and hit the jackpot. Cut it out. The veins on Nie Ting's forehead bulged violently. The teacup in his hand shattered instantly under his grip. Did I ask you that? You've got 2 paths to choose from, kid. You think this is some academic research project? Put. The surrounding members of the Jojo group covered their mouths in unison. You're telling me? You guys really shouldn't say that. A crazy-ass blue team. A cold-faced Beijing squad. To the outside world, they strike fear into the hearts of enemies internally, they make petty troublemakers tremble in their boots. But if they ever get special training? How could they possibly handle the headquarters' little teammates without making them cry for their parents? These 2 are like the devils themselves. But when they meet this guy, they're completely powerless. I want to laugh. But no, I must hold it in. This is the last shred of dignity for us, the trained members of the relevant departments. Nie Ting fixed a piercing stare on Chen Shusheng. One hand clenched behind his back, suddenly tightening into a fist, then abruptly curling into a claw. He took several deep breaths, desperately trying to calm himself. Don't lose your temper. Don't get angry. This kid is just like this. He absolutely couldn't let the kid derail the conversation. Alright, let's just lay it out plainly. Kid, cut the nonsense. Right now, I'm giving you 2 choices. A. Join the Jojo group and become a full-fledged member. B. Sign a confession and rot in prison for 3 years. Chen Shusheng narrowed his eyes, stroked his chin, wore a stern expression, and remained silent for a long while. Nie Ting showed no sign of impatience. Over the past 2 days, he had thoroughly studied Chen Shusheng's background. He admitted his decision back then had been flawed, allowing Chen Ziyi to create an oppressive and stifling environment for Chen's growth. This had resulted in the young man's current personality, one that struggled to trust others. Faced with the 9 provinces group's inexplicable recruitment offer, he genuinely needed time to process and digest it. But it was fine. Once he joined the organization, he would gradually reveal the story of his parents and the tangled history between him and the JoJo group. He believed the boy would soon develop a strong sense of belonging to the group. But this kid is taking way too long to decide, isn't he? So long that his teammates watching nearby started yawning. So long that Niatang, a high-ranking JoJo group leader from the provincial bureau, was starting to grow impatient. Only then did he lift his head and speak slowly. What about option C? Go on, continue. Ha. At that moment, Niating realized what they showed on TV was true when speechless to a certain degree. People really do laugh. Coincidentally, in the interrogation room adjacent to the office, JoJo operatives had already begun applying pressure to Lu Yuan and Chen Fuzhao. The sharp, rhythmic crackling sounds echoed in perfect harmony with waves of agonized screams. Each wail, mingled with blood and tears, carried a profound yearning for freedom and a desperate lament for their plight. Chen Shusheng found each word resonated powerfully, every sentence profoundly moving. It was truly heartbreaking to hear, tear-jerking to witness. What a tragedy. Enough. Niating noticed the slight flicker of emotion on Chen Shusheng's face and sneered coldly. Just as expected, still a child. Scared by such a minor scene. He'd have to expose him to more of the world later. Perfect. This would pressure him into signing the contract faster. Kid, hear that commotion? That's option C. We usually call it refusing the wine, you get the punishment wine. Chen Shusheng's ears twitched. Suddenly raising his voice toward the interrogation room, he shouted. Old Ban sure has a wide vocal range spanning 2 octaves from C3 to F5. You guys are quite the handlers, turning him into a tenor. Niating was so furious he trembled, slamming his fist on the table and roaring. I really should teach you a lesson. Hey, you there, take him away. See if he's got any talent for hitting those high notes. 2 members of the JoJo group immediately rushed forward, ready to drag Chen Shusheng away. What are you doing? I captured Reze for you. I've shed blood for the organization. Chen Shusheng dodged frantically, his eyes filled with terror. Niating's smile grew colder. JoJo deals with spies. The law only protects citizens. Got it? At those words, Niating clearly saw Chen Shusheng's shoulders trembling. He couldn't hold back any longer, his face breaking into a brilliant smile. This day has come for you too. Just you wait until I scare the living daylights out of you. Chen Shusheng rubbed his cheeks, his voice stuttering slightly. Give me a cigarette. Niating suppressed his laughter, putting on airs like some damn KGB big shot. Give him one. Let him cool off properly. Beside them, a teammate from the JoJo group shrugged and handed Chen Shusheng a cigarette. Honestly, no one expected this kid to cave in so fast under pressure. Everyone was still waiting for him to pull some stunt, to give Niating, that cold-faced devil, a taste of his own medicine. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Chen Shusheng grabbed the teammate's wrist, staring intently at the cigarette with a serious expression. What kind of cigarette is this? The team member was confused. What the hell? Chen Shusheng's expression grew even more stern. How much? The team member replied, 15. What's the problem? Ha. Chen Shusheng looked up, raised an eyebrow, his gaze as if surveying trash. Forget it. I'm not taking it. Can't afford to lose face like this. Crunch. The cigarette in his hand was instantly crushed into crumbs. The team members never saw it coming. Watching Chen Shusheng mess around, he ended up messing himself up in the end. Xiaobai, who the hell do you think you're looking down on? I'm asking you, who the hell do you think you're looking down on? He flailed his arms wildly. He roared and cursed. His teammates rushed over to restrain him. Bro, for my sake, just let it go. Niating's stern expression finally cracked. He pulled a pack of white softbox cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it in front of Chen Shusheng. After you're done smoking these, you better give me a satisfactory answer. Chen Shusheng plucked one out, placed it between his lips, and flicked it lit. Amidst the swirling smoke, Chen Shusheng tapped the ash from his cigarette. Sparks danced between them like a fleeting galaxy. He stared at Niating, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. Boss Nia, the JoJo unit is formidable. The JoJo unit is noble. You defend against external threats and safeguard peace in this region. I admire that. Have you ever seen a garbage dump at 4 in the morning? I have. For scraps of metal, or a box of cookies discarded by some high and mighty person living in their ivory tower because they're past their expiration date, the homeless will fight to the death. He suddenly tore open his collar, revealing twisted scars on his shoulders and chest that resembled centipedes. Niating knew these scars were from the day Chen Shusheng fought scrap collectors over scrap metal to buy cosmetics for Shinzi. Chen Shusheng pointed to his heart. Nothing noble was written here. I'll say something you won't like to hear. When my family couldn't afford to put food on the table, no saintly benefactor took pity on us and gave us a single grain of rice. Now that I've grown strong. Yet you want to drag me into protecting these strangers, people I've never met, never shared a single moment with. My answer to you, utterly ridiculous. End of chapter. Chapter 52, well played. Throughout his life, Chen Shusheng had always lived by the principle of having no regrets. Thus, these words were spoken with perfect clarity and conviction. Chen Shushang had no fear of offending Nieting. People like this? Back when he and his sister eked out a living peddling goods, hadn't he crossed plenty of them? These lofty, high-ranking elites never gave a thought to how common folk like him survived in this cold, unforgiving world. All they cared about were the high-end residences they'd paid a fortune for and the noisy peddlers and laborers disturbing their peace. They'd even drag developers and property managers in for a dressing down. Is this the environment we paid millions for in our penthouses and stand-alone villas? Yes. From then on, the streets grew clean. But in the wilderness, a few more low mounds have appeared. Lying within them might be lonely elderly people who, having lost their income from selling vegetables, could no longer sustain themselves. Or perhaps a young girl with kidney failure, whose life depended on her parents' noodle card income to fund her dialysis treatments. Once, Chen Shushang had dreamed that if he ever made it big, he would secure a place for ordinary people like them to call home. But if that success came by compromising his principles, Chen Shushang would rather forego it altogether. Nieting lit a cigarette, his eyes as still as a deep well, fixed on Chen Shushang. After a long silence, he let out a bitter laugh, almost like self-mockery. It seems I should have heeded Qing's advice. My decision-making truly went awry, leading you to such extreme thinking. Chen Shushang, remember this, many in this world could utter the words you just spoke. But you alone have no right to do so. Nieting stubbed out his cigarette, rose, and began rolling up his sleeves. A sapling won't grow straight without pruning. Today, I must set your thinking straight. Otherwise, when I go downstairs, I'll have no face to show the old team leader. Forgive your Uncle Nie, after all, this is my first time acting as an elder. Chen Shushang panicked instantly at this display. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that a mere bronze-tier Kalami like himself could take down a platinum-tier heavyweight like Nieting. What's that? Thinking of getting physical? Trying to bully this innocent, naive student? I'm warning you, this isn't an interrogation room. There are witnesses watching. Don't you want to keep your seat? Nieting smiled at this. His smile was icy cold. He merely turned his head slightly, casting a glance toward the members of the Jojo group. The entire group immediately turned to face the wall, proving with their actions that they had seen nothing. Kid, today, your Uncle Nie will show you just how treacherous society can be. With a low snort, Nieting swung his fist, smashing it into a computer monitor. Thud. A dull thud echoed. The monitor shattered into pieces. Chen Shushang was stunned. Wasn't he supposed to show me the harsh realities of society? What's the deal with smashing the computer? Whoa! Nieting raised an eyebrow, pointing at Chen Shushang with visible anger. Not cooperating with the investigation is one thing, but you dare damage our office equipment. This guy, his tone was fiery and righteous, speaking with such moral superiority. Damn it! So this was just an excuse to beat me up. Chen Shushang was stunned. He'd tolerated the Jojo group, a bunch of perfectly healthy people pretending to be blind. After all, rank has its privileges. If the boss wanted to lay a hand on him, these lowly underlings couldn't stop him. But you, the esteemed leader of the Jojo group, a figure formidable enough to stop children's night terrors in neighboring countries. If you must break the rules, at least do it with some class, make it look legitimate. What the hell is this smooth as silk frame up you're pulling? Spit. Shameless old scoundrel. Just tell me straight, how many people have you beaten up using this trick? Before Chen Shushang could finish voicing his inner curses, Nieting had already charged forward, unleashing a flurry of rising dragon punches and whirlwind kicks that left Chen Shushang reeling. Truth be told, given Chen Shushang's temperament, whether you're bronze or king, anyone daring to pick a fight with him would find out just how relentless his counterattack could be. But when Chen Shushang actually faced Nieting, he finally understood what despair truly meant. The moment he considered moving, Nieting had already anticipated his trajectory. Their battle. No, it couldn't even be called a fight. This was purely a one-sided father-son beating. Even when Chen Shushang activated his shuttle ability, Nieting could still yank him out of the spatial wormhole the instant he failed to fully slip through, only to continue the beating. Even the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Nieting's punches and kicks made Chen Shushang feel utterly powerless and hopeless, like a mere mortal facing the raging waves of the Atlantic Ocean. In that moment, a wave of intense terror and dread suddenly surged within Chen Shushang. After using his petty cleverness and the system's unconventional skills to fend off the gold-tier opponents, Lingtong and Boris, Chen Shushang realized he had gradually lost his reverence for the world and for power itself. Thankfully, he was facing Nieting. Fortunately, Nieting harbored no ill will and had no intent to kill. Otherwise, Chen Shushang dared to assert that he would already be a cold corpse at this very moment. Weak. He was still far too weak. He had wallowed too long in complacency, lulled by his sister's protection, the warmth of home, and the arrogance born of the system's power boost. To the point of forgetting that beyond the city walls, beast hordes capable of obliterating towns and villages still lurked. He forgot the mysterious spirit realm breach that unleashed countless calamity-level spirit beasts. Forgotten the formidable foes and the conflicts between mortal enemies. Even forgetting how she and her sister, once so vulnerable, had fought tooth and nail just to survive in this cold world. Well played. Ha ha ha. Well done. Chen Shuxing's reaction startled Nieting. He's holding back. How could he have beaten the kid into a stupor? He lunged forward, grabbed Chen Shuxing by the collar, and shook him violently. Hey, hey, hey! Snap out of it. Don't scare your uncle Nya. Chen Shuxing pushed Nieting's hands away and bowed deeply to him. Thank you, team leader Nya. You've shown me just how weak I truly am. But I'm sorry, even if you beat me to death here today, I still refuse to join the JoJo group. Perhaps, when I truly become a powerful figure, when I can finally change the injustices I see with my own eyes, perhaps then we can sit down and calmly discuss terms. If it feels right, I will join then. Nieting stared at Chen Shuxing's earnest and solemn expression. Nieting stared at Chen Shuxing for a long moment, feeling utterly helpless. Fighting him? That was out of the question. The old team leader's only heir. If he were to injure him, he'd be damned if he could ever atone for it. Trying to talk him out of it? But this kid was as stubborn as a mule, impossible to sway. How could he persuade him? Sigh. A long sigh escaped Nieting's lips as an inexplicable sense of sorrow welled up inside him. Is this what they call a son growing beyond his father's control? Fine, fine. Do as you please. Hey, you there, drive him back to school. Nieting waved his hand, summoning a member of the JoJo group to escort Chen Shuxing away. Wait. As Chen Shuxing reached the doorway, Nieting called him back, attempting one last appeal. Actually, I can discuss your compensation right now. A yearly salary of 500,000 plus 1 base unit of crystal cores each month. I believe that's a relatively reasonable offer. Before Nieting could finish, Chen Shuxing covered his ears with both hands, lowered his head, and hurried out. I won't listen, I won't listen. It's like a turtle chanting sutras. Chen Shuxing, your top priority now is to rapidly boost your strength. Don't let the stench of money slow down your sword drawing speed or your progress. Watching Chen Shuxing's retreating figure, Nieting's stern expression slowly twisted into a comical grimace. It seemed he had struck upon someone's weakness. End of chapter. Chapter 53, The aloof platinum-ranked powerhouse must never smile. Nieting narrowed his eyes, watching Chen Shuxing's retreating figure. Look at this kid, he heard about the 500,000 annual salary and took off like a whirlwind, his stubby legs scurrying away with glee. He's definitely a tightwad. Just think about it, if I'd offered him $1 million annual salary, he'd have thrown himself at my feet, clutching my leg and begging to join the 9 provinces group. Thinking about it this way, the oppressive growth path he'd laid out for Chen Shuxing wasn't such a bad idea after all. When the time comes to recruit him, money alone could make him perform 108 different poses. If I splurged a bit more, who knows? The kid might even do backflips, splits, and perform tricks just to beg for admission. At this thought, Nieting's face broke into a grin so wide it resembled a dog head emoji. Boss Nye? After Chen Shuxing was escorted away, Shen Ziyi tiptoed out of the office where she'd been hiding. But when he saw Nieting's expression, he was utterly stunned. Damn it, you rotten bastard with sores on your head and pus oozing from your feet, what are you scheming now? Such a reckless grin? Ahem, Boss Nye. Did Sister Pomegranate tell you last night when you climbed over her wall not to coddle her just because she's delicate? That grin of yours, it's downright wild, isn't it? This woman is fierce. Nieting choked, his eyes rolling back in his head as he nearly gasped for air. He raised his loving iron fist, ready to teach Shen Ziyi a lesson about a father's responsibility for his daughter's upbringing. But Shen Ziyi wasn't dumb. Seeing this, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Nieting's arm. Just kidding, just kidding. No need to get so worked up. By the way, when you personally recruited Chen Shuxing, did he cling to your leg, refuse any salary, and beg to join the team? After all, in Xia Nation, you're a big shot. He couldn't refuse your favor. Shen Ziyi's chatter hit the sweet spot with her flattery, and Nieting thoroughly enjoyed it, slowly retracting his iron fist. Though inside, he was laughing so hard he sounded like a pig squealing. He forced his lips down, refusing to let them curl upward, causing his entire face to twitch slightly. A cold, platinum-tier powerhouse must never smile. Smiling would ruin his cool. Ahem. Chen Shuxing is the son of the old team leader. Both his personality and character are exceptionally strong. Recruiting him into the team won't be easy, I failed. Shen Ziyi felt a surge of secret delight upon hearing this. Even you, Nieting, came back empty-handed. If we can't recruit Chen Shuxing into JoJo in the future, you old geezer better not blame me for being a bumper-breaking incompetent fool. But... Nieting took a deep breath, raised his hand as if grasping at thin air, and struck a pose of complete control. I've already found Chen Shuxing's weak spot. If we play our cards right, that kid will be at our beck and call. Shen Ziyi blinked her wide eyes, curiosity sparkling in them. What weakness? How do we play it? I've discovered this kid is incredibly greedy, but his willpower is strong. Just throwing money at him won't work, he'll resist taking it. We need to create a crisis, push him into a corner, and make him beg us for money to smooth things over. Step by step, we'll test his limits until we finally break him and make him work for us. Shen Ziyi gasped, her eyes widening in shock as she stared at Nieting. Wait a minute. This tactic feels familiar. This ing plays right into the hands of those shady business leaders who drag decent folks into their schemes. Why are you so damn confident, old man? Shenzi's gaze toward Niating gradually darkened with contempt. Who would have guessed? You, Niating, with your bushy eyebrows and big eyes, aren't exactly a saint either. That look made Niating furious. Don't look at me like I'm scum. All this was taught to me by the old team leader. Shenzi retorted, oh. So you're implying the old team leader is trash, huh? Niating practically jumped out of his skin. I never said that. Don't frame me. Ugh, talking to you always leads me down the wrong path. Lean in close. I'll teach you how to play along. We'll do this, like this, and that kid will be begging to join us. Meanwhile, Chen Shusheng remained unaware that a plot targeting him was slowly unfolding. He was escorted back to school by the junior members of the JoJo group, ready to resume classes. The kid had scared the crap out of his classmates. They thought once he joined JoJo, he'd never come out. But who knew? Trouble never dies. Ran Yanyan and Xia Xiaoyu, however, were delighted, trailing behind Chen Shusheng and bombarding him with questions. Chen Shusheng briefly explained the whole incident to the two girls before pulling out his textbooks to prepare for class. Suddenly, his phone dinged with a text message. Niating, 500,000 annual salary, 200,000 perfect attendance bonus, 300,000 year-end bonus, and the highest tier social insurance and housing fund package. This is the absolute best offer I can make. Kid, think carefully about joining us. Once this opportunity's gone, it won't come back. This. Chen Shusheng's eyes widened. $1 million annual salary, plus benefits like social insurance and housing fund. The JoJo group sure is loaded. And as the powerhouse at the pinnacle of influence. Join for 3 to 5 years, rack up some achievements, climb a couple of rungs up the ladder, and land a minor leadership position. Wouldn't that be a heavenly life? Sipping tea, reading the paper, and scrolling through your phone at work, receiving gifts, drinking, and studying English after hours. Plus, joining the JoJo group would mean successfully becoming a citizen, fulfilling the promise I made to my sister. What am I even fussing about? Just go for it. No. No. Chen Shusheng shook his head repeatedly. As a man, having promised my sister I'd get into a top university, I couldn't back down now. Glancing at the text message on his phone again, Chen Shusheng gritted his teeth, deleted it ruthlessly, and blocked Niating's number. After doing all this, Chen Shusheng felt as if all his strength and hope had been drained. He collapsed onto the desk and wept bitterly. Meanwhile, within the JoJo group. Upon discovering his number had been blocked, Niating didn't get angry. Instead, he wore a knowing smile. Offering tempting terms was merely the first step. The drama unfolding with Xia Yuning was the final push, forcing Chen Shusheng to join. At Chen Shusheng's home, inside the food stall, the two junior officials from the Civilian Family Planning Unit and the City Management Guidance Unit were on the verge of tears. Wang Songyang, director of the Civil Population Control Unit, wore a mournful expression as he pleaded with Shenzi in a tone bordering on desperation. Sister Qing, you're the captain of the JoJo unit, a platinum-level powerhouse renowned throughout Xia Kingdom. Even if you gave us the courage, we wouldn't dare fine you. Besides, the higher-ups just issued a red-headed document banning violent fines. For your case, you'd better find someone else to handle it. Li Tianman, the deputy head of the Municipal Supervision Bureau standing nearby, took it a step further and knelt directly before Shenzi. Sis, if Little Li offended you, just give me a clean break. The rules say we can only positively persuade vendors affecting city aesthetics, but you want me to smash your shop. If someone records this and spreads it online, getting fired would be the least of my worries. A criminal record would mean my kids could never take the civil service exam. Shenzi was practically begging. Niating proposed a solution. The JoJo group would offer a high salary as bait. Then, Shenzi would cooperate with the Civilian Family Planning Unit and the City Appearance Management Guidance Unit to impose heavy fines on Shenzi under the pretext of civil marriage violations and non-compliant smoke emissions from the barbecue shop. This two-pronged approach would coerce Chen Shusheng into joining the JoJo group. But who knew these two would be such cowards, not daring to bare their teeth at him? Wang Songyang, last month you went to Xinjiku to force old Zhao's daughter into marriage. That girl, Ruru, refused no matter what. Since the Zhao family couldn't afford the fine, you didn't just strip their house bare, you even took the tiles off the roof beams. And you have the nerve to tell me there's a directive from above forbidding violent fines? Wang Songyang's weathered face flushed crimson. Squad leader Qing, I've got parents to support and kids to feed. If I don't hit my quotas, they dock my pay. Shenzi snorted coldly, then turned his gaze to Li Tianman. And you, Little Li, what are you trying to pull with me? Tell me, where's old Wang? The guy who always pulled his cart here to sell fresh produce? Why isn't he around anymore? Li Tianman's face twisted in embarrassment as he forced a laugh. Just a street vendor. He probably found a better spot to sell his goods and doesn't want to come to our neighborhood anymore. Bull. Don't think I don't know you confiscated old Wang's produce and dismantled his cart just to steal business for your seafood shop owning brother-in-law. Shenzi's icy gaze swept over the two men. Neither of you has clean hands. If I really went after you, I guarantee every last one of you would get what's coming to you. So, about today's matter, can you help me handle it? End of chapter. Chapter 54, Follow My Lead. Li Tianman and Wang Tsongyang exchanged a glance, both falling silent. They knew they weren't exactly saints. All these years, sitting in this position, they'd done their fair share of shady deals, bullying men and oppressing women. Though neither possessed any cultivation talent, not even reaching the silver rank, mere weaklings. But their ability to climb to their current positions. This alone proved their keen instincts in certain areas and their extraordinary intelligence and emotional intelligence. Based on the mission Shen Ziyi had just assigned, they had already pieced together the situation with near certainty. Who is Shen Ziyi? The youngest captain of the 9 provinces group. He could be called a rising star among the new generation of powerhouses in Great Xia. To run a barbecue shop in such a small city, accompanying a timid youngster. Such individuals share a common designation, tutor. The one they accompany is called the Crown Prince. Simultaneously, to ensure the Crown Prince's rapid growth, someone must play the bad cop, imposing pressure upon them. These two had already caught on. Shen Ziyi summoning them clearly meant casting them as rebels. Throughout history, has any character who angered the abbot and still tried to leave met a good end? For distant examples, look no further than Ao Bai. For a more recent example. Let's be clear, those in the know understand this matter. Those who don't won't grasp it even if explained, so it's better left unsaid. Don't come asking me what's going on either. The stakes are too high. Telling you wouldn't benefit you anyway. Just pretend you don't know. All I can say is the waters run deep here, involving many powerful figures. You'll struggle to find detailed information yourselves, most of it's been scrubbed clean online. So all I can say is, those in the know get it, and those who don't, well, there's nothing I can do about that. These two have practically become masters at navigating this mess. With landmines lurking beneath their very feet, how could they possibly agree to something like this lightly? They just kept their eyes on their noses, noses on their mouths, and mouths on their hearts like monks deep in meditation. Just stick it out. Anyway, it's work hours, they'll stall until quitting time, then head home for dinner. These two weren't in a hurry, but Shen Ziyi was getting anxious. Chen Shusheng was about to get out of school and head home. If she didn't complete the task, Nie Ting would definitely punish her severely. Glaring at Li Tianman and Wang Tsongyang, Shen Ziyi sneered coldly. You two think that by keeping your mouths shut and rolling your eyes, I can't do anything to you? Li Tianman flashed a bright smile. No. No. Wang Tsongyang adopted a sincere tone. Of course not, absolutely not. Shen Ziyi just snorted in disbelief. With a flick of her wrist, spiritual energy coiled like vines around both their wrists, solidifying into wooden bracelets. Shen Ziyi's lips curved upward, her pearly white teeth glinting with a cold, icy gleam. These bracelets are formed from my spiritual energy. If you don't cooperate properly later, I'll command them to burrow into your bodies and tear you apart. Hearing this, the two nearly wet themselves. Shen Ziyi was notorious for being a complete lunatic, a woman who meant every word she spoke. Feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy pulsing through the bracelets like a raging sea, both men turned ashen with fear. Li Tianman, Team Leader Qing, deliberately harming your own team members is against the rules. Wang Tsongyang, Team Leader Qing, we're not drama majors. This is way too much to ask of us. Li Tianman, exactly. Team Leader Qing, ruining our reputations is one thing, but if we mess up the performance and blow your cover, that's a whole different level of disaster. Wang Tsongyang, even if it means death today, we refuse to bow to tyranny. Shen Ziyi stared at them, one of you's the straight man, the other the funny man. Are you two doing a comedy routine with me? Suddenly, a familiar set of footsteps approached. It was his younger brothers. Shen Ziyi's expression immediately turned serious. Watch my signals and act accordingly. If you slip up even once, then you too can expect to be summoned at the appointed time and place to give a full account of your past deeds, preying on the villagers and oppressing the common folk. The pair shuddered, exchanged a glance, and wisely chose to keep their mouths shut. Compared to death, they fear losing their power even more. Seeing the threat work, Shen Ziyi began to build up her emotions. Soon, her large eyes filled with tears. Then, with a look of deep hurt and helplessness, she ran out. Shu Shang! Someone's bullying me. That heart-wrenching cry, like a cuckoo's blood-curdling wail, so pitiful it was beyond words. Li Tianman and Wang Tsongyang were utterly dumbfounded. Damn, the drama just keeps coming. It was utterly ridiculous. Taking a deep breath, Li Tianman and Wang Tsongyang exchanged a glance. The dark-faced man absolutely couldn't sing otherwise. The day the crown prince ascended the throne would surely be their last. But if they didn't play along properly, they wouldn't get past Qing. Playing it safe, they raised their palms high, let them fall gently, gave their cheeks a soft rub, then offered a loving gaze. They'd channel that certain brother-obsessed character from Naruto. Muttering, my foolish little Odu. Hands delivered gear, experience, and finally gifted him eyesight, successfully whitewashing their actions. When the crown prince matures in the future, even if he doesn't remember it well, at least he won't hold a grudge against them. Not bad. The script is well crafted. This one's in the bag. The two exchanged a glance, instantly shifting into character. They put on menacing expressions and strode out. As soon as Chen Shusheng stepped through the door, his older sister threw herself into his arms, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing the hurt and helplessness in her eyes, Chen Shusheng's heart sank. He quickly caught her. "Sis, don't cry. I'm here. Tell me what happened first." Before Shinzi could speak, a burly, overweight man waddled out of his small shop, kicking over the table by the door with a fierce stomp. "What's going on? You're past the legal age for marriage adjustment, delaying marriage and childbirth that violates regulations. When do you plan to pay the fine?" Wang Songyang delivered his speech with perfect diction. This old codger had pulled stunts like this countless times before. Calling it playing to his strengths would be flattering him, it was more like revealing his true colors. Furthermore, Li Tianman followed out, squinting his eyes with a calm, composed expression. "Yesterday, a citizen reported that your barbecue shop's smoke emissions exceeded standards. Close the shop immediately and apply for an inspection. You may only resume operations once emissions are confirmed compliant." The visit from these two uninvited guests made Chen Shusheng's brow furrow deeply. His sister hadn't even reached the legal age for marriage. How could she be delaying marriage and childbearing? Our shop has all the proper permits. How could the fumes be over the limit? Those factories outside the city spew yellow smoke every day, yet I haven't seen you investigate them. Wait a minute. He'd refused Nieting that morning, and by afternoon someone was already coming to cause trouble, and with such a lame excuse at that. Who'd believe this wasn't his doing? Put. You're the head of the 9 provinces group, and this is the best you can do? Chen Shusheng pulled out his phone and dialed Nieting directly. He couldn't help but vent his frustration. It was the only way to clear his head. "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." "Damn it. He's blocked me. Feeling guilty now? You bastard." In an instant, Chen Shusheng's face turned pitch black. He looked up at Wang Songyang and Li Tianman, his face a mask of shamelessness. "Spit it out. How much is the fine? And how do I apply for that damn fume emission review?" Yes, Chen Shusheng had caved. He had no choice. He couldn't let these two men destroy him and then run away, could he? But compromise rarely brings moderation, only emboldened demands. End of chapter. Chapter 55, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Wang Songyang slowly extended his palm. Chen Shusheng frowned. 50,000? The fine was indeed around that amount. Scraping together money from home and borrowing some elsewhere, he should be able to come up with it. Once he got into a prestigious university next year and helped his sister rise from commoner to citizen, he'd never have to worry about this again. Chen Shusheng hadn't even finished calculating in his mind when Wang Songyang's icy voice cut through the air. 50,000. Transfer or cash? Chen Shusheng froze, his expression darkening abruptly. Director Wang, right? Isn't the fine supposed to be only 50,000? When did it jump so high? Or do you think I'm just a student, and my sister is an ordinary person without cultivation potential? That my family is easy to bully, so you're giving us preferential treatment? As he spoke, a whirlwind of energy surged around Chen Shusheng, bronze-colored spiritual energy patterns slowly crawling up his arms. Seeing Chen Shusheng ready to act, Wang Songyang took a startled step back, his body trembling slightly. "Ahem, young man, we're just following the rules here. No need to get so worked up." As a lowly black iron-ranked cultivator, he couldn't withstand a single punch from this young master. Most crucially, this young master had formidable connections. If he accidentally killed him, higher-ups would surely pin the label of oppressing the common folk on him to protect the young master's reputation. Thus, Wang Songyang's lips fluttered like a machine gun as he explained. "Your sister's already 30. She's delayed marriage and childbirth for 5 whole years. According to the regulations, the accumulated fines come to a whopping 543,000 yuan. And this is me giving you a friend's discount." Chen Shusheng was stunned by this, raising his hand to stop Wang Songyang. "Wait, my sister is only 24 this year. Maybe she misremembered? She's 25 this year, how did that become 30? This question stumped Wang Songyang. He swallowed hard and turned to Shinzi. "Miss, ahem. Shinzi, how old are you this year?" As Wang Songyang asked this, Chen Shusheng blinked his bewildered little eyes, staring intently at Shinzi. Shinzi froze in awkwardness. What to do? If she revealed her true age, that brat Chen Shusheng would surely mock her for pretending to be young. But she was too stubborn to admit defeat. This charade couldn't go on. In an instant, Shinzi's lovely face flushed a deep crimson. After holding her breath for a moment, she slapped Chen Shusheng's shoulder. "Ouch. Stop it. I just turned 18. Chen Shusheng was on the verge of breaking down. "Sis, this isn't the time to be playing cute or acting young." Shinzi craned her neck, speaking with righteous indignation. "I'm not playing cute or making jokes, I really am only 18. Chen Shusheng turned helplessly to Wang Songyang. "Why don't you check the system to see how old my sister really is?" Wang Songyang pulled out his phone, opened the work app, and gazed at Shinzi with a troubled expression. "Should I look it up or not?" Chen Shusheng shrugged. "Check it out. How else am I supposed to pay your fines? Check it out." As a low-key, sexy, shy, and tender beauty, would I lie about my age? As she spoke, a sudden icy glint of murderous intent flashed in Shenzi's narrowed eyes, sending a chill down Wang Tsongyan's spine. Wang Tsongyang began typing the name into the app with trembling fingers. At that moment, Shenzi transmitted her thoughts through the bracelet on Wang Tsongyang's wrist. What the hell are you looking up? You look. Dare you look it up, and I swear I'll silence you forever. Wang Tsongyang was on the verge of tears. This ing situation was like being roasted over a fire. He cast a pleading glance at Li Tianman beside him. He hoped this colleague from a different department could bail him out. Li Tianman caught the look and stepped forward loyally. Let Director Wang look into it first. Let's discuss the cooking fume emissions issue. Take your documents to our department and follow the proper procedures to request a professional team for inspection. If it's non-compliant, make the necessary adjustments. If it passes, business can continue. Chen Chusheng nodded. What documents do I need? First, you need to issue a certificate proving this shop is operated by you and your sister. Only then are you eligible to apply for the inspection. Chen Chusheng humbly inquired, where do I get this certificate? Li Tianman grew slightly impatient, go to the relevant authorities. Chen Chusheng asked again, what do I need to prepare to get this certificate? Li Tianman grew even more impatient, you need to get a certificate of standard operation from our office, proving you're operating normally. Chen Chusheng sighed helplessly, but someone reported us for excessive oil fume emissions. You want us to shut down and apply for testing? Li Tianman was thoroughly exasperated, yet unapologetic, then go get your business certificate first, then come to our office to apply for the inspection. Chen Chusheng flared up, are you trying to debate the chicken or egg paradox with me? Li Tianman replied coolly, alternatively, you could choose to pay a security deposit. Once testing confirms no issues, you may resume operations. Chen Chusheng laughed a cold, bitter laugh. That, like I'm gonna wait around. What the hell else could it be but money? So tell me, how much is this security deposit? 10,000 per square meter. Your shop is about 80 square meters, so let's say 800,000. I don't have that kind of money. Then you can forget about opening this shop. Beside them, Wang Songyang was stunned into silence. Damn it. When it comes to shamelessness, you guys from the city management guidance team take the cake. Got it. Wang Songyang shoved Li Tianman aside. He couldn't resist putting his newfound knowledge to use. Ahem, young man, system malfunction can't check your sister's age right now. We'll just go ahead and charge you the 500,000 yuan fine for now. Once we confirm her age, we'll adjust the amount accordingly, refund if overcharged, collect if undercharged. At that moment, Chen Chusheng's face stretched into a long grimace. He knew his face was dark right now, but he could guarantee his expression was nowhere near as dark as these two scoundrels' hearts. I don't have a damn penny. Let me tell you, I won't pay a dime unless you verify the age. And I'll apply for that damn test, but I'm absolutely not paying the deposit. Li Tianman and Wang Songyang exchanged a glance. Oh boy. Trying to fight back. This case is already lost for them. In perfect unison, as if rehearsed 1,000 times, they yanked their walkie-talkies off their shoulders, their expressions pure street toughness. Hey, you! Get reinforcements, trouble brewing, X2. Soon, two groups of guys in pickup trucks roared up. They looked like starving wolf cubs after half a month without food. The city management team sprang into action, some pulled circuit breakers, others slapped down seals. The civilian family planning squad dismantled grills and moved chairs. These guys worked together seamlessly, their skills well honed. Li Tianman stood with his hands on his hips, demanding, make sure it's sealed tight, not even a single fly should be able to get inside. Wang Songyang grinned wickedly as he stepped forward, yanking Shenzi's wrist and dragging her toward the car. Let's go. Your little private room is all set up for you. At that moment, Chen Chusheng's rage finally boiled over. How dare they bully someone like this? Powerful ripples of spiritual energy radiated from his body, bronze-colored patterns crawling across his cheeks. He suddenly reached out, clamping down on Li Tianman's hand. His icy glare halted both the public order guidance team and the civilian family planning team. Are you all looking to die? End of chapter. Chapter 56, just wait until I get stronger. Wang Songyang stood closest to Chen Chusheng. He could clearly sense the bone-chilling intent to kill radiating from the youth. He understood that the youth before him had genuinely resolved to kill him. Overcome by intense panic, Wang Songyang instinctively shot a pleading glance toward Li Tianman. Li Tianman immediately turned his head away and whistled. Don't look at me, you bastard. As a brother, giving you a hand is already the height of kindness. Like I'd give you a hand without strings attached. That's not a brother, it's your wife. Black dog, white wolf, cobra, they sound fierce. But they'll play favorites too. Those who clearly have families and dependents? Knock them flat with a single blow, and they won't so much as fart in protest. Instead, they'll grin like fools, offer cigarettes, and beg for mercy. But if you're a single spirit warrior with no family, or a young student, they'd never dare cross you. The former have no ties, no constraints. If you piss them off, they'll trade their worthless lives for yours 1 for 1. The latter are young and hot-headed. Once they get serious, no one can stop them. Chen Shusheng belonged to the latter category, and not just any latter, but the reinforced, plus-sized version backed by powerful connections. For a moment, everyone froze awkwardly, unsure how to proceed. Just then, Shen Ziyi stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Chen Shusheng. "Shusheng, I'll go with them. Don't act on impulse, don't ruin your future over a momentary lapse." Li Tianman and Wang Songyang exchanged a glance. The charade had gone on long enough, it was time to drop a hint. If the crown prince lost his temper and snapped their necks, that would be a damn shame. Wang Songyang chimed in, "Exactly. You're still young, you absolutely mustn't go down the path of crime. Li Tianman, young man, I see you have talent. Some big shot will surely want to recruit you. Why not make a call and pull some strings?" Wang Songyang chimed in, "Exactly. We're just hired hands. If a higher-up intervenes, we'll turn tail and leave in a heartbeat." Chen Shusheng sneered repeatedly. This isn't a hint, it's a blatant statement. These two scumbags were indeed sent by Nye Ting. Forcing me into submission. Got it. Nye Ting, you're something else. I'm damn impressed. Fine, I admit it. Just wait till I get stronger. I'll hit you with a diuretic punch paired with acupoint strikes, and you'll learn what it means to see a flock of egrets soar into the blue sky. I'll write my name backwards. Seriously, Chen Shusheng could call Han Jiangxue, Xu Xiaotong, or even Nailin and Ren Yanyan. With the clout of his second-generation teammates, he could easily smooth this whole thing over. But born into this environment, Chen Shusheng is someone who values face above all else. He'd gladly look out for those who treated him with genuine sincerity within his means. But he absolutely refuses to burden them with his troubles. Muttering curses under his breath, Chen Shusheng pulled out his phone and dialed Nye Ting. 3 seconds later, he hung up. He blocked me. Can't get through. This time, not only Li Tianman and Wang Songyang were stunned, but even Shen Ziyi was dumbfounded. The plot twist had surpassed everyone's expectations. Moments later. Inside, Shen Ziyi nearly screamed in a hoarse voice, "Nye Ting, you big idiot." Meanwhile, Nye Ting stared at the text message on his phone screen confirming the successful block of a spam call, laughing like a pig. "You little brat. You actually had the nerve to block me. This just proves you need to come over and serve Uncle Nya a cup of tea," apologizing sincerely. "Where's my old face supposed to go now?" With that thought, Nye Ting shut off his phone. He wouldn't answer anyone's calls or listen to anyone's pleas. Not even Jesus himself could change my mind. He, Nye Ting, said so. Meanwhile, just as everyone stood frozen in awkward silence, unsure how to proceed, a gentle voice sounded from behind Chen Shusheng. "What's a mere 100,000 or so? This lady will pay the fine for him." Chen Shusheng turned to see that, unbeknownst to him, Lai Xingtong had arrived with her 4 right-hand men standing beside him. The 4 men bore bruised faces and blackened eyes, clear evidence they'd taken quite a beating during their time with the Jojo group. She casually tore 2 pages from her checkbook and handed them to Li Tianman and Wang Songyang. The 2 men stared at the checks, momentarily at a loss. Shen Ziyi sighed helplessly in a telepathic whisper. "Take them. Otherwise, the act will look too fake. This mess is all Nye Ting's doing, it's not your fault." After taking the money, Li Tianman and Wang Songyang quickly left. Chen Shusheng led Rei Tun into the small shop and placed a plate of specialty grilled skewers before her. Lai Xingtong immediately sat up straight, bowing gracefully with the courtesy of a guest. "Thank you for your hospitality." Saying this, she picked up a skewer and took a light bite. Instantly, her serene, autumn water-like eyes crinkled into crescent moons, and she began eating at a faster pace. Chen Shusheng said nothing, sitting across from her, quietly watching her. Golden sunlight spilled over her cascading hair, casting a soothing glow. The shadow cast by her pert nose on her cheek, combined with the barbecue sauce that had spilled onto her snow-white cheek from eating too hastily, gave her a playful charm. Lai Shangtong noticed Chen Shusheng's slightly dazed gaze and flushed slightly. She covered her face with one hand while pulling out a tissue to clean herself with the other. "Sorry, these skewers were just too delicious. I guess I got a little carried away." "No problem. Barbecue is meant to be devoured heartily, it tastes best that way." Chen Shusheng smiled indifferently, his tone tinged with emotion. "Honestly, I did consider asking my sister or my teammates for help earlier. But I never imagined it would be you who smoothed things over for me. I'll pay back this 100,000 or so, though it might have to be in installments." Lai Shengtong set down the metal skewer, propping herself up on one knee as she watched the busy Shen Ziyi. She wrinkled her nose in displeasure. "At first, I really did come looking for you to settle the score. Not only did you treat me like some pervert with your outrageous tactics, but you also helped the Jojo group arrest me, forcing the Lai family to sign all those unfair business deals with the Great Xia Empire. Honestly, when I saw those thugs causing you trouble, I even felt a twinge of satisfaction. But when they tried to kidnap your sister and seize this little shop, I couldn't just sit back and watch. Facing enemies like me and Boris who are 2 tiers above you, you didn't just show no fear, you actually dared to fight back. You are a strong man. And strong men may die in battle, but they should never be subjected to such humiliation." Chen Shusheng fell into a brief silence, his gaze fixed on the ants scurrying across the floor as he spoke with profound meaning. Isn't the rule of this world simply survival of the fittest? If I'm bullied, it's only because I'm not strong enough. No. Reze rebutted with unwavering conviction. To blindly follow the law of the jungle is the way of beasts. We are civilized, moral beings. Respecting our fellow humans is the very foundation of our existence. Chen Shusheng, come with me to Neon. The Lai family needs talent like yours. Where we come from, strength and talent reign supreme. Anyone who dares bare their teeth at you, just take them down. The Reze family has your back. Chen Shusheng stared into Reze Hitomi's earnest, solemn eyes, momentarily speechless. After a long silence, he suddenly cracked a smile. I admit it, our great Xia does have its shortcomings. Chen Shusheng rose from the small stool, his gaze sharp as an eagle's as he stared at the fiery sunset. But as descendants of the Yellow Emperor, discovering problems should drive us to actively solve them, not become excuses for evasion. Moreover, Neon and Great Xia still have a blood debt to settle. End of chapter. Chapter 57, Team Leader, this is bad. No. Great. Watching Chen Shusheng's slender yet resolute figure retreat, Reze Hitomi found herself momentarily lost in thought. During her history studies, Reze had once pondered this very question. During that invasion, Japan's comprehensive national strength far exceeded that of the Great Xia Empire by a factor of 3. How had they possibly been defeated? Only now did it suddenly dawn on her. The backbone of this nation was forged from steel. It could be broken, but unyielding. Raise your eyes to the light. I understand now. Reze extended her right hand toward Chen Shusheng. If you ever come to Neon or Slavic, be sure to let me know. I'll be your host and show you the bustling streets of Neon or the vast landscapes of Slavic. Slavia's a bit rough around the edges, no bustling metropolises, but I can take you to Lake Baikal. The vistas and snowy landscapes there are truly vast. Chen Shusheng snorted derisively at this. Lake Baikal, my ass. That's the northern sea of Great Xia. Just you wait. When my power becomes extraordinary, I'll reclaim every inch of our Great Xia's land scattered abroad. As a mere bronze-tier karami, Chen Shusheng's words bordered on arrogance. Yet, Lai Shangtong believed every word. She sensed that once Chen Shusheng matured, Slavic would face major trouble. Not far away, Shenziyi, busy with her tasks, twitched her ears slightly. A slow smile curved her lips. Suddenly, she understood why Nie Ting had spared no effort to bring Chen Shusheng into Jojo. This kid wasn't just sly as a fox, he was also bloody ambitious. He was born to be in the field. After seeing off Lai Shangtong, Chen Shusheng and Shenziyi continued tending to the shop's business. Time slipped quietly to 11 o'clock. The shop was preparing to close, but one peculiar customer showed no signs of leaving. He was a man in his early 30s, standing a full 1.9 meters tall. Dressed in a smoky gray overcoat with a buzz cut, he sat upright in his chair, hands resting casually on his thighs. His posture screamed military background. He had arrived at 6 in the afternoon, ordering a platter of cold dishes and a bottle of beer. Yet he hadn't touched a single bite, sitting quietly for over 5 hours. He's taking up a seat costing $25. The place is closed now, and he still won't leave. I'm going to kick him out. Shenziyi glared at the man's back, grinding her teeth in frustration. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront him. Chen Shusheng grabbed Shenziyi by the arm and stared intently at the burly man with a stern expression. This man gave Chen Shusheng the distinct impression that his spiritual power was no weaker than Nie Ting's. Don't be reckless. This guy's trouble. I'll go check him out. After warning Shenziyi in a low voice, Chen Shusheng walked slowly toward the burly man. The burly man now tilted his head slightly toward Chen Shusheng. Or rather, he looked at Shenziyi behind Chen Shusheng, curling the corners of his mouth into a defiant smirk. Shenziyi clenched her teeth in anger, pulling out her phone to call Nie Ting. But, sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Shenziyi was so furious she wanted to smash the phone, but she gritted her teeth and held back. She dialed her deputy captain instead. This time, the call connected quickly. Shenziyi gripped the phone and lowered her voice. Hurry to the office and tell Nie Ting if he doesn't show up soon, Chen Shusheng will be poached by Chao Kunlun. Jojo Group, Team Leader's office. Nie Ting sat with his legs crossed, leaning back in his executive chair, staring up at the ceiling. He was waiting for Chen Shusheng to come apologize. Just imagine that infuriating kid soon clinging to his legs, sniveling and tearfully begging for help to save his sister. The 2 walnut carvings in Nie Ting's right hand were almost spinning from the friction. When the time came, he wondered if he should adopt a disdainful posture and tell him, I took you in as my nephew, only to be repaid with coldness. Now you want to join? Sorry. No more pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. The Jojo Group isn't something you can just walk into whenever you feel like it. Just imagine Chen Shusheng beating his chest in despair, rolling on the ground in anguish, and banging his head against the wall in regret. Nie Ting couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a satisfying sight. Truly satisfying. Suddenly, the office door burst open. The square-jawed deputy captain rushed in, panic etched across his face. Team leader, something terrible has happened. No. Mid-sentence, the square-jawed deputy captain caught sight of his team leader, who for reasons unknown was laughing like a fool, giggling haha like a dim-witted son of a wealthy landowner. The square-jawed deputy team leader stammered no repeatedly, unable to get a coherent sentence out. Reuniting's smile froze stiffly. His body jerked, and the antique walnut in his hand creaked under his grip. He sat up abruptly, his eyes fixed on the walnut in his hand with heart-wrenching pain. This was a top-tier white lion, not a rare treasure that was hard to come by. He'd spent 3 years polishing it, finally achieving that perfect patina. He dared not damage it. After confirming his cherished possession was unharmed, Reuniting leaned back in his chair with a look of displeasure, speaking slowly and deliberately. "What's going on? You're always in such a panic." The square-jawed team leader stammered timidly. "Captain Qing called. He said if you don't show up soon, Chen Shushang will be poached by Chao Kunlun for the Kunlun unit." At these words, Reuniting's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead as the force in his hands surged uncontrollably. Snap! A sharp crack. The pair of white lions that had accompanied Reuniting for 3 years were now completely destroyed. Outside the food stall, Chen Shushang stood across from the middle-aged man with a crew cut, a polite smile on his face. "Sir, we're closing up now. If you'd like another drink, head north 300 meters past this street. There's a bar that stays open until 6 in the morning." The man returned a friendly smile to Chen Shushang. "I'm not here to eat. I have something I'd like to discuss with you." Given that this must have been your peak hour, as a customer, I had no choice but to wait quietly. Chen Shushang frowned. Honestly, these past few days, Reuniting and Qing had really pushed him to his limits. All he wanted was to get into a good university and fulfill his promise to his sister. How did that concern them? Why were they so relentless? Pulling out a chair, Chen Shushang sat down across from the man, his brow furrowed and his tone cold. "Speak. I'm listening. Allow me to introduce myself. Chao Kunlun, leader of the Kunlun group. I happened to be on assignment in Jinzhou when I heard Reuniting was going to great lengths to recruit a gifted young talent. Naturally, I came to pay my respects. Meeting you today, young man, I see you are truly extraordinary." Before Chao Kunlun could finish his pleasantries, Chen Shushang impatiently waved him off. "Enough. At present, I have no intention of joining any organization. If you don't mind, please leave. We're closing up shop." Chen Shushang's words were blunt and unapologetic. But Chao Kunlun's reaction left him stunned. End of chapter. Chapter 58, A Mission Tonight. Chao Kunlun spread his hands helplessly. "Hey kid, cut the nonsense. How old are you anyway? 17 or 18? Your cultivation isn't even worth mentioning. What good would joining the Kunlun group do you? Your priority right now is to focus on your studies." "Oh?" Chen Shushang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "You came all this way and waited for hours just to chat with me? Not to recruit me?" Chao Kunlun smiled indifferently. "I came to build a good relationship with you. I've already warned every department in Jinzhou. Incidents like what happened today won't happen again. Kunlun's influence within the city holds immense deterrent power over certain petty troublemakers. Even if Reuniting from Zhouzhou personally coerced them, they wouldn't dare act recklessly again." After a pause, Chao Kunlun scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on Shinzi. A meaningful smile touched his lips. "From what I see, your family's financial situation is rather dire. Why not start by working as an informant for Kunlun? You'll get a base salary every month, plus bonuses and big red envelopes for completing missions. Of course, if a mission conflicts with your school schedule, you can decline." Chen Shushang scratched his chin, sat down across from Chao Kunlun, picked up a beer from the table, poured himself a glass, and sipped it slowly. Truth be told, compared to Reuniting from Zhouzhou, Chao Kunlun's approach felt far more palatable to Chen Shushang. Due to Reuniting's emphasis on a harsh, poverty-stricken upbringing, Chen Shushang had developed a sensitive and insecure core personality. This directly led to his tendency to respond better to kindness than harshness. Watching Chen Shushang sink into deep thought, Chao Kunlun let out a faint smile. "During your time as an informant, you can observe our Kunlun. Decide to join only if you're satisfied. At the same time, Kunlun will be evaluating you. We won't recruit you unless we deem you qualified. Oh. 2 more points, Kunlun deals with the very kind of petty criminals you despise, those who commit crimes within the organization. And our informants start at 100,000 yuan per mission bonus." With that, Chao Kunlun fell silent, picking up his chopsticks to nibble at the cold dishes, quietly awaiting Chen Shushang's decision. After a long pause, Chen Shushang looked up and offered Chao Kunlun a faint, composed smile. "You've shown me such respect. If I refuse now, I'd truly be out of touch with reality." Chao Kunlun set down his chopsticks and extended his right hand. "Kunlun welcomes every comrade in arms and accepts supervision from every comrade in arms." Chen Shushang reached out to grasp his hand. "It's my honor." At that moment, Chao Kunlun nearly burst into laughter so loud it sounded like a pig squealing. After all, Zhouzhou and Kunlun, both at the pinnacle of core power, were fierce rivals. Chao Kunlun had always regarded the established Zhouzhou faction and its current leader, Reuniting, as the seasoned veterans to surpass. These two were like oil and water. They frequently clashed verbally during meetings, and on several occasions it nearly came to blows. As soon as Chao Kunlun got wind that Retaliating had recently arrived in Jinzhou, he went out of his way to court a genius. Chao Kunlun immediately waved his hand grandly, declaring, "I, Xu Yunfei, will definitely lend my support. Ah! Pa! I, Chao Kunlun, will also throw my hat in the ring." When Chao Kunlun saw Shen Ziyi dressed up as a barbecue shop owner, he nearly laughed himself silly. Shen Ziyi? Retaliating's right-hand man? And now he was playing house with some kid. Then there was the boy himself. His eyes and brows held a certain resemblance to the former leader of the Jojo group. Chao Kunlun instantly concluded this kid must be the heir apparent of the Jojo group. If he could bring this kid closer to Kunlun, it would be like stealing the 9 provinces crown jewel. An old-timer like Retaliating would surely fly into a rage, cursing and ranting. Just think about it. It was utterly delightful. Thus, Chao Kunlun treated Chen Shusheng with utmost respect. And wouldn't you know it, that kid Chen Shusheng actually fell for it. Ahem. Suppressing his inner elation, Chao Kunlun pulled a document from his bag and handed it to Chen Shusheng. As it happens, there's a mission tonight. The target is your Pira genius from 3rd Middle School in Lin City. She's been seduced by a group of rebels and has committed countless bloody crimes. But her talent is too exceptional. The higher-ups value her potential. If we can persuade her to surrender and return to the organization, she'll surely receive lenient treatment. You'll accompany me. When the time comes, help persuade her. Chen Shusheng took the report with curiosity, but Chao Kunlun waved him off. Don't waste time. Get in the car first. We'll assess the situation as we go. Chen Shusheng nodded and followed Chao Kunlun into the black sedan parked at the street corner. Opening the door revealed a girl with a pure, sweet smile. Though her school uniform had faded from repeated washing, with the cuffs worn thin, it couldn't hide the vibrant energy radiating from her. At a glance, Chen Shusheng knew this girl was his kind of person. Flipping further, a series of bloody photographs came into view. Over the course of 3 months and 12 days, this girl named Chao Qingxi had systematically killed 39 people. Among her victims were wealthy merchants and local officials ranging from low-level to mid-level authorities within Shanxi province. Turning to the final page of the file, the team's professional case analysis provided an assessment. Evidence suggested Chao Qingxi had made contact with the rebel organization, the Alliance for Fairness and Justice. This genius had likely been brainwashed. She must be apprehended at all costs. Slowly closing the file, Chen Shusheng exhaled softly. Chao Kunlun, driving the car, glanced at Chen Shusheng and spoke with a light chuckle. So? Figured out how to handle her when you meet up. How'd you plan to talk her down? Bull. Chen Shusheng replied flatly. Chao Kunlun looked curious. You want to bull with her? Chen Shusheng shook his head, holding up the report. I meant this document is bull. No, it's not even bull. It's gibberish. We should discard it like worn-out shoes. Chao Kunlun grew even more curious, but this is an assessment from a team of senior experts. The report states that Chao Qingxi's parents died young, and she was raised solely by her older sister. She displayed remarkable cultivation talent as early as middle school. Moreover, her teacher described her as neither arrogant nor impatient, predicting she would achieve great things in the future. She's like me, clear-minded and focused. Everything she does is to improve her life and bring her family prosperity. There's absolutely no way she'd undergo such a drastic personality change, let alone commit violent acts just because of a few words from rebels. Moreover, this dossier contains a massive flaw, one that even you were unaware of. Chao Kunlun's faint smile slowly turned serious. He frowned at Chen Shusheng, gesturing for him to continue. Chen Shusheng narrowed his eyes. For Chao Qingxi, the most important person is her sister. The best person to persuade her to surrender should be her sister, not me. Yet the report contains no record of her sister's testimony. In fact, this person is barely mentioned, as if they're afraid of drawing attention to her. Chen Shusheng's expression grew grave as he remained silent for a long moment. Now I'm curious, has this sister who raised her passed away? Squeak! At those words, Chao Kunlun slammed on the brakes, pulling the car to a halt by the roadside. His face darkened as he pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. End of chapter.